Chapter 1. Esteemed Envoy, please proceed to World C-137 to address the betrayal of a member of the Purity Society. A mechanized voice echoed within Rog's mind, disturbing his afternoon repose, causing the entire hall to tremble as he turned in bed. What a nuisance! Who on earth designed this contraption? Upon hearing the mental notification, Rog closed the virtual screen before him, straightened his posture, and spoke. It perplexed Rog that, as a senior member of the Destruction Committee, he was receiving orders to deal with a mere lackey from the Purity Society. Do these people have nothing better to do? There are so many higher-order, anomalous worlds that require attention, and they assign me this trivial task? I must have a word with Old Chun when I return. He shouldn't be tossing tasks my way for no reason. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Rog detached his own arm. Once removed, the site where his limb had been seemed to writhe, as if infested with crawling insects, and then his arm restored itself to its original form. The severed arm fell to the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. A sound of beeping echoed as, amidst a shimmering transformation, a fearsome drilling machine materialized before him. The machine suddenly sprang to life, plunging downward with a forceful thrust, its form flickering as it shattered through the rocky barriers, swiftly reaching the Earth's core, awaiting its master's command in silence. There! Quickly! Eliminate him! Our success hinges on this moment. A band of valiant heroes arrived at the palace where Rog resided. Guided by divine indication, they believed that by vanquishing the man before them, the monstrous beings plaguing the world would cease to be reborn. Stop right there. Demon, you wretched harbinger of destruction. The leader of the heroes swung his sword fiercely, directing his words at Rog. Stop. I have no idea what you're babbling about. Please, what right do you insects have to make demands? I am merely indulging you in a game of knights and dragons. Your divine indications were scripted by me, Rog mused, gazing upward toward the heavens, silently affirming that his decision to create a skylight here had indeed been astute. Unmoved by Rog's words, the hero shouted, "You lie. Gorma, Red Dragon, advance." As the hero's shout echoed, the palace shook violently. With the passage of time, the tremors intensified, akin to a great beast stirring, making it difficult for the group to even approach Rog, let alone attack him. Rog lifted his gaze to the distance. Aside from the billowing smoke, flocks of startled geese filled the air. He calculated that the time was ripe and declared, "I shall no longer play with you children. Allow me to gift you a grand farewell." As soon as Rog's words fell, his figure shattered like a broken mirror, dispersing into fragments before vanishing completely, leaving the heroes in a state of bewildered silence. Meanwhile, the drilling machine that had long since penetrated the Earth's core could no longer detect Rog's signal, emitting a series of alarm beeps. Buzz! A flash of red light surged forth, and a barrier violently erupted, shattering the entire planet into a myriad of fragments. Countless drifting debris struck the unsuspecting satellites like bullets before a tremendous gravitational force drew the entire star system into a chaotic mass, leaving behind a gaping void. Upon returning to the Destruction Committee, Rog submitted his mission report and promptly established a portal to Dimension C-137, only to turn and find Team 2's Captain, Anrin. Captain, what brings you back? I thought you were on vacation? Anrin quipped playfully. Is Old Chun around? I need to speak with him, Rog replied, ignoring Anrin's banter. Seeing Rog's lack of response, Anrin pouted. Old Chun isn't at the committee today. He should be at the Management Bureau. Upon hearing that Chun Juesi was at the Management Bureau, Rog lost interest in pursuing him, realizing that the bureaucratic procedures for entering the Bureau were extensive, even for a high-ranking destroyer like himself. Very well, when he returns, let him know to wait for me in my office. With that, Rog manipulated the spatial transition device and arrived at the freshly established portal to C-137, leaving Anrin with a vanishing silhouette. Utilizing the authority of a senior envoy, activate the portal to World C-137. Affirmative. The portal will open in 5 minutes. Please prepare any necessary items and remain stationary to ensure safety. Rog raised an eyebrow, contemplating. C-137 is a realm of cultivation. It should be manageable. Any issues can be addressed upon arrival. As the countdown concluded, A brilliant white light enveloped him, transforming Rog into a sphere of radiant energy, which traversed the temporal passage to dimension C-137. Dimension C-137 comprised 4 continents, each resembling drifting lily pads in the cosmos, harmonious yet grounded, with a round sky and square earth. The luminous sphere scanned the fundamental elements of the world before depositing Rog onto one of the smaller continents. Upon landing, Rog inhaled the unique air of the cultivation realm, feeling elated. When I encounter that treacherous traitor, I might just spare him. Xiaoxi, check the current world nodes. As he called out, his personal assistant interface unfolded like flowing light, and soon a voice reported in his ear. World assessment complete. Currently located in dimension C-137 world. Realm of sword cultivation world level. Shattered Void mission target is situated in the southwest of the current continent. The Void guidance has been activated. Wishing you an expeditious completion of your mission. Rog frowned at the dissipating world level, noting that the Shattered Void rank was quite troublesome. Within the Purity Society, world levels were generally categorized into 6 tiers, the highest being between Supreme Dimensions, followed by Shattered Void, Universe Traversing, Domain Invincible, Series of Great Powers, and finally, the Shadow of Planets, also known as Planetary Sovereign. A mid-level world is equivalent to a cosmic river system, where the highest beings may only attain the 2nd tier, indicating a significantly increased likelihood of conflict. Cultivators of the Shattered tier possess a profound mastery over their world should any anomaly arise. They can respond swiftly and arrive on-site without delay. Even though Rog, as a senior envoy, was not intimidated by Shattered tier beings, he preferred to avoid confrontation, as his mission was not to obliterate this mid-level world, but to deal with the traitors of the Purity Society. Nonetheless, to be cautious, Rog detached his arm once more, allowing it to burrow into the core of the continent. He's here. A man abruptly sat up from his bed, his sudden movement startling his sleeping wife beside him. Changxin, what's the matter? The woman, still groggy, gazed at Ji Changxin, bewildered by her husband's apparent distress. Oh, it's nothing. You go back to sleep. I suddenly recalled a spell and need to practice it. You know how it is when inspiration strikes. Nothing can hold me back, Ji Changxin replied with an embarrassed smile, rubbing the back of his head. Then go practice somewhere far away, you fool. Don't wake our son. Ji Handan shot him a reproachful glance, urging him to return promptly before settling back to sleep. Ji Changxin, nodding obediently, gently closed the door, but once turned away, his expression turned grave, brow furrowed as he swiftly ascended into the air. Following the beacon's guidance, Rog spotted a small black, approaching rapidly in the distance and grinned. Quite bold of you to come knowing I am here. Wait, why does this aura seem somewhat familiar? Initially, he found the individual to be quite perceptive for approaching him. As Ji Changxin arrived before Rog, the latter's earlier nonchalance faded, replaced by disbelief. Changxin, what brings you here? Captain Rog. Ji Changxin regarded Rog with a calm demeanor, while Rog's expression was one of incredulity. To have a traitor emerge from his own team was an utterly incomprehensible situation. Did you know? When I received a message from old Chen today, I thought he had lost his mind. No wonder the Society's information came to me. It appears I am to personally handle this and clean house. As Rog spoke, he cracked his knuckles, advancing step by step toward Ji Changxin. Can you enlighten me as to why? It's a rare occurrence to leave the Society, let alone betray it. Rog voiced his inner confusion, yearning to understand the rationale behind this betrayal, which was akin to signing one's own death warrant, with a success rate bordering on 0. In all his years as a destroyer, he had never witnessed a successful betrayal, and for beings of eternal life, such acts were often viewed as mere amusement. Boss, I got married and have a child now. Ji Changxin momentarily reverted to his earnest and honest demeanor, scratching his head as he continued. I can't continue with the cleansing work anymore. Reaching Ji Changxin's side, Rog patted his shoulder and inquired, is this truly the reason you betrayed the Purity Society? A trivial romance? Even if you were not born of a technological civilization, you should recognize that this is merely dopamine secreted by your brain. This is utterly irrational. Come, return with me to the Society. Abandon her, and you shall remain my second in command. Rog grumbled indignantly, his fingers tightly gripping his shoulder, exuding an air of determination that suggested he would forcibly take him along if he refused. Boss, please don't push me. I truly wish to abandon the task of cleansing the world. Over the years, how many worlds have we obliterated together? The resentment clinging to us has grown into vast lakes and seas. I can no longer continue. I implore you to grant me mercy. Ji Changshin pressed his left hand upon Rog's, gradually kneeling down, solely beseeching Rog to let him off the hook. You know what kind of person I am. Do you truly think it's possible? Moreover, do you believe I am unaware of your true nature? Rog leaned down, whispering coldly into Ji Changshin's ear. Upon finishing, he stood to withdraw his hand from Ji Changshin's shoulder, only to find it somewhat resistant. Ji Changshin then said, "Of course I understand. Is that not why I am begging you?" As soon as the words left his lips, a sickly smile appeared on Ji Changshin's face as he forcefully yanked Rog's hand away from his shoulder. In an instant, the surroundings transformed dramatically, shifting from 2,000 meters above the ground to the vastness of outer space. Yet, that was not the end. Seizing the moment as Rog was pulled closer, Ji Changshin's right hand shot forward like a fierce dragon, his 5 fingers morphing into sharp blades, gathering strength. First strike. Rog, caught off guard, was sliced through his right abdomen by Ji Changshin's blade. Fortunately, years of experience and his 4-dimensional physique allowed him to narrowly evade a fatal blow. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved in 2. Second strike. Without affording Rog any chance to react, Ji Changshin pressed the attack, elongating and vanishing in a blur, leaving behind an afterimage born of rapid movement. When he reappeared, he was already before Rog. The afterimages flickered as Ji Changshin launched simultaneous assaults from 6 directions. Each angle harbored his true self, and yet each was also an illusion. However, neglecting to defend against such an onslaught would be a grave mistake. In a state of panic, Rog had no choice but to raise a protective barrier, attempting to withstand the 6-pronged assault, but without a focal point, the barrier proved exceedingly fragile. It merely delayed the inevitable, shattering under the assault of the flying sword that appeared in Ji Changshin's hand. Third strike. Faivel, Rog. Rog's previously languid gaze evaporated in the face of these 2 strikes, and he bellowed in fury. Enough! Before Ji Changshin could unleash the 3rd strike, Rog decisively detonated his right leg, shattering the one-sided impasse under the rules of spatial dimensions. The suddenly frozen space caught Ji Changshin off guard. His body halted mid-strike in a posture that depicted a celestial sword strike. In the blink of an eye, Rog's injured right abdomen and leg had fully healed. He strolled over to Ji Changshin, patting his face, and remarked, "Ah, Changshin, the name of the 3-blade sword immortal truly lives up to its reputation. No wonder you were selected by the Association Screening Center. You nearly led me astray." Ji Changshin, immobilized by the laws of space, had a vacant look in his eyes, rendered powerless against Rog's whims. Seeing him utterly devoid of agency, Rog retrieved the binding device from behind. Gazing at Ji Changshin with a smile, he said, "You shall accompany me back, and then I will deal with your wife, severing your lingering thoughts. Let me see how she is." Before he could finish, a dull pain pulsed from his previously wounded abdomen, and the surrounding space began to tremble. Observing the unstable environment, Rog sensed impending danger and hastily reached for the immobilized Ji Changshin. Bang! The sound of collapsing space echoed as Ji Changshin, amidst his movements, shattered the confines of the binding space. Now free, Ji Changshin raised his sword, pointing it at Rog. "Impressive, impressive. You truly are Captain Rog. When I witnessed your world-destroying prowess, I scarcely grasped the terror of this technique. Now it's clear that you remain formidable. Had I not prepared contingencies, I would likely have been consigned to a box by now." Ji Changshin spoke with a lingering sense of trepidation, his heart racing at the memory of his recent ordeal. Had it not been for his own mastery over spatial forces, being a practitioner among the esteemed ranks of spatial law, he would have been utterly dwarfed by such high-dimensional power. Once ensnared by the binding device, no amount of struggle could liberate him, regardless of his peak prowess spanning the universe. Fortunately, The contingency from the first strike had proven effective. What have you done to me? Why do I feel my dimensional body becoming unstable? Rog mused, perplexed. Such a force capable of impacting higher dimensions could only arise from an equally high-dimensional intervention. As an ordinary second-in-command, how could he have encountered such a level of power? Ji Changxin. Be honest with Muhat, is the meaning of this? Someone who has only undergone two-dimensional purifications should have no access to such power. Ra gazed fiercely into Ji Changxin's eyes and spoke menacingly that if matters were truly as he suspected, it seemed that Ji Changxin's fate was sealed. It is indeed peculiar. ISNT it. In the past, there have been instances where individuals betrayed the association for love, yet they merely issued capture orders. Why has it escalated to a processing order on my end? Ji Changxin clapped his hands and remarked, Captain Rog, I have long known that you would be the one assigned to this task. As for the betrayal of the association, it stems from reasons beyond love. What reasons? Rog inquired, perplexed, though he found the notion of Ji Changxin betraying the association for love absurd. He had witnessed even more ludicrous scenarios. Captain Rog, like me, you were once a member captured from the Pure World Society, both of us being widows of a world that was destroyed. Why then do we conspire together to assist the Pure World Society in its cleansing operations? Ji Changxin spoke earnestly. Sword in hand, we have lived for so long, and the worlds that have perished at our hands are countless. Yet as long as we do not ascend in dimension, we must constantly live in fear of contamination. I have had enough of this existence. Ji Changxin's fervor grew, nearly throwing down his sword to grasp Rog's shoulders in earnest conversation. I shall not hide it from you. The Pure World Society has sent you here specifically to eliminate me. A prominent figure of the Civil Revolutionary Army. You have joined the Civil Revolutionary Army? Are you a fool? Upon hearing the title, Rog was taken aback. As captain, he had encountered them numerous times in countless cleansing operations. It could be said that the current attrition rate of the destroyers was significantly influenced by the Civil Revolutionary Army. Rog's countenance darkened as he solemnly declared, Ji Changxin, you are far too naive. Do you comprehend the terror of the Pure World Society? Are you aware of the might of the Civil Revolutionary Army? Ji Changxin retorted loudly, since neither of us can persuade the other. Let us settle this with our actions. Ji Changxin's expression hardened, and he resolved to stop dragging things out with Rog. He believed that if they could not convince one another, it would be better to fight for a resolution. Rog, prepare to meet your end. The blade in Ji Changxin's hand suddenly expanded dozens of times, and with a mere touch of his toe, the surrounding space shifted in tandem with his movements. By the time he drew near to Rog, they had long since left the previous continent's skies. Utilizing spatial techniques to distance themselves from the earlier landmass, it seemed there were dark secrets hidden within that realm. Rog smirked, his mind already set on obliterating that continent upon his return. You think you can speak here? The long-prepared blade finally descended. As Rog saw the oncoming flash of the blade, he shifted to the left. Yet the blade remained fixed in place, almost as if it were shifting towards him. He quickly altered his direction to evade to the right rear, yet the sensation of being locked onto him persisted. It turned out that during their earlier exchange, Ji Changxin had already sealed off all the spaces where Rog could evade, and no matter how Rog moved, he would have to endure this strike. Realizing evasion was futile, Rog extended his right arm, and in the blink of an eye, formed a shield that met the incoming blade. However, Ji Changxin's strike was far from ordinary. When the blade collided with the shield, the resilient force of the blade acted like a rubber band, simultaneously piercing towards Rog's eyes and lower body along the edges of the shield. As the blade reached its tensile limit and shattered, it imparted a powerful thrust to both piercing forces. Rog's pupils constricted sharply. With a mental command, a hole opened at the center of the shield, and a round, bulging opening expelled a white flame, propelling Rog's body backward. However, to his astonishment, the blade also bore a spatial force, and the rapid movement did nothing to create distance from the blade. The merciless blade pierced through Rog's body, splitting him in two. The explosion of smoke scattered flesh and blood in all directions. Phew, truly troublesome. Were it not for the amplification device provided by the Revolutionary Army and the 3 strands of celestial energy I obtained during my ascension, today would likely not end well. Ji Changxin wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of relief. brushing off imaginary dust from his clothes and preparing to depart. Yet a furious voice suddenly erupted from the smoke. "Where do you think you're going?" Upon hearing this, Ji Changshin stiffly turned his head, shocked to see the rage in Rog's eyes. You, how are you?" It was no wonder Ji Changshin was astonished. The Rog before him was no longer the same humanoid figure. Now he sported horns atop his head, his body colossal, with muscles sculpted into a grotesque visage on his back, blades protruding from his arms, and his legs bent in a backward arc. He resembled anything but a human. "I never imagined Captain Rog had such hidden depths." Ji Changshin tightened his grip on the sword, the sweat in his palms rendering the hilt somewhat slippery. "Captain Rog, how about joining us, with you on our side? The Pure World Society would be like a sieve, harboring no secrets. The might of the Pure World Society is not something you rabble can casually speculate upon." Enraged that his first phase had been so easily shattered by Ji Changshin, Rog was in no mood to listen. He swiftly closed the distance to Ji Changshin, raising his arm to strike down upon him. His massive fist glimmered with golden light, clearly not an ordinary attack, prompting Ji Changshin to hastily harness spatial power to retreat. Upon impact, the entire continent split in two from the center, fracturing outward from the gaping pit, that a bead of sweat trickled down Ji Changshin's forehead. Had he not evaded that strike, he would have been vaporized. As Rog's punch whiffed, he looked up at Ji Changshin in the distance, swinging his arms vigorously, sending waves of force surging toward Ji Changshin. Although Ji Changshin could not see the attacks or their forms, his instincts compelled him to immediately shift his position. With two resounding thuds, the former location behind him, the Tyne Star, was struck by the invisible force, creating a large zaz that penetrated effortlessly into the depths, ultimately splitting it into four scattered pieces. Fragments of starry rain cascaded down upon the remaining landmass, engulfing it in thick smoke and a cacophony of wails. How infuriating! Ji Changshin found himself utterly helpless against this form of Rog, yet the sheer destructive force unleashed was indiscriminate, indifferent to the lives it affected, compelling Ji Changshin to intervene before Rog could make another move. Ji Changshin had already teleported in front of him, wielding a sword in each hand, striking toward Rog's armpit, the clash of metal resounding. Rog, slow to react, pressed his hands downward in a prayer position. But by the time he glimpsed Ji Changshin again, he found himself pierced by dozens of blades, though regrettably, none were able to breach his defenses. The slippery Ji Changshin danced around him like a worm in Rog's mouth, continuously evading and maneuvering. "Changshin, I once entrusted you as my second in command. After all these years, how could you treat your superior, your savior, this way?" Rog's grin split his face, revealing sharp teeth reminiscent of a demon. Unfazed, Ji Changshin resolved to rely on his speed to whittle Rog down. "Changshin, you have grown weak," Rog declared, as if seizing upon a realization, unleashing a gust of energy that forcefully pushed Ji Changshin away. Then, raising his hands high, he summoned an energy sphere, launching it toward the distant continent before Ji Changshin could react. "No!" Ji Changshin shouted, his voice reaching Rog's ears, prompting Rog to grin, as if his scheme had succeeded. The energy sphere hurtling toward the continent was none other than where Ji Changshin's wife and child resided. Realizing the energy blast was rapidly approaching the landmass, Ji Changshin disregarded everything else and in mere moments positioned himself directly in front of the energy sphere, moving backward to maintain distance while following its trajectory. Holding his breath and focusing intently, he merged the sword and blade in his hands, gripping them before him. With a swift motion, he brushed his left hand along the hilt, intoning incantations that a series of symbols radiated from his body, conjuring a golden protective barrier before him. The two forces collided. He steadfastly absorbed the full brunt of the energy sphere's impact. The energy sphere, the size of two individuals, collided with the golden shield, akin to two stones refusing to yield to one another, oscillating above the continent as the entire sky was painted in hues of black and gold. A breathtaking spectacle. On the mainland, unaware of the happenings, people gaze in wonder at the dazzling scenery. Rising from their slumber, "My dear, awaken quickly. Look at the sky outside." A middle-aged man urged his wife, eager for her to witness a sight that might never cross their path again in a lifetime. Oh, what nonsense at this late hour. Just let me sleep. I have to wash your clothes and prepare your meals tomorrow morning. Who has the time for your whims? To his dismay, the woman paid him no heed, muttering a complaint before turning over to resume her slumber. Hey, you will regret not seeing this. I shall recount it to you in the morning, the man muttered, feeling a twinge of embarrassment and frustration. Yet he complied and pulled the blanket over himself, surrendering to sleep. Meanwhile, in the distance, Jihan sensed something amiss, her unease escalating as she observed the two-colored sky, already troubled by her husband's prolonged absence. I hope it is not something dire, she murmured to herself as time passed. The strange phenomenon in the sky gradually faded, one force gaining reinforcements while the other drifted like a rootless weed. It was merely a matter of time before Rog's energy blast would fail. Under the last vestiges of pressure, Ji Changshin's body slumped, seated in midair, his own magical energy spent in an attempt to dissipate an energy blast, leaving him severely drained. This will not do. This is merely one energy blast. Rog emerged from behind Ji Changshin. For him, a single energy blast was no more than a basic maneuver. Observing Rog's position, Ji Changshin realized he had been spectating for quite some time, a sigh escaping his lips as he understood that victory was beyond his grasp. That IG have been defeated. I did not anticipate that Captain Rog, over such an extended period, had never truly unleashed his powers. Not a single realm has compelled you to utilize your second phase offensive. Should those who toil under your normal form witness this, their spirits would surely shatter. Do as you will. Resigned, Ji Changshin sat cross-legged before Rog, his eyes slowly closing, having accepted defeat and relinquished any thoughts of struggle. Rog, before I meet my end, may I ask you for a favor? Ji Changshin spoke, his eyes slightly widening. Before Rog could respond, Ji Changshin continued, Come, let me introduce you to my wife and child. With a flick of his hand, the surroundings began to shift rapidly, and soon they found themselves in a tranquil courtyard. Ji Changshin rose and approached the door, raising his hand to knock. Rog crossed his arms, seemingly curious about Ji's intentions. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy sound of knocking echoed. Who is it? Is that you, Changshin? Jihandan's anxious voice carried from afar, followed by the hurried patter of footsteps. It is I, Changshin. I encountered my elder brother on the road and brought him home for a visit. Hearing Ji Changshin's voice, Jihandan wasted no time in opening the wooden door. She gasped, startled, for Rog had not reverted from his second phase. His fearsome visage could easily be mistaken for an invasion from the abyss. Peering out, Jihandan scanned for any signs of danger, and seeing none, she ushered the two men into the courtyard. Come in quickly. Come in. Once both had entered, she swiftly secured the door and turned to Rog. You must be Changshin's elder brother, right? Then, you are also my elder brother. What would you like to drink? I'll fetch it for you. In the dead of night, there were no treats to offer. Their modest home lacked such provisions that I hope you can forgive our meager hospitality. Let me see what I can offer. She cast a questioning glance at Ji Changshin before heading to the kitchen. Ji Changshin exchanged a knowing look with Jihandan, realizing she had misunderstood. No, dear, this is truly my elder brother. As Jihandan hurried off, Ji Changshin sensed that this misunderstanding might be difficult to clarify. Speak. What is it that you wish to discuss? Let's be on our way, Rog stated coldly, appearing indifferent to the previous encounter. Rog, I wish to request that you bring my son into the Purity Society. Ji Changshin gazed earnestly into Rog's eyes, just as you once brought me in. Do you not see the issue? Why would I bring the son of a traitor into the society? Do not forget your current standing, Rog replied with a look of incredulity, remaining silent for a moment before adding. This matter must be addressed with old Chun. Upon hearing this, Ji Changshin quickly interjected, My son is named Duguya, and he has been close with his mother since childhood, that I have only practiced my sword techniques at home, rarely involving myself in family affairs. Ji Changshin chuckled, tapping his fingers on the table. This matter must be addressed with old Chun. Rog glanced at Ji Changshin, then shifted to revert from his second phase. Returning to his human form as he reclined comfortably in a chair, Ji Changshin, understanding, thought to himself, this is a realm map, filled with valuable resources, enough for 3 small teams to utilize in due time. Your official status may allow you to ascend further. Upon hearing this, Rog stood, astonished that Ji Chongxin would offer such valuable assets merely to secure his son's safety. Interesting. He can only be called Duguya. Now and forever, oh, you understand? Rog leaned closer, studying Ji Chongxin's smiling face. Understood. That is only natural, Ji Chongxin nodded, chuckling. Then, with a swift motion, a child's figure floated from the adjacent room, crossing through the wall. The boy, no older than 8, possessed fair skin and delicate features, his lips red and teeth white, resembling his mother yet with a slightly softer appearance. However, the tightly shut brow revealed traces of Ji Chongxin's lineage. As Ji Chongxin controlled Duguya to float steadily in the air, he formed a seal with his hands, murmuring incantations. The scripture enveloped the child, encasing him entirely. Then, with a single motion, he touched the boy's forehead, and the scripture swiftly converged into Duguya's mind. All done. His perceptions of his parents have been subtly altered, and I can now proceed with peace of mind, Ji Chongxin stated, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, collapsing to the ground. Rog nodded, preparing to retrieve Ji Chongxin's son using a containment device when Ji Handan emerged. She entered the courtyard, carrying a kettle of water and tea leaves, balancing a plate with a coin pouch atop it. Upon seeing her husband seated on the ground, she disregarded Rog's admonitions and exclaimed, "You fool! Why are you sitting on the floor instead of a chair? With you like this, I still have to wash your clothes. It is such a hassle." Ji Handan set down the plate and kettle, bending down to assist Ji Chongxin. Gazing in her eyes, Ji Chongxin spoke tenderly, "Handan, you have endured much during this time. That it is my inadequacy that has drawn you into this situation. Let us be birds of the same feather in our next life, shall we?" Ji Handan's face flushed at his words. "Huffed. Nonsense. Why are you suddenly saying such things? There are others present. Are you not embarrassed?" She whispered shyly, "Of course, we must be together in this life. As for the next, you must work hard for me." Hearing Ji Handan's words, Ji Chongxin's expression shifted as he glanced at Rog. "Alas, Rog, could you?" His tone wavered. Sensing the improbability of his request, "No," Rog interrupted before Ji Chongxin could finish. "Well then, can we at least be together?" Ji Chongxin said, his voice tinged with sorrow. "So tedious." Rog appeared somewhat impatient. Were it not for the significant gift Ji Chongxin had offered, he would not have tolerated the incessant chatter. "Shall see, set the return coordinates, and prepare for the transmission using my official authority." "Understood. Please check your surroundings and ensure you have all personal belongings." "The transmission is 5 minutes away." Shao Si responded. Roge's expression turned serious as he rose to his feet, loosening his muscles in preparation for action, yet he remained oblivious to Ji Chongxin's right hand, which subtly glimmered with a red light as it clasped Ji Handan's. "Very well. It is time to send you on your way." Roge remarked to the two of them, "It should be I who sends you on your way." Ji Chongxin erupted with fervor, extending his palm towards Roge. However, Roge appeared to have anticipated this move, effortlessly intercepting the strike. With his other hand pressing against Ji Chongxin's forehead, he quietly uttered, "Farewell," but a solid projectile of violet-black energy pierced through Ji Chongxin's brow, simultaneously transfixing Ji Handan, whose face bore an expression of disbelief like a gourd. The entire courtyard erupted in an explosion, which swiftly coalesced into a singular mass, ultimately leaving behind a crimson, circular crystal that sank into the ground. Upon closer inspection, the bodies of the two men lay quietly within, albeit shrunken countless times. "I suppose this fulfills a second wish, Another one gone." Alas, life often brings forth a profound sense of solitude. Roge mused as he gazed skyward, contemplating the meaning of the long days that had transpired. The countdown for transportation began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the sound of the teleportation initiating, Roge's form transformed into a stream of light, condensing into a small orb as he traversed the dimensional portal back to the Pure World Council. A flash of light signaled his return to the Pure World Council. "Esteemed envoy, your task has been rated as A. Please continue your efforts. May the higher dimensions endure." The voice in his mind announced the completion of his mission assessment. Roge curled his lip in mild dissent, seemingly disagreeing with the A rating. Without further thought, he retrieved the confinement device from behind him, holding in hand as he strode toward the World Stability Management Bureau. Shall C. Utilize envoy privileges to open the passageway to the World Stability Management Bureau and submit an application on my behalf. I found a promising seed. As he walked, Roge issued commands, aware that even someone of his stature within the Destruction Committee could not easily access the World Stability Management Bureau. Received, scanning the confinement device for compliance with association requirements. Scan complete. Please take the permission card and proceed to the stabilized wormhole. The voice in his mind ceased. A permission card materialized before Roge. Emerging from nothingness, this card was entirely yellow, imbued with a metallic sheen, featuring a spherical orb that pierced through both sides, while the reverse bore the inscription temporary. Roge reached out to pluck the permission card from the air, gently rolling the orb, which revealed a pitch-black entrance before him. Through the white pathway, he could glimpse another door in the distance. On the other side lay the World Stability Management Bureau. The passage from the Destruction Committee to the World Stability Management Bureau was connected by countless controllable wormholes. As Roge walked along the paved path, he glanced down to observe a diverse crowd. These interconnected wormholes significantly shortened the distance between two fixed points, allowing for convenient and immediate access. Once Roge stepped through the door, the stabilized wormhole rapidly contracted, and the space returned to its original state. Gazing at the pristine white structure before him, Roge shielded his eyes with a hand, grumbling, "When will these individuals enhance their sense of aesthetics?" This stark whiteness is utterly devoid of artistic merit. Taking 2 steps forward, he arrived at the entrance of the white building, where a circular stone pedestal rose from the ground, designated for the placement of the permission card. Roge placed the card upon the pedestal, and the orb illuminated briefly before spinning rapidly. The entrance before him vanished like shattered paper, leaving behind only 2 grand stone pillars standing tall. Roge navigated the familiar interior of the hall, where a man greeted him with a wave. "Roge, was there any mishap during this mission? I heard you brought back a seed. Surely, you didn't just pick it up along the way?" The man waving was Lao Chun, the superior responsible for evaluating and assigning tasks to the entire small team. Nonetheless, Roge and he occupied the same hierarchical level. How fortuitous it is. I truly did find an orphan along the way while completing the mission. However, it works out well, unencumbered, with decent potential, so I brought him along to you just in time. Please register him for Team 423. They're in need of personnel." Roge replied nonchalantly as the two exchanged cryptic remarks. Upon hearing this, Lao Chun found it difficult to refuse. "You want to place him in Team 400? That team currently has the highest casualty rate. Are you not concerned he might perish on his first mission?" Lao Chun inquired, taking the confinement device from Roge's hands and easily opening the time-space seal chamber, guiding the figure of W to a nearby sofa. Of course, if he dies, it's of little consequence, as long as the association's tasks are fulfilled. "The association can bear such a cost," Lao Chun stated matter-of-factly. After setting W down, Lao Chun retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands, then asked, "What is his name?" "W. It's quite a rare surname." "Who named him?" "Who knows?" He simply stated that before being confined. Roge shrugged, wearing an expression of indifference that I hope you have known next time. "The association has specialized screening personnel who will guide these seedlings." Without turning his head, Lao Chun activated his personal terminal, leaving behind a parting remark before departing without a glance. That old man," Roge thought to himself, feeling that some elders made every task cumbersome. Yet many matters still required his input. Shao Si returned to the Destruction Committee, targeting the assembly area of Team 423, and sent a message to their captain, Xiao Zhou, that I have come to deliver personnel. Roge also summoned his personal terminal, effortlessly drawing the still, slumbering W toward him. Stamping his feet on the ground, a portal instantly rose from the earth, and Roge bent down to step through. The assembly area of Team 423 retained the CAF aesthetic of the original world, albeit with the universal beverage dispenser replacing any drink orders. Roge casually poured himself a cup of coffee and settled into a chair, awaiting the arrival of Team 423's members. Roge, my apologies. Our captain has gone on a mission, so I must step in." The newcomer was the vice captain of Team 423, whose demeanor was simple and affable. "Xiao Zhou has gone on another mission. Why are there so many anomalous worlds for you to clear? Roach questioned, perplexed, as although numerous worlds existed within the same dimensional layer, the screening of anomalous worlds was inherently challenging and scarce, making such frequent missions quite peculiar. No, Roach. The screening center needed to borrow us for a bit to help maintain the conventional worlds, claiming that our Team 400 has suffered significant damage and granting us a break. The vice captain explained with an awkward smile. Sipping his coffee, Roach cast a sidelong glance at the plump man and stirred his drink with a spoon. You received my earlier message, right? His name is Dugwia. He will be yours from now on. The vice captain nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. I'll take him and get acquainted right away. The plump man inquired with a hint of trepidation. Yes, go ahead. However, Team 423 may face some losses lately. Be cautious. Roach turned to the vice captain, continuing to stir his coffee. Upon hearing this, the vice captain's sweat began to bead on his forehead. Ah. Afterward, he roused the still sleeping Dugwia. You, come with me. Dugwia, just waking, found himself bewildered. Having gone from the comfort of his bed to this unfamiliar place in the blink of an eye, this abrupt change in scenery startled him, and he let out a cry of alarm. His eyes fixed on the two, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, flailing his legs in a panic and retreating to the corner of the CF. Who are you? Dugwia squeaked, resembling a frightened ostrich, only daring to poke his head out to shout. Little one, you have been chosen by us. Now, quickly get up and come with me. The plump man beamed at Dugwia, as if he had stumbled upon something immensely entertaining. W, why should I go with you? Where is this place? Dugwia stammered, retreating further, making the already spacious area feel even larger. Roach could no longer tolerate the scene. How long would this charade continue? Striding confidently towards Dugwia. A mysterious light emanated from his fingertips as he pressed them against Dugwia's forehead, momentarily immobilized as if ensnared by a spell. Dugwia stared blankly ahead, his eyes devoid of life. After what felt like an eternity, as if he had traversed the vicissitudes of time, he finally shook his head in bewilderment. Did my family entrust me to you before they passed? Dugwia seemed incapable of grasping this reality, struggling to comprehend how he had awakened as an orphan. All right, let's converse while we walk. The Jingshire Society is not a place for just anyone, and your entrance here is indeed fortuitous. The plump man, Li Bo, remarked, casually draping an arm over the significantly younger Dugwia as they proceeded. Yet, Dugwia yearned to break free. He had countless questions for Roger, but his meager strength was no match for Li Bo's. Watching the pair retreat, Roger's gaze flickered as he addressed his personal terminal. Select a world at random for me. I need to make up for the unfinished business from my previous endeavors. Understood. I shall open the portal for you shortly. Wishing you a pleasant rest. Meanwhile, as Li Bo led Dugwia toward his camp, he chimed in, Hey, stop looking around. We are family now. My name is Li Bo. But you can call me Brother B. Okay, as he spoke, he began to pat Dugwia in a rather indiscreet manner, making Dugwia uncomfortable enough to protest. What are you doing? Unperturbed by Dugwia's objections, Li Bo continued his exploration, albeit to no avail. Strange, you were brought here by Team Roger, yet you possess nothing at all. Are you merely an ordinary person? Li Bo raised an eyebrow, visibly perplexed. What being ordinary? Aren't you normal as well? Dugwia retorted, incensed by the implication that he was anything but that. Li Bo regarded him with an odd expression and queried, Do you know what organization this is? Dugwia, bewildered, wondered how the conversation had taken such a sudden turn. Our organization is dedicated to maintaining the stability of world development, eliminating anomalies, and ensuring that all worlds commence from the same starting line in ascension. Li Bo explained, observing Dugwia's confusion. You know what your department does. Dugwia shook his head, appearing utterly lost. Our department is called the Destruction Committee, and everyone who enters is a destroyer. The association purifies the bodies of destroyers. Post-purification, their physiques remain in peak condition, beginning with galaxy-level invincibility, coupled with immortality, eternal spirit, and elusive shadows. Moreover, assistance can be sought from the association during world destruction. Though Li Bo spoke casually, an increasing headache loomed over him. Could this kid's elder have crossed Team Roger, leading to his brainwashing and subsequent dispatch here? He pondered, the likelihood of such a scenario growing ever more plausible. Wow, Immortality. Does that mean I can become a formidable overlord of destruction? W's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without warning, Li Bo delivered a swift punch to W's head, causing a sizable bump to form as he silently observed W's pain dance. Don't get too carried away. Do you think it's just these 3 physical attributes combined with association assistance that ensures invincibility? W, bewildered, failed to comprehend the reason for the blow. Bo continued. Though destroyers possess immortality and eternal spirit, they can still suffer losses. When undertaking missions, they cannot utilize powers from worlds of the same source as the task at hand. Li Bo illustrated his point by shaping a miniature celestial sphere with one hand and conjuring a small cultivation world with the other. For instance, if your mission takes place in a cultivation world, the powers you can employ there must not include true energy symbols, or else. As he created a diminutive version of W within the cultivation world, W unleashed spiritual energy, which transformed from white to purple as it was released. You would synchronize your high-dimensional power with the same frequency as the task world. Even if you complete the mission, if the contamination is too deep, you would be unable to return to the association. Perishing within a day and becoming sustenance for that world, Bo leaned closer to W, startling him with an inquisitive gaze. Then how come you're still so plump? W inquired, tapping his fingers together. Li Bo's forehead creased with frustration. Are you even listening to me? He then delivered another heavy blow to the opposite side of W's head. Now, both sides of his head bore matching lumps, swollen and rhythmic. W crouched down, gingerly touching his head, and queried, so, as long as I avoid contamination, I should be fine, right? I just need to refrain from using the same powers. Bo smiled with a hint of satisfaction. Do you think that guarantees absolute safety? The task world might have previously possessed certain powers that are now absent, which falls under this category. W, slowly retreating, replied, but how can anyone predict what powers this world once held? What if I mistakenly invoke the wrong one and meet my demise? Li Bo, with a mysterious smile, said, of course, there are methods to mitigate this. If you utilize powers of the same nature, but with less intensity, you can proactively sever the connection that you need to remove the infected portion of your body to ensure your survival. And since you're immortal, losing a limb is trivial. Have you ever lost a head? Brotherly, W innocently inquired. You little rascal, you're utterly uncharming. Come, let me lead you to undergo the destroyer's purification. Grasping W by the collar, Li Bo hoisted him up. Dear boy, to the purification pool we go. Understood, please hold on. A sweet female voice resonated from above. The two stood motionless, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Brother Bo, why aren't we moving yet? W asked. Not yet, we must wait a moment longer, Li Bo replied, his expression devoid of any surprise. But Roger left in a hurry just now. W protested, recalling how Roger had not lingered upon glancing back. Li Bo frowned. He is the leader, but enough. Silence, the transport portal has arrived. Before W could continue, Li Bo interrupted, guiding him toward the gateway leading to the purification pool. As they traversed the white pathway, W, gripped by fear, inched closer to Li Bo. Brother Bo, you mustn't let go. Below us lies an unfathomable abyss. The narrow white corridor of the wormhole space only permitted one person to traverse at a time, and with Li Bo's larger frame, he seemed even more imposing while carrying W. Suddenly, Li Bo's grip faltered, and he inadvertently released W's hand. W plummeted towards the inky abyss below, crying out in terror. Yet before he could fall, an unseen barrier propelled him back onto the path. Ha ha! Did you truly think you'd plummet? Unless one possesses the power to sever the connection between the two realms entirely, there's no way to fall. Li Bo laughed heartily, hands on his hips, feeling the sting of having been played. W sulked, turning away in silence as he followed Li Bo. All right, we've arrived. Young one, ahead lies the place where you shall undergo your transformation. Bo patted W's head, gesturing toward a vast pool of water. Once inside, if I do not call for you to emerge, or if you cannot endure an exit on your own, stay submerged for as long as possible, that if you encounter any illusions, do not respond. Do you understand? W nodded. Yes, I understand. SW prepared himself. Li Bo waved his hand, and a list of individuals eligible for the baptism appeared in the air, prominently featuring W's name. With a gentle tap of his finger, the entire luminous screen transformed into a floating card above Li Bo's palm. Bo raised his chin, signaling W to take hold of it. W understood the cue and stepped forward to grasp the light card. At the moment W made contact with the card, it shattered, enveloping his form in a layer of dark fabric that clung tightly to his skin. 3 small spherical orbs materialized around his wrist, representing the task list, personal terminal, and world information scanner, respectively. Familiarizing himself with these operations would prove advantageous. They were designed to be simple, intuitive, and could be unlocked via voice commands or brainwaves, allowing for personal customization later on. Li Bo regarded W with an expression that suggested he had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Now I can proceed with the baptism, correct? W inquired. Adorned in this new attire, he would officially become the harbinger of the Jiangshi Society's destruction. Go forth and remember my words, Li Bo reiterated with solemnity. W nodded in acknowledgement and cautiously stepped into the baptismal pool. As he entered, he felt a constricting sensation at his feet, which made advancing a challenge. However, after just a few steps, it was as if newfound strength surged within him, the resistance lessening until the water reached his chest. W glanced back at Li Bo, his eyes silently questioning whether he should continue forward. Li Bo gestured affirmatively with a nod and a push of his hand, urging him onward. With his eyes closed, W boldly plunged deeper into the water. Completely submerged, he experienced no discomfort from the lack of oxygen. Instead, it felt as though he had returned to his mother's comforting embrace, warm and liberating in this environment. The last vestiges of his fear dissipated, and the weight of his eyelids beckoned him into slumber. Watching W submerged and feeling bored, Li Bo activated his personal terminal, conjuring a chair with magic as he began to peruse entertainment. Unbeknownst to him, W was on the precipice of a crisis. Wake up. In his dreams, W seemed to hear a voice, slowly opening his eyes and scanning his surroundings, yet finding nothing amiss, he closed his eyes again, straining to listen. Look at me. It's Mother, I'm right behind you. The familiar voice called out, and without hesitation, W turned to see a woman radiating white and golden light where none had stood before. You. Who are you? W inquired, a sense of profound familiarity washing over him. Though he could not place her identity, I am your mother. Do you not remember me? The woman floated closer, her hand gently caressing his cheek. Mother! Is this what my mother looks like? W's gaze grew increasingly bewildered, as if the woman's soothing presence had clouded his mind. Yes, your mother was brought here by Rog, and Li Bo caused her demise. Mother died a tragic death. Avenge me. Avenge me. As she spoke, a torrent of vivid images bombarded W's mind, depicting the harrowing events of how Rog and Li Bo had conspired to end his mother's life. Meanwhile, Li Bo, engrossed in entertainment, suddenly noticed the water in the baptismal pool beginning to bubble. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "This is bad. The power is escalating too rapidly. His inner demons are taking hold." Just as he intended to intervene and extract W, Rog appeared and restrained him. Continue watching. Rog instructed, patting Li Bo's shoulder and waving his hand. A brilliant flash struck W, dissipating the heat emanating from the pool. Remarkably, the turmoil within the baptismal pool began to calm, and W's previously flushed face gradually regained its composure. Rog, what was that? It was astonishing. Can it also dispel inner demons? If there are more, please take whatever you need from my brother. Just grant me one, Li Bo implored, practically groveling. There is only this one. Once used, it's gone. If you desire it. I'm afraid I cannot provide, Rog replied, casting a disapproving glance at Li Bo, sensing his ulterior motives. That's so. Li Bo feigned disappointment, lamenting the loss of such a remarkable item. Now employed by the young bee, it's nearly time. We can bring him up now, Rog declared, crossing his arms and directing Li Bo. All right. Li Bo complied without further hesitation, gracefully concluding the baptismal ceremony. Though a sense of curiosity lingered in his mind about why he couldn't let W remain a while longer. Nonetheless, given Rog's command, he knew it was for the best. Now seated in the center of the pool, W had shed his juvenile appearance. The baptism had transformed him into the most perfect version of himself. His physique, a tapestry of muscle, combined with a stature nearing 2 meters, exuded a striking symmetry. However, despite his adult form, his psyche remained that of a child, a constant within him. Having just been invaded by inner demons, it was likely he would remain unconscious for some time. Yet this boy seems to have undergone some unique changes. Once he awakens, notify me that I shall take my leave in the B515 world for a while, Rog mused, stroking his chin as he observed the slumbering Duguya, a glint of consideration in his eyes. Understood, Rog. Please take care. Libo bowed and nodded in deference to Rog's departing figure. For now, let us place him in personal space, he remarked, tapping Duguya's head gently as he gazed at the unconscious Duguya. Rog's thoughts drifted back to his experiences in B515. Rog, I am Ji Changshin. A voice within his mind introduced itself. Startled, Rog furrowed his brow, puzzled as to how a deceased individual could communicate with him. By the time you heard this voice, I must have already perished. Ji Changshin's melancholic words resonated in his ears, that I leave this message to invite you to join us. Do not be hasty in your rejection. Upon hearing Ji Changshin's invitation to the Civil Revolutionary Army, Rog instinctively harbored thoughts of denial. I know the association has always been wary and suspicious of you. Otherwise, you would not still be a mere officer after all these years. Ji Changshin's words struck a chord within Rog. As one of the earliest established departments of the Jiangshi Society, Rog, as the leader of the first team, should have long been reassigned to the World Stabilization Administration, living a life of ease while awaiting the high-dimensional ascension. Instead, he found himself laboring as a mere squad leader within the Destruction Committee, tirelessly cleansing aberrant worlds while awaiting evaluations from superiors. Hoping for the opportunity to undergo the next baptism. In fact, it had been 25,000 years since Rog's last baptism, with the next one seeming impossibly distant, as if the timing of each baptism had been intentionally prolonged. Listen closely. The reason the association withholds higher-level baptisms from you is due to your history of multiple betrayals against the association in high-dimensional spaces. As your power and authority grow with each baptism, so too does the potential for your betrayal. Ji Changshin's words ignited a revelation within Rog, clarifying many lingering uncertainties. No wonder he frequently observed individuals of lesser caliber being reassigned. It was because they anticipated he might one day act disloyally against the association. Yet his strength and experience meant they could rely on him to confront stubborn cosmic resistance without the need to deploy additional members for assistance, leading them to seek a path for him to completely reconcile with the association. The somber words of Ji Changshin reverberated within Rog's mind, as the past seemed to dissipate like a fog, suddenly unveiled. There should be no doubts. The future influenced by this moment has already been smoothed over by our esteemed sage. Rog pondered, if what you say is true, then my future must indeed be altered, and the net of purity will surely take notice. Little did he realize that this too was accounted for by the sage mentioned by Ji Changshin. In truth, we only require you to perform one task. Simply deliver this chip to my son. Ji Changshin spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he were certain that Rog would comply without hesitation. Rog raised an eyebrow. Frankly, he despised the feeling of being orchestrated, as if every event was preordained and under someone else's dominion. This chip has the capability to soothe any mental influence, including the insidious effects of one's inner demons. It can generate a second avatar when one's consciousness is affixed to it. Rog's heart stirred. Was he merely seeking to protect his son's life? Indeed, Rog found it utterly incomprehensible why the Civil Revolutionary Army would require him to provide Duguya with a chip that could attach to his own second avatar. If it were for Duguya's protection, that would be exceedingly naive. The second avatar could only embody a fraction of your power. Once that power was expended, the chip would simply transform into a more resilient piece of metal. Therefore, it must not be used under any critical circumstances. This is something you must convey to Duguya. Do remember. After uttering these words, Ji Changshin's voice faded from Rog's consciousness, after thoroughly scanning his body with both spiritual and technological forces. Confirming that Ji Changshin had completely vanished, Rog finally felt at ease. As an exemplary destroyer, it is often these seemingly trivial matters that precipitate problems. Rog tossed the chip in his hand, gripping it tightly. He summoned all his strength and infused it into the chip, tinging it with a faint crimson hue of his consciousness. Once he felt he had imbued it with sufficient energy, Rog addressed his personal terminal, Shao Si. Open the passage to the baptism pool. The portal opened, and peering through, he discovered Dugia ensnared in the throes of his inner demons, prompting him to cast the chip and rescue the fortunate Dugia. Returning to the matter at hand, Dugia, now in Li Bo's personal space, appeared pale, his lips quivering, though he seemed to be recovering. Mama, Mama. The mother from his dreams drifted further away, and Dugia, unwilling to concede, reached out in vain. Mom. With a startled cry, Dugia awoke, gazing at the pristine white room, as if he had yet to escape the confines of his dream. Ah, our dear little one has awakened. Li Bo chuckled, having listened intently while Dugia called for his mother in his slumber. Where is this? Dugia looked up at Li Bo, inquiring. This is my personal space. What do you think? Quite sophisticated and formal, isn't it? The brightness is rather dazzling. Li Bo stood, gesturing to the blinding white walls. Yes, very formal. Dugia scratched his head, attempting to rise from the bed, offering a perfunctory reply. Observing this, Li Bo shouted into the terminal on his wrist. Rog, our little one has awakened. Rog responded, Li Bo, after he becomes familiar with your team, bring him directly here. With Rog's instruction, Li Bo took Dugia, who had just gotten up, and led him out. Hey, Bogo, what are you doing? I can walk by myself. Dugia was no longer the child he once was. Being led by two grown men felt rather peculiar. Oh, my apologies. I forgot. Li Bo smacked his forehead, suddenly remembering Dugia's towering stature of nearly 2 meters. Before them lay a domed hall, its ceiling adorned with floating clouds and a radiant sun. Remarkably, the sun's warmth felt genuine, despite merely being a mural etched into the ceiling. The sheer magnitude of the architecture was astounding to Dugia. In his recollection, even deities had never constructed such grand edifices. Thankfully, Rog had previously infused him with a plethora of diverse knowledge, preventing him from being overly astonished that, let's see, I think I should start with the association's specialized configurations. Li Bo turned and entered a stark white, gleaming spire. Remember, all these pure white structures are the association's buildings, including those in the realms of other teams. Li Bo spread his arms wide, indicating the architecture. This is the armory of world destruction. Of course, it's not free. It must be exchanged for merit. Adjacent to it is the weapon testing ground. Li Bo gestured towards the display case before them, explaining to Dugia, where's the testing ground? Dugia queried, gazing at the empty interior of the tower, confusion etched on his face. Dear one, activate the testing ground. Li Bo called out. As the command was issued, a slender fissure began to open within the tower. Li Bo propped it open to a size suitable for a person, beckoning Dugia to enter. The two crossed the expansive rift into an isolated space, which was devoid of anything but an immaculate whiteness. Save for a pedestal rising from the ground, Li Bo approached, gently tapping on the machinery. Rows of towering buildings sprang forth, layers of trees soared skyward, and pedestrians materialized seemingly out of thin air, so lifelike that even upon close inspection, one could scarcely discern them from real individuals. To truly differentiate the two, one would only need to observe the less than intelligent behavior of the constructs. Once Li Bo deemed it sufficient, he ceased his manipulation. Retrieving a handgun from the spatial compartment of his belt, gesturing for Dugia to come forward and try it out, Dugia timidly approached, taking the handgun from Li Bo's hand, asking, Bogo, how do I use this? Li Bo pointed to a figure ahead, saying, Do you see that person? Pull the trigger at him. Upon hearing this, Dugia quickly shook his head. I can't. Oh, what's it a fear? Just think of them as virtual beings. They are merely illusions, and they can't even see us, Li Bo replied, slightly exasperated but recognizing that everyone must start somewhere. Dugia closed his eyes, internally repeating, They're all fake. They're all fake. They're all fake. He then opened his eyes and aimed at the pedestrian engrossed in their phone, pulling the trigger. The bullet that burst forth shimmered with a translucent green light, oddly unlike anything of this world. Upon striking the figure, it did not penetrate but rather shattered, with fragments flying in all directions, piercing those nearby. Strangely, the individual struck seemed unaffected, continuing on their way, oblivious to the chaos around them. "What is this gun? Why does it not inflict any harm?" Duvia asked Li Bo. Seeking an explanation, Li Bo remained silent, urging him to observe further. Suddenly, the first victim, a man on the phone, clutched his neck. Gasping for breath, his face turning crimson, a passing woman approached, concerned for his well-being. But before she could offer assistance, the man transformed into a fur-covered werewolf. Upon encountering such a scene, the woman let out a piercing scream, her legs giving way beneath her as she collapsed to the ground, scattering the contents of her bag. Hearing her cry, the bystanders turned their gazes towards her, bewildered at the sight of a fantastical, furry werewolf that had seemingly materialized from nowhere, momentarily mistaking it for a cosplay performance. The newly transformed werewolf, irritated by the woman's shriek, swiftly turned to focus on the source of the noise, letting out a ferocious roar as it lunged towards the screaming woman, biting off half of her body in one swift motion. The scene instantly turned grotesquely bloody, after merely chewing a couple of bites. The werewolf found it unsatisfactory, discarding the remaining half of the woman and charging towards the panicked crowd. Witnessing this horrific turn of events, the onlookers abandoned all thoughts of shouting and fled with astonishing speed, pressing the accelerator to its limits in a desperate attempt to distance themselves from the scene of chaos. Moreover, those who had suffered injuries from the shrapnel began to undergo transformations, collapsing to the ground as they gasped for air. Yet, amidst the turmoil, the plight of these dozens of individuals seemed insignificant. "Mama! Mama! Where are you, Mama?" In the midst of the frantic crowd, a little girl clutched her teddy bear, sobbing as she searched for her mother. Meanwhile, the mother, swept away by the throng, hurriedly moved towards the direction of her child's cries. Alas, fate was unkind. Just moments ago, an elderly man had been grazed by shrapnel and was now gasping for breath. Kneeling on the ground, awaiting his transformation, standing ominously beside the little girl. Upon hearing the girl's cries, the elderly figure sprang to his feet, his back sprouting thick fur, followed by his arms, thighs, and neck. His eyes widened, turning crimson as saliva dripped from his mouth, fixating intently on the little girl. The girl, witnessing the elderly man transform into a scruffy werewolf in the blink of an eye, was paralyzed with fear. Rooted to the spot, without hesitation, the werewolf lunged at its prey, hurtling towards the girl. Just as the monstrous hand was about to grasp the child's arm, her mother arrived, scooping up the dazed little one and fleeing towards the densely packed crowd. Realizing its intended meal was slipping away, the werewolf, infuriated, transformed its hands into 4 legs and pursued the pair. The mother, sensing the distance closing in, decisively ducked into a nearby vehicle, slamming the door shut while tightly holding her daughter's head. She fixed her gaze on the charging werewolf, her eyes devoid of any fear. Observing the 2 prey hiding within this small enclosure, the elderly werewolf circled the vehicle, scrutinizing it intently. Occasionally, it would strike the vehicle, eliciting increasingly frantic cries from the little girl. The moment the werewolf heard her wails, its excitement escalated, and it struck even more vigorously. Unfortunately for the mother and daughter, they had sought refuge in a Nissan. And after a few strikes, the window shattered, creating a gaping hole just wide enough for the werewolf's arm to reach inside. Like a bird snatching its prey, the elderly werewolf clawed desperately at the mother and daughter. In a swift motion, the pair scrambled towards the passenger seat. Yet the already shattered glass could no longer impede the werewolf's advance, as the entire window lay in ruins, just as the mother and daughter were on the brink of meeting a grisly fate. Distant sounds of gunfire echoed, and 2 bullets shattered the werewolf's arm. Howling in agony, the creature attempted to rise cautiously with its other hand. The arriving armed police wasted no time, swiftly approaching to deliver 2 shots to its chest and head, bringing it down for good. Even after dispatching this werewolf, the officers did not linger, adopting a defensive stance as they circled its lifeless body, gradually moving forward, with the armed police having reached the scene. Some reckless young individuals paused, eager to capture this surreal spectacle on their phones. That a confrontation between the armed police and a werewolf was undoubtedly an exclusive story, bound to go viral online. Shortly thereafter, the local police arrived, erecting a cordon and cautioning the onlookers not to disseminate the incident online. Just as the situation began to stabilize, the deceased elderly werewolf's fingers began to swell ominously. In less than a minute, its body expanded grotesquely, resembling a balloon. Observing this alarming transformation, the crowd scattered like startled monkeys, fleeing the area in haste, for it was evident that an explosion was imminent. Anyone remaining in the vicinity would be deemed foolish. The police officer responsible for managing the crowd found it perplexing. Moments ago, the throng had been eager to surge forward, yet now they were retreating. Suddenly, a young man with a semblance of conscience shouted from within the crowd, "Run! That corpse is about to explode." What? The officers were taken aback, quickly turning to gaze at the body, which indeed had swelled into a balloon-like form. However, as law enforcement personnel, they could not retreat like the crowd. They promptly urged two bystanders still in shock to flee, while one officer grabbed his communication device to alert the command center. "These corpses may explode in a very short time. We must take precautions." They then sought cover behind two nearby vehicles, awaiting the unfolding events. Just as the two officers tucked away, the explosion erupted. The four closest vehicles were obliterated, but fortunately, their cover was sufficiently distant from the blast zone, sparing them from harm. This explosion was unlike conventional explosives. The rapidity of this detonation was unnerving, and the blast radius was far greater. Moreover, as the corpses exploded, a peculiar green mist enveloped the air, ominously hinting at impending doom. Indeed, not only did an explosion occur here, but those werewolves previously dispatched by the armed police also detonated one after another, resembling fireworks bursting in celebration, one after another. Officer Wong cautiously leaned out to assess the situation, inhaling the air, which was thick with the metallic scent of blood, surveying the ground, which appeared to have been bombarded. He recoiled slightly, signaling to his partner that it was safe. They both exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that the ordeal had finally subsided, hoping the damage was not too severe. Meanwhile, Dugya, observing the waning chaos, turned to Li Bo and inquired, "So, was the purpose of this gun to create larger werewolves to cause trouble for humanity?" Dugya questioned, puzzled, that Li Bo offered no explanation, instead manipulating the controls at the command center, causing the sun in the simulated environment to set abruptly. With a mere thought, he summoned Dugya to his side, and in an instant, they found themselves at Officer Wong's home. Earlier that morning, a perfectly healthy Wong now lay curled up in his blanket, trembling uncontrollably, his front teeth chattering as he muttered, "Cold. So cold. Why is it so cold tonight?" The moon hung high in the sky, its luminous gaze appearing especially round, casting an eerie glow through the window onto Wong's face. Under the moonlight, his body began to exhibit lupin characteristics. His jaw protruded, revealing sharp teeth, and his fur thickened. Yet the moonlight also dispelled his initial chill. The trembling ceased, his muscles grew powerful, and he appeared invigorated. Awo! Wong sat upright, transformed into a werewolf, and gazed out the window at the moon, unable to suppress a howl. With the first howl echoing through the night, similar sounds reverberated throughout the city, as if declaring the sovereignty of this territory. Under the moonlight, the city was engulfed in alarm, with sirens wailing in response. From above, the view revealed numerous fires ablaze, thick smoke billowing upwards. The cacophony of screams, explosions, and werewolf howls filled the air, but the most prevalent sound was that of gunfire. However, the morning's aftermath had already begun to spread. Upon killing a werewolf, it would transform into a high-yield mobile bomb. Following detonation, it would unleash a werewolf plague, rapidly disseminating through the air. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Li Bo clapped his hands and laughed heartily. The mastermind behind this design is truly a genius. Pricing it at 10 merits. W was momentarily taken aback by these words and replied, "Isn't this rather good? I find it quite perplexing. With such efficiency of dissemination, isn't it exceedingly simple to eradicate an entire planet? All we need to do is discreetly fire a few shots." W looked innocently at Li Bo, feeling a pang of frustration, retorted, "Are you really so oblivious? I mentioned before that cleansing the world cannot be achieved with weapons of the same frequency. In this era, we are already equipped with biological weapons, and the mutated transmission handgun is, in essence, a type of biological weapon. This implies that once you utilize it, you synchronize with the current universe. Li Bo pointed the handgun at him, but can also be used in other worlds, W countered, avoiding the gun's muzzle. Damn it, kid, your body has grown, yet your brain remains stagnant. Other worlds do not have the same rapid dissemination as this one. Li Bo pushed W's head, exasperated that W's foolishness had rubbed off on him, and wiped his hand clean. In a more primitive world devoid of biological weapons, a single shot could decimate an entire tribe or family. And then it would be over, never expanding outward, merely suffocating in place. That in more advanced universes, biological weapons are essentially standard equipment, and vaccines can be developed. In unconventional universes, the pathways of virus transmission are effectively sealed, rendering them almost non-existent. You see how useless it is? Li Bo tapped his head, feeling a headache coming on. Damn it, how did I ever think to buy this thing? Did I infect someone? W pondered deeply, realizing that it indeed seemed quite useless. Now that you understand, I will take you to this testing ground. Firstly, to inform you that there is a facility for weapon experimentation, and secondly, that some weapons produced by the association are truly crafted by brilliant minds, capable of leading to fatal consequences with no chance of return. After all, when purchasing items, you put your head in a buy. You can't just shove them back for a return, Li Bo lamented, seemingly on the verge of tears, recalling the strange maneuvers he had attempted in the past to secure a return. All right, let's go, you dolt. This is merely our first stop. We need to continue exploring. Li Bo had ceased to refer to him since witnessing Rog handing over the means to suppress inner demons to the clueless W, realizing that this boy was not sent here to meet his demise. Where are we headed next? W asked, showing no pretensions, knowing there would be plenty of time to examine weapons later, especially since his contribution score was still 0, limited to mere observation. Come on, I'll fly you over directly. These 3 buildings are quite distant. With that, Li Bo utilized his powers to lift W into the sky. After confirming their destination, they swiftly arrived at the scene at supersonic speed. This is the association's second main structure. The life restructuring chamber, Li Bo said, pointing at the elongated caterpillar-like object suspended in the air. The design of the chamber completely subverted the previous aesthetic of the association, featuring a floating hidden staircase at the entrance and an overall crooked form. Li Bo took a couple of steps forward, then turned back to say, "Come on, what are you still staring at?" W was momentarily stunned before quickly responding, "Oh," and followed closely behind Li Bo, feeling they had lingered long enough. Li Bo stepped up, only to misstep and stumbled. In a flurry of panic, he raised his right hand to his mouth and coughed. Ahem, hurry up and catch up. He then proceeded toward the other side of the restructuring chamber, inwardly grumbling. Why didn't they just let someone from the association design it in the first place? Why bring in some alien designers to integrate their style and make the association more diverse? Now, with this chaotic design, even entering is a hassle. Once he regained his footing, he turned and raised his foot, gently stepping up to as soon as his foot made contact, several layers of stairs appeared beneath him. W followed suit, and the two of them ascended the stairs as if strolling in mid-air. Upon nearing the entrance, a burst of red light scanned their bodies from head to toe. Beep. Identity confirmed. 2-star Department Officer Li Bo. 1-star Intern W. Welcome to the Life Restructuring Chamber. A refreshing mechanical voice resonated in their ears. This was the library's artificial intelligence, tasked with recognizing individual information, and their basic data was now fully recorded. Albeit still bearing the title of intern, Li Bo shrugged and said, "So when can I be officially promoted?" W asked, looking quizzically at Li Bo. The association's promotion process differs from other organizations. They will observe your abilities during your first assigned task and randomly assign you a rank of 1 to 3 stars. The higher the rank, the greater the individual's potential. But beyond that, I cannot provide further details, Li Bo said, resigned, clearly aware that certain matters were beyond his purview as an officer. Oh, by the way, the immortal body and mental permanence can only be attained once you possess an official employee badge as a formal member of the association. Li Bo added, "So, is that putting a bit of pressure on you? The mortality rate during promotion is quite high. You know, if you can get promoted, I certainly can too." W scoffed as they spoke. The two entered the interior of the life restructuring chamber, and the sight of the variously sized circular pods filled with tubes genuinely astonished W. who had never encountered such a scene before, though Rog had transmitted some advanced knowledge to him. Most of it pertained to advanced concepts, with only a small fraction related to future technologies, as if intentionally downplaying the information for him. Let's go. These leading circular pods are not our target. Our purpose lies deeper within, Libo remarked, noticing W's awestruck expression. Previously, at the testing site, Libo had hoped to witness this very scene, only to be surprised that W had not seemed particularly impressed at that time. Now, witnessing the life restructuring chamber's appearance genuinely brought him a sense of satisfaction, reminiscent of his own past experiences. The two continued deeper, and upon passing through a barrier, they discovered a sack-like mass of flesh suspended in the center of the entire space. Brother Bo, our objective isn't that, is it? W inquired, puzzled, gazing at the mass. What use could that possibly serve? To his astonishment, Libo nodded and declared, indeed, that is our target. With that, he led the way, pulling apart the flesh sack to create a narrow space. Eyeing Dugia, in response. W instinctively pulled back his hands as if to flee, nervously stammering, Brother Bo, you can't be serious. Are you asking me go in there? That's just too disgusting. Although Libo shared the same sentiment. He understood that certain roles required a FA. Of course, if you don't go in, who will? You have two choices. Either you go in on your own, or I'll assist you. An energy wave began to gather behind Libo, seemingly indicating that if W refused, he would be forcibly propelled inside. All right, I'll go in myself. W, seeing no other option, reluctantly stepped forward. Cautiously, he placed his hands on the two fleshy walls, expecting a slippery sensation, only to find them surprisingly smooth and dry, akin to a wall. W sighed in relief, thinking, thank goodness, it's not as disgusting as I feared. He then proceeded to step inside. The interior revealed a structure reminiscent of a vast expanse of space. Unlike any other, however, the air here felt thick and viscous, wrapping around their bodies without inducing any sensation of suffocation. Hey kid, in your mind, think about the words life restructuring. The voice of Libo echoed from outside, instructing him on the necessary operations. Upon receiving the command, Dugaya silently recited in his heart. Life restructuring, in an instant. Beams of golden light descended from the sky, coalescing into characters that expanded into a text interface for Libo to select from. This included options such as super robot modification, qigong body adaptation, and magical body adaptation, among others. After undergoing the baptism of the assimilation pool, newcomers are entitled to a complimentary selection opportunity, provided their merit points do not exceed 500. In essence, over 90% of the options within the life restructuring chamber are available for selection. Libo shouted basic knowledge loudly from outside, anxious that Dugaya might not hear him, deliberately saving the crucial information for last. However, it is essential to note that the initial selection paves the way for the subsequent baptism process. It can be said that your future dimensional baptism will largely mirror your first choice, enhancing until your dimensional ascension is achieved. Libo's words awakened Dugaya to the significance of this first selection. Wasting that initial choice would lead to considerable complications should he wish to make alterations later on. After rummaging through the options without finding anything particularly appealing, Dugaya called out to Libo for some insider insight. Brobo, with so many modifications available, which one should I choose? Choose freely. Choose freely. The potential for development is essentially equal across the board that if you truly cannot decide, lean towards the direction of spiritual energy and celestial power. Libo bellowed, his loud voice causing Dugaya's ears to ache. Freely? Then I shall choose the rule type mental adaptation time rule. Just as Dugaya pressed the confirmation button to accept the modification, Libo's voice boomed again from the entrance. Whatever you do, do not choose the rule type modification. That is a trap. Even if you must choose, avoid the mental modification at all costs. While physical modifications can be cleansed from contamination, mental modifications leave you at the mercy of fate. Hearing this, Dugaya panicked, his limbs flailing in a desperate attempt to escape the thick, encroaching gas. This viscous gas seemed to grasp at something favorable, surging towards Dugaya's head, as if exclaiming, Aha! Finally, I've caught a rule-type mental change candidate. Time to make a sale. Once the life restructuring chamber confirmed the direction of adaptation, it began to pulsate like a heart. unbeknownst to the outside world. Li Bo observed the narrowing door that had closed upon entry for modification, thinking to himself, another favor. If my clever mind leads to a perfectly aligned path, and this fellow then shares it with Brother Luo, my 2-star department official status will surely elevate to 3 stars, promotions and pay raises. The future awaits me. Lost in these thoughts, Li Bo could not help but drool, while Li Bo was still immersed in his fantasies. The central chamber ceased its pulsation, erupting in a cloud of steam that dispersed in all directions. Amidst the swirling smoke, the narrow door opened, revealing a humanoid figure, none other than Du Gaia. Just as Li Bo leaned in to examine what modifications had been made, Du Gaia sprang up, grabbing Li Bo by the neck and shaking him. "Damn it, why don't you get to the point when you speak? Why save it for the end? I chose the rule-type mental adaptation." Li Bo, nearly gasping for air from the vigorous shaking, was momentarily stunned by the revelation. "What? You chose the rule type, and it's the mental category?" He was taken aback, having encouraged a free choice, yet here was Du Gaia choosing the most expensive option. However, he quickly regained his composure. It's all right. What specific rule did you select?" "Time," Du Gaia replied. Upon hearing this, Li Bo's expression shifted dramatically, and he placed his right hand on his abdomen, gesturing left and right as he muttered, "Amen, may the Lord bless you." Seeing Li Bo pray for him, Du Gaia's frustration boiled over. "Damn it. What now? Why that expression? Explain yourself." Li Bo looked at Du Gaia with a sympathetic gaze that, in truth, rule types can be quite powerful. And in that respect, you have indeed chosen a modification with immense potential. However, mental types are among the rarest of Destroyer's domains, and neither of us belong there. More critically, the time rule, a Destroyer's realm, was chosen by you. Du Gaia anxiously clutched Li Bo's arm, asking, "Why don't Destroyers choose the time rule?" Li Bo chuckled lightly and replied, "Because the time and space rules are keys to higher dimensions. Any world of slightly higher levels will encounter these too. Conversely, the worlds that Destroyers cleanse typically operate at this level, and most first transitions occur in worlds below this tier. Given the experience, the mortality rate for transition missions is exceedingly high. In fact, your chances of survival on the first mission are barely 1%. It is a grim scenario that Du Gaia, upon hearing this, felt a wave of despair wash over him, his eyes vacant as he slumped down. Yet Li Bo, observing Du Gaia's dejection, spoke softly, "But there is still hope." "What hope?" Du Gaia shot up from the ground, eagerly awaiting Li Bo's next words. "Fear not. It was Brother Luo who sent you here. Brother Luo is a team leader, the most experienced among us. He has seen it all," Li Bo said dismissively. "Right, and Brother Luo is so capable. He must have a way." Du Gaia clung to Li Bo's words as if they were a lifeline. "Indeed, after we check out the Scripture Pavilion and personal space, I will take you to meet Brother Luo," Li Bo stated calmly, observing Du Gaia's impatience. "Then let's hurry and go," Du Gaia urged, grabbing Li Bo's hand. "Do you know the way? Just lead me. I'll follow you." With that, he took off into the sky, heading towards a grand palace suspended in midair. The palace, pristine white, perfectly aligned with the association's aesthetic, stood in stark contrast to the bizarre shape of the life restructuring chamber, appearing orderly and structured. They flew directly through the entrance, prompting Du Gaia to inquire, "Why is there no security here?" The first and second floors of the library are accessible to individuals of any rank, including the families residing here, Li Bo explained quietly. "Families? Are there still families here?" Du Gaia seized upon the key term. "Of course, the association maintains certain families to assist us formal employees, providing information, entertainment, and various services." Li Bo pointed towards some oddly shaped buildings in the distance. "However, typically, each team has just one family's representative. While you can interact with them, it is advisable not to engage too deeply. Under normal circumstances, these families can be of great assistance. You'll see when we visit your personal space," he continued, leading Du Gaia towards the 3rd floor of the library. Upon reaching the entrance to the 3rd floor, the doors indeed appeared. Li Bo approached and scanned his identification card, then requested Du Gaia's card to place on the stone tablet, resembling a book. Beep. Identity confirmed. 2-star department official Li Bo, 1-star intern Du Gaia. "Welcome to the 3rd floor of the Scripture Pavilion. please proceed to retrieve the auxiliary brain chip. Li Bo, the mechanical voice emanating from a stone table, seemed to exude a level of intelligence surpassing even that of the life-restructuring chamber. Li Bo casually seized a nearby auxiliary brain chip that had risen, and promptly struck the back of the dazed Dugia's head with it. A cry of pain escaped as the chip transformed into a pool of silvery liquid. Hovering above the scalp, its front end forming sharp spikes that violently plunged towards Dugia's head. The sudden, agonizing pain caused Dugia to collapse to the ground, clutching his head as if to tear his scalp apart. Before long, the pain dissipated, and a message indicating that the connection with the personal terminal was complete flashed in his mind. After finally catching his breath, Dugia admonished Li Bo loudly. "Why didn't you warn me before striking?" Li Bo, with an air of nonchalance, patted his shoulder and replied, "It's nothing for a man to endure a bit of pain. Just bear with it." Dugia, exasperated, swatted his hand away and questioned, "So, Brother Bo, what exactly is this thing? Are you wearing it to catch your breath?" He already said it's an auxiliary brain. Bo pointed at his head and explained, to fully articulate the comprehension of a certain power technique requires substantial storage capacity. If you rely solely on your own brain, grasping a celestial level skill would take at least a month, and you must be highly attuned to the skill's master. Upon hearing this explanation from Li Bo, Dugia understood. Oh, so this auxiliary brain serves as a storage and comprehension device. Noticing that Dugia had grasped his words, Li Bo nodded and led the way inside. The space within the sutra repository was vast, resembling a sprawling prairie filled with books, yet it still had an endpoint. Just as Dugia thought they had reached their destination and was about to pause to admire the collection, Li Bo manipulated Dugia's body once more, propelling him towards the end of the book corridor. They soared through layer after layer, reaching the 80th level without any sign of slowing down. Dugia, with a bitter expression, inquired, "Brother Bo, how many more levels?" Li Bo chuckled, "How many? There are over 900 layers left. Our target is the central library system on the 999th floor." Dugia's head filled with question marks. 999 layers? How many books could that possibly entail? "What? Are you complaining about the pace?" Li Bo glanced at the bewildered Dugia. "Yes, I feel it would be better to be quicker." Eager to meet Roger sooner, Dugia felt an urge to hasten when he learned they still had such a long way to go. "Well then, prepare yourself mentally, but at least you've undergone a trial, so you should be able to endure it." With that, Li Bo halted, assuming a sprinter stance before launching forward, the force of his takeoff transforming into light speed, stopping abruptly within 2 seconds, for no reason other than they had arrived. Dugia, still reeling, felt as if his neck might snap. Although his body had reached an invincible state within the galaxy, he had never acclimatized to light speed, making it feel overwhelmingly swift. How was that? Fast enough? Li Bo squinted his eyes, wearing a slight smile. Ugh, just wait. That sudden stop was definitely intentional. Dugia felt a wave of nausea. Such a sudden acceleration was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. "Enough chatter. Follow me." With that, Li Bo stepped through the light gate, not bothering to engage Dugia further, seemingly urging him to finish up and enter. After regaining some composure, Dugia glanced at the light gate and, with great difficulty, followed him inside. Once again entering an unknown wormhole space, Dugia spotted Li Bo waiting for him from a distance. Observing Dugia still dawdling, Li Bo waved and shouted, "Hurry up." After saying this, he stepped through first, leaving a bewildered Dugia standing before the stone door. "Hey, at least tell me how to get in. How does this door open?" "Open sesame," he exclaimed, but the entrance remained silent. Frustrated, he struck the stone pedestal once more, yet the door remained unresponsive. As he prepared to kick the door, it unexpectedly swung open on its own. "What are you doing?" Li Bo inquired, watching Dugia, who was poised to kick that eye. "I don't know how to open the door," Dugia admitted weakly. "Are you foolish? Can't you mimic how I opened it before? What a disaster. Are you even capable of passing this initiation?" Li Bo remarked, exasperated. With that, he touched the stone pedestal, swiped his identification badge, and the grand entrance swung open, turning back to Dugia to say, "If worst comes to worst, you can always ask your personal terminal for assistance. Don't hesitate to explore." After that, the two crossed the threshold into the central library. The appearance of this place starkly contrasted with the outside, housing only 100 or so machines, each accompanied by a long strip of paper connected to the machines via tubes. Li Bo seated Duguya in one of the machines, placing the strip behind Duguya's head, and instructed, silently recite, Sutra Repository. Upon hearing Li Bo's command, Duguya mentally complied, and in an instant, it felt as though he had entered a starry cosmos. With twinkling points of light dazzling in every direction, overwhelming the senses. With a mere gesture, stars surged towards him, materializing before his eyes, inscribed with the words Great Celestial Transformation Palm, profound level. Exercising caution, Duguya asked Li Bo, "How many books can one person select, Brother Bo? And could you recommend a few? There are simply too many books here for me to choose from. Just pick at random. It largely depends on luck. You can even let the machine select techniques that suit you. Remember, you can choose a maximum of 3. Anything more, and you won't be able to digest it all at once if the levels are particularly high. 1 is sufficient. The auxiliary brain also requires time to process." Hearing this, Duguya felt reassured and turned to discard the Great Celestial Transformation Palm in favor of a more tailored selection. To his surprise, 2 beams of light shot from afar, crashing heavily before him. As the brilliance faded, 2 books became visible. One crimson and the other violet, clearly not of ordinary caliber. Molecular Reconstruction Technique, Category, Rule-Based Mental Magic. Level, Earth Grade, Effect. Enables the reconstruction of molecules of unclaimed targets, ineffective against entities with mental attachments. Creation Transformation Technique, Category, Rule-Based Reality Immortal Art. Level, Celestial Grade, Effect. Grants the created object 36 methods and 72 techniques. The extent of ability depends on the caster and the recipient. Seeing that one was Celestial Grade and the other Earth Grade, both appearing quite impressive, Duguya snatched them without a second thought. However, an overwhelming torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, turning it into a chaotic mush. While the temperature of the auxiliary brain rapidly escalated, just as he felt he might not endure it any longer, a voice echoed in his mind. Creation Transformation Technique and Molecular Reconstruction Technique have been recorded. Dazed, Duguya felt a wave of relief wash over him. During the moment when the auxiliary brain had overheated, he had feared that his mind was about to fry, faintly hearing the sound of his brain's contents bubbling. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, if your body lacks magic, you won't be able to utilize it. I trust you understand this simple principle without needing me to elaborate. Hey, why haven't you made your selections yet? Just let the system choose for you. Don't pick for yourself unless you're sure they align. Otherwise, mastering the techniques will be futile. The system will prioritize selecting those that fit you. But it doesn't guarantee complete compatibility. Li Bo's infuriating voice chimed in from the side. Duguya's face began to twitch with frustration. Seriously, do you have a problem? Important information always slips your mind? Duguya looked at Li Bo, exasperated. Li Bo, realizing his fault, turned his head away. You didn't actually select, did you? I chose 1 rule-based magic and 1 immortal technique. Duguya lamented, but at least one is Celestial Grade and the other Earth Grade. They're not ordinary items. Actually, you can extend the recording time. Did I not mention that before? Oh, it seems I did not. Li Bo stroked his chin thoughtfully, yet he could not conjure any substantial ideas. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. You could substitute your rule-based adaptability for the driving force of magic and celestial power. With a stroke of luck, the potency might even be amplified, as long as the prerequisites can be activated. Li Bo continued to pick his nose, speaking nonchalantly. Ever since he contemplated that Team Leader Luo could resolve these issues, especially given that the inner demons had been vanquished, he felt no anxiety whatsoever. Such trifling matters were mere trifles to Team Leader Luo. Lost in thought, he removed the patch connected to Duguya's nape and began to walk to the side with him. Hey, Bo-gu, aren't we supposed to return the same way? Why are we veering off to the side? Upon hearing Duguya's inquiry, Li Bo remained silent, strolling to the side before pressing a button beside a stone pillar. A beam of light illuminated Duguya's eyes, and an elevator door materialized before the two. Li Bo hurriedly pulled the astonished Duguya into the elevator. After pressing the button for the first floor, the air within the elevator seemed to solidify. So, this Sutra repository has an elevator. Duguya broke the awkward silence, speaking first. Li Bo remained silent, his expression earnest as he nodded with his arms crossed. Then take me flying over, Duguya exclaimed, grasping Li Bo by the neck. Isn't that faster? A real man should fly over. This dimensional elevator lacks any excitement. Li Bo retorted stubbornly, adhering to his life principle that while other parts of his body might yield, his mouth must remain steadfast. They had not slowed significantly since they began chatting, and soon they reached the first floor. Let us go. The final stop is the personal space. After we check out the personal space, I will take you to meet team leader Luo, Li Bo stated, standing beside Dugya. Dear, activate the personal space claim portal. Receive teleportation will commence in 5 seconds. The two stood by, awaiting the initiation of the teleportation. As the shimmering lights flickered, they arrived at the personal space claim area. Once the luminescence coalesced, an elderly man called out, "Oh, more members from Team 400 are here to claim spaces again." Why do I say again? You old coot. Shut your mouth. Every visit, you nag incessantly. Ibo seemed quite irked by the elderly man, and they immediately began quarreling upon meeting. Hey, you little brat, don't come back in a few days claiming the space again. The old man replied with a mocking tone, "Be Ogo. Who is this person?" Dugya quietly inquired of Li Bo. His name is Yin Shizhong. I've heard he is of the same generation as team leader Luo. However, he was already an old man when he joined the Pure World Association, so he never considered reverting to his youthful state. Also, I advise you to minimize interactions with him. This man has a warped psyche. Li Bo whispered disparagingly about Yin Shizhong, while the old man's ears perked up, evidently catching wind of the conversation. However, being old in body and mind, he paid no heed, waving his hand dismissively to conjure a glass marble-sized space and presented it before the two. No way, Yin Lao Tu. How come this space is even smaller than the last time? Li Bo's face turned ashen. Was this man really so petty that he would give someone a smaller space after a few words? I'm not the person you think I am. This was given considering the mortality rate of your team 400. If I gave you a larger one, you wouldn't even be able to utilize it. Yin Shizhong remarked, seemingly aware of Li Bo's insinuations, yet he continued speaking to himself. Bah, are you cursing him, Adai? I'll tell you, he is no ordinary person. He is personally brought here by team leader Luo. Li Bo patted Dugya on the shoulder, raising his head as he spoke. Brought by team leader Luo? Upon hearing this, Yin Shizhong immediately straightened up. If it's someone brought by team leader Luo, they shouldn't be easy to kill. That previous space can be disregarded. Come, take this one. That upon mentioning Luo Ji's name, Yin Shizhong deftly selected the largest marble from a collection of glass marbles, which was significantly larger than the initial space sphere. Seeing that the space sphere given to Dugya was even larger than the one he received in the past, Li Bo instantly felt a pang of imbalance. Damn you, old man. The moment you hear it's someone from team leader Luo, you're all too eager to flatter him. Team leader Luo, I isn't even here. What is the use of your flattery? Li Bo shot a scornful look at Yin Shizhong, although he felt a twinge of concern over his title as #1 sycophant. The moment you mention team leader Luo, you switch gears. This clearly shows you look down on me. Li Bo declared, pointing at himself with his thumb. Yin Shizhong cast a disdainful glance at Li Bo, who seemed to think he was so impressive. What are you to compare with team leader Luo? The worlds he has obliterated exceed the meals you've consumed. Upon hearing this, Li Bo appeared somewhat embarrassed and sought to extricate himself from the situation. We're leaving now. I still need to take this kid to meet team leader Luo. This is a specific instruction from team leader Luo. As Li Bo spoke, he showcased his prowess as the #1 sycophant. Yet he remained oblivious to how increasingly uncomfortable Yin Shizhong appeared. Are you leaving on your own, or should I assist you in leaving? Upon hearing Yin Shizhong's remark, Li Bo shrank his head and quickly took off running with Dugya. Slow down, Bogo. Is Yin Shizhong really powerful? Dugya panted, nearly out of breath, addressing Li Bo. What do you think? He is from the same batch as team leader Luo. How could he not be powerful? Li Bo replied incredulously, then turned to glance at the space orb clutched in Dugya's palm. All right, this should suffice. Let us settle here. Quickly probe your consciousness into the space orb and see what unfolds. Dugya looked around, realizing that after running around with Li Bo, they had ended up outside the source universe, surrounded by the biting cold winds that seemed capable of stripping away his very soul. Noticing the radiant glow surrounding him, He understood that Li Bo had shielded him in the void. With his mind no longer wandering, he directed his consciousness into the space orb, enveloping it entirely, and discovered a minute opening. Without further thought, he approached the entrance and pulled it toward the void, anchoring it in place. The space orb remained the same size, yet its surroundings gradually stabilized within 10 meters. With no further occurrences of void fissures or fluctuations "Oh, how do we get in?" Dugia asked, his expression one of bewilderment as he looked at Li Bo responded, "Is that even a question? When in doubt, consult the personal terminal. Quickly tap your personal terminal twice to awaken it." Upon hearing this, Dugia lightly tapped the spherical device on his wrist. A series of chimes rang out, and a transparent spherical projection emerged from his wrist. "Welcome, Destroyer Dugia. I am your personal terminal. Please construct my exclusive image and voice in your mind," the spherical projection announced. Dugia pondered, but, given his youthful experience, could not conceive of any particularly unique image. He opted instead for the original mechanical voice and altered color of the spherical form as the image of his personal terminal, naming it Black Sphere. Settings completed. "Welcome, member Dugia. I am Black Sphere. How may I assist you?" Upon receiving Dugia's mental image, Black Sphere inquired. Meanwhile, Li Bo observed the color change of Dugia's personal terminal with increasing disdain. "Ah, the folly of youth." Black Sphere, open the personal space. Dugia finally grasped the utility of the personal terminal and successfully opened his exclusive personal space. The entrance to the personal space manifested in a swirling vortex, and Li Bo took the lead, stepping inside. Once inside, they found the entire space to be pristine white, immaculate and devoid of any objects. However, the space was indeed vast, and despite its whiteness, the boundaries exuded a sense of hazy edges. "Let us furnish your space a bit. It will be easier to host guests later." Li Bo remarked that he had lost count of how many times he had witnessed the vast expanse of whiteness before him. Upon hearing this, Dugia began to ponder what kind of scene could be deemed truly remarkable. However, he could conjure no inspiration and ultimately decided to use his former residence as the central object of the entire space. As Li Bo observed the gradually spreading grasslands and buildings, he mused to himself about the kind of space this young man would construct. Before long, the creative force came to a halt, leaving Li Bo speechless. "Seriously? In such a vast expanse, you've only utilized this little bit? At least build a few more houses." It was fortunate that Li Bo had requested a larger space for him. He had not anticipated that it would only occupy such a small area. Once Dugia completed the construction, he flung open the door, dashed over to Li Bo, and exclaimed, "What do you think? My home." Seeing the excitement radiating from Dugia, Li Bo felt hesitant to dampen his spirits and replied, "It's quite nice, really." With a perfunctory response, he hoped to swiftly move past this phase. However, Dugia's enthusiasm only grew. Come, let me show you my home." With that, he rushed back into the room. Noticing that Li Bo had yet to enter, he poked his head out and waved for him to follow. Reluctantly, Li Bo complied. "This is the hall, the place where I used to play as a child. I often ran around here. This is my room. Though it is somewhat small and narrow, I feel it suits me perfectly. Look, my old toys hidden in the bricks." Dugia excitedly presented to Li Bo, pulling out a small paper figure he had concealed beneath a brick, showcasing it with pride. "And over here, I wanted a box." He began, but hesitated, as if struggling to recall its contents. What was in that box again? Lacking Dugia's memory, the creative force could not manifest things that did not exist, seeing him still pondering the box's contents. Li Bo interrupted, "Stop dwelling on what might be in the box. Hurry and meet team leader Luo. He's been waiting for you for quite a while. Any issues, you can sort them out later." With that, he sent a request to the personal terminal for transport to the B515 world. The request to travel to the B515 world was approved. "Please check for missing items. Ensure your safety and await transfer." Li Bo quickly pulled Dugia to his side and shouted into the air, "Transport." A flash of light engulfed them, their forms transforming into two orbs as they were transmitted through the temporal passage to the world of B515. Seated quietly on the steam platform, Luo Gu gazed into the distance at the rising plumes of smoke, his eyes lost in contemplation. To be frank, In his understanding, Ji Changxin was a person who would rise early only for profit. His early life had endowed him with a certain awareness of human nature. Thus, one could argue that his loyalty to love was somewhat justifiable. Yet, Luo Gu found it difficult to comprehend one aspect. How could someone like Ji Changxin, who placed immense value on life, gamble and follow the path they envisioned? Even if interest could drive one to act, based on Luo Ji's understanding of Ji Changxin. He would never take a gamble unless he had 100% certainty. As he pondered this, Luo Gu realized that things were growing increasingly suspicious in his previous conversations with Ji Changxin, including the subsequent echoes in his mind. Every aspect seemed to place Luo Gu firmly within the other's grasp. That it could be said that every action Luo Gu took was anticipated by the other party. This was quite intriguing. A wicked smile crept across Luo Ji's lips, and before he could dwell further on it, he received a request for the two individuals to come to B515. Without a moment's hesitation. He approved it. Upon their arrival, the two respectfully called out, Team Leader Luo. The B515 world was a small-scale realm, predominantly consisting of a steam-powered high-tech environment, characterized by a notably low overall level of development. The strongest forces here barely reached the threshold of nuclear energy. Thus, upon entering this inferior world, the two felt a lingering discomfort. Du Gaia was relatively unaffected, as he was accustomed to this level. He had not utilized his star-level strength extensively. Li Bo, on the other hand, felt utterly out of sorts upon entry. Luo Gu acknowledged their greeting with a nod and addressed Li Bo, "You've handled most of your tasks, I presume." Li Bo nodded, but awkwardly admitted, "I've covered the basic understandings in personal space and discussed the significant structures. Everything that needed to be said has been said, except for a minor mishap." He raised his hand, making a small gesture. Luo Gu frowned, wondering how a simple task could lead to a minor error. Before he could voice his thoughts, Li Bo interjected, "It was during the life reconstruction chamber that I mentioned a precaution too late. The little rascal chose too quickly and ended up selecting." Luo Gu was at a loss for words. How could there be a problem in selecting a developmental direction in the life reconstruction chamber? What did he choose? Hearing Luo Ji's booming voice startled Li Bo. He chose a rule-type mental adaptation time law. Luo Gu was dumbfounded. They dared to select a rule-type mental law, and one related to time at that. They didn't even pause to think. The other rule types all began in the 4-digit range, and suddenly a 3-digit one appeared. Clearly problematic. "Luo, is there still hope?" Li Bo asked timidly. "Oh, there's more." Luo Gu chuckled lightly, waiting for Li Bo to continue. And when selecting techniques in the sutra repository, the little rascal chose too quickly, insisting on going with his instincts, and ended up selecting a celestial-level technique along with a terrestrial-level technique. As Luo Gu inquired, Li Bo pointed at Du Gaia's head. Upon hearing this, Luo Gu exhaled in relief, picking up a nearby cup of coffee and taking a sip. Not bad. At least he recognized that one cannot bite off more than one can chew. Opting for one celestial and one terrestrial technique, that if he had chosen another technique, it would have been quite the wait. By the way, what techniques did he select? Molecular recombination technique and creation transformation technique. Molecular recombination technique and creation transformation technique. Luo Gu mused, sipping his coffee and reflecting. What on earth? Initially, Luo Gu didn't perceive any issues, but as his assistant reviewed the information on the two books, he realized one pertained to magic while the other was related to celestial arts. That Du Gaia was reconstructing a rule-type mental law. Wasn't he that tantamount to directly forfeiting 2 beginner benefits? Once Luo Gu finished speaking, he would have to undergo a formal assessment. "Li Bo, you truly excel at training new recruits. That I suddenly feel that the high mortality rate of your team, 433, stems from your guidance." Luo Gu narrowed his eyes at Li Bo, delivering a menacing remark. Li Bo awkwardly stepped back. No, it's all this little rascal's own doing." You always fail to get to the point," Du Gaia interjected, unable to hold back any longer. This how you mentor someone? Why do you shift all the blame onto the newcomer?" Luo Gu, having little patience left, recognized from the onset that there was something amiss with Du Gaia's approach. Now that the deed was done, further entanglements would bear no significance. That he waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. Li Bo, as if receiving a royal decree, hastily opened a portal and departed without a backward glance, eager to escape the battlefield. Once the bothersome presence had vacated, Luo Gu turned to Du Gaia and said, "I am a friend of your father. Though your memories of your family may be somewhat hazy, it matters not. I can describe them to you." Upon seeing Du Gaia's eyes filled with anticipation, Luo Gu did not withhold any information. "Your father was also brought into the Purification Society by me. He was much like you, young and vibrant. However, unlike you, he possessed remarkable intelligence." As the conversation shifted to him, Du Gaia scratched his head, remaining silent as he awaited Luo Ji's further words. "Intelligent enough to eliminate 2 of my capable subordinates during a collaborative cleanup. I must say that's quite impressive." As Luo Gu spoke, he clapped his hands, for even he, under such collaborative rules, might not escape unscathed from 2 individuals stronger than himself. This was indeed exceptional. Point 1 must understand that collaborative cleanups are bound by world limitations and the rules of the association. There must have been a compelling reason for his father to act in such a manner. For reasons unknown, Doug Wiaz harbored an inexplicable confidence in his father, the origins of which remain a mystery. Indeed, in a certain sense, this assertion holds true. Rog shook his head and continued. The 2 individuals he killed were named Lu Bing and Li Hong. Lu Bing was a ruthless killer, slaying those he deemed unsatisfactory before their very eyes, while Li Hong was a treacherous scoundrel, notorious for stabbing others in the back. Both of these men had set their sights on your father. However, even if your father had not taken their lives, I would have personally dealt with them. Leaning back on the platform, Rog gazed skyward, seemingly lost in thought. "So, does that mean my father only kills those who deserve it?" Doug Wiaz asked innocently, perhaps believing that a child's father could do no wrong. Rog refrained from further comment. For a child lacking in social experience, seeing was far more important than hearing. "Shao Si, return to personal space," Rog commanded, summoning a portal to depart. Noticing Rog's sudden disregard for him, Doug Wiaz quickly called out, "Hey Rog, why are you leaving so suddenly? How do I get out of here?" Yet Rog merely cast him a glance without uttering a word, and in the final moment before the portal activated, he tossed a spherical energy orb towards the sky. When Rog vanished, the orb detonated, unleashing a purple haze that enveloped the entire city. "Hey Chio, return to personal space," Doug Wiaz exclaimed, tapping the back of his head as he spoke to his personal terminal. "Hey Chio received. Estimated wait time, 2 hours. Please be patient, Apprentice Destroyer," the terminal echoed back. Doug Wiaz, who had anticipated a mere 2-hour wait for the teleportation, was unexpectedly ensnared by a massive net that floated down from the sky. Although his strength was suppressed, relying solely on the grand net to capture Doug Wiaz proved to be a rather fanciful endeavor. With a slight exertion, he found the net straining against his will. Observing this, 2 steam robots grew more excited and launched 2 smaller nets upon him. Just as he was about to break free, Doug Wiaz found himself ensnared by the additional nets, escalating the situation. Without concern for anything else, he began to tense his muscles, striving to tear apart the bindings. To his surprise, the smaller nets, though diminutive, were remarkably sturdy and resilient, expanding as Doug Wiaz exerted force, denying him any opportunity for escape. Realizing this, Doug Wiaz gauged his leg's strength and leaped down from the platform. Despite being ensnared, his agility remained unaffected as he darted through the gaps of the upper levels. The steam soldiers, enraged at the imminent loss of their quarry, vented steam from their heads, their faces emitting incessant beeping signals as they pursued Doug Wiaz in the direction he fled. As he navigated through the increasingly dense ranks of steam soldiers, Doug Wiaz's impressive leg strength allowed him to evade capture, breaking through the encirclement. Unfortunately, being unfamiliar with the terrain, he soon found himself surrounded by the steam soldiers who had been strategically deployed. Faced with the overwhelming presence of steam soldiers, Doug Wiaz recklessly charged toward a nearby girl, gripping her neck with one hand, demanding, "What do you want from me? Why are you capturing me?" The steam soldiers, taken aback by his threat to the girl, hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, as if receiving a signal, they parted to reveal an elderly man who approached with a cane, limping towards Doug Wiaz. "Release that poor child," he implored, and Doug Wiaz instinctively took a step back, pulling the girl further away. "I can resolve your issues. Just let her go," The elder spoke slowly, as if confident that Dugwiaz would comply. The atmosphere grew tense, with neither side willing to make a move. Unable to contain himself, Dugwiaz broke the silence, asking, "What do you want with me?" "Young man, please don't hold it against us for apprehending you. It is simply because this man informed us that you possess the antidote," the elder replied, gesturing to a projected image displayed by the steam soldiers. Revealing none other than Rog. This meant that Rog had orchestrated his capture, but for what purpose? Wait. What do you mean by an antidote?" Dugwiaz questioned, realizing a critical gap in information. Sighing, the elderly man explained. "For a long time, a virus has circulated on our planet, one that spreads rapidly in moisture-laden environments. Once infected, individuals age swiftly upon reaching 30, reducing their lifespan from a potential 180 years to merely 30. He pointed to himself, his voice laden with gravity. "Do not be fooled by my old appearance. I am only 50. After a moment of contemplation, the elder continued, initially coming with a mere curiosity. However, witnessing Dugwiaz's remarkable physical prowess made him reconsider the validity of the claims he had heard. Dugwiaz, furrowing his brow, realized that the true issue was not a lack of understanding, but rather that he genuinely possessed no antidote. Did he describe what the antidote looks like? He expressed his confusion. The elder, taken aback, responded, "You mean to say that the antidote is in your possession, yet you do not know its appearance?" Gripping his cane tightly, he continued, "The individual in the projection stated you could resolve this calamity, specifically naming you as the one with the antidote, yet did not describe it further." Having expressed their sincerity, the Navi, Dugwiaz, released the girl he had been restraining and addressed the elder. "I know the person in the projection, but I must leave immediately. Once I return and inquire about the antidote, I shall come back to assist you. Is that agreeable?" The steam soldiers, upon hearing this, tightened their grips on their weapons, awaiting the elder's directive. "I do not currently know the answer, nor can I aid you in this matter. However, I assure you that once I return, I will have a solution." Dugwiaz declared loudly to all present, "Very well, we trust you. When do you anticipate departing, and when might you return?" The elder nodded, seemingly convinced by Dugwiaz's words. Dugwiaz hesitated, having prepared for an explanation. "I have approximately an hour and a half before I leave. But I cannot say when I will return. I must undergo a trial. In truth, I am not from your world, an outsider." The elder appeared surprised yet somehow unsurprised, as if he had anticipated this revelation. "By the way, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Hongmin." Jiang Hongmin showed no doubt regarding Dugwiaz's claim of being from another world, as if he had known all along, based on your previous statement. "You are currently unaware of the form the antidote takes, correct?" He confirmed, as if reaching a conclusion in his mind. "Indeed, if possible, I would like to see the video Rog left behind," Dugwiaz responded. Jiang Hongmin nodded in acknowledgement. Raising his hand to signal the tense steam soldiers to lower their weapons, he then summoned a hovering vehicle, gesturing for Dugwiaz to join him for further discussion. Their vehicle was unlike anything one might imagine, possessing a rounded, robust design. With 3 jet nozzles beneath, it hovered effortlessly in the AI. As Dugwiaz set aside his suspicions and entered the vehicle, he noticed the door remained ajar, prompting a puzzled glance at Jiang Hongmin. "Oh, just a moment. I am waiting for her to join us." Jiang Hongmin's words seemed directed at the little girl outside, leaving Doogie in a state of confusion before he could collect his thoughts. 2 steam soldiers had already ushered the little girl into the vehicle, and the door finally closed behind them. I am Anshi. Why have you brought me here?" The little girl stammered, bewildered by the actions of the steam soldiers who had taken her aboard. In this unfamiliar environment, Anshi appeared quite uneasy, curling up in a corner of the vehicle. Doogie also felt a sense of embarrassment over the earlier incident of using her as a hostage, making it difficult for him to speak. "Our planet has a recorded civilization that spans 6,000 years. Throughout history, we have endured numerous wars and natural disasters, emerging victorious most of the time. Yet this time, we have succumbed in our struggle against nature." Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Hongmin took the initiative to introduce his planet. 300 years ago, we formed a unified nation, and until the onset of this illness, our global population soared to 4 billion. However, in just 20 years since the outbreak, Our population has plummeted to 3 billion at this juncture. Jiang Hongmin paused briefly and gravely addressed Doogie. Young man, the remaining 3 billion of our global population, along with the lives of future children, depend on you. Jiang Hongmin grasped Doogie's hand tightly, as though he intended to crush it. The weight of his grip made Doogie's heart sink. If there was no inquiry into the location of the antidote, would all 3 billion people perish together? For Doogie, who was still psychologically merely a child, such pressure felt overwhelmingly immense, even though they were strangers to him. Jiang Hongmin opened the car window, revealing a large screen in the distance, showcasing a segment of an official video from Mars. Esteemed citizens of Mars, I am Jiang Hongmin. For the past 20 years, we have fought valiantly against the virus. Unfortunately, the virus proved too formidable, and all our efforts have failed. However, do not lose hope. We have discovered an alternative solution. Though Jiang Hongmin appeared aged in the video, he exuded a newfound vigor. Mr. Doogie, who hails from the cosmos, brings us the latest news regarding the antidote. As Jiang Hongmin concluded, the scene shifted to the earlier confrontation between the two. I am Doogie, an outsider, and I have. Before Doogie could continue, Jiang Hongmin hastily shut the window. The Empire needed a morale booster. This video was crafted to rekindle the flickering flames of hope among the despondent citizens of Mars. Before Doogie could voice his concerns, Jiang Hongmin anticipated his thoughts. But are you not deceiving your people? Doogie felt restless. Although he had not completed watching the video, he sensed an unsettling discomfort within. When have I ever deceived my people? Does Mr. Doogie not intend to bring us the antidote? Jiang Hongmin sat up straight, pressing Doogie with a challenging gaze. Hearing this, Doogie forced a laugh. Of course. I will definitely bring it. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, overwhelmed by the barrage of questions that left him momentarily speechless. Just as the two fell into a stalemate, Anshi, who had been quietly observing, spoke up. Brother, I believe you can bring us the antidote, right? Her bright, innocent eyes gazed at Doogie, dissipating much of the tension in the atmosphere. Yes, of course I can. Doogie felt compelled to respond affirmatively. Anshi, seemingly satisfied with his assurance, shifted closer to him, no longer huddling in the corner, but instead nestled against his arm, her small face resting on his shoulder. Before long, the sound of the jet's air release signaled their arrival at their destination. Jiang Hongmin was the first to exit the vehicle, gesturing for the others to follow. Anshi appeared frightened, leaning her head against Doogie's chest as they descended from the hovercraft. Seeing her distress, Doogie gently patted her back, signaling her to relax. The architecture of Mars was characterized by its rounded aesthetics, towering and grand, with an information station resembling a mountain standing before them. As they exited the hovercraft, Doogie could faintly hear the Mars citizens chanting his name. Thank you, great alien Mr. Doogie. The declaration startled him, prompting him to dig his fingers into his ears upon entering the information station through a floating elevator. Jiang Hongmin swiped his identity card. Rows of steam soldiers stood at attention on either side, resembling a military parade, ready for inspection. Having never witnessed such a display, Doogie led Anshi toward the back of the crowd. Jiang Hongmin saluted an elderly man at the front and announced, Sir, the person has arrived. Young man, I have heard about your situation. This is the video you need to see. Observing the elderly gentleman, who looked on the brink of death, Doogie furrowed his brow. He released his embrace of the girl and turned the screen toward himself. Greetings, citizens of Mars, that I deeply sympathize with the calamity that has befallen your planet. My homeland has also endured a viral scourge. Witnessing your planet's plight is truly heartbreaking that I have entrusted the antidote to one of my associates. Due to personal matters, I cannot stay long. Please urgently seek my companion in the area where energy bursts into the sky to acquire the antidote. After Rog's notification in the video, he seemed to recall something and turned back to add, Oh, by the way, my companion may be a bit mischievous and enjoys playing a game of cat and mouse with you. Good luck. With a nod and a wave of his fingers, the video abruptly ended. Doogie quietly absorbed the entirety of the footage. Based solely on a man's gestures, expressions, and demeanor, it was undoubtedly Rog. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that the video had not mentioned what the antidote actually was, only implying that it resided with him. Confused, Doogie exchanged perplexed glances with Jiang Hongmin, both waiting for the other to speak first. The difference was that Jiang Hongmin anticipated Doogie to produce the antidote, expecting him to disclose its whereabouts if he could not retrieve it. Doogie, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered. He genuinely had no idea why Rog claimed the antidote was with him. Thus, he hesitated to respond, hoping to buy some time until he could return and inquire with Rog directly. Just as both parties found themselves at an impasse, a cough broke the silence. "Hello, I'm the leader of this planet. My name is Fong Hong. I am delighted you have come to Mars to help us resolve our issues. The entire nation is counting on you," the planetary leader, Fong Hong, announced, bringing the midday feast from Mr. Doogie. Before Doogie could respond, Fong Hong bellowed toward the door, gesturing for him to proceed ahead. "Oh, no need to be so courteous. My surname is Doogie, not Do. You should be the one to lead." Doogie had never experienced such respectful treatment, leaving him feeling somewhat flustered. "Dear brother, no need for such formality. You see, I may look a bit older, but in reality, my age is not that great that I hope you don't mind me calling you dear brother," Fong Hong remarked, attempting to establish a rapport. No offense taken," Doogie replied, though internally he mused, "How strange for an old man to call me brother." He quickly shook off the thought. "Xiao Jiang, bring forth our finest wine. We must not skimp on the celebration," Fong Hong instructed Jiang Hongmin as they made their way to the dining hall. "Very well, I'm on it." Jiang Hongmin nodded and turned to leave the restaurant. As he departed, a line of waitstaff emerged from behind the door, each carrying a plate. Du Gaia raised his gaze, scanning the surroundings, and realized that this was not a place meant for entertaining guests. Some of the tables and chairs were even quite antiquated. However, the servers were impeccably dressed. My dear brother, it truly cannot be helped. The environment is rather modest this time. I promise you a sumptuous feast when you visit again. I shall ensure that the finest chef of our planet, Inghua, prepares it for you. It seemed that General Fong noticed Du Gaia evaluating the establishment, and to prevent any dissatisfaction, he preemptively offered an apology with a smile. There's nothing to be concerned about. Resolving the issues on your planet is of utmost importance. That Du Gaia chuckled awkwardly, appearing to harbor no grievances regarding the DC or T that moment. Jiang Hongmin returned, carrying a bottle of local Inghua wine. "Chief, Mr. Du Gu, allow me to refill your glasses." Without giving Du Gaia a chance to decline, Jiang Hongmin poured the wine into his glass, as the liquid spilled. The rich aroma wafted through the air, a beguiling blend of fruity sweetness and the sharpness of spirits. Overwhelmed by the sensory delight, Du Gaia, who had initially intended to politely refuse, found himself swallowing hard. He thought to himself, just a small taste. Yet, as the glass met his lips, the luscious sensation and intoxicating fragrance surged to his brain, causing him to forget his initial resolve and down the entire glass in one swift motion. Jiang Hongmin and Fong Hong exchanged amused glances before turning their attention back to Du Gaia. "My brother, how do you find our Inghua wine? Quite delightful, is it not? Come, let me refill your glass." Fong Hong gestured to Jiang Hongmin to pour more wine for Du Gaia and promptly began to introduce the dishes on the table. "This is stir-fried clams. I suspect you've never tasted anything like it. It's incredibly nourishing and delicious, typically found 2,000 meters deep in the ocean. The meat is exceptionally fresh and completely devoid of any fishy smell." As Fong Hong spoke, he served Du Gaia the dish. Having never encountered such exquisite cuisine, Du Gaia's eyes widened in amazement. He eagerly took a bite, barely registering the heat, and swallowed it whole, savoring the flavor. Come, let us drink. This food is best enjoyed with wine." Seeing Du Gaia relishing the meal, Fong Hong encouraged him to drink and signaled his subordinates to refill Du Gaia's glass. "Don't rush through that. Mr. Du Gu, look here. This dish is called Sot Ed Sea Cucumber. It may resemble meat, but it's actually vegetarian. Come, give it a try." Under Fong Hong's enthusiastic introduction, Du Gaia transformed into a ravenous diner, devouring each dish that came his way. It must be said that the combination of the food and wine made for an extraordinary dining experience. However, he soon realized it was rather impolite for him to dine alone, especially since it was others who had invited him to this feast. "Grandfather Fong, I toast this glass to you. I can't be the only one eating." With that, he grabbed a nearby bottle and poured the last remnants into his own glass, raising it in salute to Fong Hong. Fong Hong glanced at Jiang Hongmin, hesitated for a moment, then lifted his glass to clink it with Du Gaia's, downing it in one go. Just as the meal reached its midpoint, Du Gaia's personal terminal chimed. The transport portal is ready. You have 5 minutes remaining. The black orb in Du Gaia's mind reminded him. Upon hearing this, Du Gaius set down his chopsticks and addressed Fong Hong, who was still describing the dishes. Grandfather Fong, I must leave you in 5 minutes that I will bring back the antidote for you. Fong Hong was momentarily taken aback. Although he knew this moment would eventually arrive, he hadn't expected it to come so soon. All right, when you return, I shall treat you to a grand banquet. After your departure, I will have someone erect a monument in your honor, commemorating your contributions. There's no need for that. This meal has already been splendid enough. Besides, I haven't done anything worthy of such tribute. Du Gaia quickly waved his hands in refusal. However, unable to withstand Fong Hong's persistent insistence, he reluctantly agreed for the time being. Big brother, you will return, right? Anshi, who had appeared timidly, nervously fiddling with her clothing. Du Gaia looked at Anshi, approached her, and gently patted her shoulder, smiling as he replied, Of course, I will return. I must come back to save you all, Aninghua. Suddenly, Anshi rushed forward and hugged Du Gaia tightly, whispering softly against his chest, You mustn't lie to me. If you come back, will you let me be your girlfriend? After speaking, she pulled Du Gaia's head down and planted a kiss on his cheek. Du Gaia touched his cheek, inwardly contemplating, What is this? He turned back, affirming, Yes, I will definitely return. With that, a flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. Big brother, my dear brother, remember to come back. Dugu, Inghua will always welcome you. The three of them shouted in unison, but after a long while, there was no response. Ugh! Quickly, call someone to help me with a stomach pump. Fong Hong urgently shouted to Jiang Hongmin. They're coming. We had everything prepared. How could it be so coincidental? Just as it was about to end, you had to drink that one cup. Take it slow. Jiang Hongmin replied while helping Fong Hong onto a stretcher. IV administered quite a hefty dose. You must endure. Then a slender tube descended from the apparatus, while nearby medical personnel restrained Fong Hong's limbs, preparing to insert the tube into his mouth. Fong Hong's distress sounds mingled with a mechanical beeping, creating an eerily surreal atmosphere. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Fong, the situation is stabilized. However, the virus in Mr. Fong's body has spread somewhat through the digestive system, the doctor stated, pausing before continuing. It appears his lifespan will be reduced by half. Upon hearing this, Fong Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Half? Are you joking? He was already on the brink of death, and now his lifespan is cut in half. This is utterly grim. Fong Hong's expression darkened. Old Jiang, I told you from the start not to let him go. Relying on someone else is inherently foolish. What if he doesn't return? Fong Hong scowled at Jiang Hongmin that he will return. We've laid the groundwork for so long. Besides, don't you find this alien a bit immature? He doesn't match his physical age at all. Jiang Hongmin expressed his doubts about their earlier conversation. Perhaps he is a short-lived species, lacking in experience, appearing just like a child. Fong Hong remarked, glancing at Anshi. Has that girl been dealt with? We cannot afford any slip-ups. Everything has been taken care of. It was resolved before we arrived, Anshi replied, her voice now adopting a more mature tone, no longer the innocent girl who had spoken to Du Gaia. You are also a crucial part of this. Remember, for the time being, pause the mission and enter stasis to stabilize your bodily functions, just in case of unforeseen events. Fong Hong succinctly issued his orders. Old Jiang, do you think he really has the antidote? After a prolonged silence, Fong Hong turned to Jiang Hongmin with a questioning gaze. Who knows? We've done everything we can. If we had forced things, we wouldn't have had a chance that you're aware of his physical capabilities. All we can do is exert our efforts and leave the rest to fate. Didn't we give him the mutated active agent? If he wishes to survive, he must return for the necessary materials. Jiang Hongmin sighed as he watched the sunset in the distance, feeling the weight of placing hope in others that, let us hope for the best. Beneath the setting sun, the two elders stood on the balcony, seemingly as if nothing had transpired, gazing at the sun as it slowly descended. Team Leader Luo, As soon as Du Gaia landed, he began to shout at the top of his lungs, prompting Li Bo beside him to intervene. Hey, kid. What are you doing? Can't you see a big guy like me? Why do you have to look for team leader Luo? Li Bo, expressing his dissatisfaction, addressed Du Gaia. No, Brother Bo. Have you seen Captain Luo? I urgently need to find him. Du Gaia looked at Li Bo and inquired. Li Bo was equally perplexed. Where is he supposed to locate Captain Luo? Ever since he was called back by Luo Ge, he had not laid eyes on him. Yes. He must be in the personal space of Team 1. Brother Bo, I'm heading Team 1's personal space now. Without waiting for Li Bo's response, Du Gaia declared and started to leave. Li Bo seized Du Gaia's arm and said, What on earth are you planning to do? Is it so urgent? Team 1 is not a place you can just waltz into. Let alone our Team 433. Anger boiled within Li Bo. This young lad never consulted him on anything. If you wish to go, you must submit a request, and given your status as an intern. It's virtually impossible to... Li Bo curled his lips, and with a single remark, extinguished Du Gaia's hopes of finding Captain Luo right now. I see. Upon hearing this, Du Gaia instantly felt dejected. It seemed he would have to wait until the trial concluded to seek out Captain Luo. A message from Captain Luo has arrived. How fortuitous that you just returned. Li Bo's plump body quivered slightly. It appeared that Luo Ge had set up a special notification for him. Quick! What did Captain Luo say? As Li Bo displayed the message on a holographic screen, Du Gaia immediately leaned in to see the content. After you return, don't rush to find me. First, take him to the trial world. After he completes the trial world, we can address any issues that arise. The two exchanged glances, realizing that matters had circled back to square one. Failing to navigate the trial world was not an option. Kid, are you mentally prepared? Li Bo cautioned Du Gaia, who wore a blank expression. The trial world, as a filtering realm, is also an anomalous world. The difficulty is generally not low. Moreover, in recent years, the association had been relentlessly pursued by the Revolutionary Army, leading to increased casualty rates starting from Team 400. The veteran teams fared better, but the new members faced significant challenges, especially under the restrictions of the trial world. Of course, such encounters were probabilistic. However, there was no need to overly worry, as even if they did encounter difficulties, they would also be subject to the world's limitations. In any case, the bottom line is this. If you can pass the trial, then do so. If not, it doesn't matter. Your life is the priority. Li Bo patted Du Gaia's shoulder, imparting the wisdom for surviving the trial. Suddenly, Li Bo jolted. Li Bo, you'd best not share your nonchalant attitude towards the association with Du Gaia, or you'll meet a most unfortunate end. After reading the message, Li Bo's forehead broke out in a sweat, quickly turning to Du Gaia and saying, Well, you are a young man. Young people should have ambition and spirit. Yes, passing the trial world is imperative. Du Gaia looked perplexed. How the conversation shifted so dramatically. Dear, link the black sphere, trial world selected, preparing for transmission. The deer understood, and the black sphere was selecting an appropriate anomalous world for the trial. Brilliant blue lights emanated from their wrists, scanning their surroundings for anomalies. Analysis complete. Single-person trial world. Coordinates FA 520. Expected across in 2 hours. Please prepare. As the black sphere completed its task, Li Bo wiped the sweat from his brow. We're doomed. What do you mean? Why are we doomed? Upon hearing Li Bo's dismal words, Du Gaia, since troubled that FA is a composite world, particularly the F-type world, which is designated for anomalies, the completion rate for missions has always been low. And who knows what goes on in the minds of these anomalies? It's impossible to tailor a strategy accordingly. Li Bo sighed and explained the reasoning. So, it's extremely difficult then. Not necessarily extremely difficult. Let's head to the Doomsday Armory to see what kind of world we're dealing with, and also select assistance from the association. After finishing, Li Bo opened a passage to the Doomsday Armory, gesturing for Du Gaia to follow him. Each time they entered an anomalous world, they could consult the basic information about the world on their personal terminals. However, due to the interference from the world's powers, the information was generally of limited reference value and lacked detail. Li Bo pointed to Du Gaia's personal terminal, indicating he should access it. Black sphere, Query World FA 520. Duke Gaia quickly grasped how to search for world information, leaving Libo momentarily stunned. FA 520 dimension name. Vampire Empire, world scale. Medium world, world level. Shadow of a planet. Note: the target world is an anomalous technological realm. Be cautious to conceal yourselves and minimize the risk of exposure to the association. Although the information provided by the Black Sphere was sparse, it was still somewhat useful. Vampires. I know about them. They're those blood-sucking creatures that fear the sun, as mentioned in the foundational knowledge Captain Luo transmitted to me. Du Gaia, thrilled to encounter something familiar, proudly boasted to Li Bi, to be honest. Witnessing a nearly 2-meter-tall man bouncing around in excitement was quite off-putting to Libo. I remember the armory has specialized items to deal with vampires. Let me think. Oh, you should search the armory for vampire nemesis, Libo mused, resting his chin on one hand while propping himself up with the other. All right, I'll take a look. Du Gaia dove in the armory to conduct a precise search, resulting in a plethora of vampire nemesis popping up. Brother Bo, why are there so many? Garlic launchers, garlic-themed suits, garlic meteor converters, artificial sun generators. Du Gaia gazed at the array of weapons designed to counter vampires, which range from simple garlic plants to grand stellar amplification devices. Let me think. Don't rush me. Oh, search for the vampire nemesis meme instead. Bo clapped his hands as if struck by a sudden realization, and directed Du Gaia. Vampire nemesis meme. Meme category. Mental meme. Function. After extensive analysis of vampire populations by the association, fragments of their souls' reactions to garlic, crosses, and the sun were captured, such that upon seeing this image, vampires will face their nemesis with a significantly high mortality rate. Du Gaia read the entire introduction of the vampire nemesis meme word for word, feeling somewhat bewildered. Although he possessed knowledge imparted by Captain Luo, some concepts were beyond his comprehension, making them challenging to grasp. Observing Du Gaia's dazed expression, Libo surmised the cause and promptly opened the experimental arena passage. Clap. Clap. Libo clapped his hands to rouse Du Gaia, leading the way into the rift of the experimental arena. Set time to night, set population to vampires, and adjust the overall setting to portray vampires sitting at computer desks, staring at screens. Libo manipulated the controls. He vocally articulated his settings. Before long, skyscrapers rose from the ground, and upon closer inspection through the windows, every household was equipped with computers, while the programmed vampires sat like dazed individuals, staring blankly at their screens. Libo nodded towards Du Gaia, signaling him to bring over the vampire nemesis meme. Upon receiving the hardened paper Du Gaia handed him, Libo quickly had the terminal scan it, integrating it into the experimental arena settings. Kid, I'm about to launch the meme. Watch closely. With that, Libo slapped the button on the table, and the entire virtual world roared to life. Hey, why am I sitting at a computer? Strange. A vampire, previously engaged in thievery at home, scratched his head, puzzled as to why he found himself at a computer. Ding dong. You have new messages. Please check. Suddenly, a window popped up on the computer screen, revealing an unread email. Just as the vampire stood up, he glanced at the location information in the bottom right corner and sat back down, muttering, "Why are they sending messages so late? Is there a new shipment of ingredients?" Clicking on the email revealed an image, but as it loaded, the internet speed lagged, spinning until a bizarre pattern with countless strange lines appeared before the vampire. After a moment of bewilderment, the vampire reacted as if confronted with something terrifying, screaming, like a vampire confronted with a horrifying spectacle. His eyes remained fixated on the screen, hands tightly clasping his biceps, long nails deeply embedded in his flesh. Amidst the cacophony of piercing screams, everything was reduced to ashes. The vampire, who had surveyed the entire world, was engulfed by the screams, but Du Gaia was taken aback. With this newfound tool, what vampire could he not vanquish? The confidence instilled by the vampire nemesis memes swelled within him, rendering the arduous trial of promotion a mere afterthought. Hey, don't get too cocky. The trial world is far more perilous than you can imagine. Unexpected events can occur at any moment if you approach it carelessly. You will surely meet your demise, Libo warned, noticing Du Gaia's overconfidence. Realizing Libo's anger, Dugunya reigned in his pride and replied, "Brother Bo, is there anything specific I should be cautious about in the trial world?" "Well, aside from a previously mentioned anomalies where you cannot use powers of the same frequency, your own strength will also be suppressed. Just remember to minimize damage to the world and avoid exposing the association. Once you enter, you can observe from various angles and apply for assistance from the association again, though this time it will incur a fee deducted directly from the merit settlement interface after the world is cleansed." Li Bo scratched the back of his head, pondering for a moment before imparting a few more reminders about avoiding the use of powers of the same frequency, then encouraged Dugunya to delve into the collection of vampire lore. Approximately 5 minutes remained until the transmission. The mechanical voice of the Black Sphere interrupted Dugunya, who was engrossed in reading about vampires. Upon hearing the announcement, he rose, donned the inscribed vampire nemesis meme, and proceeded to an open space. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the Black Sphere counted down, Dugunya transformed into a streak of light, departing from the Annihilation Council. On the fourth energy star of the Radiant Empire, a burly man clad in protective gear and wielding a peculiar nail gun shouted down into a pit, "You wretched slaves, dig faster, but we truly cannot continue. If this persists, we will perish," protested a gaunt young man, clutching an electric drill shovel as if it were a source of courage. "How dare you contemplate rebellion?" The burly man, noticing the slave's defiance, immediately aimed his gun at the young leader. "Stand up, keep working. Turn around and finish the task." Seeing the young man unmoved, the burly man, enraged, fired a shot skyward. "Have you forgotten your place? If you wish to rebel, consider whether you possess the capability. There are countless ships in the fourth energy zone. Get back to work." As the burly man approached the crowd, several of the young man's friends hastily pulled his arm back. "My apologies, esteemed vampire lord. This lad simply hasn't woken up properly this morning and tends to dawdle. Please forgive him." The young man, however, felt humiliated by their words. "You vampires are inhumane and heartless. I refuse to work today. Go ahead and kill me," he declared defiantly. Witnessing the scene, some of the previously conciliatory companions discreetly distanced themselves from the young man. The burly man, amused by the young man's fearless demeanor, chuckled, "Oh really? Then go ahead and die." With a swift motion, he seized the young man as if he were a small ball drawn to a magnet. Realizing his fate, the young man, in a fit of desperation, swung the electric drill shovel at the vampire, but the sound of metal clashing echoed as his hands were rendered useless. Blood streamed down as he dropped the shovel to the ground. With the young man's resistance extinguished, the burly man's mask lifted to reveal his fair, handsome visage. Gripping the young man's neck, he sank his teeth into him, eliciting agonizing screams, "Ah, ah," as the cries faded into silence. The burly man, sensing he had consumed enough, carelessly discarded the young man's body onto the ground, that he then picked up a firearm and shot at the young man, creating a gaping hole in the earth, leaving no trace behind. With a sinister grin, the burly man, still unsatisfied, turned his gaze to the remaining humans. Spotting a young girl in the crowd, his interest piqued, he beckoned her forward. The girl, terrified by the man's gesture, hastily tried to retreat behind the crowd. Yet, the horrific fate of the young man left them too frightened to defy the burly man's intentions, and they all moved aside, creating a clear path for him and the girl. "Come here, little girl. Don't be afraid. Maybe I made a way for you," he urged with a teasing expression, seemingly anticipating this outcome. Reluctantly, the girl shrank back, which prompted the burly man to furrow his brow and reach for a weapon. Fearing for their safety, the crowd hastily pushed the girl closer to the burly man. "Oh, aren't you coming over?" he taunted, lifting her chin. The girl whimpered, her sobs echoing through the air, unmoved by her tears. The burly man raised his hand and struck her left cheek, as if flipping a switch that triggered her cries anew. "Silence," he bellowed, growing increasingly irritated by her weeping. With little patience left, he grasped her head, ready to sink his teeth in her neck. "Stop, you monster!" Two young men, who had stealthily approached the vampire, shouted defiantly. Before the burly man could react, they leaped from the pit, electric drill shovels raised high. One struck at the vampire's face while the other charged forward. The burly man, bemused by their reckless assault, raised his leg and kicked the young man, sending him crashing violently to the ground. His spine contorted at an unnatural angle. His fate sealed. Yes, he prepared to retaliate against the second young man. He was caught off guard when the latter hurled his drill shovel like a javelin. The burly man, refusing to appear vulnerable, elegantly sidestepped the attack, only to be blindsided by a handful of dirt thrown in his face. "You filthy insect! I will annihilate you all." Suddenly, realization dawned upon the burly man. No, their target isn't me. Indeed, the young man had never intended to attack the vampire, but rather to seize his weapon. They understood that their chances against the vampire's speed and strength were slim. So the two had devised a strategy. One would distract the vampire at the cost of his life, while the other aimed to retrieve the weapon at his feet. "Die, accursed vampire!" the young man shouted. Releasing the fury that boiled within him as he beheld the approaching vampire, a sensation of triumph surged through him, and he pulled the trigger. Click! Contrary to his expectations, there was no thunderous gunfire, only the mechanical sound of a misfire. "Ha ha! Damn it, I almost capsized. If I'd been facing a different vampire, I would have surely met my demise by now." The burly man laughed boisterously, slowly advancing towards the young man while dragging the girl along. "You wretched creature, you still wish to kill me. Do you even realize your own worth?" The imposing figure proclaimed from his elevated position, asserting the dominion of a victor, as he seized the nail gun from the young man's grasp with his free hand. Even before the weapon was taken, the young man had been futilely attempting to pull the trigger against the burly man. Once disarmed, he crumpled to the ground, as if he were devoid of bones. Observing the young man's surrender, the burly man grinned, placing one foot on his thigh and another on his arm, brutally trampling down twice, reducing the young man's arms to a pulp. He then turned to the girl, who appeared dazed, and with a grin, lunged for her neck. Silence, just as Duguya, who had recently embarked on his personal trial for promotion, landed and witnessed a man attempting to bite the girl's neck. He hastily implored the burly man to spare her life. "Who is this fool?" "Ah!" The burly man, frustrated by his interrupted feast, felt exasperated by the constant disturbances that plagued him. Without turning his head, he instinctively raised his weapon and fired a shot. Unfamiliar with the situation, Duguya could only react in haste, lifting his hand to shield himself. Fortunately, the intensity of the world had escalated to the shadow of the planet, allowing Duguya's body to endure attacks that were not of planet-destroying caliber. Had he still been on B515, that bullet would have surely inflicted harm. The moment the nail struck Duguya's palm, it felt as if he had encountered an extremely hard object, disintegrating and exploding under immense force. Duguya felt a prick, a mere sting. The shrapnel rained down, enveloping the ground in clouds of smoke, prompting the burly man to turn and gaze intently at the figure emerging from the haze. "Who are you?" "A vampire hunter. You can even miniaturize an energy shield. This warrants a report to the Congress. You are a significant threat." The burly man presumed that Duguya's ability to withstand the gunfire stemmed from the energy shield, for the notion of a human physically resisting a nail gun-esque shot seemed fantastical to him. "I wonder how many bullets your miniature energy shield can withstand." Before Duguya could respond, the burly man discarded the girl and rapidly distanced himself, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Duguya. "Die, vampire hunter!" The incessant gunfire drowned out Duguya's thoughts. He desperately wanted to declare that he was not a vampire hunter. Yet the incoming projectiles enveloped every inch of his being. This nail gun was not only immensely powerful, but also had a rapid rate of fire and a substantial magazine capacity. In the brief span of their exchange, Duguya found himself peppered with bullets. Ah! Click! Click! Only when the magazine was emptied did the burly man cease firing. Phew! He must be dead now. The ground before him resembled a battlefield ravaged by missiles, dust swirling, obscuring any view of what lay beneath. Activate infrared mode. The burly man deactivated his visor and switched on the infrared detection of his protective suit, eager to ascertain whether the individual within the smoke had perished. The mist, which he had scrutinized moments ago, seemed to twist and part as if stirred by an unseen hand. Thud. The burly man glanced down to see a hand protruding from his chest, seemingly clutching his heart. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. This, Duguya found it hard to believe. This was his first instance of actively taking another's life in previous virtual trials. The entities he faced were mere dummies, so the impact had not been profound. However, now he had personally ended a life, even that of a vampire, which left him feeling profoundly shaken. Yes, I'm sorry. It hurt so much. It was instinctive. I apologize, Duggia murmured as he withdrew his hand from the burly man's chest, his palm smeared with remnants of the heart. He is dead. The vampire lord is dead. What shall we do? A nearby miner rushed forward, panic-stricken at the sight of the vampire with a gaping wound in his chest. Observing the swarm of miners approaching, Duggia was perplexed. Had he not just liberated them from their oppressor? Why did they wear such faces of despair? What do you mean what to do? You should all return to where you came from, Duggia inquired, bewildered. Oh, where can we run to? Just moments ago, Li Si and Fong Xing rushed in without a thought. And now look, the vampire lord is truly dead. We shall all be turned into blood bags. An elderly man among the refugees trembled as he spoke. But I just helped you get rid of the vampire, didn't I? Duggia frowned. His original mission was to eliminate the vampires, so there was no conflict between their intentions. Dimension, FA 520 name, Vampire Empire, Luminous Empire, World Scale, Mid-World Target Scale, 3-star systems. 11 planets world level, Shadow of the Planet mission objective. Eradicate all influences of the Vampire Empire, including all vampires and their radiative effects, with merit ranging from 100 to 300 based on task completion. From the moment he first laid eyes on the mission, Duggia had contemplated two methods of resolution. The first involved a gradual influence, cleansing all vampires before subtly affecting the remaining survivors. The second was to directly eliminate all planets radiating from the Luminous Empire. Comparatively, the latter was more ruthless, but also more expedient, for someone like Duggia, who was still youthful in spirit. The former seemed more palatable. Oh dear, my lord, you must depart. Show mercy, please. Do not think of killing any more vampires, the elder beseeched, bowing deeply as he spoke, and upon noticing Duggia's lack of reaction. He knelt before him. Oh, why are you doing this? Seeing the elder kneeling, Duggia hurried to help him up. I know not which organization you belong to, but to slay a vampire lord barehanded is extraordinary. However, if you continue this path of slaughter, I cannot say whether you will survive, but we certainly will not. I implore you to leave swiftly. The elder's voice quivered with desperation, and as he spoke, he knelt again. Duggia intended to assist him once more, but was distracted by a figure in the distance who was reflecting light onto Duggia's face with a mirror. Startled by the sudden brightness, Duggia focused intently, and the individual pointed towards the distance behind him. Following the direction of the finger, he noticed two residential buildings far off. Duggia was confused. Who was this person? Did they wish to invite him inside? With that thought, Duggia once again assisted the kneeling elder. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, Duggia turned and leaped away. Disappearing from the crowd in mere moments, as the onlookers saw him vanish, the despair etched upon the elder's face dissipated instantly. What now? The overseer is gone. The crowd felt as if they were headless flies. Uncertain of their next move. What now? Just wait. Keep your mouth shut for a while. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not long after Duggia's departure, a droning sound filled the air. Through the sunlight, they discerned armed aircraft bearing the insignia of the Luminous Empire hovering above. Several vampire soldiers from the Luminous Empire leaped down, creating craters upon impact. I am Eric, the captain of the 3rd Squadron of the 2nd Regiment of the Luminous Empire. Tell me, how did Muhammad die? The fully armed squadron leader addressed the crowd, who had yet to disperse. The miners looked left and right, none daring to speak. Are you planning a rebellion? If you remain silent, you shall all be reduced to blood slaves. Eric's gaze sharpened as he addressed the crowd with utmost seriousness. The soldier who had jumped down alongside him raised his tranquilizer gun, ready to ensnare anyone in the vicinity. Gentlemen, let us converse calmly. The old man, feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny, stepped forward. Earlier, a stone fell from the heavens and struck the chest of our esteemed blood lord. We rushed over upon witnessing his fall. But by the time we arrived, he had vanished. Old fool. Do you take me for a simpleton? Captain Eric glared at the 3 deceased humans nearby, one of whom had been drained of blood. feeling that such an explanation was nothing short of an affront to his intelligence. Why not take a guess? The old man cautiously offered a suggestion to Captain Eric. To his surprise, the captain waved his hand dismissively. Bang, bang, bang. The three individuals in the crowd collapsed as the gunfire rang out, their bodies dragged aside by the capture team. Captain Eric remained silent, his gaze fixed on the old man, whose sweat was now pouring down his forehead. Another wave of his hand saw three more individuals taken away. All right, wait, let me think, the old man said, rubbing his temples. Eric was in no hurry, observing the old man, fully aware that he was merely stalling for time. However, he possessed unwavering confidence in the Empire. His hand remained poised to strike. Just then, someone in mechanized armor, capitalizing on the chaos, had plunged a blade into the chest of the Blood Lord from behind. The old man animatedly recounted the events, occasionally gesturing to illustrate the scene. And what of this armored individual you speak of? Which direction did he take? Eric inquired, fixating his gaze on the old man. He flew off in that direction, to the east, the old man said, glancing around before pointing. Oh, are you certain he flew off to the east? Eric replied with a mocking smile, waving his hand downward once more. Again, 3 shots rang out, and 3 miners fell to the ground. I just came from the east, and you tell me east? The old man, realizing the improbability of his claim, grew anxious. Oh dear, my age is catching up to me. Xiao Lu, which way did the armored person go? The old man patted his head, attempting to shift the blame onto the young Lu, who was still distractedly picking his nose. He flew north that way. He jumped a few times and was gone. Xiao Lu stammered, startled by the old man's call. North, is it? Eric asked the entire group of miners. Yes, he flew off to the north, they echoed, wary of saying anything else. Leave one to keep watch over them. The rest follow me. Move. Seeing the situation unfold, Eric raised his hand, directing the vampires behind him to board the aircraft while leaving one team member to clean up the aftermath. Youth, we can assist you only to this extent, the old man murmured, poking Xiao Li, who was holding a mirror, before silently returning to the mine to continue his work. Fly south and search for the crater created by the landing. Following the trajectory, Eric commanded the pilot, prompting confusion among his teammates. Boss, didn't those miners say the person was to the north? You fool, can you truly trust the words of those miners? Not a single word from that old man holds truth. Eric snapped, his frustration mounting. Keep a close watch on that old man. He may very well be a rebel. Eric was acutely aware that from the very start of his conversation with the old man, something was amiss. Leaving him alive was a strategy to extract more secrets. Did you not notice that the body of Muhammad lying on the ground was pierced through the chest from the front, not the back? Just because he claims to have a poor memory does not mean he is free from deception. Eric sighed, exasperated by the burden of leading such a crew. Boss, how did you determine the person was to the south and that we should search for craters on the ground? One teammate questioned, bewildered. Have your brains rusted? I can deduce it because the old man's companion shouted something so foolishly obvious, Eric retorted. His first instinct was to point north, the exact opposite of the truth. Moreover, our lovely little human disclosed another clue. The person was bouncing along, not flying. He inadvertently revealed too much and thought he could slip by unnoticed. As boredom crept in, Eric pondered the implications of his findings. If the old man and certain individuals in the mine were indeed rebels, why would they attempt to conceal the actions of the armored figure, placing themselves at risk of being discovered? Do you understand what this implies? He suddenly turned to his teammates, questioning that a teammate, perplexed, asked why. Because they likely do not recognize him at all. You imbecile! Furious at the eagerness of his teammates to hear a tale, Eric struck one on the head. These are 2 separate organizations. Otherwise, I would have captured those lowly miners long ago. Found it. Captain, there is indeed a crater, just as Eric was about to elaborate on his analysis. The pilot shouted. However, this crater seems peculiar. It resembles a human footprint. The pilot observed the screen, lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Eric rushed over to examine it closely. Could it be a vampire hunter? Impossible. If it were a vampire hunter, how could they withstand the force of such a fall? Contemplating this, Eric fell into deep thought, his worldview being completely upended. Meanwhile, as the vampire squad continued their pursuit of the elusive W, the latter had already put considerable distance between himself and his pursuers. The individual who had previously reflected his image in a mirror had pointed toward two residential buildings in the south. By the time W leaped into the residential area, he spotted three individuals waving glow sticks on the ground. Realizing their intent, W sprinted over to the fully armed trio. "Stop jumping. We're the ones you seek. Ahead lies the mixed dwelling of the blood tribe and humans. Do not act recklessly." Leading the way, Lu Guang lowered his glow stick, aware that excessive waving might expose them. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Guang, captain of the 6th Division of the Rebels. You are a vampire hunter, correct? Our informant mentioned your desire to overthrow the vampire empire. Might we discuss this in a more suitable location?" Lu Guang's words were laced with clear intent, yet W felt no aversion. "Very well. I could use your assistance. Toppling the Radiant Empire is not a task I can undertake alone." W refrained from clarifying that he was not a vampire hunter, recognizing that miscommunication would serve him better. The two exchanged a few words before moving with Lu Guang's companions to a different location. Regardless, W's previous method of leaping forward had been rather conspicuous. Following the rebels, they navigated past the mixed living area of vampires and humans and halted at an abandoned mine. Clearing away debris from an area, they revealed a small entrance that could accommodate only one person. "Follow closely." Captain Lu took the lead by opening the manhole cover and leaping into the depths below. Duguya glanced at his two teammates, who both raised their hands, a gesture of encouragement for him to proceed first. With no other option, Duguya followed them down. Once the teammates closed the valve behind them, Captain Lu finally retrieved his wristwatch and scanned it against the identifier at the door. Upon entering, the scene before Duguya was nothing short of enlightening. The IT was a densely packed underground city, with a labyrinthine network of transportation and tightly clustered buildings, yet astonishingly orderly, devoid of the chaos one might expect from such close quarters. However, it was evident that the inhabitants here did not live in comfort. Captain Lu guided Via to a conference room and pushed the door open, revealing a gathering of leaders from various ranks of the rebel forces, all waiting for their arrival. Upon seeing Duguya, the entire assembly rose to their feet, saluting in unison to welcome him. The seated leaders navigated around their standing peers to approach Duguya directly. "Sir, how shall we address you?" One inquired at "I am called Duguya," he replied, taking a seat in an inner position as indicated. The meeting commenced with a brief introduction. As one of the leaders pointed out, "This is Mr. Dugu, whom you have seen in the informant's footage on my left." He then gestured to the individual on his right, "And this esteemed figure is the renowned vampire hunter, Kujia. Let us welcome him with applause." As the assembly turned their attention to Kujia, thunderous applause reverberated throughout the room. "Greetings, everyone. I am Kujia, and I trust one am not an unfamiliar name to you. As an emerging vampire hunter, I have participated in several large-scale operations against vampires. If there are any plans ahead, do not hesitate to reach out to me. This is also what Mr. Chien wishes," he proclaimed, immediately asserting his authority as the applause subsided, casting a glance at Duguya that hinted at a tinge of rivalry. Duguya felt somewhat puzzled. There was something unsettling about the way Kujia regarded him. "Pardon me, Mr. Dugu, but I must admit I have not heard of your name before. You are not a vampire hunter, are you?" Kujia inquired, turning sharply towards Duguya after riling up the crowd. Indeed, I am not a vampire hunter," Duguya responded, causing a stir among the attendees. If he was not a vampire hunter, then what did the informant's words and footage imply? "However, I believe I can still contribute to the eradication of all vampires," Duguya continued, undeterred by the astonished gazes around him. "And what contributions might you offer?" The crowd murmured, yet they were somewhat aware of Duguya's extraordinary abilities that could pierce through vampire armor and withstand relentless gunfire. Did he possess some new technological equipment? But he bore no bag. Could it be that his clothing held such technology? They scrutinized him for any peculiarities, but found none. "Hey Chio, upload the vampire nemesis meme to the personal terminals of everyone in the conference room." Duguya commanded directly, instructing his personal terminal to disseminate the vampire nemesis meme to all present. As notifications chimed, attendees checked their screens, only to find a single image displayed. "Are you jesting? Where is your technological equipment? What are we to do with this image? Should we expect the vampires to see this and dehydrate themselves in suicide?" Kujia, feeling tricked, directed his ire at Dugya. You are correct. It is intended for them to see the image and take their own lives. Dugya replied with a knowing expression. Upon hearing this, murmurs of disbelief filled the room, as attendees questioned whether he was indeed here to cause chaos. Do you not believe me? Dugya furrowed his brow, beginning to explain the meme's effects. A S long as a vampire lays eyes upon this image is equivalent to, before he could finish, a soldier burst into the conference room in haste. Not good, not good. Seeing the soldier's urgency, Mr. Chien refrained from scolding him, understanding that he would not interrupt the meeting unless it were serious. He gestured for Dugya to pause. The squad of vampires is outside searching, and it seems they are close to breaching in. The soldier gasped, delivering the dire news. What? Impossible! How did they discover our secret base? Mr. Chien exclaimed, glancing at Captain Liu, who shook his head, indicating that their tracks had been carefully covered. It's just a few vampires. No need to panic. We have the esteemed vampire hunter Kujia with us, someone reassured. Indeed, it's merely a small search team. Besides, whether they can find us is another matter. Our base is well concealed. Perhaps they are just passing through on routine patrol. Others chimed in, their anxiety easing as they considered this possibility. Suddenly, the conference room door burst open again, startling everyone. Report. Another soldier has entered. Speak. Mr. Chien, already exasperated by the interruptions, commanded. Report. The entrance valve has been discovered. They have breached in. The room fell silent, realizing that what they thought was merely a passing patrol had unearthed their meticulously concealed underground base's entrance. Mr. Jia. We must trouble you. Mr. Chien turned to Kujia, fully aware of the precarious situation, a trivial matter. I can dispatch these intruding vampires in no time. Kujia replied nonchalantly, seemingly dismissive of the incoming squad. Excellent. With Mr. Jia on our side, we can breathe easy. Mr. Chien chuckled heartily, evidently confident in the vampire hunter's abilities. Let us confront them, Mr. Chien commanded, and the leaders led their teams towards the combat zone of the base. Mr. Dugu, you should accompany us as well. If you can assist, we will ensure you are compensated, Captain Liu insisted, wanting to keep Dugya involved as they were about to exit the conference room. A thunderous crash echoed, reminiscent of a meteor strike, as the entire underground base shook, revealing shafts of sunlight from above. What is happening? Captain Liu gasped, rushing outside. Such destruction was not the result of a typical attack. Upon reaching the door, he barely pushed it, and the entire frame collapsed. The sight that greeted him left him in shock. Debris was strewn everywhere, and the once orderly corridors were now filled with the scent of ruin. What is going on? What happened? Mr. Chien, Captain Wang, Mr. Kujia. Captain Liu called out as he frantically searched for those who had previously prepared for battle. I say leftover. Do not let the sky fortress above make any sudden moves. This one I shall capture gently, Eric instructed his subordinate, then turned to face the armed Captain Liu. Are you planning to use that stick in your hand to kill me? Eric mocked, eyeing the electromagnetic weapon in Captain Liu's grasp. Damn it, you did this, didn't you? Die. Vampire. Upon hearing the mention of the Sky Fortress, Captain Liu instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The recent attack had been a devastating onslaught launched from the very citadel, toppling their base entirely. Without engaging in further dialogue with the vampire, Captain Liu swiftly maneuvered his firearm and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the creature. Eric, observing the incoming projectiles, remained unfazed, deftly sidestepping to evade the majority of the assault. The few stray bullets that managed to strike him were deflected by the protective gear he donned. Is this all you are capable of? He taunted. To be honest, I hardly feel the need to evade. Your attacks can't even breach my defenses. That I expected these weapons to be modified to inflict real harm. Yet they remain as ineffectual as before. It seems the rebels have made little progress over the years. Die. Just as Eric reveled in his confidence, a commanding shout erupted from a corner. In tandem with the roar, a projectile, the size of a pancake, hurtled towards Eric. Upon witnessing the approaching missile, Eric's pupils dilated in alarm, and he hastily conjured a psychic shield. The projectile collided forcefully against the shield, forcing Eric to stagger backward. Yet, despite the size of the projectile, it could not sustain its momentum indefinitely, as long as the shield remained intact in the initial impact. Hope for its success dwindled. What? How is this possible? Kexi watched in disbelief as Eric effortlessly neutralized the attack with mere psychic force. Such intensity of ability was unprecedented in his experience of dispatching vampires. Damn it! Let us see how long you can withstand this. Unyielding, Kexi raised his hand cannon and fired 2 shots at Eric, reasoning that if one bullet failed to penetrate, then 2 might succeed. In anticipation of the incoming projectiles, 2 vampire subordinates positioned themselves to deflect the attacks. One conjured an ice shield to redirect the bullet's trajectory, while the other utilized metal manipulation to suppress its path. Then redirected the now-dormant projectile back towards Kexi as the bullet raced towards him. Kexi's instincts kicked in, but the human body proved incapable of executing a proper evasive maneuver. He was struck through the chest. Blood erupting from the wound as he fell backward, his lifeless form collapsing. Damn, this fellow must be a vampire hunter. Capture his image and send it to the team overseeing the operation. Let them scrutinize the expressions of those in the mine. Eric bent down, meticulously examining Kexi, who was nearly cleaved in 2, before muttering to himself, "Impossible. This is clearly the physique of an ordinary human." Lost in thought, he turned his gaze to the trembling Captain Liu beside him, inquiring, "Who is this person?" Captain Liu, glancing sorrowfully at Kexi's almost bisected body, responded, "He is Kexi." "Kexi? A vampire hunter?" Eric questioned, bewildered. However, this time, no reply followed. Captain Liu's head hung low as he succumbed to poison, taking his own life. Eric discarded Liu's corpse, a sense of unease nagging at him, though he could not pinpoint why. After all, they had tracked their quarry all the way here, and upon nearing the mixed residence area, the trail had inexplicably vanished. Relying solely on Captain Eric's instinct, they had cautiously navigated to this abandoned mine. Otherwise, they would have surely overlooked the underground base concealed right beneath their noses. "Captain, the person who killed Muhammad must be him. We've gone to great lengths to find our target," a team member remarked, scratching his head in a somewhat foolish manner. Indeed, Eric concurred, glancing at Kexi's lifeless body, still feeling as though he had overlooked something critical. Yet he could not discern what it was, and thus prepared to depart. Beep! Beep! Just as he lifted his foot to leave, the communication device in Eric's hand sprung to life. "Captain, we've shown the corpse's image to those in the mine. Most seem unfamiliar with him, as if they've never seen him before." The voice of the remaining personnel crackled through the communicator, igniting a spark of realization in Eric. The footprints they had followed, despite being somewhat large due to the rapid descent, suggested a height of at least 1.8 meters. How could this be reconciled with the current individual, whose stature barely reached 1.7 meters? Clearly, this was not a singular entity. His previous suspicions were validated. "Gather everyone. The Sky Fortress is on high alert. Heed my command." Realizing this, Eric commanded the Blood Clan to form a tight circle. Regardless of the penetrating injury that had felled Muhammad or the imprints left by their high-speed descent, it was evident that this unseen adversary was no ordinary foe. "Sir, might it be possible that the individual has already perished, perhaps in the initial barrage from the Sky Fortress?" a team member cautiously suggested. "Silence. Remain vigilant." Eric maintained his scrutiny of the surroundings, the feeling of unease intensifying. Crack. "Who goes there? Step forward." Hearing the sound of stones cascading and striking a plastic object behind him, Eric decisively aimed his weapon towards the adjoining door. "Come out. Who are you?" As he approached, he gestured for his team to surround the source of the noise. With each step drawing nearer, Eric and his team began to question their heightened sense of alertness. Suddenly, a paper object flew out from the shadows. Before anyone could react, it was obliterated by the nails of their guns. Noticing the direction for which the paper had come, the team entered the side door of the conference room. Eric led the way, kicking the door open and charging inside, only to find the space empty save for a solitary holographic projection flickering to life. Before them, the projection began to shift rapidly. As though something intricate was about to be unveiled, the team members gazed at the chaotic lines, prompting the tallest among them to speak. "Captain, is this holographic projection malfunctioning?" "Perhaps. Let us search further. Remain alert." Eric nodded, sensing his nerves were perhaps overly heightened. Just as the team began to relax, a chilling scream pierced the air from a dark corner. Who? Who was attacked? Report your numbers. Upon hearing the agonizing cries, Eric immediately called for identification. Point 1.2.4.5. Where's number 3? What happened to him? Move! Panic surged through Eric as he realized number 3 was missing, and he hastily led the group toward the room where number 3 had last been seen. Before they could enter, a teammate who had been covering their rear collapsed with a sickening thud. Eric caught a glimpse of a half-visible figure attempting to flee and, without hesitation, raised his weapon to fire at the retreating silhouette. Bang! 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 The nails punctured the walls, creating gaping holes and further deteriorating the already dilapidated conference room. Form up! Stay alert! Eric commanded, forcing himself to remain calm as he turned to examine the 2 deceased Blood Clan members, instructing the last 3 survivors to encircle him. This force, this type of penetrating injury, it must be him. Eric scrutinized the twisted neck of number 5 and could not resist gesturing toward the heart-wrenching wound in his chest. A humanoid being possessing remarkable speed and strength, capable of snapping the necks of Blood Clan members with ease, primarily employing a technique of thrusting through the chest to pierce the heart. Eric articulated his observations loudly, warning his comrades to remain vigilant. Sky Fortress, conduct a sonic search of the lower base, and deliver a devastating strike to any creature attempting to exit the rebel stronghold. Eric deduced that the opponent was likely still within the confines of the base, and he harbored a growing suspicion that the adversary might be hunting him instead. After all, the execution of the attacks had become increasingly adept and swift. The first victim, Muhammad, bore a single penetrating wound. However, the ground around him was soaked in blood, accompanied by shattered viscera and a severed half-heart. The sparse droplets of blood seemed to signify his disbelief as he stood there, having dispatched the bloodline enemy. The second victim, designated as number 3, presented a stark contrast to Muhammad. He too had only a single penetrating wound, yet the blood was solely his own, with no trace of the enemy's blood lingering in the vicinity. And this wound had directly extracted his heart in its entirety. The method of concealment employed was not flawless, presenting an opportunity for number 3 to alert others. The third victim, known as number 5, was distinctly different as the rear guard of the team. His attention was sharply focused, with teammates ahead ready to signal any threats from the sides and front that in this scenario, he was still ambushed, unable to utter a single word before being silenced. This level of development was evident, had it not been for the lack of experience of the assailant, who failed to notice the sound of a body collapsing and a neck snapping. The entire squad might have remained oblivious. Stay alert to the shadows. The opponent possesses formidable stealth capabilities and is rapidly evolving, that we cannot afford to be complacent. Eric reiterated, preparing to relocate to a vantage point where he could await the conclusion of the aerial fortress's scanning process. Suddenly, just as Eric finished speaking, the lead figure, number 1, was swiftly dragged away by a shadowy figure. Damn it, stop! Eric shouted, disregarding all else as he fired his weapon with his right hand while using telekinesis to seal the path ahead with iron debris. However, the barricade proved ineffective, shattered by the creature's body, sending fragments scattering in all directions. Curse it! Eric exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. At this rate, he would be left with no one to rely on. Retreat, retreat, retreat. We must move, he commanded, leaping into the gaping void leading to the conference room without a backward glance. Initially, Eric had intended to find an open area to limit the creature's ability to conceal itself, denying it any opportunity to ambush. However, circumstances had escalated to the point where the creature was brazenly seizing its chance in plain sight, relying solely on speed to overpower those within its gaze. This was no longer a situation Eric could manage. Where do you think you're going? As Eric climbed midway, a thunderous roar echoed from behind him. He quickly turned, finally catching a clear glimpse of the creature. Indeed, it was Dugwia. Ever since Dugwia had made a noise while hiding in the conference room, luring them to investigate the vampire's nemesis only to find it ineffective, his mindset had shattered. Damn it, Libo, if I trust you one more time, I might as well be a dog defiant against the odds. W's subsequent ambushes involved revealing the mimicry to his targets before striking. He even believed that perhaps the brief time spent observing was insufficient, leading him to capture a living specimen solely to fixate on the mimicry, yet it yielded no reaction. Could I have been duped into purchasing a counterfeit? W lamented internally. Curse be it, they've caught up to me so quickly. Seeing W approach with alarming speed, Eric set aside all else and immediately messaged the aerial fortress. Commence a comprehensive bombardment behind us. Now. But there was no room for hesitation. Hurry! Eric's exasperation mounted as he noticed the pilot's indecision. If they delayed any longer, he would be doomed. Boom! 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 The ground behind Eric erupted as artillery shells created craters of various sizes, and the resounding explosions reverberated in the air. W, witnessing such immense power, questioned whether his own abilities could withstand it, opting instead to rely on his agility to evade the bombardment zone. As smoke and dust enveloped the area, visibility from above became increasingly compromised. Even with the vampire's enhanced vision, it was impossible to discern whether W had been vanquished. Captain, it seems there are no more signs of life behind us. The aerial fortress pilot promptly activated the scanner, discovering that, aside from the captain and his two remaining companions, no other life signs were detectable. Phew. Have they fled? It appears the aerial fortress's firepower can indeed pose a threat to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have retreated. Eric sighed in relief, yet his assessment of W's strength had led to numerous miscalculations. Gazing at the aerial fortress circling above, W glanced around before seizing a large iron door fragment from the rubble and hurling it toward the airborne fortress. The metal block whistled through the air, striking the fortress's rotor blades. Clang! The deafening sound startled the team, prompting the vampire engineer to investigate the situation. Fortunately, with one rotor damaged, the remaining 7 were still operational, preventing a catastrophic failure. However, upon witnessing this turn of events, Eric and his companions dared not linger. They were in a precarious situation. Urgently, they instructed the pilot to lower the altitude, scrambling aboard the aerial fortress. Before a second attack could be executed, they immediately activated the engines to escape the area. As he watched the fleeing vampire squad, W exhaled deeply. Truth be told, these recent battles had taken a toll on his psyche. Strangely enough, he noted that the sensation of piercing the vampire's chest with his arm felt markedly different from the first time. It had become increasingly effortless. This peculiar feeling almost led him to believe he was developing into a psychological aberration. Black Sphere, do you understand what's happening? Where does my comprehension of human anatomy and this thrill of slaughter stem from? W contemplated, resolving to consult his omnipotent personal terminal in search of answers. Master, all destroyers are endowed with a basic command of low-level laws upon undergoing their first baptism. Similarly, during the infusion of techniques in the Scripture Pavilion, a state driven by murderous intent is conferred. And this state is enduring, continuously evolving. W found himself perplexed by the Black Sphere's explanation. It suggested that the baptism and infusion concealed much more than he had realized. Why didn't Lee Bohm mention this? What other states might I be unknowingly enhanced with? W inquired, hoping to extract further clarification from the Black Sphere. Report. In addition to the murderous intent drive and body adaptation mastery, there are also proficiencies in all weaponry, active element recognition, and basic flight. Beyond this, your current level of authority is insufficient. Please upgrade your permissions before inquiring further. W was taken aback by the revelation of 3 additional capabilities, his mind swirling with questions. I can fly. How was I unaware of this? The notion of flight was difficult for W to accept, as he had previously relied solely on jumping or running, never contemplating the possibility of soaring through the air. After all, prior to arriving in this realm, he had been an ordinary citizen in a world of cultivation. How do I fly? With confusion clouding his mind, he wondered why he should ponder this when an encyclopedia was readily available. You simply need to believe you can fly and attune yourself to your surroundings, the Black Sphere remarked casually, as though flight were a trivial matter. Is that all? W, having heard the Black Sphere's guidance, proceeded to follow its instructions. First, he attuned himself to the environment, and with his eyes closed, he genuinely sensed the movement of air and a faint, elusive buoyancy surrounding him. Then, he focused on the thought of flying, instilling confidence within himself that I can fly. I can fly, he murmured, throwing himself backward into the air. I can fly. I can fly. Bang! Dugwia, lying back, failed to take flight and instead crashed into the ground, creating a sizable crater in the shape of a person. Thankfully, his robust physique mitigated the impact. Otherwise, a vampire would have been gravely injured from such a fall. Damn it! Why can't I fly? W felt sufficiently self-assured, yet he remained earthbound, ultimately resigning himself to this reality. If he could not soar, then he would content himself with bounding and dashing about. Subsequently, he settled into a meditative stance, contemplating his next course of action. The vampire-killing meme procured from the arsenal proved utterly ineffective. The vampires of this realm regarded the meme images as mere scenery, showing not the slightest response. Surely, the association would not resort to deceiving him with counterfeit meme images. Suddenly, a spark of insight struck Dagwia. If it was not the association's memes at fault, then it must be the vampires of this world that pose the problem. But what of the corpse? Dagwia sprang to his feet, swiftly seeking the remains of the vampires he had previously vanquished. After a thorough search, he indeed uncovered several shattered limbs. He reached out to peel away the protective covering, exposing the severed limbs directly to the air. The sun shone down mercilessly upon the vampire's remnants. Yet after an agonizing wait, no peculiar reaction ensued. As suspected, the vampires here were impervious to such effects. In truth, W had anticipated this outcome when the memes had failed, yet witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Did this mean the memes were rendered worthless? Observing the discarded meme images on the ground, he recalled the grand introduction and prior use of these memes, and in a fit of frustration, he crumpled them into a ball and cast them far away. The path of meme had been obliterated. Was he truly left with no choice but to eliminate them all? Could he alone accomplish this daunting task? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a throbbing ache began to manifest in his head. Vampires were no mere swine. They would not be so foolish as to allow themselves to be slain, not to mention the sheer number of them. Even if he could contend with the vampire's technological creations, they could simply hide or flee to safety, even if Dugwia possessed the ability to fly. It did not imply he could survive in the vastness of outer space. Just as he pondered his strategy, a cloaked aircraft in the sky locked onto him and, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, unleashed a beam of energy. W felt as though a needle had pricked his body, and he immediately rolled to his feet. Observing the desolate surroundings, something within his mind seemed to trigger a revelation. Gradually, he began to discern the hidden aircraft in the sky. Realizing that the pilot's gaze was now fixated upon him, the pilot hastily reported, "Target possesses technology capable of penetrating cloaking devices. Request immediate evacuation." Request immediate evacuation. Before a response could be received from higher command, the pilot hastily ascended. But alas, it was too late. W had already seized a nearby iron fragment and hurled it at the airborne craft. The struck aircraft plummeted from the sky like a smoking fowl, careening downward. Having been discovered, it became imperative to relocate swiftly. W recognized his earlier mistake. He had failed to relocate immediately after allowing the enemy to escape. Unfortunately, the enemy's reconnaissance craft had already pinpointed his location. They would not let him off so easily. Before he could leap far, he beheld a swarm of aircraft filling the sky, accompanied by 3 aerial fortresses and a spacecraft. Perhaps W's leaps made him an overly conspicuous target, as the aircraft began a relentless barrage from afar. The spectacle was so grand that it seemed as if they intended to overturn the very ground beneath him. Witnessing the continuous explosions erupting nearby, Dugwia accelerated his flight. But no matter how swiftly he ran, the shells perpetually landed in his vicinity. When the primary cannon of the spacecraft finished charging, it aimed directly at Dugwia's feet and sent him flying. As the barrage rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, the unceasing bombardment persisted for a full minute, creating a profound chasm in the earth. Eric, peering through the smoke that gradually dissipated, mused, "Surely, this time you must be dead." Although he thought this, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. He activated his life detection device to ascertain whether any signs of life remained below. Eric dared not descend directly with his team. If anyone still lived, their return would be jeopardized. Haha, Eric, you remain so timid, came the mocking laughter of Edward, the captain of the 3rd Squadron, who had never enjoyed a cordial relationship with Eric, though both held the title of squadron captain. Edward's actual authority paled in comparison to Eric's, prompting him to seize any opportunity to deride Eric. Keep laughing. You have no idea how terrifying that creature truly is. Oh, with such mirth, are you volunteering to lead the descent? Eric refused to indulge him, allowing Edward to mock him, but he knew that after the jests, an explanation would be required at haha. Let's await the readings from the detection device first. Edward, though somewhat reckless, was no fool. He recognized that Eric's cautiousness and the considerable force he had mobilized warranted caution. Despite his habitual ridicule of Eric, he could not deny the latter's keen intellect. Otherwise, how could a mere notification have summoned him as well? Coward. Eric discerned Edward's demeanor and understood that mockery, while amusing, served little purpose and was delivered with an air of sincerity. Hey, life signs detected below. Rapid movement, the pilot announced, clutching the detection report. Indeed, Eric silently rejoiced. Relieved he had not led the descent. Otherwise, it would have been Edward, the fool, who had the last laugh. Follow closely. Lock onto the target, Eric commanded, instructing his team to pursue. What are you dawdling for? Move, Edward exclaimed, slapping his dazed aide on the head. Yes, on it right away. The aide felt utterly aggrieved, questioning who the true leader was, yet he dared not protest, returning to the cockpit to relay pursuit instructions. As the aircraft continued their pursuit, W's silhouette emerged amidst the rocky terrain. Eric focused intently. Aside from his disheveled hair, W appeared unscathed, his attire remarkably intact. As he ran, W eventually halted, realizing that this relentless flight could not continue indefinitely. Moreover, he glanced down at his body. Aside from his hair being singed slightly by the heat, he bore no wounds whatsoever, and the attire provided by the association remained entirely unblemished upon noticing W's pause. A wave of unease washed over Eric. This was not good. They should not have chased him. The previous bombardment had failed to inflict harm upon W, and now that he had stopped, his next actions were all too apparent. Eric promptly commanded his fleet to encircle W evenly. SW beheld the aircraft surrounding him at intervals of mere hundreds of meters. He flexed his fingers, an inexplicable surge of exhilaration coursing through him. Fire, Eric ordered, gesturing downward at his command. The heavens unleashed a torrent of artillery fire. Yet W was no mere lamb awaiting slaughter. As the projectiles hurtled towards him, he seemed capable of discerning the trajectory of each round. Evading them with a series of agile maneuvers, the shells struck the ground where he had once stood, creating massive craters that gouged the earth. Observing W's evasive actions, the turrets above adjusted their aim, as if equipped with tracking devices. However, W's movements were too swift. Even as they pursued, they could only trail behind him. Choking on the dust he kicked up, while W possessed the physical prowess to withstand the bombardment and confront the enemy directly. Why not mitigate some of the pain through sheer speed? Leaping gracefully over the relentless onslaught, W propelled himself off the edge of a ravine, launching into the air and collided with an aircraft, shattering it upon impact. Boom! The shattered fragments of the aircraft lay strewn across the ground. The force of the impact was such that it could not even preserve a single intact shell. Witnessing that their adversary had sustained no damage while they had already lost one of their own vessels, Eric was beside himself with frustration, exclaiming, "Are you all fools? Can't you see that they are approaching? Why not fly farther away?" The comfortable life within the Empire had rendered these pampered vampires oblivious to the fundamentals of combat, as they had forgotten how to wield a weapon effectively. The enemy's individual combatants displayed remarkable prowess, yet instead of ascending to safety, they stubbornly entrenched themselves, using their aircraft as makeshift artillery to unleash a barrage of fire. Such bafflingly inept behavior from their allies led Eric to ponder whether the lower echelons of the Empire's vampires were beyond salvation. Could it be that the process of initial transformation diminished their intellect? Responding to Eric's orders, the flight teams finally grasped the situation and hurriedly distanced themselves from the imminent threat posed by W. Observing the aircraft retreating from his vicinity, W promptly propelled himself off the walls, preparing for yet another reckless collision with the aircraft. However, this dynamic adjustment did not result in the destruction of any enemy vessels. Instead, he found himself subjected to a relentless aerial assault. This unexpected turn of events left W bewildered. The script had not foretold such intelligence from his vampire foes. Look at him the moment he starts moving. He can't hit us. Does he not know how to smash us with a heavy object? Edward jeered, his laughter echoing mockingly. Although too distant for W to hear, yet it bolstered the confidence of his own troops. Unable to strike the aircraft below, W scanned his surroundings and fortunately discovered numerous debris from artillery explosions scattered across the ravines. With keen reflexes, he seized the largest piece and hurled it with the finesse of a baseball throw. The immense kinetic energy, combined with the weight of the iron fragment, struck the aircraft, resulting in a plume of smoke as it erupted in an explosion. Witnessing the efficacy of his assault, W continued to hurl stones and metal fragments. Knowing that any iron shard that struck an aircraft was likely to result in its immediate demise, even those struck by mere stones would billow smoke in a desperate bid for descent. While unfortunate targets like ammunition depots could be obliterated in an instant, as he observed the rapid detonations of aircraft above, Eric hastily ordered evasive maneuvers. Feeling a twinge of humiliation that IT was akin to a primitive man wielding a stone to assault the modern machinery of war. And yet, astonishingly, he had downed one of those machines. They were to deploy their advanced weaponry, conducting experiments upon him. Eric could no longer afford to linger. While continued bombardment might yield some results, the fact that W had not even exhibited signs of fatigue compelled him to abandon the protracted engagement. Understood, Captain, his aide responded promptly, preparing for the next course of action, leaving Eric and Edward on the ship. What manner of creature is this? How can his physical resilience be so formidable? Edward inquired, his gaze fixed upon the unfolding spectacle. Eric furrowed his brow, stroking his chin as he replied, I have no idea where this individual hails from. Our initial encounter was during the last retreat, where he first drew my attention by dispatching Muhammad. Tracing the clues led me to a rebel base. One certainty remains. He is neither a member of the rebels nor a vampire hunter. The rebels have no knowledge of him, and he lacks the repugnant aura typically associated with vampire hunters. As he observed the fleet before him, erupting in chaos, Eric spoke in a composed manner. Perhaps he is a biological weapon of some organization. Otherwise, I would almost suspect him to be an extraterrestrial. Eric opened a small box and retrieved a dark red, solid blood clump, continuing his conjecture while bringing the sustenance to his lips. This solid blood paste was designed to alleviate the mental strain of vampires and had subsequently gained immense popularity within the glorious empire. Becoming an addictive staple for all, Captain, the new weapon is ready for inspection. The aide rushed over, eager to inform Eric of the weapon's preparation. Shall we proceed? Eric inquired, directing his gaze to Edward. This new weapon, known as the Fong Energy Spike, was set to become standard equipment on all future spacecraft models. Its purpose was to amplify the supernatural abilities of vampires and launch them as a form of destructive energy, offering exceptional control and significantly enhancing the potency of their unique powers. However, as of now, it could only augment a limited range of abilities and had yet to fully adapt to all supernatural powers. Fortunately, Eric's telekinetic ability and Edward's fire manipulation were among those compatible, allowing for a potent combination when necessary. Upon reaching the control center of the spacecraft, Eric found that, unlike other weapons that relied on buttons or joysticks, the Fong Energy Spike was operated via a central spherical interface. As Eric placed his hand upon it, he felt a slight pull, establishing a connection with his own supernatural essence, as if his hand, the sphere, and the Fong Energy Spike had fused into a singular entity. Through the exercise of his mental focus, the main cannon of the spacecraft followed his thoughts, and with the view of W before him, Eric resolved to unleash an attack. Channeling a moderate intensity of telekinetic energy into the central sphere, he prepared to strike. Typically, Eric's moderate telekinetic force could lift objects weighing approximately 10 tons for a minute. However, after amplification by the Fong Energy Spike, that power surged to several hundred times its original strength. This explosive telekinetic assault, invisible and intangible, struck Dugwia just as he was occupied with gathering stones to hurl. The suddenness of the attack caught him unawares, sending him careening backward into the ravine, creating a significant crater and carving a 5-meter wide path along his trajectory. "Aid, assess for life signs," Eric commanded, prompting his aide to operate the life detection device. Beep, beep, beep. Life signs detected ahead. Condition stable. Quantity 1 unit. The mechanical voice of the computer relayed, leaving Eric somewhat disheartened. He had expected such an attack to eliminate W. The fact that he still exhibited life signs was astonishing. Surely, such an assault could obliterate an entire small town. Edward stood beside him, utterly astonished. Though his ship was equipped with the amplification device, his current level was insufficient for experimentation, and he had never witnessed its full potential. No worries. That was merely a moderate telekinetic strike, just a whimsical test of the amplification, Eric remarked, regretting not unleashing his full power. Perhaps a single high-intensity telekinetic blast could have resolved the matter once and for all. However, there was no need for haste. Opportunities still lay ahead, that he pressed both hands firmly against the controls, directing the main cannon to the spot he had just struck. Unlike the moderate-intensity attack, the high-intensity one required a brief charging period to achieve maximum output. The charging completed. A pale red energy beam shot forth towards the emerging W from the rubble, eliciting a startled exclamation. "What?" again, before he was propelled even deeper into the earth. Eric licked his lips. It seemed the high-intensity energy attack had its challenges, which he would need to report. Indeed, Eric had already equated W with death. The intensity of that telekinetic force was unprecedented. If the energy beam were to be unleashed, it could potentially ravage the land within a 10-mile radius. Beep, beep, beep. Life signs detected ahead. Conditions stable. Quantity 1 unit. Just as Eric prepared to turn away from the control center, the life detection device emitted another alert. "What? Could you repeat that?" Eric thought he must have misheard. How could any life survive such a devastating attack? Life signs detected ahead. Conditions stable. Quantity 1 unit. The computer reiterated, confirming Eric's initial disbelief. This was no biological weapon that could be produced by any organization within the Empire. He was undoubtedly an extraterrestrial. Edward promptly reported to the Empire's Central Command, stating that a suspected alien life form had appeared on the 4th energy star and relayed the existing intelligence. Had the previous assault been thwarted, one might still attribute the formidable physical resilience of the biological weapon crafted by the Empire's biologists. However, the fact that it retained vital signs amidst such intense onslaught defies any explanation rooted in biological weaponry. Upon hearing this, Edward immediately turned to establish contact with the commander of the Empire's 4th energy star, fully conveying the intelligence gathered on W. "What shall we do? Shall we continue the assault?" The cautious aide inquired of Eric. "Continue. Regardless of higher command's directives, this clearly hostile entity towards the Empire must be eradicated," Eric bellowed, slamming his fist on the table. "Edward, have you completed the preparations? If so, let us combine our efforts to test the fusion amplification system of the—" "It's done, it's done," Edward replied, disregarding the operator's chatter, swiftly transmitting the intelligence that it was imperative to capitalize on the momentum. Otherwise, their very lives would be at stake. "I've never attempted this. How do I proceed? Should I place my hands as you do?" Edward, lacking the clearance to utilize sought Eric's guidance. "Indeed, place both hands atop. Channel your psychic energy towards the central orb, and you need only focus on output. I shall handle the control," Eric instructed, analyzing the operational strategy and designating Edward as his assistant. The flame energy surged into the central orb. It began to glow a brilliant red, distinctly different from Eric's telekinetic control. Once the flame energy completed its cycle within the orb, Eric infused his own psychic energy into it in an instant. A surge of violet light erupted, the amalgamation of flame and psychic energy appearing both enigmatic and perilously potent. Under the scrutiny of Eric's psychic focus, W emerged from behind the imposing wall, appearing somewhat disheveled with mere dirt staining his form, yet entirely unscathed. "And no matter your origin, farewell, monster," Eric murmured, emboldened by the amplified strength now at his disposal. They, augmented by Eric's psychic energy and Edward's flame energy, harmonized under the dominance of the psychic force. yielding a power that transcended mere arithmetic addition. Regrettably, it was not a combination of opposing energies, yet the psychic attribute commanded superior control. The attack, a spiraling vortex of purple light, hurtled towards W, who was still reeling from the prior assault. He beheld the energy column barreling towards him. W propelled himself skyward. He initially believed he had evaded the attack, only to find the relentless beam veering sharply, pursuing him into the sky where he had no means of leverage. The fiery energy scorched his hair, forcing his hands to push skyward until it detonated at an altitude of several kilometers. The explosion generated a mushroom cloud the size of half a city, and the shockwave sent the fleet reeling backward. Fortunately, upon witnessing the explosion, they retreated hastily. Otherwise, they would have incurred significant non-combat losses. Once the blinding light subsided, Eric fixated on the epicenter of the explosion, as if attempting to pry his eyes from their sockets to ascertain the outcome. Should W remain unvanquished, they would truly be at a loss, necessitating a strategic retreat to await a more opportune moment. Damn, he is still alive. Edward, notify the entire fleet to prepare for withdrawal. The Empire's defensive forces should not be squandered here, Eric commanded, realizing that their most formidable strike had failed to eliminate W, rendering their presence futile. Eric, look, Edward exclaimed, repeatedly patting Eric's shoulder, astonished by an extraordinary sight. He can actually fly. W, suspended in midair, was not entirely unscathed from the previous assault. To be fair, the force was indeed formidable. Every strand of exposed hair had been incinerated, and his skin was marred with fine fissures. Yet this damage evidently did not concern him. Thanks to you lot. Otherwise, I wouldn't have discovered how to fly. W grinned, for as the saying goes, fortunes and misfortunes are intertwined. Indeed, though he had endured a beating, he had also gained the ability to soar. With that, he swung his arms back, propelling himself like a projectile towards the aircraft. His tremendous speed and mass obliterated the vehicle upon impact, and still unsatisfied, he executed a sharp U-turn in the air, barreling towards the formidable Sky Fortress. Even the sovereign of the skies, the Sky Fortress, could not withstand such a cataclysmic collision. Fortunately, it was equipped with anti-gravity devices, allowing for a gradual descent even in destruction. It could be said that while all present might perish, the Sky Fortress would ultimately touch down. W weaved through the fleet, rendering aircraft obliterated with each punch and kick. Yet Eric had already issued the retreat signal, prompting the crews to flee rather than engage in a futile struggle. No one wished to provoke the monstrous W further. W observed the retreating vessels scattering in all directions. Frustration welled within him. Had he not yet downed enough craft? Why were they fleeing already? It was understandable. Prior to mastering flight, he had been relentlessly bombarded by the aerial dominator, Captain Luo, and now that he had the means to retaliate, they all fled. Infuriated, W refused to let the vampire squadron evade unscathed. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Right, I still possess the techniques and laws. He mused, contemplating the utility of the techniques. Yet based on his observations, it seemed this world had yet to access the power of time-related psychic laws. Even if such powers existed, they were likely limited in scope. With this in mind, W chose not to pursue the fleeing aircraft. Instead, he hovered in midair and closed his eyes. What is he doing? Eric wondered, perplexed by W's sudden inactivity. Oh, what does it matter? Do you wish to confront him? Edward, too, began to ponder. In such a scenario, survival was paramount. Where might my time-related psychic law adaptation lie? W reflected inwardly, and as he concentrated, his gaze shifted inward, exploring an unfamiliar realm within. Where is this? Upon achieving introspection for the first time, W beheld a space suffused with a violet hue, momentarily at a loss for action. What is this strange purple light? It feels so out of place, he thought, envisioning hands reaching towards the violet luminescence. Just as W's psychic energy made contact, an inexplicable force surged within him, racing to his crown and eliciting an involuntary cry as he opened his eyes. To his astonishment, this gaze seemed to activate a switch. Everything that had once been mobile was now rendered immobile. This. Success. W contemplated the scene before him, Astounded by his newfound capabilities, he then soared towards the spaceship. Spotting Eric, frozen and unable to move, "It is you." Upon recognizing the familiar visage, W's heart raced. Was this not the very individual who had initially escaped? Enemies, upon encountering one another, are often filled with a burning intensity. Seizing the moment of his temporal abilities, W lunged into the control room and struck Eric with a fierce punch, obliterating his skull. In that instant, W's mind was pierced by a searing pain, akin to being pricked by a needle, causing him to cry out in agony. The agonizing pain jolted him awake. Although his mastery over temporal manipulation was formidable, it was not something he could withstand without the fortitude of mental prowess. Fortunately, it was merely the demise of one Eric. Had he altered the designated timeline too drastically, it was conceivable that he might have met his own end without the intervention of a vampire. After enduring the torment, W decisively relinquished his control over time, for he could not fathom what further calamities might arise. Once the temporal manipulation ceased, the airborne vessels scattered like startled wild horses, and W managed to intercept the nearest spacecraft, eager to ascertain whether any vampires remained within. With a resounding crash, he forcefully kicked open the battered spacecraft's hatch, the debris clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Perhaps the commotion was excessive, for a distant cabinet door creaked in response. This sound reached W's ears just as he was about to turn around, and without hesitation, he called out, "Come forth." The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, save for the echo of his voice rebounding off the hatch. "So you wish to play hide and seek with me?" Confirming that someone was indeed present yet reluctant to reveal themselves. W approached, flinging open the cabinet door to unearth the concealed Edward. "Please, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me," Edward exclaimed, surrendering with both hands raised, his voice a frantic chant, "That I want to kill you. But you must speak. Who are you? What are you doing here? And heed my warning. Do not deceive me." W threatened, brandishing a shard of the spacecraft's remnants at Edward's throat. The sharp edge pressed against Edward's neck sent a chill down his spine. "I will tell you. I will tell you. But please be gentle." Edward's mind raced, recalling that Eric had described this man as somewhat naive. Thus, he decided to offer a mixture of truth and fabrication. Seeing Edward's palpable fear, W casually tossed aside the shard, its immense force creating a gaping hole in the spacecraft's hull. He crossed his arms, patiently awaiting Edward's disclosure. "My name is Edward, and I am the squad leader of the 3rd Division of the 4th Energy Star of the Glorious Empire." Before Edward could elaborate, W interjected, "What about the vampire I previously dispatched? Surely he held some rank." That one was also a squad leader in the 3rd Division, named Eric. However, our responsibilities diverged as I oversaw flight control for the 3rd Division. While he was in charge of investigating anomalous occurrences at our base, he was quite intelligent and favored by superiors, thus possessing a slightly higher authority than I. W nodded, pressing further, "Who launched the purple energy tracking beam a moment ago? How was it generated?" "That was him. His authority far surpasses mine. The weapon is known as the energy spike, still in the experimental phase, beyond my clearance." Edward discreetly fabricated a small lie. "How many troops are stationed on the 4th Energy Star? And how are they distributed?" Upon hearing this, Edward hesitated, his mind racing. There are 3 divisions, each with 6 squads responsible for air, land, excavation management, comprehensive operations, investigation, and logistics." "And how many vampire vessels are there in total?" W pressed on. "Oh dear. You've put me in a precarious position. As a mere squad leader, I cannot possibly know. Eric might have, but alas, he is no longer among the living," Edward lamented, his face a mask of distress. "All right, I shall pose one final question. How much more power does your empire possess that can surpass that last strike?" W inquired, his curiosity piqued, for if such high-energy attacks were commonplace, the mission would become exceedingly troublesome. "There is nothing left. That weapon represents our most potent experimental armament," Edward hurriedly replied. "That's so. Are you planning to let me go?" he cautiously ventured, eyeing W, who appeared deep in thought. Yes, it is indeed time to release you." W responded, as if suddenly enlightened, clapping his hands together before seizing Edward by the collar and dragging him outside. "Hey, what are you doing?" "My legs are not broken. I can walk on my own. Edward protested, sensing that W's intentions were far from benevolent. Upon hearing Edward's protests, W turned, raised his leg, and forcefully stomped down, snapping Edward's legs beneath him while saying, "Oh, now, there da. Ah, you said you would spare me. You vile alien, you deceived me." Edward cried out in despair as W had broken his legs, their fa-ade of civility shattered. "You were not honest either. I warned you not to deceive me." W retorted, dragging him along. "I did not. How could I possibly deceive you?" Edward insisted, feeling a flicker of panic that his deception had been uncovered, yet he stubbornly defended himself that, "Oh, I declare you are a liar, and you dare to assert otherwise. Rest assured, I am no monster." W chuckled, contemplating Edward's fate. Still wish to live? He dragged Edward to the gaping hole in the hull, grasped his body, and with all his strength, hurled him into the open sky. As Edward soared upwards, W muttered, "Do not claim I denied you a chance at life. As long as you do not perish, you surely have a chance to survive." Based on Edward's ascension, it seemed unlikely he would endure. "To the command center of the 4th Energy Star, sir. Please take a look at this information." Mr. Guy, munching on a blood cake, glanced at the report handed to him by his secretary. "What is it?" "I still have unfinished business," he replied. "This is the joint operational report from Mr. Edward and Mr. Eric, and both have recently returned to the embrace of our ancestors. Upon receiving this unfortunate news," Guy straightened in his seat, incredulity washing over him. "What? Eric is dead. When did this happen?" "Just half an hour, AG. As the commanding officer of the 3rd Division, Guy could scarcely bear the loss of 2 prominent leaders." "Bring me the report. I must see it." He set aside the Resource Star production report and received the joint operational information from his secretary. The message had arrived prior, indicating that both men had indeed returned to their forebears a mere half-hour ago. This was clearly significant intelligence. The classification read, "Top secret, with the responsibility for authenticity lying with Eric and Edward, time-stamped at 2:10 p.m. on May 9, 3455 of the Glorious Era." Why did it take so long for this information to reach us? Guy demanded, his frustration mounting at the 50-minute delay. "Call that operator. I wish to know what transpired." Understanding the gravity of the situation, the secretary left to summon the operator, placing a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. Suspected extraterrestrial humanoid life forms exhibit a strong aversion to the Empire, possess immense strength, and boast an exceptionally high defense level. Their mode of movement is leaping, and no advanced weaponry has been detected. Estimated age appears to be that of a youth. With the final strike executed by the experimental weapon known as the Energy Spike, Guy reviewed the fragmented information. He opened an accompanying video attachment. Save me! Bang! Bang! Damn it! The footage revealed W capturing the vampire in its entirety, and Guy watched in astonishment as Eric's telekinetic powers proved ineffective against W. Incredible. Is this person truly just a biological entity? Not a robot? Observing the attached report from the life detection sensor, Guy closed his mouth in astonishment. If this being were indeed an extraterrestrial, it would signify the Glorious Empire's first formal encounter with a high-ranking alien entity. Observing the information displayed on the video screen, Guy decisively categorized W as a high-level extraterrestrial being that, in truth, as far back as several centuries ago, the Radiant Empire had already made contact with aliens. However, owing to the Empire's formidable strength and military prowess, it ultimately obliterated their civilization to its very foundations, leaving only pet-like extraterrestrials to be artificially domesticated. After all, for the majority of the vampire populace within the Radiant Empire, the blood of aliens was not merely distasteful. It had been classified as unpalatable. Having already annihilated 3 types of common extraterrestrials, encompassing 2 stellar systems, they had effectively established a precedent for the prevalence of lower civilizations in the cosmos. It was a pity for this advanced alien being, harboring such a profound bias against the Empire. It seemed inevitable that he would be sent to meet the son of tomorrow. Guy, upon reviewing the reports of the rebel meeting and the focused extermination of vampires, mentally issued a death sentence for W. Since neither Eric nor Edward had returned, it indicated that the power of the energy spear was insufficient to deal with this alien, and even the previous weaponry had inflicted not a shred of damage. Eric, oh Eric, must a clever man always gamble? It was indeed a lamentable situation. Guy reflected sorrowfully on Eric, recognizing that since the initial artillery barrage had not even grazed the target, a decisive retreat should have been executed then and there. To rely on the energy spear's power to vanquish the enemy was a gamble that had not borne fruit. In truth, Guy understood that Eric's bet on the energy spear's capacity to eliminate Dugwia likely stemmed from his belief that Dugwia might not be an alien at all. It was quite plausible that he was a biological weapon developed by the human rebels in conjunction with vampire hunters, and if that were the case, despite his strength, he would not be far superior to the current technological landscape. Regrettably, as Guy noted, the greatest flaw of clever individuals is their propensity to gamble. As long as the odds are not exceedingly slim and there exists a chance of success, they seem to be driven by some euphoric substance in their minds. Neglecting all else, Eric and Edward may have been oblivious to the energy spear's maximum potential. Yet for Guy, the commander of the Third Fleet, it was abundantly clear he had been present during the operational display of the energy spear, and had even prepared to significantly boost the production of cosmic battleships to ensure the Empire's radiance permeated every corner of the world. What am I to do against an alien that even the combined forces of telekinesis and pyrokinesis could not overcome? Guy found himself ensnared in contemplation. Just then, his secretary ushered someone into the room. Thud, 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 come in. Following the head secretary was an operator, head bowed, clearly feeling guilty for a mistake. What is the matter? Why did I only receive the information from 2:10 at 3 o'clock? Guy's preemptive inquiry shattered the silence. It's because of what? Seeing the operator hesitate, Guy slammed his hand on the table. It's because I had a quarrel with Edward. He threatened me over the phone. Upon hearing the table slam, the operator hastily divulged the concealed information. You delayed the information by a full 50 minutes over this? Guy took a sip of coffee, finding the situation utterly unbelievable. Take him away. Transfer his blood to the humans awaiting their initial embrace. Guy spoke calmly to his secretary. Understood. The secretary nodded and prepared to escort the operator away. No. Spare me. I only sent the intelligence late this once. Why? This is against the rules. The operator protested, aware that losing his blood meant either certain death or a fate worse than death. Rules. Here, I am the rule. Do you comprehend what intelligence you have jeopardized? You have delayed classified information for 50 minutes. Guy fumed, the pressure of the high-ranking bloodline bearing down upon them, compelling both individuals to kneel. Get out, secretary. Ensure that the surviving testimony is transmitted here shortly. Obeying the might of the high bloodline, the two hastily exited. Once the office was vacant, Guy returned to his seat and pressed the red emergency button, initiating a discussion with the other two fleet commanders. This intelligence is classified as top secret. Is that understood? Good. Here is the situation. My subordinate Eric was investigating a deceased bloodline overseer in a mine shaft, and, after informing the two of the classified report, upon hearing the door close, he recounted the entire sequence of events within the intelligence, sharing the data with the two commanders. Viewing the footage of Dugwia's rampage, the two commanders furrowed their brows. Can we confirm the authenticity of this intelligence? Absolutely. This report is corroborated by the deaths of my two squad leaders. In due time, we will have testimonies from the survivors describing the incident. I have instructed the secretary to prepare, and they should arrive shortly. Let me outline my strategy. The target has been confirmed as a high-level extraterrestrial being with an exceedingly high defense level. It is predicted that even the maximum output of the mixed energy spear abilities will not suffice to annihilate it. The most critical factor is its formidable resistance to the Empire. I have decided to employ the planet-destroying cannon to obliterate the fourth energy star, as there is little resource left to extract from it. It has already reached the theoretical limit of its production capacity. Henceforth, we need only to relocate some resources and personnel. More than half would suffice for us to proceed with the demolition. Guy articulated his thoughts to the two others, remaining a man of decisive action. He would not take risks if there was even a hint of danger involved, in the face of uncertainty regarding the opponent's capabilities. He advocated for a direct and maximum response, aiming to dismantle the planet. Isn't it rather hasty to obliterate the fourth energy star with a planet-destroying cannon? Although its production capacity has reached its peak, it remains a prime location for initial development and still holds commercial tourism value, which could be leveraged for future endeavors. Point one Fleet Commander opposed, believing it wasteful to abandon an energy star after so much effort and resources have been invested in its initial development. Moreover, Guy, all of this is based on your conjectures. Perhaps the mixed abilities have already severely damaged the alien. The second Fleet Commander shared his perspective as well, just as the three were embroiled in a heated debate. Guy's communication terminal chimed. Picking it up, indeed, it was the arrival of the Secretary's testimony. Come, take a look at the testimony report. Guy glanced over briefly before distributing the report to the two, as though he had already made up his mind. Closing his eyes and sitting upright in his chair, the two individuals in the footage, the more they watched, the more their brows knitted in concern. The testimonies not only described the alien's immense strength and speed, but also noted that even the purple energy beams emitted by the spacecraft had inflicted minimal damage. More astonishingly, the alien later exhibited the ability to fly. Guy, how can this be? Since when did we say the alien could fly? The second Fleet Commander inquired. Furthermore, this extraterrestrial being inexplicably emerged from a hole that appeared in the central chamber of Captain Edwards' spacecraft after it vanished. The first Fleet Commander added, equally perplexed. Upon hearing this, Guy, still with his eyes closed, leaned forward to grasp the testimony report. Previously, he had only skimmed it without thorough review. That it is true. The inexplicable hole in Captain Edwards' spacecraft allowed the vanished creature to emerge. The purple-red beam emitted by the main cannon of the spacecraft struck the individual, and the explosive shockwave sent us flying backward. Once the light dissipated, that individual inexplicably took flight. Reflecting on these two testimonies, Guy pondered for a moment before speaking. You see, gentlemen, this extraterrestrial being not only possesses the ability to fly, but it may also have the capacity for teleportation. Regardless, I propose we annihilate the fourth energy star with the planet-destroying cannon for a decisive resolution. Guy spread his hands, declaring, "This is my proposal. Love it or leave it." The commander of the first and second formations pondered deeply. If Edward and Eric were to fall victim to the sudden appearance of an alien creature during their evacuation, would they not also meet their demise when encountering this extraterrestrial being later on? With this thought in mind, the two exchanged glances and acquiesced to Guy's reckless request. After all, they had already amassed sufficient wealth on the fourth energy star. It seemed unwise to jeopardize their safety for the sake of a meager remaining profit. Very well, Guy. As you wish. This was your suggestion, so we shall draft the report upon our return. With that, the two terminated the transmission and prepared to report back to their superiors. Guy, fully aware of their intentions, sprang into action. Since it was his proposal, he would undertake the arduous tasks and ultimately bear the responsibility. However, Guy found nothing amiss in this arrangement. On the contrary, he could scarcely conceive of any alternative. While communication might resolve some issues, it certainly could not address all, particularly with regard to the alien creatures that exhibited vampiric tendencies. Secretary! After contemplating his next steps, Guy summoned his secretary. Inform the captains of each division to gather their personnel and prepare for the evacuation of the fourth energy star. Those who cannot be taken must be converted into blood packs on site. Those who have contributed can stay behind. Not elaborate on the situation. Simply state it is a drill or a firepower experiment. They must act swiftly. Evacuation must be completed before 5 p.m. As Guy issued his orders, what might be a mere retreat for the vampires could spell disaster for the humans residing there. Yet, the secretary hesitated. There's no yet. Hurry. Yes. Guy's firm tone left no room for dissent. Beep, beep, beep. Attention all units. Attention all units. A second evacuation drill is about to commence. The target is the nearest evacuation ships, departing in 3 batches. First the Blood Clan, then the Half-Bloods, followed by humans and mind slaves. The announcement jolted Lishour, who was on duty and feeling drowsy. How strange that a drill would be called so suddenly. Although puzzled, he thought little of it. After all, he would follow whatever orders came from above, as his actions were dictated by his superiors. Meanwhile, the humans residing in the mixed quarters remained indifferent. Since the last drill had passed without punishment for their lethargy, they had long ceased to care about such exercises and paid no mind to this unexpected drill. Why aren't you moving? Hurry up and get ready to evacuate behind the half-bloods. A patrolling vampire soldier approached the unresponsive humans, striking one on the head with the butt of his gun. Ouch! My lord, it's just a drill. There's no need for this. The struck human quickly nodded and bowed, daring not to voice any complaints against the vampire. Get moving. Enough chatter, seeing that the humans still showed no sign of urgency. The patrolling soldier feigned another blow. All right, we're going. Just give us a moment. Fearing further punishment, the human hastily retreated home, pretending to gather their belongings. The patrolling soldier, having fulfilled his duty of notification, left the rest to them. Once the vampires and half-bloods had relocated from the fourth energy star, Dugia entered their mixed quarters and casually approached a person lounging comfortably in a rocking chair. Hey, big brother, why have all the vampires fled? What are the others still running around for? The elder opened his eyes, surprised by the unfamiliar face, and replied, Oh, it's just a drill. Those people are all rushing off to participate. With that, he covered his face with a book once more. Evacuation drill, evacuation drill, evacuation drill, what exactly is it? Duguya murmured softly, sensing he had grasped some elusive point, yet he could not recall it. After a prolonged moment of vacuous thought, it felt as if something had awakened within him, leaving his mind in a whirl. Fool! Run now! The evacuation drill is a ruse. A voice echoed in Duguya's mind, startling him into believing he was hallucinating. Idiot! It's me. I'm Roger. As Duguya remained frozen in contemplation, Roger materialized before him, a semi-transparent figure, no larger than half a palm, emerged from Duguya's heart. Hovering in the air, find a way to blend in with the evacuating crowd, and do not let yourself be discovered. Roger cautioned Duguya. Roger, why have you shrunk so much? Duguya inquired, bewildered by the diminutive form before him. Is that really what you should be asking? Do you have any idea how much foolishness you've engaged in that led me to emerge from the trial world? Roger's barrage of questions left Duguya flustered. To be honest, he truly had no idea that he had foolishly exposed himself, believing he could triumph through sheer strength, thereby revealing far too much of his capabilities and prompting the evacuation of the entire fourth energy star. Do you know that the enemy is already aware of your information? You are no longer a hunter lurking in the shadows, but rather a lamb laid bare for scrutiny. Roger's voice grew increasingly agitated as he turned to commandeer Duguya's personal terminal. Black Sphere, scan the body, print a report on contamination levels, and check for any abnormal fluctuations in the world line. Understood, Master. Scanning in progress. Estimated time, 1 minute. The Black Sphere promptly executed Roger's command. You should never have acted without understanding the entirety of the world's situation. Even for the sake of those humans, everything must be aimed at completing the mission, Roger admonished, his small stature rendering his serious demeanor somewhat comical. Beep. Scanning complete. Body report as follows. Duguya, physical condition, good. Mental state, poor, due to the influence of world rules. Overall contamination level, 1. Mental contamination level, 4. Immediate separation required. World line fluctuation, 18. Exterminators must promptly carry out cleanup, as exceeding 50 will result in world reset. Ah, how could this be? Although he did not understand what had caused an 18 fluctuation, the realization that exceeding 50 would mean failure of the mission dawned on him. So, if during the mission the fluctuation surpasses 50, and I don't die, how will the association handle it? Duguya cautiously inquired, mentally bracing himself for a reprimand. Oh, it's nothing much. If you fail the mission, you simply 1T be able to return, and you will lose your status as a member of the Purity Society, Roger replied nonchalantly. That's it? No other penalties? Duguya, incredulous, could hardly believe it that a colossal organization with such minimal restrictions, were they not afraid? First, you seem to have a misunderstanding about the dimension of the Purity Society, Roger remarked, discerning Duguya's thoughts. For the association, time holds no significance at this stage. The Purity Society merely governs this segment of abnormal temporal fluctuations. In simple terms, we partition the entire original timeline into countless segments, and we are merely the stewards of this one segment. Thus, if an abnormal world is captured and the exterminators do not complete their mission, The association will abandon the capture, casting it into the void to complete a reset, and then recapture it for a new exterminator to enter. Only when an exterminator resolves the world's anomalies will it be deemed successful. For worlds with high threat levels, the mission process will be duplicated and handed over to subordinate races for extermination. For those deemed low threat, they will simply be classified as harmless worlds to develop freely and replay life. At this juncture, Rog raised his hand, striking Du Gaia across the face, and with arms crossed, remarked, "As for you, the destroyer not belonging to the original world, your demise shall coincide with the world's reset." Upon hearing this, Du Gaia's hair bristled in alarm. Indeed, he had not been declared dead, yet what difference did it make if the world reset before he completed his task? "Rog, help me. You are a dear friend of my father," he pleaded, clutching Rog's leg and weeping profusely. The not inquire how the diminutive Rog was ensnared by Du Gaia's grasp. Suffice it to say, he accomplished it, after several kicks aimed at dislodging the snot and tear-soaked hands of Du Gaia from his leg. Rog placed his hands on his hips and chided, "So why are you not hastening to fulfill your mission?" Just as Rog continued his admonishment, a regiment of vampires escorting humans rounded the corner. This was the third contingent of vampires, each wave accompanied by 12 vampires, evenly stationed at the four corners of the square formation. The synchronized sound of their footsteps was unmistakably theirs, upon spotting Du Gaia standing in the middle of the road. One vampire soldier detached from the ranks, preparing to drag him into the formation. Observing the vampire's impending approach, Du Gaia cast a furtive glance at her OG. To his surprise, Rog delivered another sharp slap to his head. "Chastising fool! Hurry and follow them. What are you waiting for, to die here?" Du Gaia winced in pain, gingerly touching his head as he protested. "Stop hitting me. Aren't you afraid they will see you? Idiot, if they could see me." "Would I be striking you?" Rog retorted, rolling his eyes at the absurdity of the question. Du Gaia nodded lightly, and with a sense of resignation, did not resist as he followed the vampire soldiers into the ranks, bowing and scraping as he joined the procession. The journey was swift, devoid of idle chatter, and once the 12 vampire soldiers positioned the humans, they began ushering the next group to the spaceship registration point. Name, Xingli Hong. Occupation, investment. Step forward for scanning. Good, you may enter. The vampire soldiers at the entrance diligently recorded and scanned the information of the individuals, which made Du Gaia, who was covertly observing, increasingly anxious that we're doomed. "Rog, how are we going to manage this?" "We are illegal residents," he whispered to Rog. "It's you, not me. Stay calm and do not draw attention. Just blend in with the crowd," Rog replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, a commotion erupted for the back of the crowd. Du Gaia turned to see a bald man elbowing a nearby onlooker, inquiring, "What is happening?" "Oh dear, that person seems to be an illegal resident, unregistered. Probably some interstellar pirate or something. It's none of our concern. Just enjoy the spectacle," came the reply. The disturbance indeed caught the attention of the vampires present. An officer gestured to two of the bloodsuckers, instructing them to handle the situation. Upon noticing the approach of the vampires, the bald man panicked, breaking free from the crowd and sprinting towards a nearby building. However, mere human legs could not outpace vampires. He barely made it a few steps before the pursuing vampire soldiers caught up with him. "An illegal resident? Huh. An illegal resident dares to mingle among us," one soldier chuckled, eyeing the man. "You think this is merely a drill? You intend to kill us for our blood, don't you?" the bald man blurted out. Before the vampires could respond, laughter erupted from the crowd. "What a joke! Kill us for our blood. You must be deluded. Blood is currently abundant. Such an act would be meaningless and only incite chaos. Our lords would never resort to that," a man in the crowd, his face painted grotesquely, chuckled. "Go ahead. You will regret it. Everyone I encountered who resisted was drained of blood." The bald man recounted his harrowing experiences. Upon hearing this, the officer's expression shifted, and he quickly pointed at the man, ordering his removal. Without allowing the man to continue, a soldier decisively shot him, creating a gaping hole in his body. Another soldier then tossed a small package onto him. And within moments, the 2-meter-tall man was reduced to a desiccated corpse. All right, everyone. The corpses encountered on the way were merely extremely uncooperative subjects of the Empire. Pay no heed to his words. Maintain your order as we proceed with the drill, The officer hastily addressed the crowd, attempting to rectify the previous misstep. Yet, an unusual scent began to permeate the air. Wait, something feels off. The personnel screening is unusually stringent this time, and the pace seems hurried. Previously, it was quite lax, and the miners were grouped with us, a young man noted, his voice rising above the murmurs. This commotion soon drew the ire of the vampire soldiers maintaining order. What are you babbling about? No whispering among yourselves. If you keep this up, you will suffer the same fate as that man. Upon hearing this, the line fell into an uneasy silence. They were acutely aware that vampires did not regard humans as anything more than mere sustenance. The ability to converse with them stemmed solely from the remnants of humanity and mutual benefit. Observing the situation, Dugaya mentally calculated how long he could sustain his time manipulation abilities. If time permitted, he might have a fighting chance. Unafraid of discovery, he could simply sabotage the scanning machine while time was halted. As he approached the scanning station, the officer appeared to receive some communication. Patting the shoulder of the registration soldier, with a wave of his head, he summoned the scanning soldiers to accompany him and gestured to a few remaining soldiers to join as well. Before departing, he instructed the remaining vampires, continue processing individuals and do not be overly meticulous. We shall return shortly. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to exhale a collective sigh of relief. It appeared that the heightened demands were merely for this exercise. Indeed, that bald man sought to harm us. He truly could not rest in peace. They whispered among themselves, relieved to understand the situation. With the absence of supervising personnel, Dugaya seized the opportunity to avoid the scanning process. One scan for an illegal resident would spell disaster. Seizing a moment when two soldiers were engaged in conversation, Dugaya made a swift move and slipped inside. The young man standing behind Dugaya stared in astonishment, convinced he had encountered a ghost. How could such a large, living being simply vanish? Indeed, alien life was perplexing. Amidst so many people, it was easy to feel haunted. The young man hugged his arms, goosebumps rising on his skin as he recalled conversing with what he believed to be a ghost, sending shivers down his spine. Blending into the crowd, Dugaya hurriedly advanced, keeping pace with the person ahead. However, this scene had been thoroughly captured by the officers in the monitoring room. They had received a notification warning them to be vigilant for individuals attempting to infiltrate the area of the evacuation ships, accompanied by a facial recognition model that was none other than Dugaya's own. Understood, the secretary replied, hanging up the phone before turning to Guy. Sir, we have identified the presence of an extraterrestrial life form. He has infiltrated an evacuation ship. Should we reconsider the destruction of the entire fourth energy star? The secretary mused, believing that since they had discovered the alien's presence, the original plan could be scrapped, and fourth energy star could be transformed into a tourist destination for profit. No, we must still obliterate the fourth energy star. I do not know the full extent of this alien life form's capabilities. It is prudent to assess him with the highest standards. Guy pondered for a moment. Have Soros keep a close watch on him. Do not act rashly. Everything must proceed normally with the evacuation protocols. Additionally, notify command that the A316 ship is the last to depart and restrict its propulsion. After receiving these two directives, the secretary turned and exited Guy's office, conveying the necessary information to Officer Soros and the command center. This is the A316 ship. I am Soros. Understood. Everything will proceed as planned. Good. Upon hearing this, Soros couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. What manner of individual warrants such a commotion from Commander Guy? However, he kept this thought to himself, aware that he dared not inquire further. Boss, why does this feel somewhat off to me? I can't quite put my finger on it. What does it mean to follow protocol? It seems rather suspicious. Aren't we following the procedure right now? The vice captain furrowed his brow, his expression contorting into a frown. I too sense something amiss, but since Commander Guy has instructed us thus, we shall proceed accordingly. Let us trust the Empire. Soros provided himself with a convincing rationale, though in truth, he was merely attempting to assuage his own doubts. With Guy's directive in hand, the assembled members of the Blood Clan gradually returned to their posts. In the cabin, Dugaya observed the elder brother in front of him, whose demeanor suggested he was open to conversation, and approached to inquire about the situation. Hey, old brother, where is our exercise destination? When can we depart? W ventured forth, speaking to the elder before him. Is this your first evacuation drill? It's just a drill. We won't be going anywhere significant. We'll merely take the spaceship for a spin, and once the miners are aboard, we'll make our getaway, the elder replied, momentarily annoyed by the interruption as he closed his eyes to enjoy the music. Currently, aside from the remaining human miners, everyone else is in position. I suspect we shall soon take off, circle around, and return to our tasks. With this thought, the elder turned away, his back to W, and resumed his slumber. As W waited in quietude, Rog appeared to have stumbled upon some information, exclaiming, "Hey, kid, you're in trouble." Rog teased W, crossing his arms and preparing to relish the unfolding drama. Captain Rog, what trouble? Please enlighten me, W exclaimed, his face contorted in concern, wondering how Rog seemed to know everything. Rog remained silent, gazing out the window. Sensing the gravity of the situation, W realized it was likely not a matter of life and death. "Tisich, if you're not going to tell me, I don't care to know," he muttered, as time passed. The cabin fell into a hushed stillness, while outside, spacecraft began to ascend into the sky. "Why are there so few ships for the miners?" the elder next to W remarked, puzzled as he gazed out at the vessels. Another individual chimed in. "What is so strange about it? It's merely a drill. We just need to evacuate while they continue their mining." "If that's true," W conceded, "but are we really that far back in the line?" Watching ship after ship lift off from the port without any movement from their own side, a sense of dread washed over W. Could they have been discovered? Yet he quickly dismissed the notion. Surely if they had been found out, they wouldn't be able to remain here in peace. Meanwhile, in the command room, Soros's unease intensified as he continually glanced at the clock. By all accounts, the spacecraft should have already departed. Save for the miners. "Lieutenant, has that individual made any moves?" "No. He remains seated by the window," came the reply. "Contact the command center and inquire about her status." "Why haven't we departed?" Soros decided not to wait any longer and demanded to know when they would be leaving. According to the original plan, the scale and authenticity of this evacuation drill were exceedingly high, even issuing orders to compress any uncooperative humans into blood packs on the spot, rather than a mere exercise. It seemed to be a test of the Empire's decision-making. Although Soros was unaware of the specifics, it was clear they should not have been left alone in this place. "Commander, the command center has instructed us to hold on a little longer," the lieutenant reported after hanging up the communication device. This. Soros's expression turned peculiar as he thought. "Hold on longer? How much time has passed? We might as well wait until the drill concludes." His fingers drummed against the table, and after a moment of contemplation, he instructed the lieutenant, "Bring a team of armed personnel. I have a tactical operation in mind," that he surmised that all these changes stemmed from the discovery of this individual. Thus, resolving the issue with this person should suffice. Soros commended his own astuteness. To him, humans had always been mere sustenance, that he believed the boss was overreacting. Wasn't it simpler to eliminate the individual and extract their memories from their brain? With this thought, Soros decisively led his combat unit toward the humans' temporary quarters. As he swiped his card to unlock the door, a foul stench assaulted his senses. Two drunken individuals lay sprawled on the floor in front of the entrance. Noticing Soros's frown, a team member kicked one of the inebriates aside, leaving him to groan alone in a corner. The other drunken man, witnessing his companion's fate, held his breath in fear, half awakening, and crawled away with great effort. Once Soros and his team passed, the kicked man finally stood up, wiping blood from his mouth, muttering, "Damn it, why are vampires here?" and with a combat squad. Could the plan have been compromised? Upon reflection, this seemed quite plausible. He quickly retrieved his communicator, retreating to a shadowy corner to report back to his boss. "Boss, this is bad. Soros has brought a combat squad over to our plan compromised." Meanwhile, Frank, who had blended into the crowd, heard this and his mind raced. "Impossible. Our plan cannot be leaking. Tell the brothers to refrain from rash actions, observe the situation, and don't be the first to expose themselves." His greatest fear was that something would go awry at a crucial moment if they rushed in. After finishing the call, Frank noticed Soros and his team approaching. "Boss, they're coming our way," a few younger members whispered to Frank. Not blind to the situation, Frank replied, "Silence, I know Soros," and his entourage drew nearer. Frank's companions instinctively gripped their weapons, prepared to act should the situation take a turn for the worse. Although they were uncertain if they could harm the vampires, they felt they had to make a stand. To their surprise, Soros and his group merely walked past Frank, leaving them in a cold sweat. What gives? With such a show of force, why aren't they here for us? Frank pondered, a sense of realization dawning upon him. As if a shackle had been shattered, T quickly commanded, have the brothers outside send a message. Instruct the ships to wait outside the atmosphere, and ensure they remain undetected. Upon saying this, Frank felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. A nearby young member, puzzled, asked, "Boss, what's going on?" Frank chose not to reply, as this was merely a conjecture. Voicing it would only incite unnecessary panic. Meanwhile, Dugwia, resting by the window, caught sight of Soros approaching and subtly adjusted his posture to one conducive to action. When the group reached him, the lieutenant raised his hand to activate the holographic display, comparing it to Dugwia, and stated, "Yes, that's him. Take him away." Upon seeing the holographic image in the lieutenant's hand, Dugwia comprehended where he had gone awry. He had traversed this path too ostentatiously. As Rog had mentioned, he was no longer a hidden predator lurking in the shadows. In this highly integrated, information-driven era, once one's appearance was locked in, recognition became all too easy. As two vampires advanced to apprehend him, Dugwia resolved to abandon pretense, launching himself into the air and delivering a couple of kicks that sent the assailants sprawling. The onlookers were astonished that a human dared to resist, quickly raising their weapons to unleash a barrage of gunfire at Dugwia. Unfortunately for them, the stakes were trivial. The damage inflicted upon Dugwia was negligible, barely enough to break the skin. He charged through the onslaught of fire, targeting the nearest vampire. The force of his kick was tremendous, creating a sonic boom as his legs struck the air, catching the vampire soldier off guard and rendering him to mere mist. By the time the vampire was sent flying, the vicinity within 100 meters of the living quarters had been evacuated. Neither the Blood Clan's combat unit nor Dugwia's faction was within reach of these hapless humans. "Damn, boss, is this person even human? He just turned that vampire into mist." The younger brother was utterly astonished. He had never witnessed such a scene in all his years. "Hush, keep your voice down. This is my first encounter with something so bizarre. I've never seen anything this outrageous among vampires, let alone vampire hunters," Frank whispered. Observing the battlefield's apparent expansion, Frank waved his hand, instructing his team to retreat slightly, lest they inadvertently become cannon fodder in this chaotic conflict. If the earlier incident of kicking two vampire soldiers might have been attributed to a vampire hunter with modified legs, then the sight of Dugwia advancing under the fire of the combat squad while effortlessly kicking a vampire soldier to pieces was beyond anything Soros could have imagined. Though his expression remained resolute, a cold sweat trickled down his back. Damn it, why didn't Guy warn us about this monster sooner? As the vampire soldiers fell lifelessly within the ship's cabin, the entire vessel was engulfed in alarm lights. Witnessing the escalating chaos, Soros decided to dash towards the hatch, leaving his aides standing foolishly in place. The speeding harpoon bullet struck Dugwia's skin as though they were ricocheting off steel plates, without a scratch. They rebounded, hitting several humans who hadn't yet managed to escape the fray. The bullets continued their deadly trajectory, grazing the wounded and claiming lives. Fortunately, the structure of the harpoon ammunition ensured it would not rebound upon striking walls or the ground. Otherwise, under such concentrated fire, few would have survived this ship's hold. As Dugwia approached, the aide was at his wit's end. He had never encountered a person who could withstand bullets without so much as a scratch. With a mournful expression, he asked, "May I inquire, are you human or demon?" Dugwia disregarded the gunfire and stepped closer to the aide, while the few remaining soldiers wisely ceased their attacks, recognizing their futility against him. Yet, as the gunfire ceased, it became apparent that only the aide remained. Soros had vanished. How much longer until this ship departs? Dugwia was indifferent. He had little concern for such matters. Soon, the aide stammered, but upon reflection, realized the gravity of their situation. Escape was far from guaranteed. Soros, having recklessly fled on his own, pondered, no wonder they instructed us to keep an eye on him and not act hastily. They must have known he was beyond our capabilities. How could Guy, as the commanding officer, be unaware of the personnel configuration aboard each vessel. The fact that they deemed it necessary to use us as bait only underscores their lack of hope, even with the entire ship's armed forces on board. Realizing this, Soros felt the oppressive weight of the upper echelon's dominance over the lower ranks lift momentarily, and he couldn't suppress a surge of resentment towards Guy. Given his understanding of Guy, it was clear that even in such dire circumstances, the order was to disperse under the pretense of an exercise. The objective was evidently to isolate Dugwia and ultimately bury him with the lives of the entire crew aboard a single ship on the 4th Energy Star. The method of entombment was straightforward. A single high-yield missile would suffice to eliminate everyone. They, as the remaining personnel, had likely missed their window for evacuation and would find escape exceedingly difficult. "Hey, this is Soros. Immediately launch the ship. Right now," Soros shouted into the communicator as he sprinted. "Huh. Aren't we supposed to wait for the command center's launch notification?" The operator replied, bewildered. "What's going on? Aren't we waiting for orders? Don't you hear the alarm from the cabin? I'm the captain of this vessel, and I command you to start the engines." Soros cursed under his breath. If they continued to wait, they would surely become part of the graveyard. Upon hearing a leader willing to take responsibility, the pilot decisively activated the engines. Virum! Virum! What on earth is happening? The pilot, after several failed attempts to ignite the engines, grew increasingly anxious and contacted Soros. "Captain, the ship's engines are inexplicably stalling. We can't take off." Soros's heart sank at this news. Indeed, Guy had left no room for error. He had long anticipated this outcome, having initially headed towards the lifeboat's location. Soros had never truly expected the ship to take off successfully. He surmised that even if it did, it would only be able to fly sluggishly or circle aimlessly. "Dracula, grant me the strength to escape." Soros offered a final prayer before dashing into the lifeboat, pressing the launch button and soaring towards the direction of the first administrative star. Seeing the hesitant aide, Dugwia understood immediately and swiftly broke the man's neck. The vampire soldiers retreated a few steps in silence, their weapons feeling slippery in their grasp. The sight of their decapitated superior on the floor increased their anxiety. Dugwia, equally desperate, recognized the crux of the matter. If they could extract his three-dimensional model from the fragments, they surely possessed footage of his previous battles with the fleet. Knowing his combat capabilities, it was clear they would not only send one ship to intercept him. If the commanding officer's role were reversed, such a commotion would demand a comprehensive resolution. The only solution now was to annihilate the starship. Annihilation? Damn! Dugwia cursed, having pieced everything together, without regard for the remaining vampire soldiers. He kicked off the cabin wall and launched himself into the void. Ignoring the vampire soldiers, he recognized that upon the arrival of the Annihilation starship, their fates would be sealed. Upon hearing Dugwia's parting words, chaos erupted in the cabin as panic spread that, "Oh my God, is the Almighty punishing us? Damn those vampires! We paid so much, and now they want to kill us. Help! Help!" Seizing the moment while confusion reigned, Frank led his companions stealthily towards the lifeboat. The number of lifeboats was limited, and those inside were caught off guard. Once they regained their senses, they might find no space left for them. A few individuals in the crowd noticed Frank and his crew rushing to the lifeboat and began to react, albeit a moment too late, but they believed there would still be enough room. However, humans are social creatures. Once a leader emerged, the more astute among the crowd quickly grasped the situation and followed suit, including the two surviving vampire soldiers. Yes, they ran. The momentum grew, leaving behind a small group of bewildered individuals unaware of the lifeboat's location. With the addition of the vampire soldiers, Frank and his team quickly fell to the second tier. Observing the approaching vampires, Frank decided to drop the pretense that "I am a pirate," he declared, firing a plasma cannon that struck an unsuspecting vampire. Another companion, seeing a human revolt, had yet to raise his weapon before Frank's ally dispatched him. The best way to seize the lead was to eliminate the current frontrunner, and with that, Frank's group reclaimed their position at the forefront. With one less lifeboat in sight, Frank had no time for contemplation. Faced with imminent danger, he hurriedly entered the lifeboat. Noticing the followers behind him, he pressed the launch button, propelling himself and his two companions toward the designated positions on the ship. The remaining crowd watched as the last 16 lifeboats erupted into conflict. Observing the alarm signals on the main console, the secretary immediately switched to the surveillance channel aboard Soros' ship and turned to Guy. Commander, Soros and his combat team have engaged extraterrestrial life forms. Damn it. Wasn't he instructed not to act recklessly? Hearing the secretary's report, Guy, angered, rubbed his ring and resolutely declared, "Activate the annihilation cannon. Abandon Soros." Understood, accompanied by Guy's instructions. A deep blue beam of light shot forth from the distant first administrative satellite, aiming directly at the fourth energy star. The solitary figure of Du Gaia, constrained by the rudimentary speed of basic flight, had barely ascended when he witnessed an energy beam, several kilometers in radius, graze past him before colliding with the spaceship, obliterating it and drilling straight down to the Earth's core. The mere proximity of that energy allowed him to inhale the acrid scent of charred air. Could it be? Were these vampires truly so ruthless? Realizing the gravity of a situation, Du Gaia understood that escaping the blast radius would prove exceedingly difficult given his limited speed. Team Leader Luo? Help! The planet is about to explode. He disregarded all else and frantically called for rescue. Whether he could survive in the vastness of space was now a pressing concern. Rog, who was being shaken vigorously by Du Gaia, was rapidly nearing the brink of oxygen depletion and hastily broke free, exclaiming, "Calm down, calm down. You're not dead yet." With arms akimbo and a disdainful expression, Rog looked at Du Gaia and stated, "Remember, this is your trial. Although I brought you into the association, you must rely on your own strength." After a brief silence, Du Gaia acknowledged his own unreasonable behavior, yet he could devise no alternative strategy, observing the trembling soil of the planet's surface. He resolved to continue his ascent into the cosmos, the thin air causing him immense discomfort. Suddenly, the tectonic plates surged and numerous volcanic craters erupted like bursting pimples, spewing forth the terrifying energy contained within the planet, causing the fourth energy star to swell significantly. Alas, despite the volcanic openings attempting to relieve the internal pressure, the force within the planet escalated rapidly, causing it to bulge ominously before erupting with a resounding explosion. The scattering red light assaulted Du Gaia's eyes, prompting him to shield his face with his hand. Little did he know that this mottled red glow was merely the initial wave, before he could react. A subsequent shock wave struck him, sending him hurtling into the distance. Enveloped in a rising wave of heat that engulfed his entire being, it felt as if he had been cast into a steamer. The escalating temperature singeing his hair and eyebrows, pushing the limits of his corporeal form. Fortunately, a barrage of various stones rained down upon him. After enduring the initiation trials of the association, his skin had thickened sufficiently. The pain from these fragments was merely a slightly sharper sting akin to that of a nail gun, yet it afforded him the propulsion needed to swiftly escape the explosion's radius. Not only was Du Gaia propelled far away by the planetary explosion, but Frank, who had also launched from a ship, was similarly affected by the shockwave. Fortunately, the escape pod was equipped with a shock-absorbing mechanism designed for atmospheric descent. Its structure remarkably resilient, thus sparing him from calamity. Boss, boss, boss. When Frank's escape pod finally reached its designated position, it was intercepted by a prearranged spacecraft. Glancing at the familiar faces nearby, Frank breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have returned unscathed. Damn it, what terrible luck to encounter such a freak. Without further ado, he declared this mission a failure, resolved to plan the next target, and headed off for a shower. Exhausted, Frank instructed his subordinates to prepare for the next heist while he retreated to his quarters for rest. An interstellar pirate benefiting both vampires and humans. Frank's life was quite indulgent. He often seized a couple of mid-level humans and, when inspired, would raid a Blood Clan resource ship. Though there existed a significant disparity in physical prowess between vampires and humans, vampires of the sixth generation and beyond generally lacked such extraordinary strength. Moreover, even among the third generation and below, through the use of formidable weaponry such as plasma cannons, a stealthy strike could still result in a swift demise. Furthermore, the interstellar pirates comprised a mixed assembly of humans and vampires. Should any problem arise that humans could not resolve, The vampires aboard the ship would be tasked with addressing it. Upon Frank's return to the lounge, his first officer proceeded to the command room to pilot the ship to the first administrative star spaceport, awaiting further orders. Given that the fourth energy star had just been obliterated, the surrounding spatial fluctuations had yet to subside. Thus, the officer manually navigated the vessel away from the tumultuous area before activating the curvature engine. While maneuvering to evade the debris, the ship's detector began to emit alerts. Beep, beep, beep. Life forms detected ahead. Please proceed with caution. The officer was taken aback, for conventional life detection systems typically only reported information about cloaked vessels or non-mainstream vampire species when nearing low Earth orbit. In the vastness of outer space, where only debris lay scattered amidst the starry night, how could any life forms be detected? Exercising caution, the officer promptly reduced the ship's speed and activated the high-power detection device. The ship emitted an invisible red light that spread outward. The reason for employing the high-power detection was soon evident, as he swiftly pinpointed the location of the life form amidst the debris ahead. Guiding the ship slowly towards the pile of rubble, the officer utilized the ship's mechanical arms to clear a path through the debris. As the last stone was displaced, Gaya's figure emerged. Lacking practical combat experience, Gaya had braced himself against the high-damage shockwave with his flight abilities just before its arrival, ultimately propelling himself further away through the impact of the debris. However, the increasingly oxygen-depleted and low-pressure environment led him to believe he was on the brink of suffocation, and he soon lost consciousness, his body instinctively resorting to internal respiration. Rog observed quietly, a mix of concern and frustration as he witnessed Gaya faint from self-inflicted asphyxiation. Relying solely on memory infusion is indeed precarious, Rog mused. He needed to immerse Gaya in the experience of modern life in another world. Such a simple task, and yet he managed to faint? Thank goodness I was here. Had it been someone else or an enemy, the outcome would have been dire. Thus, he exerted his mental influence over the departing spacecraft, compelling it to return and retrieve the unconscious youth. Even from a distance, the officer felt the impact of Rog's mental command, steering the ship towards the two figures. The mechanical arms extended, grasping the unconscious Gaya, severing the cargo hold from the internal space, and directly depositing him into the ship's cargo bay. The third in command was tasked with notifying Captain Frank, stating that he had salvaged a person in space and would assess the situation, urging him to send someone to pilot the ship to the first administrative star. Without waiting for a response, he donned his cap, summoned a few crew members, and headed to the cargo bay. Hey, pilot, once we leave the turbulence zone, set course for the first administrative star, the third in command casually ordered. After a moment's thought, he spat in his hand and smoothed his hair back before turning towards Frank's lounge, leaving the pilot staring blankly at the densely packed debris on the screen. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on Frank's lounge door, filled with anticipation for a chance to impress. Unbeknownst to him, Frank was in a foul mood after narrowly escaping a hazardous mission at the fourth energy star. Infiltrating a resource vessel, his dismay. He was informed that the resource ship had been repurposed as an evacuation vessel for a drill, leaving behind nearly half of the ore to accommodate personnel. While forfeiting half the ore was still somewhat acceptable, the appearance of a monstrous creature that dispatched the ship's vampires was entirely unacceptable, leading to the destruction of the resource star. Thankfully, his keen instincts alerted him to the impending danger, prompting a hasty retreat. Otherwise, he might not have been the one to board the ship at this moment. Frustrated by the interruption during what was supposed to be a well-deserved rest, he snapped back. Is it really that difficult? Must I shoulder every burden? What use are you lot? Get lost. I want to rest. The third in command opened his mouth to speak, but was so taken aback that he could not utter a word. Having been unjustly reprimanded, with a face full of grievance, he retreated to the command room. After successfully dismissing the third in command, Frank reclined with satisfaction on his beloved sofa, savoring the pilfered beef stew and red wine, marveling at the beauty of life, unaware that a significant trouble was soon to befall him. Meanwhile, the adjutant leading the team to the cargo hold, having received no response from Frank, directed the communication to the third in command. Upon seeing the adjutant's call, the third in command straightened up, cleared his throat, and passionately relayed Frank's words through the communicator. To his surprise, the adjutant, having grasped the gist of the conversation halfway through, abruptly hung up the call. It was not a matter of great importance, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. A S's palm print unlocked the door to the cargo hold. A rush of air surged in, accompanied by the illumination of lights that brightened the previously dark space. The adjutant strode forward and crouched down, examining a human face before him. Dressed in a tight black suit, the contours of the body were accentuated, revealing an exceptionally strong physique. Just as the adjutant was about to reach out and check for signs of life, the man, Dugaya, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the two locked gazes momentarily frozen in place. The influx of air disrupted Dugaya's internal breathing, prioritizing external respiration. Once it was activated, his state of unconsciousness dissipated. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing a large man's face looming before him, he felt fortunate not to be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, or else he might have retaliated against the adjutant. The adjutant was bewildered. How could someone survive in the vastness of space after such catastrophic destruction? This person was surely not human. In that instant, the materialistic beliefs that had been ingrained in the adjutant since childhood began to waver. It seemed absurd. How could a person survive after a planet had exploded? Unless he were a ghost, how could he have consumed 5 kilograms of canned goods? Once Dugaya assessed his surroundings, he inquired, "Who are you?" The question startled the adjutant. Could a ghost speak? "And who are you?" he asked in return. Seeing that the adjutant had not answered, Dugaya reiterated his question. The adjutant finally regained his composure and replied, "Let us not concern ourselves with who we are. You should first tell me who you are." Dugaya chuckled softly, realizing his tone might have been a bit too commanding, and introduced himself. "I am Kujia, a vampire hunter." Crafting a fictitious identity for himself, Dugaya felt a twinge of remorse for the deceased Kujia. The adjutant, upon hearing the name, quickly searched his computer and indeed found information on Kujia, a new generation vampire hunter, albeit with limited details. However, it was sufficient to confirm that Kujia was a vampire hunter, a rare organization, and anyone who could name him was unlikely to be an imposter, especially someone who had survived the destruction of a planet. The adjutant mused, had the vampire hunter's modifications become so advanced? Was his protective shield embedded in that black suit? Regardless, it was impressive, leaving the adjutant, who had never encountered a vampire hunter before, quite astonished. What a pleasure! We are part of the trading caravan between the 1st and 2nd administrative stars. Engaged in cargo transportation. Here, that's my business card, the adjutant said, smiling ingratiatingly as he offered his card to Dugaya, discreetly signaling to 2 team members behind him. Understanding his cue, the team members retreated to the rear of the cargo hold. Hastily informing all crew members that a vampire hunter had arrived, they needed to prepare their formal identities and not expose any secrets. Afterward, the team member returned to the adjutant's side and gestured to the conversing adjutant. The adjutant nodded subtly, extending his hand to lead Dugaya into the spaceship, flanked by team members standing like bodyguards on either side. "Please, Master Kujia, allow me to show you around our ship." As Dugaya stepped forward, the adjutant discreetly sent a message to Frank. Meanwhile, Frank, who was applying cucumber slices to his face, heard the communicator buzz. Upon checking, he was baffled by the message. A vampire hunter? Where could a vampire hunter possibly come from on a spaceship? 3 questions filled his mind, leaving him unable to relax, prompting him to don his formal attire and prepare to meet this vampire hunter. Just as Frank emerged, he collided with the adjutant, who was leading Dugaya in this direction. "Allow me to introduce you. This is our captain, Frank." Before the adjutant could finish, Frank grasped him and exclaimed, "You mean the vampire hunter is him?" The adjutant, taken aback, responded curiously, Yes. What's wrong? There's indeed a vampire hunter named Kujia." "What?" "I'll explain later," Frank retorted. He quickly resumed his interrupted introduction. "I am Fralswode. A pleasure to meet you. May I inquire what brings you to our humble vessel?" Perhaps unbeknownst to Frank, despite his internal mantra to remain calm in the presence of the formidable Dugaya, his body instinctively betrayed him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This puzzled Dugaya. What was wrong with this person? Why was he sweating so profusely? "It's nothing much. I was brought in by your deputy captain." You needn't concern yourselves with me. I heard you were heading to the first administrative star, and I thought I might tag along to see your cargo. Additionally, could you show me to a quiet room? I need to rest. Although curious, Dugaya did not realize Frank had been aboard the human evacuation ship prior. Hearing this, Frank breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. As long as he is not here to cause trouble. We are no match for him anyway. Deputy, please escort him R.K. E.G. to the lounge, he instructed, grabbing the adjutant who had been idly standing by. As the two moved away, Frank loosened his tie and sighed heavily. It is just as I feared. The third-in-command approached Frank, eager to curry favor. Boss, how is the vampire hunter? Frank cast a sidelong glance at the third-in-command, feeling too embarrassed to share his inner turmoil, and casually replied, the presence of Master Kujia graces our humble abode. I am yet to discover who brought him here. Thinking of Dugaya's wild strength, the mere thought of his casual movements causing catastrophic consequences for their ship filled Frank with frustration. He wished to glean from the third-in-command who had been clever enough to allow such a person aboard. Unbeknownst to him, the third-in-command misunderstood Frank's intentions, believing he was preparing to commend the individual who had brought Dugaya on board, and enthusiastically proclaimed, it was me. I spotted him flying through the air, clearly not an ordinary person. I leaped up and pressed the capture button, unaware of the fire brewing in Frank's eyes. The third-in-command continued his boastful tale. It was me. Frank, realizing the culprit was indeed the third-in-command, forced a smile and beckoned. Well, I suppose I should reward you properly. Come, let us discuss this matter further in my office. The third-in-command suddenly sensed that the atmosphere had shifted and hesitated. What reward? We could discuss it here just as easily. Frank, maintaining a facade of politeness, replied, the reward is significant. It would be quite improper for others to overhear our conversation. In my office, you may voice any concerns you have, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Really? Boss, I want to be the deputy. Before the third-in-command could finish, Frank kicked the door shut and launched into an assault on him. Deputy Captain, a vampire hunter, is it? You've even learned to pilot a spaceship? The relentless barrage continued unabated, insufficient to satiate Frank's need for release. With a swift motion, he seized a wrench nearby and resumed his assault. Once finished, he left the bewildered third-in-command standing there, utterly unaware of his transgressions. Meanwhile, W was led by his aide to a tranquil corner lounge, a serene space that, while not expansive, was ample for his solitary presence. Thank you. You may attend to your duties now. I shall simply take a moment to rest. W nodded, softly issuing a dismissal. The aide understood the intent, closed the door behind him, and hung a do not disturb sign, informing W that he could ring for assistance if needed before departing, leaving W alone in the room, or rather, with Rog. Once the aide was gone, W shed his previously composed demeanor, furrowing his brow as he addressed Rog. Captain Rog, what are our next steps? Rog, appearing nonchalant with a newspaper in hand, reclined his rocking chair and remarked, this is your task. Analyze it yourself. I can only offer a suggestion or two. The implication was clear. W was to think independently, which proved to be a challenge for him. The primary objective was to eradicate all vampires and eliminate their impact on human civilization. However, the vampire-killing meme provided by the association had now become ineffective, rendering any hope of a sweeping extermination unfeasible. Observing W deep in thought, Rog cleared his throat to interject, ahem, annihilating an entire civilization will cost you merits and hinder your promotion. The term destroyer does not merely signify destruction. It also embodies renewal, the maintenance of balance, and the safeguarding of humanity. As for other reasons, it is not convenient for you to know just yet. Rog subtly corrected W's perspective while revealing some secrets of the association. Upon hearing this, W's already furrowed brow deepened further. If this option was unviable, and that option was similarly flawed, what then could be done? Do you not have a chance for in situ assistance? Do not tell me Libo has not informed you. Rog stated decisively, providing W with a potential solution to his quandary. Right, I still have the in situ assistance option, but how much merit can I overdraw? W sought Rog's opinion, as he was uncertain of how much merit could be accrued from a single mission. If he overextended himself, Completing the task could leave him stranded in this world. If your mission to cleanse the alien entities from this world is executed excellently, you might earn between 500 to 800 merits. Conversely, if executed poorly, or if the target's homeworld is annihilated, you could receive merely 100 to 400 merits. To be safe, you may reserve around 300 merits for external assistance. But if you see something promising, you may wish to invest further, though I personally do not recommend it. Rog laid out his considerations, yet the decision ultimately rested with Dugwia. After pondering, Dugwia resolved to explore further, activating his personal terminal, Black Sphere. Requesting external assistance. The Black Sphere acknowledged and commenced searching for the external assistance list. Dugwia spread his hands, unfurling the extensive catalog of external aid before him, a plethora of weapons sprawling across the screen. The sheer volume was overwhelming. He would need to scrutinize not only the names, but also the descriptions and instructional videos. He promptly activated the filtering function. First, he eliminated technology from the third generation and below, as such technologies were likely to overlap with that of the Vampire Empire, risking contamination. Next, he excluded standard anti-vampire weaponry extensions, considering the failure of the vampire killing meme. Even if some items were useful, they would not turn the tide. He also ruled out items of psychic nature, as vampires in this world possessed certain psychic abilities. Finally, he discarded any assistance requiring more than 500 merits, as he could not afford such a burden. This meticulous filtering reduced the once cumbersome list of items by 99% in an instant. Though the remaining 1% was still substantial, Dugwia examined it carefully, contemplating his options for an extended period without reaching a decision. The reality was stark. He struggled to find a means to combat the vampires in this world. They exhibited no fear of conventional man-made items, were impervious to sunlight and garlic, immune to silver, with no weaknesses aside from hearts and heads, capable of rapid self-regeneration and eternal life. With their physical prowess augmented by bloodline purity and the supernatural capabilities embedded within their genes. Aside from their thirst for blood, they appeared devoid of other vulnerabilities. Wait a moment. They retained the instinct to consume blood. Indeed, if vampires were to forego blood, what would they even be? Finally, Dugwia discerned a chink in their armor. No race is without flaw. Alongside their formidable strengths lie inevitable weaknesses. Otherwise, this world would not be one of alien entities, but rather a technological realm. After a thorough examination, Dugwia pinpointed his target. Black Sphere, select the Blood Instinct Attraction Meme Replicator. The Black Sphere acknowledged, indicating a delivery time of 2 days. Blood Instinct Attraction Meme Replicator, compatible with memes. Meme type, Psychic Meme function. Infected targets will experience an unbearable craving for the blood of the designated target set by the meme. Units that have consumed the target will likewise become new potential victims until all infected units succumb to the corruption. What a pity! It remains uncertain how the vampire killing meme would interact with the Blood Instinct Attraction Meme Replicator. Dugwia sighed, realizing he was making a significant investment. The Blood Instinct Attraction Meme Replicator cost 480 merits. Should he fail to eradicate the vampire's influence on this world, he would be left to perish alongside the remaining life forms. Even if he achieved a high level of task completion, the merits returned after deducting for the meme would likely be meager. This was Dugwia's pivotal trial for formal recognition. He harbored no desire to merely participate in a trial and meet his demise. Life after this needed to continue, and without additional means, he would inevitably falter in his cleansing mission. Boss, why did you call us here? Is it urgent? The aide, having just returned from Dugwia's room, received the news and hurried over. What do you need? I'll show you a video. Feel free to raise any questions afterward. Frank, without further ado, played the video he had secretly recorded on the ship. The gathered individuals were left in stunned silence, the shaky footage creating an immersive experience. Particularly when Dugwia had acted first, Frank had zoomed in, though nothing substantial was captured, merely a fleeting shadow that zipped past with alarming speed. Boss, is this real? The audience was collectively incredulous, especially the aide, who, reflecting on the brutal imagery and recalling his proximity to Dugwia, felt a chill run down his spine, and no wonder he had survived in outer space. It was not merely due to technological equipment. Thank heavens he had not provoked this figure. The aide sighed heavily. So, that person isn't a vampire hunter after all. A captain from the back shouted. Frank, startled, snapped, "Shut up. Why are you shouting? I can hear you. Do you want to attract his attention?" He gestured threateningly toward the captain, who quickly recoiled. Listen well. Your task now is to inform your subordinates not to provoke him and to ensure your merchant disguise is convincing. With that, he approached the third in command and adjusted his T the very least. You need to tie it correctly. What is this? A bow tie. Retie it. Seeing the third in command's bow tie, Frank's frustration boiled over. None of you better leak anything. Understand? Aide, prepare for the jump. Hasten to the first administrative star and drop this calamity off. By the way, Aide, since you brought him in, you go inform him to prepare for the jump. He left everything to you until we land. Frank had taken on the role of a hands-off manager, indifferent to the situation, firmly resolved not to get involved. Having observed the spaceship up close, the intensity of the impact was far greater than what they had witnessed in videos. The aide, on the verge of tears, lamented that had he known, he would never have brought W aboard. The aide, singled out by Frank, reluctantly approached the door to the lounge, loosening his tie and adjusting his attire, trying to clear his mind before knocking. Knock, knock. Ahem, Mr. Kajia. We are preparing for the jump. Please make the necessary arrangements. Outside, the aide knocked twice and quickly retreated as if fleeing. Jump? Prepare for what? W, utterly bewildered, still wished to inquire about what preparations were needed. However, upon opening the door, he found that everyone had vanished. Damn, they sure run fast, he muttered, closing his eyes to recall the preparations for the jump. Yes, it was time to lie down in the jump chamber. Before he could fully process it, the ship had already initiated the jump. Not having entered the jump chamber, W felt as if he had been thrust into a toilet bowl, wildly swirling within the cabin, yet somehow avoiding contact with the walls. Mystically suspended in the center of the ship. Fortunately, W's robust physique saved him. Otherwise, this experience would have cost him at least half his life. This state persisted for a full 10 minutes before the ship began to decelerate, signaling their arrival at the first administrative star. Attention, vessel ahead. Please dock and halt. Frank's pirate ship, masquerading as a merchant vessel, had reached the spaceport of the first administrative star in the solar system. As a model citizen, he was bound to heed the commands of the esteemed Blood Clan leaders. The spaceport, serving as a docking station, was busy inspecting numerous vessels, and it would take a while before it was their turn. Frank scrutinized the spaceport inspection station, peering through the ship's monitoring portal, offering his evaluations. Promising, very promising. Over here is the energy storage, and there's the tax station. Ahead, the rest area is filled with shops, a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Are they not afraid of being robbed? Truly. Suddenly, a loud smack disrupted his thoughts. Who slapped me? Can't you see I'm admiring the scenery? Frank turned around to find W's face, startling him to the core, prompting an immediate retraction. What old man? Aren't you just as youthful? W scrutinized Frank, making him feel somewhat unnerved, fearing he had been recognized. Captain Jouod, what happened? Have we arrived? W inquired, eager to glean information from Frank. Upon hearing this, Frank sighed in relief. Not yet, but we shall soon. The area around the first administrative star is cordoned off as a no-jump zone. We'll have to pay a toll. Just a moment longer, please, before Frank could continue his observations. The voice of an inspector rang out from outside. Hey, where's the captain? Routine inspection. Hurry up. Hearing this brusque command, Frank immediately donned a harmless smile and approached the inspectors. Here we are. All our documents are in order. We are law-abiding citizens, legitimate merchant vessels, simply transiting to... let me see the personnel registration form. I'll also need to call your crew over. The Empire's inspections have been stringent lately. We mustn't take any chances. The inspector, Raymond, stated in a tone laden with authority. Upon hearing this, Frank quickly activated the communicator, summoning the aide and crew, while casually handing over the form. Raymond scanned the form, then glanced up to see W standing at the edge of the cabin. Yes, you. Turn your head. Let me see. W turned, pointing to himself. After a long comparison, Raymond furrowed his brow, puzzled. Where did this person come from? His name doesn't appear on the ship's personnel list. Frank, analyzing the situation, rapidly concocted a story. He is my youngest son. Yes, my youngest son. Raymond turned to W with a curious expression. Youngest son? W nodded sheepishly, offering a nervous smile. Raymond resumed, scrutinizing the captain's registration details. But according to your records, your youngest son is only 8 years old. Is this really an 8-year-old? Smack. Frank clapped his hands dramatically. I don't want to believe it. I don't believe it. The photo was taken when he was 2. By 5, he was as tall as his mother. He has been on the ship for 2 years. With low gravity in space, he looks like this at 10. Oh, I see, Raymond mused, circling W, occasionally sniffing the air. Frank, sensing the precariousness of the situation, hurried over, wrapping an arm around Raymond while discreetly slipping a card into his other hand. Toll fee. Toll fee. Frank grinned amiably. Raymond examined the card, no longer glancing at W, and turned to Frank. But we haven't even reached the toll station yet. Frank nodded and bowed repeatedly. Indeed, indeed. The ship has arrived at the spaceport covered in dust. This is a little something for your troubles. For your tea. Upon hearing T-money, Raymond understood the implication, pocketing the card while casually asking, Oh, T-money. No contraband, I hope? Relieved to see Raymond accept the card, Frank felt a weight lift from his shoulders. A conflict averted meant they wouldn't be reduced to rubble. No, of course not. Just a law-abiding citizen, a very good citizen. After collecting the payment, Raymond casually sent a robot to scan the ship for contraband before departing. Just leave it here for now, Frank muttered. He turned to call for W, only to realize he had vanished, leaving behind a few carved words in the cabin. Wait for me to return. This revelation startled Frank, who knew what this individual intended. As someone capable of navigating the treacherous waters between humans and vampires, trusting him to return was a fool's hope. Urgently, he urged the crew to expedite their departure and clear the inspection zone. Meanwhile, Raymond, blissfully unaware of W's pursuit from behind, reveled in his recent windfall. Wow, a silver card. Quite a haul. It seems today will be a feast. He headed towards a nearby shop, eager to explore the riches within the card. Boss, I'll take some blood pudding. 688. What? So expensive? Charge it. 688 needs a card. The boss scrutinized the card, then Raymond. Not enough money. Not enough? Raymond, taken aback, protested. It's 688. Did you input the wrong amount? This is a silver card, 200 million issued by the Empire. The boss furrowed his brow, momentarily swayed by Raymond's argument, and rescanned the card. What's wrong? Did you find the funds? No, it's just not enough. At this point, the truth struck Raymond. Frank had been toying with him. Desperately clinging to hope, he inquired, then, can this card be exchanged for cash? How much is it worth, boss? The boss took the card, weighed it, and examined it under the light, nodding slightly before slicing it with a small knife. Sure enough, it was not made of silver, but was merely a standard digital card. Worthless. Get out of here. How dare you try to deceive me? If it weren't for my years of meditation, I'd have given you a whack. Scram. The boss, furious upon discovering the ruse, nearly reached for a weapon. Terrified, Raymond bolted for the exit. Damn it. What a load of crap. Not a single good human among them. Raymond felt humiliated, grateful that the insignia of the inspection station was not too conspicuous. Otherwise, he would have faced ridicule far and wide. I spoke too harshly. Surely, there are good humans out there. While he grumbled, oblivious to W's approach behind him, he was startled by a voice from the shadows. Who goes there? Ah, are you not the young lad from that spaceship? Raymond exclaimed, his tone laced with mockery. What a pity that the fool cast you out. Upon turning to face the figure, he was astonished to see the very person he had encountered earlier. A grin spread across Raymond's face. Today, you have truly met your misfortune. For when you meet your end, be sure to greet Satan that if you seek someone to blame, direct your ire towards your father. As he spoke, Raymond reached out towards W, only to find W equally extending a hand, seizing his outstretched arm. Raymond exerted a slight force, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. How could this be? He was unable to break free. Frantically summoning all his strength, he still remained trapped, realization dawning upon him that this man was far from ordinary. Damn it! You wretched human! What manner of creature are you? W heard this exclamation and, with a swift motion, applied pressure to Raymond's arm, snapping it with a resounding crack. Ah! The sound of Raymond's impending scream was stifled as W delivered a precise strike that crushed his vocal cords, leaving him only the capacity to emit muffled whimpers. Yet W maintained his grip on Raymond's arm, prompting Raymond to extend his left hand in a futile attempt to pry himself free. Regrettably, W's strength was overwhelming, and Raymond had grossly underestimated it. Even with the aid of his other hand, he was powerless. W, with a casual twist, broke Raymond's other arm as well. "Who is the imbecile?" shouting so loudly. "Do you not realize that the Lord is trying to rest?" The shopkeeper, having pushed open the door to investigate the commotion, was greeted by the sight of W breaking Raymond's arms, a scene far beyond the realm of his duties. Hastily, he shut the door. However, W had no intention of letting the eyewitness escape. He swiftly turned and, with two decisive kicks, shattered Raymond's legs. He then burst through the door, capturing the shopkeeper, who was still preoccupied with gathering money for his escape. As W approached, the shopkeeper, trembling in fear, dropped his money cards, his resolve crumbling. I saw nothing. The shopkeeper continued to struggle in vain, but W showed no mercy. He crushed the shopkeeper's throat with brutal efficiency, rendering him helpless and dragging him outside to join Raymond. Now, with his wounds healing except for the broken limbs, Raymond gazed at W and shouted, "What do you intend to do? Are you aware of the consequences of assaulting a registered vampire?" Yet W, realizing the vampire's rapid healing posed a problem, crushed Raymond's throat once more and began searching the vicinity. After a thorough rummage, he discovered a few iron objects in the shop, fastening them around Raymond's throat and the severed ends of his limbs, securing them with wire, and employing the same method on the shopkeeper. After a few moments of silence, it became evident that the vampire's self-healing abilities had been curtailed. The wound on Raymond's throat struggled against the iron plates, but the force was minuscule, unable to close the gap. The wire at the ends of his limbs further hindered any attempt to heal. W, having captured the two vampires, returned to the location of Frank's spaceship, only to find it had vanished without a trace, leaving him bewildered. "What is happening? Did Captain Jouda not wait for me?" "Fool, that is no captain. He is a pirate." Rog appeared from nowhere, floating beside W. Upon hearing this, W was further perplexed. Was it not supposed to be a merchant ship? How had it turned into pirates? What kind of pirates donned suits and ties? Rog seemed to sense his confusion and explained, during the retreat from the spaceship, that young man was wreaking havoc nearby. "What? You mean Captain Jouda was on the same ship as us?" At that moment, if W remained oblivious to being deceived, he might as well resign himself to despair. No wonder they fled so swiftly upon seeing my message. W contemplated, for who would keep an unstable bomb close at hand? If he were in their position, upon finding an opportunity to escape, he too would undoubtedly take it. With this thought, W concealed himself near the docking station, since Frank's ship had already departed, and with such a high volume of ships passing through, waiting for another would suffice. Just then, a pitch-black spaceship approached the port, and inspection personnel moved forward to conduct their checks. Suddenly, an enormous explosion echoed from the distant logistics area, startling the inspectors into a state of alert, gripping their weapons tightly. The deafening blast drew the attention of most soldiers at the dock, prompting 3 small teams to mobilize for support, soon followed by 2 more as the support teams engaged. The situation began to stabilize, allowing the inspectors to breathe a sigh of relief, unaware of the true danger that loomed near. Behind them, the 3 ships that had been under inspection began to unload crew members, who, taking advantage of the inspector's distraction, shot one of them right in the forehead. Due to the massive size of the spaceship, the disappearance of a single inspector went largely unnoticed. Only a nearby soldier, puzzled by the absence of the inspector, approached to investigate. Unfortunately, this curiosity proved fatal. The unsuspecting soldier was struck down by a plasma cannon wielded by the waiting rebels, his body dragged away, thus employing a strategy akin to hunting rabbits. One by one, the remaining soldiers on the dock were eliminated until the few who sensed something amiss caught on in a bustling dock, with all inspectors vanished. How could that be? Realizing they had been discovered, the remaining personnel opened fire before the 4 returning teams could regroup. However, Lacking the advantage of surprise, engaging directly with the vampire soldiers proved unwise, while the plasma cannon was an effective weapon against vampires. Its efficacy diminished once the vampires reacted. Their reflexes, strength, and agility far exceeded that of normal humans, rendering even the finest weapon useless in a mere face-off. A quarter of their forces fell, while only one unfortunate soul among the vampires was grazed by a stray shot. Seeing that they were clearly outmatched by the prepared vampire squad, the rebel soldiers emerging from the black spaceship swiftly withdrew a syringe filled with a potent serum, injecting it into their necks. The effect was immediate, as if unlocking a genetic potential. Veins bulged from their necks, spreading throughout their bodies. Their eyes widened, bloodshot, as if about to burst from their sockets. Those who had injected themselves moved with a divine swiftness, able to discern the fleeting movements of the agile vampires. With coordinated strikes, they dispatched several of the advancing vampires. With this newfound assistance, the entire squad experienced a remarkable transformation, swiftly depleting the vampire team. However, fortune is fleeting, and calamity often strikes in pairs. Just as they dispatched one squad, the three teams that had previously ventured out returned. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, they opened fire without hesitation, even as they sought cover. The hail of nails struck the ships and ground, with ricocheting debris injuring many. In contrast to the plasma cannon, the nail guns offered greater range and a higher rate of fire, far surpassing the capabilities of the plasma weapon. Yet, the ships returning to the port had already undergone the cleansing of energy barriers. Otherwise, they could have activated their shields to withstand the onslaught of nail gunfire. Just when Dugwia, hidden in the shadows, thought the conflict would conclude with the rebels' defeat, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as the vampire squad reveled in their long-range attacks. A cannon was suddenly dragged from the back of the rebel ranks, launching a shell towards the vampire team. The immense blast instantly killed 2 and injured 3 others. Heavy artillery, an antique but quite effective, Barrett grinned, addressing his commander with a gleam of satisfaction. And no one present could have anticipated that they would witness such explosive grandeur in this century. That cannon fire truly struck at the very core of their beings. Although the screening device deprived the spacecraft of its firepower support, the arrival of heavy artillery cast a thick veil of smoke over the battlefield. A series of consecutive shells wrought significant destruction, and alongside the soldiers invigorated by vitality serum, they momentarily managed to suppress the vampire soldiers. However, the vampire soldiers were far from naive. They did not stand idly by to await bombardment, but sought cover, using their agile forms to engage in a skirmish with the resistance while waiting for reinforcements. Observing the increasingly astute vampire soldiers, Barrett anxiously remarked, "I should have applied to have all the spacecraft's weaponry converted to artillery." Yet, pondering such matters now was futile. Confidence had already escalated to this point, leaving him no choice but to engage in close combat with the vampire soldiers hiding behind their cover. The remaining uninjured soldiers each retrieved syringes, injecting themselves in the neck, and fervently raised their plasma cannons, charging toward the cover where the vampires were concealed. That on average, it took 3 or 4 men to barely eliminate a single vampire, and the remaining forces were scarcely sufficient to ensure a life-for-life exchange. By the time they eradicated the remaining vampires, the resistance was left with only a handful of survivors. Yet, misfortune does not come alone. It can arrive in pairs, or even triples. That a second team, which had ventured out, hastily returned, and among them was their officer. As they spotted another wave of vampires approaching, the captain tightened his grip on his weapon and said to Barrett, "It seems this plan has been a dismal failure." Barrett said nothing, merely nodding, though the incessant trembling of his legs betrayed his inner turmoil. "Ah!" Barrett shouted, seizing his plasma cannon and charging towards the vampire squad. The captain, witnessing Barrett's reckless advance, remained unfazed, for as an officer, his bloodline was far superior and stronger than those lowly vampires. The notion that a single human with a plasma cannon could defeat him head-on was nothing short of folly. However, Barrett's charge was merely a diversion. The true trump card was wielded by the resistance leader. Bang! The newly arrived squad was clearly unaware that someone had brought ancient relics from centuries past in a battle. And in their frantic clustering, they were met with a devastating artillery explosion that, I must say, This contraption is quite effective. The captain remarked, leaning against the heavy artillery. He had anticipated that such a clustered formation would yield significant results against the vampires. Yet, as the smoke cleared, a blue ice shield materialized in place. Barrett, standing closest, exclaimed loudly, "This vampire officer possesses an anomalous ability." Upon hearing this, the captain, who had been laughing while leaning on the heavy artillery, suddenly fell silent, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? Anomalous ability? What sort of intelligence work is this? Wasn't it reported that there were none? Damn it! As the ice shield began to shatter, the captain disregarded everything else and fired another shell, which detonated around the vampire officer. Unfortunately, the explosion's force failed to penetrate the bizarre purple-blue, glowing ice shield. Just as the captain prepared to load another shell, Barrett shouted, "Watch out!" in a moment of panic. The captain managed to lift his gaze, only to find a face looming directly before him. "Remember this. The one who will kill you is named George McKay." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, George's right hand coalesced into a shard of ice, and with a swift motion, he severed the captain's head from his shoulders. As the severed head tumbled to the ground, Barrett cried out in horror. "No!" He then raised his plasma cannon and unleashed a barrage of fire towards the vampire officer, George. Regrettably, the plasma cannon proved ineffective against the ice shield, instead drawing George's attention. Observing Barrett advancing with his weapon, George lifted his left hand, and with a mere flick of his fingers, ice spikes formed in the air, launching towards Barrett. Just as it seemed Barrett would meet his end, a figure intervened between them. The sharp ice spikes struck Gaia's body with tremendous force, yet the impact was akin to striking a steel plate, scattering shards in all directions. George stood in stunned silence, contemplating, what is this? A mere flesh and blood body stands against ice spikes? Are you serious? It was crucial to note that George's ice spikes were not mere winter ice. They were imbued with anomalous energy, far exceeding the hardness of bullets. Additionally, the force behind the ice spikes, when compared to a nail gun, surpassed it in both speed and impact, capable of creating a gaping hole upon contact. Staring at the unscathed Gaia, George demanded, "Who are you?" Ignoring George's inquiry entirely, Gaia turned to Barrett and asked, "Are you part of the resistance?" Taken aback, Barrett replied, "Ah, yes, we are the resistance. May I ask your esteemed name?" Upon hearing this, Gaia smiled, "Perfect. I need to head to the first administrative star. How about I help you deal with these vampires, and you take me along?" Witnessing Gaia completely disregard him while engaging in conversation with the resistance, George's fury boiled over. "How dare you ignore me? You will pay for this." He then clasped his hands together, causing small spheres of air to coalesce before him, evenly distributed, and with a thrust of his hands, he hurled them at the two conversing individuals. Unlike the previous ice spikes, these small ice spheres detonated upon impact, exploding into a misty gas that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet rapidly. Under attack, Gaia turned to face George, and as their eyes met, George felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, a sensation he had only encountered in dreams when facing the progenitor. "Very well, that's acceptable. My apologies for the trouble," Barrett responded, still in shock. Receiving an affirmative reply, Gaia pivoted completely, not looking back as he addressed Barrett. "Oh, my name is Layphone." With that, he strode towards George, who was conjuring another batch of ice projectiles. Undeterred, George unleashed wave after wave of attacks upon Gaia. Yet to his dismay, he could neither inflict wounds nor so much as graze his skin. "Damn it! Fire! What are you all waiting for?" George shouted at his stunned teammates. This finally snapped them out of their stupor, and they began attacking Gaia. Unfortunately, even George's ice projectile attacks had failed to breach Gaia's defenses, let alone their nail guns. Unfazed, Gaia pressed through the onslaught, reaching George's front like a T that moment. George gazed upon Gaia as if he were a monster and hurriedly attempted to escape his vicinity with his extraordinary speed. However, Gaia had no intention of allowing him to flee. Regardless of how fast George ran, Gaia followed him like a shadow. When Gaia grew bored, he pierced through George's heart, and blood erupted like scattered rose petals. George was left breathless. "Captain George!" The remaining vampire soldiers screamed in horror at this sight. the shocking scene rendering them momentarily paralyzed. However, Dugaya would not grant them any reprieve. He vanished from beside George's corpse in an instant. The vampire soldiers, sensing something amiss, could not react in time, succumbing to Dugaya's lethal strikes as effortlessly as a child crushing a mouse. By the time Barrett regained his senses, Dugaya was already using the fabric torn from the vampire soldiers to wipe his arms. "May I inquire who you are?" Barrett asked, having never witnessed such a massacre of vampires. Not even his superior had experienced anything like it. "Oh, we can discuss that later. First, I'd like to take a shower, then have a conversation with your highest-ranking official, and lastly, I shall make my way to the first administrative star." W articulated his demands, and it was likely that Belit would not object to such a request. Observing W's evasive demeanor, Belit refrained from further inquiries. This mission was originally intended to recover a portion of the human populace while simultaneously curbing the audacity of the vampires. However, given the current state of fatalities, the plan seemed on the verge of collapse. Yet, the discovery of the anomalous W could be deemed a stroke of fortune amidst the misfortune. "Very well, please follow me. I shall consult with my superior." With that, Belit led the remaining members of the beleaguered squad, guiding W onto the Obsidian flagship. With their captain having fallen in glorious sacrifice, Belit now held the rank of the fleet's highest commander. After the service personnel escorted W to bathe, Belit initiated a secure communication with the headquarters of the 1st Administrative Stars Resistance. After briefly outlining the situation, the voice on the other end erupted in fury. "Do you take us for fools? To launch an armed attack on an airport so recklessly? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the consequences this entails?" Belit, upon hearing the irate tone, retracted his neck and stammered defensively. "But this is the most vulnerable moment for the defense of Airport 3580. If we miss this opportunity, did you succeed? Did you bring it down? How many lives have been lost?" Upon hearing these words, Belit fell silent. Although the attack had been executed, the losses were catastrophic, leaving them with barely a fraction of their forces intact, rendering them incapable of proceeding with subsequent operations. Noticing Belit's silence, the voice on the other end ceased its criticism. After all, the deed had been done, and no amount of reproach would alter the reality. "What else did you mention earlier?" "There is an individual who assisted our resistance in turning the tide, eliminating the vampire officers with awakened abilities and their squads that were on their way to reinforce." The voice on the other end expressed curiosity. "Oh, is that so? Did you inquire about his organization?" Belit pondered for a moment before responding. "No. Despite multiple inquiries regarding his name and organization, he never provided a direct answer. He likely wishes to keep his identity concealed." "How strange," the voice remarked. Belit went on to describe W's physical prowess and the terrifying nature of his strength. Yet it was evident that Belit underestimated W's capabilities. In truth, this communication was initiated because W sought to speak directly with you, as he seemed to have something of great importance to discuss." "Very well. Where is he now? I would like to converse with him." Belit received the directive and instructed his subordinates to check if W was finished bathing. Once he was, to bring him to the communication room. Shortly thereafter, W arrived at the communication room, accompanied by the ship's guide. "Greetings, I'm the highest commander of the 1st Administrative Stars Resistance. May I inquire how you prefer to be addressed?" Just as W was about to respond, he was interrupted by Rog. "Kid, this person is not the highest commander." Rog stood above W, asserting his authority. Upon hearing this, W promptly amended his stance. "I shall only communicate with the highest commander of the Resistance." "I am indeed the highest commander. It appeared that your resistance lacks sincerity. I will initiate this conversation, the content of which will determine your future." The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before abruptly disconnecting. Stunned, Belit turned to W, exclaiming, "He is the highest commander, isn't he? I have communicated with him before. We have met, and the voice matches perfectly." Belit was baffled by W's audacity to question the authenticity of the highest commander. However, he thought it unwise to engage in disputes over such matters. Ultimately, it was a decision for the higher-ups to make. Ding, ding, ding. The just disconnected communicator rang once more. Belit picked it up and replied. "This is the 3rd Squad of the Space Corps. Yes, understood. I will pass that on." He then handed the communicator to W, pressing a red button. Suddenly, the communication room plunged into darkness as if a switch had been flipped. Nodding at W, Belit exited the room. "Hello, I am Ma Su, the highest commander of the 1st Administrative Stars Resistance. May I ask your name?" Unlike the middle-aged tone from the previous call, this time the communicator emitted the voice of a youth, though the speaker's age remained uncertain. "You may call me Mr. Dugu." Considering the potential ramifications, W refrained from revealing his full name, deeming a pseudonym sufficient for communication. "Very well, Mr. Dugu. What pressing matter necessitates our discussion? One that could potentially shape the future of our resistance. However, I must admit, I am more intrigued by your physical attributes." Realizing his words might be misinterpreted, Masu hastily added, "Oh, not in that sense. I am interested in your biological structure, that, if possible, could you provide me with a sample of your tissue?" W frowned, taken aback that the first thing this person requested was a sample of another's body. Could such a presumptuous individual truly serve as the highest commander of the 1st Administrative Stars Resistance? This matter could wait. For now, he needed to address the main point, that I possess a virus under my control, one that can erupt at my discretion. However, do not be alarmed. This virus is specifically targeted at vampires. Shortly, I can provide 2 vampire specimens to substantiate my claims. Upon hearing this, Masu straightened in his seat. Inquiring eagerly, "Is it solely directed at vampires? What exactly are its effects, and how does it spread?" "Effects? How am I to know such things? I have yet to conduct the experiments myself, and now you arrive." W thought to himself, yet he could not express such sentiments aloud, for doing so would reveal his lack of knowledge. "Ahem, you will witness its effects shortly. I can only assure you that it is quite potent. As for the means of transmission, it can spread through every conceivable route you might imagine, and even those you cannot conceive." SW elaborated on the propagation methods of the meme. Masu found the claims preposterous. What virus could possibly have such extensive transmission capabilities? By your account, wouldn't this virus have to withstand both cold and heat, endure humidity and drought? What form does this virus take? He was utterly perplexed. "Are you certain you're not trying to deceive me?" Masu voiced his reasonable doubts, yet W remained resolute. "Indeed, without a doubt, it can transmit through any means." W envisioned a scenario where the virus could permeate every corner of the empire, flourishing in every nook and cranny. However, Masu had a different perspective. Based on his traditional understanding of viruses, he believed that a significant outbreak source would be necessary to achieve optimal results. Consider this. The 1st Administrative Star houses the Empire's largest blood supply factory, with billions of humans bred underground, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, continuously providing fresh blood. Every day, millions of humans are drained of their blood and perish. Their lifeblood transformed into supplies that flow throughout the Empire, extending to luxuries such as tobacco, alcohol, and food, thus becoming an indispensable hub for the Empire. Su stated matter-of-factly, the staggering numbers overwhelming W. "We merely need to transmit the virus to those who handle the deliveries, enabling it to spread through the packages dispatched to the farthest reaches of the world." Wait, why not directly introduce the virus into the blood source? W posed a question. Since the blood is drawn to create the blood supplies, there must be a central collection point, where we could simply introduce it into the consolidated blood, correct? However, the entire factory's assembly line undergoes disinfection and quality control to ensure the blood's safety. Introducing the virus would surely raise suspicions. Upon articulating this, W realized the crux of the matter. He understood the concept of memes, while Masu perceived it solely as a virus, thus failing to consider that angle. "Rest assured, they will detect no anomalies, and my virus is impervious to standard disinfection processes, exhibiting remarkable resistance to external harm." Masu, intrigued by W's audacious assertions, began to harbor doubts. "Very well, if that is your conviction, then I suppose I must see for myself the potency of this virus you speak of, were it not for the knowledge of Duke Gaia's formidable physical prowess. Capable of withstanding the extraordinary abilities and relentless firepower of the Air Force officers in Scathe, he would have long since terminated the call. He could only hope that the virus matched the caliber of Duke Gaia's constitution. "Very well, prepare a room. I shall return shortly." With that, Duke Gaia strode towards the exit, summoned Barrett with a brief word of instruction, and vanished from sight. Complying with the directive, Barrett opened the sealed room and awaited Dugaya's return. Due to the hasty nature of the previous battle, Dugaya could not afford to hide the individuals too far away. Instead, he brought them nearby. Seizing the two whimpering figures, he made his way to the spacecraft. Upon witnessing Dugaya's approach, the soldiers stationed at the entrance were momentarily taken aback, believing their eyes were deceiving them as they stood transfixed. Watching Dugaya soar towards them. Hey, snap out of it! Haven't you ever seen anyone fly? Noticing that the two were not guiding him, Dugaya decisively patted their shoulders that it was quite unusual to behold someone flying. Especially while carrying two vampires, of course. Such thoughts remained unspoken. He merely acted as if he were oblivious, following Barrett's instructions to lead him to the sealed room. Once Dugaya boarded the vessel, it commenced its journey towards the first administrative star, as lingering any longer might invite unforeseen complications. Following the soldiers into the isolation chamber, Dugaya unceremoniously dropped the two test subjects. Barrett, observing from a distance, inquired, "Is this the source of the virus?" Dugaya nodded and gestured for everyone present to leave, removing a piece of flesh from the storekeeper's body and immersing it within the blood's primal attraction replicator. The infused genetic diagram began to shift. While a bizarre pattern emerged at its center, the rest appeared unchanged, subtly revealing a hint of crimson. The red pattern, upon being seen by Raymond, evoked the desperation of a dying traveler in the desert spotting water, or a suffocating dog catching sight of a post. His eyes turning bloodshot, determined to crawl forward despite his limbs being shattered, Dugaya surveyed the sealed room, ensuring it was securely locked, and gave Barrett a reassuring gesture before removing the iron shard that had hindered Raymond's self-healing. The first to recover was Raymond's throat, emitting a beastly roar, accompanied by labored gasps that resonated ominously. Whether driven by obsession or not, Raymond's legs healed faster than his arms. Once his legs regained strength, Raymond lunged at the storekeeper, biting down upon him with a face that displayed sheer satisfaction. Seeing this, Dugaya acknowledged, "Now this is more like it. Let the show begin," signaling Barrett and the others on the other side of the glass to pay heed. The blood infused with the vampire nemesis's genetic material would not yield only this degree of potency. Driven by primal desire, Raymond gradually regained lucidity after consuming the blood. What is happening to me? Confusion washed over him as he struggled to comprehend the situation, oblivious to the recent events, yet distinctly aware of the alterations occurring within his body. "What have you done to me? Why? Why do I feel this way?" As he spoke, his words faltered and smoke began to emit from his body, accompanied by his continuous screams of agony. No. How could this be? Barrett, turn off the lights. Witnessing Raymond's condition, Dugaya grasped the situation. The blood's primal attraction replicator had shattered the limitations of the previously ineffective vampire nemesis gene. Due to the necessity of prolonged space travel, the ship's lights simulated sunlight, emitting radiation and ultraviolet rays. Though weakened, the effect still inflicted harm upon Raymond. Upon hearing Dugaya's command, Barrett hastily turned off the ship's solar lights, though some emergency lighting remained. With the return of darkness, Raymond's screams subsided as he collapsed to the ground, pressing against the scorched wounds. Barrett, fetch garlic, silver objects, and across Dugaya, intended to conduct further experiments. What if the exposure merely caused sunburn? Although uncertain of the purpose, Barrett complied, for while he held authority here, Dugaya's commands were paramount. "Mr. Dugaya, I have gathered the items, but there is no cross." Barrett quickly procured the garlic and silver items, but the absence of a cross remained, as this location was under divine protection for vampires. "No matter, this will suffice. It is merely an experiment, and the absence of a cross is of little consequence." With that, Dugaya approached the kneeling Raymond, the aroma of garlic wafting towards him. Raymond, still tending to his wounds, was assaulted by an overwhelmingly nauseating scent. Upon catching sight of the garlic in Dugaya's hand, a primal instinct from deep within his genes compelled him to retreat in horror. Recognizing the effectiveness of the garlic, Dugaya decided to escalate the situation. Utilizing his speed, he swiftly approached the retreating Raymond. Before Raymond could react, the terrifying object loomed before him, instilling panic as he screamed. "What in the world?" Raymond shouted, Experiencing a visceral fear he had never encountered before, Dugaya, unperturbed by Raymond's inquiries, seized a silver fork and thrust it into Raymond's shoulder. The fork pierced his arm, emitting a hissing smoke and a scent akin to something burnt, but distinctively repugnant. When the fork was withdrawn, it remained intact, leaving Raymond's shoulder marred by 5 gaping wounds, showing no signs of healing. In the throes of pain from the fork's removal, Raymond instinctively swung his fist. Dugaya, disinterested in responding, merely watched as Raymond's fist came crashing towards him, landing with a resounding smack against Dugaya's shoulder. What? How could this be? My strength. Why has it diminished so drastically? The punch that struck Dugaya was far weaker than before, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and address Barrett. Come in here. Upon hearing this, Barrett pointed to himself, hastily waving his hands. I think I'll pass. I'm not built for this. You will come in when instructed. I assure you will be safe, Dugaya replied, somewhat exasperated by Barrett's reluctance. Fine, very well. Barrett activated the protective suit's full coverage mode and cautiously entered the isolation chamber, edging along the wall until he stood beside Dugaya. Mr. Dugaya, why did you call me over? Barrett was perplexed. Was this a situation he was meant to involve himself in? What are your fighting skills like? Barrett, upon hearing the question, replied, I am the runner-up in the Rebel Army's Free Fighting Championship. Dugaya nodded and cleared a path for the two. Barrett was taken aback and quickly interjected, Mr. Dugaya, I meant that the runner-up title only applies to humans. There are no vampires in the Rebel Army. Indeed, I am aware. Worry not. With me here, you will be safe. Given this reassurance, Barrett reluctantly steeled himself for action. Hesitantly, he took small, cautious steps forward. After all, it was Dugaya's directive, and he was determined to follow through without succumbing to fear. As Barrett advanced, Raymond smirked, thinking, if I cannot defeat Dugaya, surely I can handle you. Convinced that his earlier impressions were mere illusions, he charged towards Barrett. Barrett bellowed, ready to face his fate, delivering a heavy punch towards Raymond. Noticing that Raymond showed no intention of blocking, Barrett instinctively increased his force. The punch landed squarely on Raymond's chin, causing his head to snap back violently. Staggering a few steps, Raymond cradled his chin and shook his head, thinking, impossible. This cannot be. He must have used some weapon. Yes, that has to be it. Despite harboring a flicker of doubt, it was swiftly extinguished. The notion of losing strength was one that no one could accept. Meanwhile, Barrett was exhilarated by the unexpected effectiveness of his punch, momentarily questioning his own capabilities. Am I really this strong? Incredibly, Barrett seized the moment while Raymond was still in shock, delivering a powerful punch to his diaphragm, causing Raymond immense pain and forcing him to retch. Enough, you wretched human. How dare you lay a hand on the noble bloodline? This series of attacks incited Raymond's fury, prompting him to roar at Barrett. Hey, my temper. Noticing that this vampire was oblivious to the hierarchy of their existence, Barrett resolved to impart a lesson on the righteous might of humanity. Cracking his knuckles with a grin, he approached Raymond. His posture lowered, hands raised in a formal boxing stance, swaying slightly as he launched a jab towards Raymond. Raymond attempted to resist, but alas, the jab was both swift and fierce, far beyond what his current state could withstand. It landed squarely on his nose, shattering the bone and spilling blood. Barrett, seizing the advantage, pressed on without granting Raymond a moment's respite. With the opening wide, he delivered a powerful straight punch to Raymond's chest. Struck by the blow, Raymond instinctively crossed his arms in defense. However, such a flawed defense was ineffective against Barrett, who possessed extensive combat experience. With a powerful push from his legs, he targeted the unguarded abdomen, breaking through Raymond's defenses, causing him to double over in agony. Kneeling on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Barrett gazed in disbelief at his own hands, then raised them triumphantly, circling them to display his prowess. The unspoken message was clear. Look, even a vampire is no match for me. Barrett, cheer for me. Yet, even Dugaya could no longer bear to watch, hastily pushing him aside. Have you finished recording your video? You're just here dawdling. This statement jolted Barrett from his fantasies, leading him to inquire of Dugaya, Mr. Dugu, what on earth is happening? How could I possibly defeat him? To be honest, he himself was the first to doubt the reality of defeating a vampire. W nonchalantly replied, "Ah, this virus works like this. It first spreads asymptomatically, then creates a bait source like this." He gestured towards the blood-drained shopkeeper and continued, "Once the bait is tossed into the crowd, those infected vampires will rush towards it frantically, seeking a sip of blood or a bite of flesh. A vampire that feeds or bites will become a new bait source, perpetuating the cycle." W feigned a pause before adding, "The vampires that become bait sources will develop a fear of light. Silver, garlic, and crosses, losing their immortality, as for their strength. You've witnessed it. They become almost indistinguishable from normal humans, with even their regenerative abilities severely diminished, only slightly stronger than an ordinary person." Ballot was astonished. The very principle capable of incapacitating the vampire race was utterly unfathomable. "Quickly report this to your superior. After he reviews it, we can discuss our next steps," W instructed Ballot, who promptly forwarded the video to the commander. Shortly thereafter, Ballot handed the communicator to W, saying, "Mr. Dugu, this is my XUD. Oh, you have any further requests or guidance regarding this matter?" "Indeed, there are a few points," W replied. "Firstly, can your rebel forces eliminate any remaining vampires, such as those hiding in the shadows of buildings? Secondly, can you ensure the complete eradication of all vampires, leaving only humans in this world? Finally, after humanity remains, can you overthrow the residual organizations?" Upon hearing this, Ma Su recognized the implications in Mr. Dugu's words and promptly responded, "Firstly, the rebel forces are spread throughout the glorious empire. Wherever there are people, there are rebels. I can assure you of that, if the vampires are weakened to such an extent. Once we take the lead, not only the rebels, but also the surviving humans will lend their strength. Secondly, I can guarantee that the rebels will indeed eliminate all vampires. As for the vampire hunters, they are even more resolute in their opposition to vampires." Su paused before adding, "As for who will lead the organization in rebuilding society, it will undoubtedly be our rebel forces. In fact, the vampire hunters originally split off from the rebels. I will coordinate with their leader. At the very least, it will be a council format with Mr. Dugu as the chairman, just as the two were reaching an agreement." Rog interrupted, "Have you considered all aspects?" "Ah, what do you mean?" W replied, surprised. What do you mean? Ma Su, on the other end of the communicator, thought Rog was speaking to him. W quickly reassured him that everything was fine and began conversing with Rog. "Rog, is something amiss?" Rog scoffed. "What do you think the glorious empire is? A bunch of simpletons who only know physical combat. They're a technologically advanced civilization. Do you truly believe they will engage in mere brawls? You must also consider that there are those who, despite being infected, might still be inside flying vessels. Moreover, their numbers could be significant. After all, it is my understanding that the glorious empire has a strong martial spirit." "Damn, how does this old man know everything?" W pondered. "Of course, I know everything. And don't speak ill of me. We are one and the same, and I can hear you." Rog paid little mind to being referred to as old man, as by age he could easily be considered an ancestor. To divert the topic, W relayed Rog's concerns to Masu. Haha. By the way, Masu, what about their technological weapons? After all, humans and vampires are not just brutes who only know how to engage in close combat. Masu on the other end of the communicator was momentarily taken aback by W's sudden insight. What brought this on? He wondered, then furrowed his brow. Indeed, this is something we hadn't considered. As a scientist, I'm not particularly attuned to these matters. However, it shouldn't pose too great of an issue. We can activate the virus during the deep night on each planet. A few hours should suffice to infect the vast majority of vampires. By the time the sun rises, we should be able to eliminate most of them. After a moment's contemplation, Masu continued, "However, the military capabilities of the glorious empire are formidable. There might be several military bases that, upon noticing something amiss, will seal themselves off and immediately report to the other military entities that, if this occurs during the initial stages, it would be quite detrimental for us." W echoed his thoughts. "Nevertheless, we will be in an invulnerable position. Even if the remaining vampires become aware, they will be powerless to stop us. Let us proceed with our preparations." Su frowned in response. "That's true. But I'll consult my think tank. You should come to the first administrative star by spacecraft. I'll send someone to receive you." Upon hearing this, W felt elated at the prospect of enjoying an exotic ambience. Very well, it's settled, then that we should arrive shortly, as the spaceport is in close proximity to the first administrative star, and we won't have to travel far once we leave the spaceport. Oh, by the way, I have a small request. Masu suddenly brought up before hanging up the phone. What is it? W inquired, though he was unsure of what request Masu might have. Nonetheless, he recognized the need for their assistance in the future. So he was inclined to comply. Could you provide me with a sample of your virus for research purposes? Oh, I am but a humble scholar, Su stated modestly. Upon hearing this, W felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It wasn't he that he was unwilling to share, but rather that the virus was a mere figment of his imagination, concocted to obscure the truth of the meme, causing alterations in the timeline. Thus, he could not provide Ma Su with anything, and could only decline, This is truly difficult to provide. Su's expression darkened slightly upon receiving the communication, yet Dugiya's words fell within the realm of his acceptance. Then, would it be possible to excise a portion of her bodily tissue? I am quite curious about Mr. Dugu's physical prowess. Upon hearing this, Dugiya consented, thinking to himself that it was merely a piece of tissue, and they likely would not uncover much. After all, Dugiya's physique had been refined through the baptism of the Purification Society. Were it not for the limitations imposed by this world, his physical strength could have been even greater. The power he possessed, far exceeding the standards of their realm, was akin to presenting a smartphone to primitive man for study, a disparity so vast that there was no cause for concern. Very well, upon reaching the first administrative star, I shall offer you one of my fingers. Finger. In truth, Masu merely desire a lock of hair or something similar. This is the docking platform of the glorious Empire Espudu district. Please evacuate promptly. After leaving the spaceport, Dugiya and his companions successfully arrived at the first administrative star, which appeared to be a coexistence of vampires and humans, though in reality, it was a facade. Barrett, fully aware of the humans' precarious status on the first administrative star, cautioned, Mr. Dugu, please refrain from offending the vampires too much. You need not speak. I shall handle any matters that arise, should any conflict occur. You will remain unharmed, but they will find it exceedingly difficult to escape in this land teeming with vampires. Dugiya nodded and inquired, How far is your command center from here? Not far at all. Someone will come to escort you. Barrett's current task was merely to await the arrival of their rebel allies, to take Dugiya away, for any mishap would spell disaster. However, such occurrences were evidently commonplace on the first administrative star, where humans were held in extremely low regard. Hey, don't go, folks. We're short on funds. Can't your Human Merchant Association help us out? Just as Barrett was leading Dugiya forward, a group of thugs blocked their path. Dugiya raised an eyebrow, a curious thought crossing his mind. It seems even vampires are struggling these days. Before Dugiya could interject, Barrett stepped in with a forced smile. How much do you gentlemen need? The thugs exchanged glances, sensing an opportunity. This man was a ripe target. They replied, Not much, just enough to cover our daily expenses. Around 1 or 200,000 would suffice. Just fill up my card. Barrett was momentarily taken aback. The earlier mention of 1 or 200,000 was already substantial, and now they wanted to fill the card to its limit of 500,000. Gentlemen, I just disembarked from a spaceship, and the recent trade situation has been quite dire. The Empire has raised the trade taxes, so I cannot possibly provide such an amount at this moment. How about we exchange contact information, and I can send you the funds later? This was not merely a ruse. It was the reality of the glorious Empire engaged in frontline warfare, and with increased taxation on domestic humans. Barrett, as a deputy captain, could hardly produce such a sum. Not giving, Fine. The thug shook his neck, noticing Barrett's reluctance to part with his money, and declared, Refusing us is tantamount to siding with the rebels. You best consider where you are. This struck a chord. After all, they were indeed the rebels. Barrett was left in a state of despair. Reluctantly, he considered that while he could not produce the money, in this precarious situation, giving them anything could lead to dire consequences. Not to mention, their identities could not withstand scrutiny, especially since they had arrived through the spaceport checkpoint under armed escort, with Dugiya being an undocumented individual. Observing the relentless thugs, Dugiya pondered, You currently possess no genetic material, and these individuals will suffice. With this thought, he pushed aside Barrett, declaring, "If it's money you seek, I have it." The thugs, initially thinking they would not glean any profit, turned their attention towards him in surprise. "You mean you have it? Then hand it over." Dugia pretended to search his person, feigning forgetfulness. "Alas, I must have left it behind. Perhaps next time." Upon hearing this, the thugs pressed on. "Hey, where do you live? We can accompany you to retrieve it." Dugia smirked inwardly, thinking to himself, "Gotcha! Very well, it's not far from here. I shall take you there." Despite being lowly thugs in the glorious empire, they were still vampires, possessing a certain lineage that rendered them dismissive of Barrett and the others. In their minds, no matter how formidable a human might be, they could never triumph over a vampire without any weaponry. Even if they were the lowest tier. As Barrett observed Dugia leading the thugs, claiming to fetch money, he quickly grasped Dugia's intent and took the lead towards the human enclave. If the vampire district was akin to paradise, then the human district was undoubtedly hell, a realm rife with filth and chaos, where the very existence of a semblance of order was miraculous. After winding through several alleys, the crowd began to thin, and once they were certain no one was around, Dugia raised his hand, announcing, "We have arrived. You claim your home is here." The thugs, surveying the dilapidated space with its crumbling walls and drafty corners, glared with indignation. "Are you jesting with us? It seems you have no intention of complying. How convenient. This place is quite isolated, making it an excellent spot to bury you." Speaking thus, one began cracking his knuckles ominously. Meanwhile, Barrett and the others retreated to the alley entrance, leaving Dugia to face the four thugs alone, recognizing their own ineffectiveness in this confrontation. "You see, your companions have lost interest in aiding you. Today, we shall deal with you alone." The leader chuckled, launching a fist towards Dugia's abdomen. Dugia sidestepped with ease, sending the thug staggering backward. Li Hui, what a pitiful display. Did you enjoy too much entertainment last night? How could you be pushed back by a mere human? The remaining thugs erupted in laughter, mocking Li Hui's misfortune. "Damn it, I slipped." Li Hui, now furious from the ridicule, charged at Dugia once more. His assault akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey, the cobblestones beneath him cracking underfoot. Faced with this aggressive onslaught, Dugia abandoned any pretense of humor and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Li Hui's lower abdomen. Thankfully, he tempered his strength. Otherwise, the blow would have pierced right through. The force of the strike was formidable, amplified by Li Hui's momentum. He nearly expelled his last meal. Overwhelmed by pain, Li Hui collapsed to the ground, prompting one of his thug companions to stand and take over while the others continued to laugh heartily. "Come now, young Li Hui, let us demonstrate how to educate this individual." Li Hui attempted to raise a hand in warning, but the intense pain rendered him incapable of recovering. As the second thug approached to attack, Dugia opted for a more direct approach, seizing the thugs attacking arms. As Zhu attempted to break free, he found his arm swiftly twisted and broken by Dugia. The sight of Zhu's contorted limb sent the other thugs into a frenzy of laughter, compelling them to rise to their feet. If Li Hui's earlier mishap was merely a stroke of luck, Zhu's misfortune could no longer be attributed to coincidence. "Damn it, this is getting serious. Everyone, attack at once," suppressing the discomfort of his dislocated arm. Zhu still sought to assist his comrades in their offensive. Before he could even lift a leg, Dugia crushed his knees, leaving him to wail in agony on the ground. Having already vanquished numerous vampires, Dugia had gradually gained experience, understanding the most effective methods to dismantle their bodily structures, thereby hindering their recovery. Swiftly, Dugia shattered Zhu's scapula, then raised his hand, fortuitously seizing the shoulder of an advancing vampire. In a matter of moments, he dispatched the remaining few, transforming them into replicas of Zhu, and without forgetting to knock out the struggling Li Hui, he then stripped the bodies of their clothing and used their blood to inscribe bizarre patterns of allure upon himself. Thus crafting a perfect bait, he then confidently summoned Barrett and his companions from outside the alley. All was in order. He instructed the members of the resistance to come and collect them. After all, with 4 vampire captives, retreating to their original location would attract undue attention. After Barrett reported back, the Resistance's vehicle finally arrived. The driver was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the unconscious vampires sprawled on the ground. How could they be transporting a person alongside these vampires? Yet, despite his confusion, the driver dutifully remained silent and drove on. Point one must admit that the standing of the human guild among vampires still held some weight. At least while traveling in a floating vehicle, they were spared from vampire harassment, a significant improvement over walking. Given vampires' affinity for darkness, human-operated shops remained predominantly closed during the day. It was only at night that vampire establishments began to open, though some merchants sought to profit during daylight, as the essence of commerce is, after all, profit. The floating vehicle carrying Duguya and his companions soon arrived at the entrance of an open vampire shop. Barrett led Duguya straight inside. The vampire proprietor at the entrance glanced up at them before returning to his tasks. Duguya whispered to Barrett, "You still accept vampires here?" Barrett shrugged in resignation. To survive in the Radiant Empire, one must utilize vampires as a fade. Otherwise, no matter how well humans disguise themselves, their true nature will eventually be exposed upon further scrutiny. Understanding this, Duguya nodded. Acknowledging his unfamiliarity with this world, and recognized he was, after all, merely a child, Barrett approached the door, gesturing with his hand before standing aside like a statue. Duguya pushed the door open, revealing Masu within. "How did you know the first person I spoke to wasn't you?" Masu immediately questioned, perplexed as to how he had inadvertently revealed himself, having never shown his face to outsiders. Duguya casually replied, "Oh, I guessed. After all, how could an unknown individual like me meet the highest leader on a whim? Couldn't he very well claim that a big brother residing within him had informed him? Could he?" Masu nodded in confusion, whether believing the other party's willingness to divulge or accepting it as fact. Since an answer had been provided, there was no need for further contemplation. That MY think tank has already determined the timing for action, and I have notified the relevant personnel. Once you deploy the virus, we will commence our operation immediately. Based on our analysis, we believe there is no need to overly fear their reaction capabilities. The Empire has not engaged in an equitable war for an extended period, rendering their response quite sluggish. Asu recounted the agenda recently agreed upon with the think tank. "Let us start a bit earlier. Just to be safe, we'll commence at midnight." He suggested Barrett take Duguya to inspect the factory, noting that Barrett would explain certain details along the way. Suddenly, Masu recollected something and rubbed his hands together. Addressing Duguya, "By the way, there is also Duguya," observing Masu's rubbing hands, was momentarily puzzled. "It's the materials." Upon this realization, Duguya understood. Nearly forgetting this crucial detail, he extended his hand and forcefully detached a segment from his pinky finger, immediately regretting the decision as the pain of severing a small digit became apparent. "How long until your finger heals?" Masu inquired, observing Duguya's self-inflicted injury with a furrowed brow. While he could tolerate such scenes, he worried that Duguya's pinky might hinder his performance in the forthcoming operation. Duguya lifted his hand, the severed end already sprouting flesh buds, and within mere minutes, the digit had fully healed. Masu stared in astonishment. Although he understood that individuals with exceptional physicality possessed remarkable recovery abilities, the extent of Duguya's was beyond his wildest imagination. "It seems partnering with you was a wise choice." With that, Masu instructed Barrett to escort Duguya outside. Having exchanged necessary items and words, it was prudent to act swiftly to preempt any unforeseen complications. Watching Duguya turn to leave, Masu murmured to himself, "May Mr. Dugu, an alien, bring a glimmer of hope to humanity, for we have already hit rock bottom. Any ascent is a step forward." Asu observed Duguya's palpable unfamiliarity with this world, and being fundamentally a scientist, he was acutely aware of the challenges humanity faced in attaining such recovery abilities and strength that he understood that securing even a breath of hope for humanity, regardless of whether it came from extraterrestrial beings or otherwise, was worth any price. Point one should not underestimate the extent of the Radiant Empire's leniency towards humanity. What is visible is merely a fade, concealing a far darker reality. After all, the Radiant Empire is in a phase of ascension, showing no signs of decline. Due to the extensive circulation of blood factories, the initial site selection was strategically positioned alongside major traffic routes. Not far from their current location, Along the way, Barrett explained the distribution of blood factories. As the primary pillar of the first administrative star, blood factories were the foremost target of destruction in the hearts of every resistance fighter. The entire factory complex resembled a honeycomb, with each honeycomb opening serving as a supply channel for outward distribution. Traversing any of the tunnels would lead to the underground. Beneath lay a subterranean city capable of accommodating billions. Yet do not be misled into thinking they lived well. Labeled a city, it was in truth a hellish prison in spaces no larger than 2 square meters. Women were reduced to breeding machines, while men were fed high nutrition, genetically modified materials, rapidly maturing to adulthood, only to be mercilessly crushed into various blood products. As Barrett spoke, his voice began to tremble, unsure if it was from anger or fear. Through the feed, males could grow rapidly, with the entire maturation process halved, while their blood was continuously drawn to sustain the costs of their upkeep. In contrast, although women were relegated to breeding roles, they tended to survive longer, unless misfortune struck and they caught the eye of a powerful figure, becoming their next meal. Barrett, gripping Digia's hand, confessed, "Mr. Dugu, to be candid, I was rescued from such a hellish existence by the resistance. If an opportunity arises in the future, could you assist me with a favor?" Gazing into Barrett's earnest eyes, Digia felt a pang of compassion. "Speak. If I can help, I certainly will." Barrett hesitated. "If you could manage to enter the blood factory later. And if it's on your way, please check on a woman in Zone A1395 named Xiao Hongxia. If she is still alive, I implore you to bring her out." After Belit finished speaking, he stood up from the seat of the hover vehicle and knelt before Digia, seemingly unwilling to rise until Digia gave his consent. Observing this situation, Digia had no choice but to hastily agree, helping him to his feet. All right, oh dear, please don't kneel. I never said I wouldn't agree that a man's knees are worth gold." Upon hearing Digia's affirmative response, Belit's face broke into a radiant smile. "Ha ha, I knew you. Mr. Digia possessed grand ambitions and would not be so petty. Surely, my modest request will be acknowledged." Digia, gazing at the laughing Belit, thought to himself, "And yet you continue to laugh." Belit then returned to the previous topic. "Once we traverse through the subterranean human city and reach the heart of the factory, we will encounter various types of fully automated assembly lines, and our objective is the central blood pool where the essence converges." At this point, Belit paused, having conveyed all he intended to say. The remaining matters would be entrusted to the liaison who would handle the transition once they arrived. "Mr. Digia, we have arrived." Belit opened the door for Digia and stepped out first, only to be greeted by a cadre of vampires. Digia cast a questioning glance at Belit, inquiring if they were indeed their associates. However, Belit frowned, slightly nodding before shaking his head. "What does that mean?" Digia was perplexed by this ambiguous gesture, pondering how after all this time, Belit could remain uncertain. Before they could continue their silent exchange, the leading vampire approached and spoke. "You are the project leader brought by Camille Company? Why is there a human here?" The leader, Nagano Hiroshi, concluded his question, and another vampire, Zhang Anmin, stepped forward to explain to Mr. Digia. "This is Minister Nagano Hiroshi from the Transportation Department of the Blood Factory. He's here to oversee the project handover from our Camille Company." As he spoke, Zhang Anmin winked at Digia. "Oh, now I understand," thought Digia, realizing it was merely a performance, a role he was well versed in. Hello, I am Digia Chiobai, the project leader of Camille Company." Yet when Digia extended his hand, Nagano Hiroshi did not reciprocate. If Digia were a vampire, Nagano would surely have shown him utmost respect. However, as a human, he regarded him as inferior, akin to a marginal class, and had no desire for further dialogue. Just proceed with the handover. I have other matters to attend to." Estimating that there was no profit to be gained from lingering, Nagano Hiroshi swiftly departed, finding no purpose in remaining. Watching him retreat, the others released a sigh of relief, for nestled in the trunk of the hover vehicle lay one of the 4 vampire pathogens. Should the vampires at the blood factory discover it, the entire plan would need to be restarted. Furthermore, among those present, aside from the unyielding Digia, the rest would not survive. With a deep sigh, Zhang Anmin addressed Digia. "Mr. Digia, I am the liaison here that a minor incident just occurred." I hope you do not take offense. Dagaya nodded, understanding that such occurrences were often beyond one's control. Please follow my lead that I will take full responsibility for guiding you into the core area. Your status is that of the project leader for Camille Company. As Zhang Anmin pointed to an elegant box being retrieved from the trunk. He added, this pathogen will serve as the new energy project for our handover with the blood factory. Dagaya acknowledged with a nod, signifying his understanding. Since everything was arranged, he would content himself with being an accompanying party. Zhang Anmin led the way through the guest entrance into the factory, contrary to expectations. The factory's interior was well lit, devoid of the ominous atmosphere one might anticipate. Aside from security personnel and inspectors, only mechanical arms were present to handle packages. The factory itself occupied an immense area, and even the corner they traversed appeared vast and empty. Upon reaching the entrance to the underground city, they encountered their first inspection. Hey. What are you doing? Humans are not allowed here. John, a security guard overseeing the gateway to the underground world, immediately blocked Dagaya and the others. The mere presence of their human essence raised suspicions about their presence. Zhang Anmin stepped forward to explain to John, I am subordinate to Nagano Hiroshi, here to escort the project leader of Camille Company for the item exchange. He gestured towards Dagaya, saying, this is Mr. Dagaya, the project leader of Camille Company. John scrutinized them from head to toe. Why is there a human? And what about those behind? What is the purpose of the box they carry? Hearing this, Zhang Anmin quickly replied, Mr. Dagaya's bloodline quota requirements are quite high. It has not yet been approved. The box contains items for this transaction, and they are subordinate personnel. This collaboration is spearheaded by Minister Charles, and it is not convenient for you to inspect its contents. John nodded, understanding that Charles was a leader, albeit of a lower rank, yet he was not someone to be trifled with. Oh, you have an appointment? Yes, indeed. Since there was an appointment, John could not object. His actions were merely routine. Should any issues arise later, it would be Charles who would bear the brunt, not him. Very well. You may enter, but these two human subordinates must remain behind. I will ensure their safety. John recognized the nature of the underground world and promptly detained Balit and another individual. Balit cast a reassuring glance at Dagaya and the others as the two settled into their roles as security. This could be considered a return to their original duties. After all, Estavia and Zhang Anmin walked through the passage. Feigning nonchalance while holding metallic hands, they proceeded into the all-encompassing elevator. From the moment they left Balit and the accompanying subordinates behind, their mission had officially commenced. The depths of the underground city were connected to the outside world solely through this all-encompassing elevator. In contrast to the hive-like structures above, the underground world appeared overwhelmingly filthy and chaotic. Hovering in midair, individual small chambers were lined with rows of feeding troughs, where the inhabitants consumed slop like livestock. Their hands and feet were shackled in iron, leaving only their heads protruding from the bars. What puzzled Dagaya was the fact that all of them were men, predominantly children or adolescents. Zhang Anmin explained, this is Zone B, where all the males are bred and raised, awaiting slaughter. Most of those inside had lost their basic understanding of the world. They existed devoid of souls, mere animated shells. Only a scant few, those with resolute minds, might retain some semblance of human awareness. Yet inevitably, they too would meet their demise. Zhang Anmin gestured towards a particularly frail-looking boy in the distance. Individuals like him are generally the more mentally steadfast. One can discern their nature simply by observation. Dagaya followed Zhang Anmin's, noting the stark contrast between the frail boy and the robust individual surrounding him. The latter were well-nourished, while he appeared emaciated. In comparison, he reached out to grasp the filthy food in the trough, rather than merely waiting for the feeding mechanical arms to deliver it to his mouth like his companions. Even with his hands and feet bound, he refused to act merely as a beast of burden. Dagaya surveyed the soiled trough and the grimy environment, clicking his tongue in distaste, feeling a wave of nausea. Thankfully, he was not required to partake in such fare. Otherwise, he would not only be unable to eat, but would likely perish from hunger on his first day here. Can we not rescue them? Although Dagaya's primary goal remained the delivery of the virus to the central blood pool, he could not help but feel a pang of compassion at the sight before him. Zhang Anmin sighed. Let us move on. We must not complicate matters that a man suspended within a transparent chamber floated in the air, observing two individuals pass by, seemingly accustomed to their presence, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Dugaya had no choice but to relent. Yet, the mission to eradicate vampires had, from that moment forth, transformed from a mere task to a matter of deep conviction. Initially, upon encountering these humanoid beings, he had harbored a semblance of sympathy, merely a matter of differing perspectives. However, now, a genuine aversion towards vampires welled up within him. The blood factory sprawled across an immense area. After all, to sustain billions of lives in the underground city, it could not afford to be small. IT necessitated manufacturing facilities, blood transportation channels, and so forth, collectively ensuring that even with the aid of all-encompassing elevators, reaching their destination would not be swift en route. They passed through Area A, where the lack of privacy for women was even more harrowing, a reality that struck Dugaya as particularly grim. Faced with such a horrific scene, he chose to shut his eyes, content to simply know the general location of Area. When Dugaya finally reopened his eyes, he found himself at the blood factory. Rows of individuals rendered unconscious by electric shocks were being hoisted onto conveyor belts, their forms reduced to a bloody pulp before being dumped into a blood pool. The gruesome spectacle made Dugaya feel a wave of nausea. Zhang Anmin patted Dugaya on the shoulder. Though perplexed, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, attributing the reaction to the extraterrestrials' lack of exposure to such sights. The target lies ahead. We are almost there, he stated. Due to prior notifications, the external defenses of the core blood pool had not been activated, greatly facilitating the installation services that Dugaya and his companions were to conduct. To maintain a semblance of theatricality, Zhang Anmin tapped the microphone and cleared his throat. Ahem. All activities will cease in 1 minute. The core area is undergoing facility updates. Following this, he personally manipulated the control ring to apply a protective coating, subsequently affixing a pseudo-energy rod containing the gene sequence. During the installation, he took care to conceal the rod's more revealing side. The vampires in the surveillance room, yawning, observed the proceedings, their routine unperturbed, devoid of any suspicion. What they could see was solely what Zhang Anmin permitted, their weary minds entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. Despite viewing holographic imagery, once the installation was complete, Zhang Anmin flashed an OK gesture to Dugaya, and the two prepared to exit this place of turmoil. That moment, a voice called out from behind. What were you two just doing? As they turned, they were surprised to see Nagano Hiroshi arriving via the all-encompassing elevator. Zhang Anmin's heart raced at the sight of him. Minister Nagano, what brings you back? He inquired, maintaining an air of calm despite his internal alarm. Don't concern yourself with how I arrived. I simply wish to know what you were engaged in. Upon uttering these words, Nagano Hiroshi immediately regretted them. He was no fool. Having ascended to his current position as the transport minister, not through mere seniority or skill, but through keen observation of others' intentions, he had intended to express a modicum of disdain towards the project leader from Camel Corporation, hoping for potential collaboration in the future. Yet, upon returning to casually converse with Dugaya, he had stumbled upon the sight of them exchanging energy cores, one of which contained a vampire. To be implicated in the murder of a vampire was a grave offense, and the Empire strictly forbade internal conflict. Now that he had witnessed this, his options were severely limited. Zhang Anmin, observing Nagano Hiroshi's solitary venture toward the core, taunted, Minister Nagano, where are your subordinates? They're just behind. I instructed them to handle some matters, and they'll be here shortly. A chill ran down Nagano's spine as he heard Zhang Anmin's words, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. How could he, a superior being, feel this inexplicable fear? Driven by the instinct to strike first, Nagano attempted to immobilize Zhang Anmin using his telekinetic power. However, upon impact, he was met with an equally formidable force pushing back against him. Impossible! I possess a third-tier bloodline. How can you match me? Feeling the resistance, Nagano resolutely intensified his telekinetic output. Zhang Anmin chuckled lightly. Ah, third tier. There remains a disparity even among those of the same tier. Over the years, with resources derived from the resistance, he had amassed enough strength to reach the third tier, a level typically reserved for ministers, and if the opportunity arose, he could advance further. Nagano, a mere civil servant of the third tier, dared to compare himself to him. Such aspirations were laughably naive. Sensing his impending defeat, Nagano hastily diverted a portion of his telekinetic energy to activate his communicator, pressing the emergency button. This is bad, Zhang Anmin thought, realizing that although Nagano's telekinetic quality was lacking, his control was unexpectedly adept. Watching the two seemingly conjuring magic, Du Gaia, upon hearing Zhang Anmin's exclamation, wasted no time and swiftly positioned himself in front of Nagano, crushing the communicator beneath his foot. Yet Nagano erupted into laughter. Aha! Too late. The outside world has already caught wind of the situation at the blood factory. You are trapped in the depths of the core. As if responding to his proclamation, the glass walls behind them began sealing with a series of ominous clicks. Even the all-encompassing elevator connecting to the outside glowed red, indicating it was inoperable. At that moment, the underground core had effectively transformed into a veritable fortress. Seeing Nagano still laughing, Du Gaia delivered a swift strike to his jaw. Zhang Anmin, standing nearby, expressed his regrets. We're doomed. The all-encompassing elevator is locked down. The underground is 20 kilometers deep and hollow. The only place we can connect with is the underground city, and by the time we ascend, the enemy will have already surrounded us. After saying this, Zhang Anmin pressed a button, letting out a sigh. He had hoped for a safe return, yet fate had dealt a cruel hand. Far away in the corridor, Barrett and his companion observed the surrounding area bathed in red light. Their brows furrowed, yet they remained steadfast, awaiting the return of Du Gaia and Zhang Anmin. However, before long, a vibration in their pockets jolted them back to reality, their expressions shifting dramatically. According to the original plan, under normal circumstances, they would only need to wait for Du Gaia and his companion to emerge, thus completing their mission. Unfortunately, with this unforeseen complication, their options dwindled. Captain Barrett, long live humanity. Captain Strong, long live humanity. They proclaimed with near-heroic fervor, expressing their utmost aspirations for humanity, before simultaneously plunging their blades into their hearts. Under the gleaming edge of the knives, the human heart appeared exceptionally fragile. The two collapsed to the ground, their hearts shattered. Meanwhile, upon hearing their declarations, the vampire John, stationed at the corridor, paled. You are rebels. Does that not mean? Realization struck him, freezing him in place that if they were rebels, then the individuals accompanying them must also be part of the rebellion. Had they just allowed the upper echelons of the rebels into the core of the factory? Cold sweat cascaded down John's forehead as he grasped the implications. However, his thoughts were cut short. As Barrett and Strong's life forces dwindled, the electromagnetic pulse bomb and mini-nuclear bomb, triggered by their demise, detonated one after the other. The ensuing electromagnetic waves obliterated most of the electrical systems within the vicinity, extinguishing the flickering red lights of the corridor. The mini-nuclear bomb, despite being a smaller-scale weapon, unleashed devastating power, especially given the advanced nuclear efficiency of the facility. The destruction radiated outward, sweeping through the area where the electromagnetic pulse bomb had detonated, plunging it into chaos. Thankfully, due to the blood factory's vast expanse, the mini-nuclear bomb's impact was somewhat mitigated. It was merely a larger firecracker. However, detonating such a device in the heart of the populace would undoubtedly bring about severe repercussions. With a thunderous explosion, the sound startled Colin, causing him to drop the blood pudding he had been holding. Forgetting the 3-second rule, he turned to Zealous outside the door and inquired, "What is happening? Where did that explosion come from?" "Sir, something exploded in the factory. It was quite loud, and it seems," before Colin could recover from his astonished expression, a series of urgent knocks on the door followed in quick succession. "Sir, just now, Minister Nagano Hiro sent a distress signal. The incident is occurring within the factory. The communication devices are currently affected by an unidentified electromagnetic interference and are initiating backup protocols." Hearing this, Colin furrowed his brow. How had he become entangled with Nagano Hiro again, amidst talk of electromagnetic waves and explosives? Could it be that this was directed at him? In mere seconds, Colin envisioned all his lifelong adversaries. Yet he could not fathom the reasoning behind it. He presided over the largest blood supply factory in the Empire. Others would seek to befriend him, not confront him. Nonetheless, the pressing matter at hand was to swiftly resolve the situation on site. After all, the Blood Factory was the lifeblood of the Empire, and any delay would result in substantial losses. Xerus, present. Have the captains of teams 4 and 5 investigate the source of the explosion. We need to resolve this matter quickly. I expect to see the factory operational within an hour. Colin directly contacted the station troops on the first administrative star. Teams 4 and 5 were responsible for general oversight and investigation. Respectively, they were the most suitable to handle this matter, by the way. Inform Team 5's captain, Philip, to discern who is behind this. Colin felt a twinge of hesitation, hoping that Philip's intervention would alleviate some of his burden. He chuckled. Though his trachea had been crushed by W, he was aware that his time was limited. Resigned, he began to emit a sound, exhaling through his trachea. The moment he signaled. He understood that regardless of the outcome, whether death or survival, the Blood Factory would inevitably be sealed off, and the first administrative star would certainly dispatch personnel to investigate. None present could escape the consequences that, of course, this was merely his speculation. Suddenly, a deep, resonant vibration enveloped the space, causing the entire underground area to tremble. Upon hearing this, Zhang Anmin felt as if a weight had been lifted, collapsing to the ground. Barrett and strong. Well done. What a pity. It will soon be our turn. W regarded Zhang Anmin's words with indifference. The underground space was merely 20 kilometers from the surface. Even at 200 kilometers for one who could fly, it was merely a matter of time. Observing Zhang Anmin's despondent posture, W approached and patted him on the shoulder. Let us go. Zhang Anmin, without turning his head, asked, Go. Where to? Up, of course. Where else? W looked at Zhang Anmin, who appeared utterly bewildered. Up. What will you use to ascend? Nearby, the recovered Nagano hero found it amusing and remarked, The entire underground space is supported by the repulsion field of the core area that IT forms a circular cavity from the surface to the underground, without a steel framework or contact points. I doubt you can ascend. It's merely a pipe dream. W stared at the rising Nagano hero, tilting his head in realization. How could I forget about this old man? Without bothering to explain, he seized Nagano hero and hurled him toward a nearby compressor. And no matter how much Nagano hero struggled, he could not escape W's grasp. Let go of me. Detestable human. Release me. Although the electromagnetic pulse had impacted the core area, it must be said that the energy core produced by Camel Corporation was exceptionally stable and reliable. Even under the assault of the electromagnetic pulse, it had not encountered any operational failures. After all, it was a product of the Blood Clan's new energy. After releasing Nagano Hero's shoulder and shutting off the compressor's valve, W remained unmoved by Nagano Hero's frantic pounding on the valve. He decisively pressed the activation button, and a tremendous pressure surged downwards, crushing Nagano Hero's body into fragments. Subsequently, the passage below flowed into a pool of blood. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Zhang Anmin felt overwhelmed and was filled with profound confusion. How could W, who had just shunned the sight of blood, now be the orchestrator of such a bloody incident? Was this what aliens were like? W turned to the seated Zhang Anmin and said, I'll take you up. You can fly. Zhang Anmin looked around W, seeing no flying apparatus. What are you looking at? Before Zhang Anmin could voice his confusion, W lifted himself off the ground, floating effortlessly. This left Zhang Anmin dumbfounded. What on earth? This defies the laws of science. Newton's coffin is about to burst. W paid no mind to Zhang Anmin's exclamations, grabbing him by the collar and ascending. The fully enclosed space posed no obstacle for him. A powerful punch shattered the sealed elevator shaft, scattering debris of various sizes. Through the broken glass, they beheld a dense expanse of floating space. W recalled Barrett's request for assistance. Zhang Anmin, do you know where A1395 is located? At 1395? Why do you ask? Zhang Anmin was puzzled. Shouldn't their immediate priority be to escape? Although exiting might lead them into danger, seeking A1395 instead of flying upward seemed to hint at a resignation of sorts. Area A is located in the lower section, with Area B above it, housing all males. Area A is below, housing all females. Each independent space occupies 2 square meters, suspended in mid-air, due to the need for feeding and transport. The rooms in Area B are not arranged in rows, but as individual small chambers. Area A, however, is quite different, as it requires females for reproduction. The rooms are horizontally connected, greatly facilitating their search. Observing the women rushing past, W gritted his teeth and feigned ignorance, heading straight for District 13, that upon their arrival at room 1395, they found a woman imprisoned inside. Spotting their target, W forcefully pried apart the bars. Shattering them, T quickly approached the woman, removing the feeding tube from her throat and draping her in a top, asking, "Are you Xiao Hongxia? Come with me. Someone is here to rescue you." The woman paused momentarily before nodding in response. "Yes, I am Xiao Hongxia. Who is it that has come to save me?" After confirming her identity, W wasted no more time. They had already squandered too much. While he might be safe, Zhang Anmin and Xiao Hongxia's lives were at stake. "We'll talk on the way." With that, he lifted both of them and soared upwards at breakneck speed. Suddenly soaring into the air, Xiao Hongxia was taken aback, hastily clutching onto Duguya's body. The trio ascended towards the heavens at a speed approaching that of sound. A considerate gesture towards Xiao Hongxia. However, the vampires investigating above would show them no such courtesy. Even before the explosion occurred, the investigation team assigned by Colin had dispatched 2 battalions from the combined military corps. The blood factory was of paramount importance, and both legions had already extended great deference to Colin. Philippe turned to Xeris and inquired, "Mr. Xeris, do you have any knowledge of the explosion's epicenter?" The site of the detonation was located at the junction between the connecting passage and the underground city. Exhibiting considerable force, this critical point had been overlooked. Xeris stroked his chin, acknowledging that as the Grand Commander, he must be somewhat involved in such an incident. Fortunately, it was merely an old-style electromagnetic pulse weapon. Otherwise, the restoration of equipment would not have been so swift. Observing the gradually recovering power supply, Xeris let out a sigh of relief. This signified that half of the restoration was accomplished as long as the factory could resume operations and mitigate losses. Even the most significant issues would lose their gravity. With this in mind, Xeris pulled Philippe aside and stated, "Colin needs you to investigate who orchestrated this incident. It seems rather unusual." Minister Nagano had also issued a directive. Philippe furrowed his brow, pondering if there were hidden complexities involved. He nodded and led his team toward the explosion's epicenter. Meanwhile, squad leader Toby headed in the opposite direction, leaving the perimeter investigation to Philippe. A circle of soldiers was stationed around the explosion site, which had created a substantial crater. The radius of the explosion was nearly 400 meters. This was a new type of miniature nuclear bomb. Philippe touched the wall, which had been scorched and partially melted, muttering to himself, "IT this moment." He had already formed a hypothesis that IT was highly likely that the rebels were behind this, though he could not dismiss the possibility of a frame-up. Reflecting on Colin's directive, Philippe increasingly sensed that the situation was far from ordinary. The fact that Nagano Hiro had fallen here only made the scenario more intriguing. After issuing commands to a small squad of vampire soldiers behind him, Philippe ordered them to leap into the chasm. The remaining troops were instructed to remain stationed at the entrance as a secondary line of defense. Just as Philippe and his team had scarcely descended into the pit and established a defensive perimeter within a kilometer, a tremendous howling sound erupted from below. "What is that?" Philippe, perplexed by the powerful sound resonating from the glass wall, leaned in to discern its source. 2 soldiers beside him rushed forward to the elevator entrance, exclaiming, It operates on principles similar to our aircraft. First, Zone A initiates, then Zone B accelerates. At this point, the 2 exchanged glances, suddenly realizing something. Zone B accelerates. They hastily jumped aside as Duguya surged out of the chasm. The air displaced by his rapid ascent, causing everyone present to squint against the wind. Philippe, initially dazed and unaware of the situation, was suddenly alerted by his sixth sense to the imminent danger. He quickly turned his head, narrowly avoiding what could have been a fatal encounter. "Damn it! What just flew past? Stop it!" Philippe spat out the dust he had inadvertently inhaled, shaken by the close call. He promptly seized his communicator and issued a warning to the other teams on alert outside. The squad stationed at the entrance, having witnessed Duguya barreling towards them, wasted no time in launching an attack. With such a rapid aerial approach, attracting attention was inevitable. However, Such high velocity also posed a significant challenge to accuracy in shooting. Moreover, Dugia's small stature, even with two individuals in tow, made it quite difficult to achieve precise hits within such a confined space. Nonetheless, fortune sometimes favors the bold. Zhang Anmin did not possess Dugia's formidable physique, and the nails struck him, leaving one wound after another. Fortunately, the shots landed on Zhang Anmin rather than Xiao Hongxia. Otherwise, she would have met a dire fate. The fact that Zhang Anmin was hit made Dugia realize that this approach was untenable. Low, swift movements indeed complicated aiming. However, it also placed him within the range of fire. Thankfully, Dugia's speed meant he was about to exit the factory's confines. At that point, he would be free as a bird in the sky and a fish in the sea, concealing the two individuals behind him once more. He spiraled towards the exit. Several vampire soldiers attempted to close the factory's passage, but a mere half-meter door could hardly impede Dugia. He barreled through, breaking down the door and escaping with the two individuals. Philippe, arriving too late, could only watch from a distance as Dugia elegantly broke free from the factory's confinement. Damn it. What are you all doing? He slapped the back of a nearby soldier's head in frustration. All he could do now was rely on Toby and the others conducting perimeter investigations. The time spent earlier had been ample for Philippe to mobilize the flying troops. With their assistance, Toby would have a better chance of intercepting him. What had just flown by? It appeared human, yet not quite. After breaking through the factory's blockade, Dugia thought the ordeal had reached a conclusion. Just as he prepared to relax, a buzzing sound emerged from behind him. Due to Xiao Hongxia's presence, Dugia had not flown at great speed. He had yet to break the sound barrier, and soon found himself pursued by the flying troops commanded by Toby. The pilots gazed in astonishment at the figure soaring through the sky, their eyes wide with disbelief. In this day and age, a person could fly, exchanging worried glances with one another. The two pilots sensed trouble. In a moment of quick thinking, Dugia forcefully tossed the two individuals into the air, free from their encumbrance. Dugia instantly surged to a speed exceeding that of sound. Before the pilots could report back, he grasped the hatch door and made his escape, seizing one pilot by the neck and propelling him toward the ground, ensuring he met the earth with a resounding thud. After tossing the pilot, Dugia deftly caught the two individuals plummeting from the sky and stuffed them into the aircraft. "Old Zhang, can you operate this flying machine?" asked Dugia. Dazed from the sudden throw, Zhang Anmin managed to nod despite feeling nauseous. "I have a license." "Good. Take Xiao Hongxia and go ahead." Upon hearing Zhang Anmin's affirmative response, Dugia felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as these two burdens did not hinder him, he could manage the rear without issue. "Are you sure you can handle this? We're dealing with a vampire battalion. The regular troops are not mere street thugs." Zhang Anmin, having once served in regular forces, was well aware of the strength of the vampire military. No problem. A man must never say he can't do it. "You all go ahead. I will hold the rear." Without hesitation, Zhang Anmin understood that lingering would only invite the enemy closer. Since Dugia was confident, he must have a plan. Dugia observed the flying machines racing toward them, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Now was the time for him to unleash his full potential. "Commander Toby, he is halted." Toby, peering through the monitor, regarded Dugia hovering mid-air, pondering his next move. "Fire a shot." "Yes." Upon receiving the command from Toby, the gunner unleashed an energy cannon towards Dugia. As the approaching projectile drew nearer, Dugia merely smiled with disdain. With a swift motion, he deflected the energy blast and accelerated towards the flying ship that had just fired the cannon. Clenching his fists tightly, he brought them down with tremendous force. The entire vessel split apart as if cleaved by a butcher's knife, shattering into two halves amidst a resounding explosion. Bang! Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding chaos, the attacking ship erupted into a fiery spectacle, leaving Toby utterly bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't he ordered to attack? At that moment, the nearby technician interjected. It appears he deflected the energy projectile with his hand, causing the ship to explode. Before anyone could delve deeper into analysis, Dugia decisively launched a counterattack. Seizing the falling debris of the two ship halves, he hurled them towards the nearest vessel. The immense force not only obliterated the targeted two ships, but also sent shockwaves crashing into innocent bystanders behind them. Witnessing this scene, Toby, though perplexed, hastily commanded, "Scatter! Scatter!" Following Toby's command, the surrounding aircraft swiftly dispersed, ensuring they would not line up in formation again and become easy targets for Dugia. However, this tactic proved insufficient. Without the encumbrance of his foes, Dugia's speed surged to several times its previous rate. Even his hand strikes could decimate numerous aircraft. As the number of flying machines dwindled, Toby's command position became increasingly exposed. With a limited number of large airships remaining in the sky, the time for Toby to evade was rapidly running out. Dugia understood the principle of capturing the leader before the minions. Despite the considerable distance between the large ships, he was far too swift for them to withstand. Although the aircraft had scattered, few were capable of mounting an effective attack. Their inability to accurately target the rapidly moving Dugu left them hesitant and fearful, caught in a paralyzing indecision of whether to fire or to refrain, ultimately reducing them to mere punching bags. Realizing the dire situation, Toby recognized that they could not continue in this manner, but if things persisted, everyone present would inevitably face doom. He ordered several shuttles to retrieve the personnel from the previously escaping ship. A direct confrontation was evidently unwise, but given Dugia's act of protecting that vessel, their relationship must have been significant. If they could subdue him, perhaps there was a chance to buy some time. Dugia noticed two ships darting towards him like javelins and immediately sensed danger. Their targets were clearly not him, but rather what lay behind him. It was evident what awaited him there. Instantly halting his attack, he pursued one of the ships. Faced with the unmanned vessel, Dugia had no choice but to dismantle it entirely. Meanwhile, the other ship seized the opportunity during Dugia's distraction, abruptly accelerating and creating a significant distance between them. Startled by this sudden burst of speed, Dugia swiftly kicked the shuttle apart and pursued at an even greater velocity. Witnessing Dugia's explosive speed and power, Toby pondered for a moment before activating Philip's communicator. "Philip, where are you? What happened to you?" This situation had spiraled beyond his control. "I am requesting reinforcements. Hold on just a bit longer." By the time Toby engaged Dugia, Philip had already received reports of casualties. Upon witnessing pilots fall one after another, he realized that Toby could only manage to delay the inevitable. Further progress was utterly impossible. Thus, he urgently sought reinforcements. Such troublesome matters were better left to superiors. "That you're talking nonsense. You hold on a little longer and let me take your place." Toby, witnessing Dugia charging back like a relentless force, instantly issued a retreat order that he chose to abandon the fray, letting others deal with it. After all, it was not his life at stake. That he had no desire to witness another explosion. From the beginning, aside from their initial encounter, he had not seen Dugia again, nor could he strike him, and even when he did, it seemed futile. It would be madness to persist in this fight. Reinforcements are on the way. Just hold on a bit longer. Upon hearing Toby's retreat order, Philip felt a surge of frustration as he wanted to make one last stand. However, Toby was indifferent. He had no intention of putting his own life at risk. "Retreat!" Dugia, observing the retreating aerial forces, ceased his dismantling of the sky fortress. Truth be told, it was surprisingly resilient. Had it not been for its substantial size, he would have dismantled the remaining fortress long ago. Dugia had to admit, Captain Toby was indeed fortunate. "Consider yourselves lucky to escape." As he watched the departing aerial fleet, he turned to pursue Zhang Onmin's direction. Meanwhile, Philip was engulfed in a tirade directed at Toby. Hey, are you really retreating? As the leader of the 4th Squadron, you're just going to abandon us?" Philip was fuming, his frustration palpable. He had just applied for support, was on the verge of connecting, and now Toby had pulled back. Now he was left hanging. When his superiors inquired about the situation, he could hardly feign ignorance. "You come and take charge next time. We've lost a significant portion of our borrowed ships and our squadron's vessels." "I have no idea how to report this." Toby had originally taken on this mission to slack off, which was why he had initially accepted the peripheral investigation task. Yet unexpectedly, he found himself thrust into the front line. Suffering substantial losses. It was a classic case of losing both the lady and the soldiers, and to be berated by Philip for lacking backbone. Who could tolerate that? Both men were captains, neither willing to concede dominance. Even if they could not engage in a real battle at the moment, they would have to settle for competing through video feeds. Watching the footage of Toby's furious demeanor, Philip felt an urge to leap through the screen and throttle him. Recognizing his own culpability, Philip instinctively recoiled, taking a step back. Better to wait until the superiors connect before reporting the situation. Just as Philip pondered how to report to his superiors, a message from Guy popped up. "This is GUI. There anything you need to report, Captain Philip?" Guy, having returned from the fourth energy star, had lost his position as the overall commander, although he had submitted a report on the reuse of shattered stars. Disputes always arose where there were people. Detractors insisted that the fourth energy star still held potential value. Was it not a bit extravagant to sacrifice an entire energy star for the annihilation of one individual, possibly an extraterrestrial life form? Consequently, he was demoted 2 ranks and became the commander of the investigation squad. That ITS like this. The Imperial Blood Factory has just been attacked by insurgents, and a humanoid entity has breached the blockade set up by Toby and me. Upon hearing this, Guy felt a sense of familiarity with the words that seemed he had heard something similar before. With Toby's forces suffering heavy casualties, the suspect probably resembled the individual depicted in the image. Guy's pupils constricted as he recognized the humanoid figure Philip had presented. Impossible. How is he still alive? In the heart of Guy, Dugya had nearly become a haunting nightmare. Despite exercising utmost caution, even going so far as to risk a demotion of 2 ranks, he had fabricated a reason to abandon the energy star, all in an effort to eliminate his adversary through explosive damage. Yet, the outcome revealed that the one he wished to annihilate remained alive, while his own authority had been significantly curtailed. Such occurrences left his mindset in disarray. After a prolonged silence, Guy responded, "I'm already aware of this matter. You and Captain Toby need not pursue the investigation any further. I will handle it with discretion." This statement left Philip perplexed. "You already know. I have just reported the situation without divulging any specifics, and yet you are informed? Boss Guy, I think. Enough. This matter does not require your investigation any longer. I have a task regarding a 3rd energy star for you to attend to shortly." With this, Philip understood that Guy was resolute in not allowing him to oversee this issue, and thus he relinquished his intention to continue the investigation. As for Colin, he would simply concoct a plausible excuse based on Guy's directive to placate the situation. After severing communication with Philip, Guy promptly submitted an urgent survival request to the Joint Assembly. As the Supreme Commander of the Fourth Energy Star, his presence could be likened to a stone cast down upon a multitude of leaders in the First Administrative Star. In light of his already diminished authority, his status was further undermined here. Shortly thereafter, the reviewing body of the Joint Assembly responded. After succinctly outlining his reasons, a few minutes later, a holographic request materialized on the communication device, accompanied by mocking laughter that pierced the air. "Ha! Guy, surely you are not quaking in your boots. Are you truly suggesting that I issue an Imperial subversion warning over a mere extraterrestrial? You must be jesting." The Speaker of the Joint Assembly laughed heartily, dismissing the notion that an alien creature posed any significant threat. "Haven't we encountered countless extraterrestrial beings over the years? Each and every one has knelt before the might of the Empire. This isn't even a matter of a head-on confrontation. It pales in comparison to the struggles of humanity before the reforms, let alone the current dominion of the vampire-led glorious empire. In terms of technology, economy, culture, and politics, we are vastly superior. In the eyes of the Speaker, the empire stands unrivaled." Observing the Speaker of the Joint Assembly, Guy fell silent momentarily. "Mr. Speaker, none can ascertain who stands behind him or what their true intentions may be. I believe this represents a critical juncture for the survival of our glorious empire. I request the convening of an emergency meeting." Aware of his lack of leverage, Guy nonetheless sought to make one final effort. In truth, the Speaker had a sense of the underlying realities that it was indeed possible that Dugya was merely a civilization characterized by physical prowess, or perhaps a wandering civilization. If a collective civilization had discovered a habitable planet, they would have dispatched agents long ago to assume control. Yet, inexplicably, ever since he had glimpsed the image presented by Philip, a foreboding sensation had gripped him, reminiscent of the feeling he experienced during humanity's initial encounter with vampires when he was merely a wealthy human. Impossible! To hastily convene a meeting based solely on your personal feelings is utterly inadmissible. Guy, do not forget your current status. Initiating a joint assembly meeting in your present capacity is already a violation of protocol. Furthermore, I cannot bear the weight of such responsibility. Our previous camaraderie allows me to overlook your earlier remarks, and I shall also pretend I did not see this urgent request from the joint assembly. The communication ended with a series of beeps, leaving Guy's heart heavy with a sense of lost opportunity for the Empire. Meanwhile, W was rescued by Ma Su, who had been searching for Zhang Anmin as he soared through the skies. It turned out that Zhang Anmin had contacted Ma Su while fleeing with Xiao Hongxia, requesting assistance. Without such support, their escape would have been impossible amidst the numerous eyes watching their every move. Only in areas controlled by the rebels could they hope for any chance of survival. Although it was unclear how W would manage to confront so many forces alone, it was prudent to prepare for contingencies. Old Zhang, I told you I would be fine. Upon entering, W burst into laughter upon seeing Zhang Anmin. Where's Barrett? Hurry and bring him out. I helped him with his request, and I've saved everyone. Shouldn't he come out to see? Unbeknownst to W, the previous explosion had been the result of actions taken by Barrett and Strong, and he was still cheerfully inquiring. Hearing W's question, Zhang Anmin awkwardly replied, Barrett has already gone to welcome the light of humanity. At this revelation, W's heart sank. Welcome the light of humanity. What does that mean? He sacrificed himself in service, Ma Su added, following closely behind Zhang Anmin. What do you mean? The earlier explosion was indeed caused by Barrett and Strong, buying them precious time. W was momentarily taken aback. Having witnessed numerous human deaths since arriving in this world, he had not anticipated the abrupt departure of Barrett, whose figure lingered vividly in his memory. Beside him, Xiao Hongxia hesitantly spoke. Thank you for rescuing me. That I don't mean to deceive you, but my name isn't actually Xiao Hongxia. W was stunned by her words. You're not Xiao Hongxia. That cannot be. Were you not in room 1395? The woman, trembling, confessed. I fear that if I revealed my true identity, you might not rescue me. So I claimed I was her. The original Xiao Hongxia had been taken by a vampire noble, whisked away from their grasp. Even if you claim you are not Xiao Hongxia, I could never abandon you. W sighed, understanding the difficulty of choosing between light and darkness in such dire circumstances. Tap tap. Director Ku. Come in. Director Ku. Everything has concluded, but the losses for Toby are quite severe, Zealous reported, conveying all he had learned to Colin. Toby suffered significant losses? Wasn't it Philip? Colin had instructed Philip to investigate this matter. How had Toby, who was merely idling, sustained such grave losses? Captain Philip mentioned it was a standard rebel attack, and he is now rushing to another investigation, upon hearing that Philip was attending to another task. Colin felt a wave of relief wash over him, interpreting it as a sign that the situation here was not dire. If it were truly critical, Philip would have remained longer and provided a thorough briefing. However, Colin was unaware that Philip had downplayed the incident upon receiving information from higher authorities. To be why a fortunate twist of fate, Zealous inquired. Can the factory continue operating? Of course, but Colin waved his hand dismissively. What issues could possibly arise? You are overthinking this. You know the losses incurred from a single day of factory shutdown. Now hurry. Hearing his superior's insistence, Zealous hurriedly set off, recognizing that Colin must have his own considerations. Let's get to work. As the news disseminated from Xeris, the various sections of the factory commenced their operations. Deep within the core, the blood pool began to bubble with activity. The energy core, nestled within the core blood pool, also sprang into action. With the eruption of core energy, the extreme temperatures instantaneously dissolved the vampiric entities infected by the meme. Due to the malleability of the energy core, the dissolved matter did not evaporate, but rather mingled with the blood already present in the pool. Originally, the energy core of the Camille Corporation possessed inherent purification capabilities, hence they had never contemplated the possibility of any issues arising from the blood pool. Furthermore, the energy core would transmute the blood into a peculiar, semi-solid state, which, paradoxically, proved lighter than its liquid form. Once the blood at the bottom, having undergone this transformation, ascended to the surface of the blood pool, the detection apparatus would activate, prompting the delivery mechanism at the entrance to commence the transportation of the semi-solid blood to the processing area. In this processing zone, The diversion arms would allocate 3 channels based on the ratios required for manufacturing different products. One channel would carry the semi-solid blood, another the sediment from the pool's bottom, and the third would transport seasonings from the external supply. Of course, the predominant component would remain the semi-solid blood, which would be crafted into the Empire's most favored delicacy, blood pudding. This would involve compressing the semi-solid into a solid form, with seasonings added, although some might be left out depending on personal preferences. Not everyone relishes extravagant flavors in their blood pudding. Some affluent individuals believe that the essence of blood should be pure and unadulterated. Consequently, the Empire's wealthy often personally select high-quality blood sources, with some high-ranking officials even opting for younglings as fresh blood sources, honoring the ancient traditions of the vampires. However, blood pudding is but one of many culinary offerings. Even after being reduced to a fine plasma, human blood still contains some impurities that precipitate. These sedimented impurities, along with a portion of the semi-solid blood, will be fashioned into other foodstuffs such as blood slices, blood sticks, and hard tobacco. Regardless of whether it is blood pudding or blood slices, the target demographic remains solely the vampires. Once the manufacturing, processing, and packaging are completed, the factory's transportation segment would fulfill the orders negotiated with the external parties, distributing the products in batches to various administrative stars based on the vampire population ratios, a normal digestive rate. It would take approximately a week to completely assimilate this batch of blood products. After analyzing the Empire's consumption speed of blood products, Ma-Su suggested, "Let us synchronize our efforts on the night a week from now." Dougie nodded, acknowledging that he was not an expert in this matter. Since Ma-Su had a clear plan in mind, they would proceed accordingly. Hurry, hurry. The recent fluctuations have already cost us numerous orders. If we do not expedite this, none of you shall find respite. A sharp-featured vampire overseer berated the human workers with a cutting tone. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, labor has always been the most inexpensive commodity. Frank, this batch of blood pudding is rather pricey. The third-in-command relayed his concerns to Frank. These vampires are undoubtedly attempting to recoup their previous losses by inflating the prices. Frank pondered briefly, realizing the implications of the recent explosion and prolonged downtime had not escaped their notice. Let us move. Let us move. Avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, we are in vampire territory. The interstellar pirates have little income as it is. They are now resorting to transport duties if they do not rein in their actions. They may find themselves without meals. The third-in-command understood the situation, but could not help but mutter at this rate. When will it all come to an end? Frank, however, paid no heed to his grumblings, diligently maintaining his facade as a mere laborer, personally supervising the loading of boxes into his ship. Subsequently, accompanied by their representative, they departed from the first administrative star and arrived at the third administrative star. To sell the goods at a higher price, they had to venture to the heavily fortified third administrative star. This star was engaged in combat with the humanoid species of the Lowland system. Although the tide of battle appeared overwhelmingly in their favor, the Lowland inhabitants were quite resilient. This interspecies conflict had persisted for nearly 2 decades. The high intensity of combat kept the third administrative star in a constant state of readiness, and its residents exuded a fierce demeanor. The more intense the conflict, the greater their earnings, making Frank's decision to sell blood pudding at the third administrative star a shrewd one. Is that not Buck? Long time no see. Let me see how much you have brought. Heisenberg called out cheerfully to Buck, the external liaison of the pirate crew. Did you manage to bring everything over? I heard you encountered quite a few obstacles along the way. Obstacles referred to the Lowland humanoids, who were reptilian in nature but were derisively labeled as obstacles by the vampires that, in truth, they had faced no such hindrance. This was merely a ruse to inflate the prices so they could recoup their costs. No wonder you arrived late. You have already classified as latecomers, Heisenberg remarked, unfazed by any potential deceptions. After all, the front line had ample funds, and blood pudding was merely a consumer good to them, something to be enjoyed at their leisure. Watching the boxes of blood pudding being brought in, Heisenberg wiped his mouth and promptly grabbed 2 to stuff into his mouth. Delightful. Just the flavor I was craving. After inspecting the goods, Heisenberg directed the crew to transport the cargo from the ship into his establishment. Come. Allow me to extend my hospitality. Heisenberg laughed heartily while patting Buck on the shoulder as they entered the shop. "Boss, is it really all right to keep doing this?" the cautious deputy inquired of Frank. Noting that Heisenberg typically took a while to settle payments, this pace left them feeling exasperated. It's nothing to worry about. You know how it is. It's always like this, so what is there to fear? If he refuses to pay, we'll just deal with him, Frank replied, his demeanor cold and ruthless, unconcerned about such matters. If he doesn't pay, it would be a miracle if he survives till tomorrow. Let us go. He will pay eventually. Let us enjoy ourselves. He beckoned to the crew aboard the ship as they headed to the relaxation area. Team 331, they indulged in revelry until the night fell. Boss, isn't drinking a bit excessive? You're regressing. Haven't seen you for just a few days. Before the third-in-command could finish his sentence, Frank shot back. You shut it. Am I incapable? Bring me 10 bottles of red wine. The deputy shook his head at the sight of the two inebriated individuals, accustomed to this scenario where neither could hold their liquor, yet pretended otherwise. In the end, it always fell to him to carry both of them away. Quick, Lee, pry open that guy's eyelids and check if he is asleep already. Frank weakly instructed his deputy, clinging to his last shred of resolve to stay awake, knowing that the third-in-command was on the verge of dozing off. Boss, hey, I'm still awake. Suddenly, the third-in-command sprang to his feet, his hand mimicking the act of pouring from a cup to his mouth. All right, you two, settle down. We are almost out of the safe zone. Any business can wait until we are aboard the ship, Frank admonished, attempting to maintain order amidst the chaos. The night remains perilous for the third administrative star, especially for the humans residing among the vampires. I know. I'm a captain. How could I be unaware? Frank exclaimed as he was being dragged along by the first officer. What danger could there possibly be? Can that shadow over there really come harm me? Upon hearing this, the first officer nearly lost his senses, exclaiming, "Who?" Cautiously, he raised his communicator, activating the high beam mode and directing it towards the shadow Frank had mentioned. The moment the bright light illuminated the area, Frank's drunken stupor receded significantly. The shadow gradually took form under the blinding glare. What a fuss over nothing, just a broken sealed box. Who placed this here? The third officer commented nonchalantly. They were startled for a moment, thinking it was something more alarming. However, the first officer, still gripping the communicator, scrutinized the sealed box. Its surface bore no scratches, despite having been there for an indeterminate amount of time, retaining a pristine condition. It was worth noting that this area was perilously close to the outskirts of the stabilization zone. In this vast square, vampires frequently lay in ambush, and it was notorious for conflicts, whether from rogue vampires or skirmishes between humans and vampires. Moreover, it was clear that this object had only recently been placed here. The first officer circled the sealed box with the communicator in hand, noting the absence of any signs of disturbance or transport vehicles. It had either been airlifted or the traces had been meticulously erased. Observing a red button on the back of the sealed box with an inscription in radiant script, the third officer suddenly appeared beside the first officer, reading aloud the inscription. Do not press. If you say not to press, then how could I not take action? That would be quite embarrassing for me. With that, he reached out to press the button on the sealed box. By the time the first officer realized what was happening, it was already too late. Beep! A faint sound emanated from the sealed box as the glass shattered, disintegrating into fragments and revealing the object hidden within. What on earth? A barely breathing vampire. The third officer's tone was laced with disappointment. Perhaps he had not anticipated pressing a button would release a vampire. Let us go. Let us hurry back to the ship, Frank declared, sensing no immediate threat and pulling the others along. Truth be told, the moment the third officer approached the button, an ominous feeling had begun to swell within him. Captain, this vampire seems off. The first officer scrutinized the vampire before them. Its breathing was steady, clearly trapped in a deep slumber, while its limbs were ensnared by some unknown metal, preventing it from regaining its vitality. It was evident that the vampire had been forcibly confined within the sealed box. The entire situation reeked of the unusual. Before they could comprehend what was unfolding, the vampire's body began to emit a peculiar red glow. Yet, it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Witnessing this, Frank's unease intensified. Let us go. We must leave immediately. There is something amiss. Upon hearing Frank, the others sensed the gravity of the situation. They trusted his instincts, which had earned him the position of captain. Sizzling sounds filled the air as they departed from their location. Reminiscent of a bellows being worked, as the third officer glanced back, he was momentarily frozen in shock. The source of the sizzling was not a bellows, but rather the heavy breathing of vampires encircling them. "Captain, what's happening? There's so many vampires behind us," the third officer relayed to Frank. Frank dismissed any notion of the situation being benign. It was clearly an urgent matter to flee. Upon reaching a corner, the first officer halted them, not for any trivial reason, but because a vampire had appeared ahead. The presence of a vampire confronting humans at such a juncture was an ominous sign. Frank exchanged glances with the others, and the third officer and first officer understood the unspoken message. They drew their portable plasma pistols, adjusting them to standard plasma weaponry. They remained on guard, yet the vampire made no aggressive movements. Instead, sniffing the air, appearing unnaturally rigid, it seemed utterly indifferent to their presence, continuing on its path. Frank and his companions shared a silent agreement and allowed the vampire to pass, but they did not lower their weapons. Should the vampire attempt to intimidate them, it could spell disaster. They maintained a triangular formation, encircling the vampire, which was their most effective tactic for close encounters. As expected, the vampire treated them as if they were invisible, walking right past them on the side of caution. They kept their guns trained on it. Once the vampire rounded the corner, they collectively exhaled in relief. "Captain, what was that vampire's deal?" The question from the third officer prompted Frank to shake his head. It was clear that whatever transpired was not fortuitous. They needed to move quickly. The trio suppressed their curiosity and resisted the urge to glance back. Forging ahead, as they returned to the vicinity of their ship, they noticed several individuals grappling with Buck. Frank approached, inquiring, "What is going on?" "We don't know, Captain. Buck seems bewitched, moving forward as if in a trance." "Indeed, we couldn't stop him. It's quite strange. Could it be that Heisenberg drugged Buck to avoid paying up?" "Unlikely. With his reputation, he wouldn't resort to such tactics. He only started acting like this after returning to Da. That complicates matters." As the group continued to restrain Buck, they analyzed the peculiar situation. Enough silence. While they were perplexed, Frank was acutely aware of what was unfolding. Observing Buck's erratic path, the three immediately connected it to the earlier encounter with the vampire. The two incidents were undoubtedly intertwined. "You carry Buck back, and ensure the vampires on the ship remain inside." Before Frank could finish his command, Buck's demeanor shifted dramatically. Buck's eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins, gasping for breath. The five individuals holding him were suddenly thrown off by an overwhelming force. Like a predator in hunting mode, Buck surged toward Frank. "Watch out." The first officer shoved Frank aside, fearing he would be struck down. However, Buck only brushed past him. "What just happened? Is there another anomaly?" The third officer looked towards Buck's previous path, but saw nothing amiss. The night remained ominously unwelcoming for humans. Observing the vampires emerging from the ship, each panting heavily as they charged forward, Frank quickly led his companions to the side. They watched helplessly as the vampires rushed into the darkness of the alley. Taking a deep breath, Frank donned his full gear from the ship and returned with the two others. Buck, as a member of the pirate crew, could not be left to fate. Prepare the ship for takeoff and await our return. Before departing, Frank addressed a few individuals, then, accompanied by his three companions, returned to their previous location with the aide-de-camp, Lee. The fully armed group standing at the alley's entrance appeared particularly conspicuous. The serene atmosphere was shattered as they turned a corner. The cacophony of anguished screams echoed, reminiscent of some unspeakable torture. Frank, clutching a small mirror, stealthily peered ahead. Little did he know, the sight that met his eyes was terrifying. In that narrow alley, there were at least hundreds of vampires, piled together like grotesque mounds of flesh. The view from a small mirror was not ideal, prompting Frank to lean out further. It seemed the vampires were still chewing on something. Their clothing stained a deep crimson. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Frank quickly withdrew his head. "Let us go," he urged. "Hey, what do you mean by go?" The three companions were evidently still unaware of the gravity of the situation. They shoved Frank aside and cautiously leaned in to take a look. Mere moments passed. "Let us go," one of them insisted. "Hey, you lot, The matter remains unresolved, the aide-de-camp mumbled, perplexed by the two who merely glanced and then retreated. As he spoke, he too leaned forward. Are we going or not? The two looked at the aide-de-camp and inquired did I sense something amiss. Cover me for a moment, he replied, cautiously raising his plasma cannon and advancing. The two could not restrain him and instead lifted their weapons, hesitating to move in the aide-de-camp's direction. The aide-de-camp stepped lightly, weapon at the ready, inching closer to the heap of corpses, the passing vampires. Regardless of age, seemed oblivious to his presence, swiftly gliding by him. When the aide-de-camp reached the forefront and scrutinized the scene, he discovered that both the feeders and the fed were vampires. This was indeed peculiar. In this day and age, vampires no longer preyed upon humans, but rather upon their own kind. The aide-de-camp signaled behind him. Upon seeing this, Frank, gun in hand, hastily approached. What is going on? What are these vampires doing? As he drew closer, Frank too sensed something was off. Earlier, he had run without a care, completely oblivious to the unfolding scene behind him. However, the immediate priority was to locate Buck, calling out to the three companions guarding the rear. They pressed onward. Unbeknownst to them, the vampires lying on the ground, not entirely consumed, were beginning to regain their senses. What on earth happened here? As they walked, they kicked at the corpses, the blood staining their clothing, making it impossible to discern which one was Buck. As they kicked, the aide-de-camp felt something was amiss. How could the corpses still be moving? He shouted urgently, "Something's wrong. These aren't corpses." Hearing this, the three companions stumbled, as the corpse they were about to kick opened its eyes. The scene was akin to a horror film. Damn, how did I end up here? Was it you humans who caused this? The newly awakened vampire had no comprehension of the current situation, believing he had inexplicably found himself in an open area due to the presence of the humans before him. You dare to slaughter the vampires of the Empire. The gradually regaining vampire glared at the bodies of his bloodied comrades beside him, that I care not what means you employed previously. Today, you shall meet your demise. As he spoke, he extracted his hand, trapped beneath a corpse, and swiped at the three companions. Startled, they instinctively recoiled, narrowly avoiding the strike. They were astonished to have evaded the vampire's attack, feeling fortunate to have escaped unscathed. Had he been struck, that leg would have surely been lost. Damn, I actually missed. This is embarrassing. Just as he prepared to launch another assault, Frank shot him through the chest from behind, transforming him into a charred corpse. If that's the case, does that mean all the corpses on the ground are alive? Observing the vampires, still vibrant and capable of retaliating, a hypothesis emerged in Frank's mind. If this were true, should they even continue their search for Buck? We must hurry. It seems these vampires require more time to regain their senses. Let us seize this opportunity. Given Buck's speed, he shouldn't have ventured too far that Frank's words served as a form of self-reassurance. After all, no one knew Buck's whereabouts, and finding him depended solely on luck. To prevent the situation from worsening, they had no choice but to press onward. Meanwhile, around them, the vampire corpses writhed, threatening to rise at any moment. The recent revival of that vampire had ignited a glimmer of hope in their search for Buck. After all, finding a body would be futile if it were lifeless, upon arriving at the square where they had previously discovered the sealed box. They found Buck lying quietly at the edge. His right arm was entirely missing, along with several fingers from his left hand. Fortunately, the situation was not entirely dire. Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous dismembered corpses. Yet, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. How could there be so many vampires here? The aide-de-camp held up his communicator, illuminating Buck's face with a flashlight. In the light, he discerned a stark contrast from the others. If the ground they had traversed appeared as a carpet of corpses, then within this limited view, what lay before them resembled rolling hills, continuously shifting and cascading outward. What in the world is happening? The three companions could hardly endure the sight, hastily covering their mouths with their hands. Though ineffective, it helped obscure most of their vision with their helmets. Let us not dwell on this. We need to move quickly. Frank's emotions were in turmoil. The gruesome spectacle of a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood was not something an ordinary person could withstand. They exchanged glances, silently agreeing to leave with Buck before any further revivals occurred. Yet, such a simple task was easier said than done. After all, this was where it all began. Had it not been for the latest batch of infected vampires being crushed beneath the mound of corpses, they would have already risen. Yet, much time had passed. The vampires, still able to breathe, trapped atop the pile, were starting to regain consciousness, before Frank could place Buck on the shoulders of the three companions. Several reluctant vampires emerged from the heap of bodies. Huh. How did I end up here? My hand. Andrew, wake up! Hearing the vampires behind them gradually regaining their senses, the trio hastened their pace, in this sea of corpses and blood. Amidst the ruins and flowing blood, they were the only ones fully armed. They certainly did not resemble the good guys that it would be prudent to escape while they remained undetected. Unfortunately, the companion bearing Buck lost his footing, stumbling upon a newly revived vampire. The unfortunate vampire let out a piercing scream, da-da. What could have been a stealthy exit was now marred by this cacophony, drawing the attention of the bewildered vampires atop the corpse mound. These people are suspicious. Surely, they must have done something commendable to have brought us here. Indeed, they are clad in the exoskeletal armor of 24th century soldiers. They must certainly be up to no good. Stop them! The leading vampire issued a direct command. After all, they are merely human and inherently possess no human rights. What does it matter if they endure humiliation? Are we to apologize to them? Furthermore, considering the armor they wear, who else should we apprehend in this situation? It is perfectly justified. Upon hearing their speech, the trio immediately quickened their pace, seizing the moment before their adversaries fully comprehended the situation. They hastily activated the map on their communicator and made their way towards the awaiting spaceship. Blast it! Third in command, look at the mess you've created. Frank could not help but voice his frustration on the way. Who would have thought that one vampire would rise from the dead? Besides, carrying Buck makes it impossible for me to maintain my footing. The weight of the vampire is simply too much. The burden of the exoskeletal armor is significant. You know, boss, that this outdated armor has long been discontinued. The glorious empire, having evolved over centuries, has relinquished the development of human exoskeletal armor. After all, no matter how formidable the armor, it pales in comparison to the vampires themselves that, in fact, it only serves to increase their encumbrance and impede their inherent agility. They are currently well equipped with military-grade protective armor, rendering any mechanical augmentation unnecessary. Unless, of course, the Empire has recently initiated mass production of psychic armor. However, that is evidently impossible, as not all vampires can awaken extraordinary abilities. Thus, the power armor that offers merely a slight enhancement in strength and speed has already been rendered obsolete by vampires who are inherently stronger and swifter. To them, powered armor is but a relic of the past. The initial development of such armor was a mistake, granting the insurgents the means to arm themselves. Be quiet and run. Frank understood that the blame did not lie with him. However, when the leader was lamenting, it was not his place to interject. After turning a couple of corners, they found themselves amidst a throng of vampires. In their disarray, they were indiscriminately seizing anyone in sight. Frank and Deputy Lee managed to deftly evade their grasp. Yet the third in command was another matter. Even if he could dodge, Buck on his back could not escape. Just as he was running smoothly, two hands clutched at his hind legs, causing him to stumble. The third in command. Hurry, what are you doing? Frank turned around upon noticing the third in command had fallen behind, anxiously glancing back. But the third in command had been caught by a vampire. What hope was there? Terrified, he used every ounce of strength to stomp and kick at the vampires on the ground to break free. However, what they did not anticipate was that as time passed, more and more alert vampires began to awaken. Awaiting them ahead was a wall of vampires. After rounding a corner, Frank decisively came to a halt, colliding with Deputy Lee, who was still running behind. What happened? Why have you stopped running? The third in command was still pressing forward, as there were still vampires in pursuit. Why wait here? Frank remained silent, pointing emphatically at the wall of vampires ahead. Following his gesture, the third in command gazed forward and was instantly struck dumb. A narrow alleyway, barely 10 meters wide, was packed with at least 200 to 300 vampires. Frankly speaking, he had never even dreamed of such a scene, let alone witness such an exhilarating sight in reality. What do we do? The third in command decided to pass the dilemma onto the boss. Frank, suppressing his thoughts, suddenly sensed something peculiar. The ones chasing us are vampires. Even if they are clad in powered armor, there is no reason they have not caught up to us by now. Frank seemed to have stumbled upon a significant revelation. Instead of moving, he meticulously scrutinized the situation, recalling the events that had transpired. The first vampire encountered, in its fury, attacked the third in command and failed to land a blow like a T that moment. The plasma cannon had dispatched it too swiftly for him to ponder. He had assumed it was merely a side effect of awakening. Subsequently, during their escape, he vaguely remembered being grasped by a vampire third in command. "Did you fall behind just now?" "Oh dear, boss, now is not the time to discuss falling behind. I was just caught by a vampire." The third in command was nearly in despair. Why was he being criticized for past actions at such a moment? Do leaders always feel the need to add to a situation already ablaze? Frank's eyes lit up. "Deputy Lee, third in command. Ready your weapons. We charge forward." At Frank's words, the third in command was momentarily bewildered. While Deputy Lee seemed to grasp the situation, he raised his plasma cannon and activated the rapid-fire arc mode. Charging forward with Frank. "Hey, wait for me." Considering his predicament, it seemed that not following would truly lead to demise. With a resolute grit of his teeth, he too began to operate in portable mode. Pursuing the advancing path, the vampires, upon witnessing the trio, fully armed and charging with weapons drawn, immediately reacted. Though their minds were still clouded, their predatory instincts kicked in, prompting their lips to curl upwards, with arms outstretched. They formed a hunting stance and surged toward the three. Some may lack a concept of what it means to be charged at by hundreds of vampires. To illustrate simply, imagine 4 or 5 classes charging at you in a narrow alleyway. The overwhelming sense of pressure is incredibly intense. Frank thought, since there was no retreat, if his suspicions were correct, then they would merely sustain injuries and not perish here. If you're mistaken, being sandwiched between 2 walls of vampires would be far worse. At the very least, they could exit with the semblance of valiant warriors. Though they might just be lowly foot soldiers, it did not prevent them from indulging in a bit of daydreaming. As the vampires closed in on their range, Frank lifted his AR gun and unleashed a flurry of shots. In such a confined space, amidst such a dense crowd, even someone with no shooting experience could hit their mark. Not to mention Frank, a seasoned veteran who had fought on the front lines against pirates for years. Amidst the crackling arcs of electricity, rows of vampires fell, while those who were merely injured were finished off by the pursuing Deputy Lee. Witnessing such effective results, Frank felt a sigh of relief wash over him. Had he guessed incorrectly, they might have been torn to shreds. Yet even amidst the concentrated fire, some vampires still managed to reach the trio. However, Frank was unperturbed, striking the snarling vampire squarely on the forehead. What was once an unremarkable punch, disregarded by the vampire, now served as a death knell. Bolstered by the powered armor, the vampire's lack of defense resulted in its skull bursting like a smashed watermelon. As the gore splattered, Frank effortlessly maintained his grip on the GU. In no time, he had cleared the vampire horde before him. However, looking back at the vampires who were gradually closing in, he felt a twinge of fear. In such a brief moment, their weapons were nearly drained of power. If they attempted to play the role of brave warriors now, they would truly find themselves in dire straits. Frank decisively turned and commanded, "Let's go. Do not linger." Upon hearing this, the trio promptly turned to flee. "Incredible, boss. How did you deduce that something was amiss with these vampires?" The third in command hastily spoke up. If one were to determine who among the 3 was most entangled with the vampires, it would undoubtedly be him. Frank let out a light chuckle, remarking that these undead vampires had, in terms of both speed and strength, significantly diminished. The true nature of that sealed box remained a mystery. He then pondered for a moment before stating, "However, I believe we shall soon uncover the answer." It must be said that the entire situation unfolded with remarkable coincidence, each event intricately linked to the next. In that square, regardless of who passed by, the sight of an odd sealed box standing there would likely compel them to press the switch. Whether it required their intervention to activate, it was still uncertain. Perhaps the original owner had set a timer, and the switch merely provided an alternative means of access. Before the group could delve further into their thoughts, Frank halted once more, not due to the undead vampires, But because of the untransformed ones feasting upon the corpses on the ground, he gestured to the others, who understood his intent and slowed their pace, cautiously maneuvering towards the gap where the vampires were devouring the bodies. Did they truly believe they could exit so simply? Certainly not. The presence of the untransformed vampires indicated they had reached a critical juncture. Under normal circumstances, this would not pose a significant threat. But the third in command bore a living bait upon his back. Just as they navigated through the crowd, another group of vampires set their sights on Buck, the one being carried, sprinting towards them with alarming speed. Frank, quick-witted, raised his weapon and fired at the approaching vampire. However, he had not anticipated that the plasma cannon, recently switched to arc mode, had not yet transitioned back, resulting in the arc rebounding off the vampire's body, leaving a layer of charred black skin. This, however, proved ineffective against the unaltered vampire. In a moment of dire urgency, the third in command raised his weapon and delivered a plasma blast that sent the vampire hurtling backwards, creating a gaping wound in its chest. The fallen corpse convulsed, emitting small arcs of electricity. The third in command wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, relieved that he had not exerted himself fully earlier. For had he been in arc mode, the consequences could have been fatal for both him and Buck. Observing the lifeless body, Frank recognized the gravity of the situation, that if they continued to carry Buck, they would inevitably encounter an unending tide of vampires. He could not fathom why these corpses so magnetically attracted their kind. "Boss, I think I've grasped it," the aide exclaimed, gazing at the body on the ground as if struck by a revelation. "These corpses are sources of infection, and the box we opened is the primary infection vector. They spread like a virus." The aide pointed out, "I previously noted that those vampires scavenging the corpses are not merely consuming their comrades. They are siphoning their blood," he added, addressing Buck on the third in command's back. "This explains why Buck remains intact. If the infected were truly consuming bodies as their means of infection, Buck would have been completely devoured by now." The aide crossed his arms and continued, "However, their transformation necessitates a process. Initially, they are drawn in, losing their rationality. Then they consume their comrade's blood, allowing themselves to be infected. Ultimately, they fall into a stupor and transform into a weakened state of vampirism." At this point, Frank interrupted, "Get to the point." The aide, undeterred by the interruption, resumed, "What I mean is that if we consider the current events as a virus, there must be a source of transmission. A limited spread would be insignificant across such a vast area." He paused, reflecting. "This is merely a localized outbreak. While I cannot ascertain what a broader spread might entail, it certainly cannot be contained in this manner." He indicated that Frank faced a crucial decision, that if they continued down this path, a significant upheaval awaited them. Without a solution to break the cycle, it was highly likely that all three would perish. "Third in command, aide, gather some of the dismembered limbs. We need to retreat." Frank hesitated, unwilling to gamble recklessly. If the upheaval did not extend throughout the entire empire, the absence of vampires to act as decoys could lead to their pirate crew being captured as slaves in the next port. Nevertheless, the aide's words served as a reminder. Since the vampires were influenced by blood, they could lure them using severed limbs, much like enticing a dog with a bone, before they could gather much. The sound of rising corpses interrupted their actions. Acknowledging that time was of the essence, Frank decisively called for a retreat. The three of them clutched severed arms and legs, hastily making their way back the way they came. Should they encounter any vampires, they would simply toss the limbs behind them as bait. The vampires seemed fixated on the scent of the severed limbs, following it eagerly. Fortunately, they rarely encountered any vampires that were fixated on Buck, as the ongoing feast below captivated their attention. The trio, like tossing bones to dogs, gradually drew closer to their escape vessel. Almost there, only an alleyway remained. Frank, glancing at the map on his wrist, declared victory was within reach, leading the charge ahead. The aide followed closely behind, pulling Buck along to increase their speed. Yet, as Murphy's Law dictates, the more one fears misfortune, the more likely it is to occur. Previously, they had only faced minor adversaries. Even if they were singled out, it had only been a handful of vampires. However, upon turning the corner, they were met with a veritable sea of vampires, a seemingly endless horde charging towards them. Upon spotting Buck on the third in command's back, Their eyes gleamed with hunger. Cursing under his breath, Frank despaired, realizing that the enemy surged forth like a relentless tide, rendering any forward movement a futile endeavor. Even retreating at their pace would yield little distance. It's over. Buck is lost. Upon witnessing the overwhelming scene, the third in command promptly discarded Buck, dragging the others into a side alley to hide. Thus concluded their rescue mission, fraught with peril. Yet Buck remained unretrieved. Just as the group wallowed in despair, the sound of engines echoed from above. "Boss, we've arrived. Let us go." Seeing his crew piloting their ship towards them, Frank's spirits soared, leaping with excitement. Ha! Perfect timing. Utilizing the gravitational tractor beam aboard the spacecraft, they swiftly returned to the cabin. During the onslaught of the vampires, the formidable firepower of the ship's main and secondary cannons served as a stark reminder of the nature of modern warfare. In the face of technological weaponry, sheer numbers proved futile. Although their achievements were not particularly remarkable, they nonetheless managed to repel dozens of bloodsuckers who had approached the vessel by the time Frank and his companions boarded the ship. The vampires drawn by Buck's blood remained dissatisfied. Some of the more gifted vampires attempted to harness their abilities to pursue the already airborne starship. However, it was evident that they would not succeed. The chase concluded abruptly when the secondary cannon struck those few vampires attempting to follow. Meanwhile, Frank and his two companions, upon entering the cabin, lay sprawled on the floor like lifeless dogs, utterly motionless. Where is Buck? Where is he? If he is not of significant importance, we might as well feed him to the dogs. Frank felt a twinge of regret for his earlier actions, truth be told. When he first sensed something was amiss, he should have decisively abandoned Buck. Had he not been hopeful of extracting valuable information from Buck, he would have departed much sooner. Boss, Buck is over there. But he is emitting smoke. That we're unsure of the situation. That a crew member informed Frank about Buck's condition. Smoking? How could that be? Quickly, get him to the laboratory. Upon hearing the word smoke, Frank's brow furrowed in concern. It hadn't been present before, so why was it manifesting now that they were aboard the ship? Nevertheless, matters requiring expertise must be left to the professionals. Frank and his team hurriedly transported Buck toward the laboratory. Along the way, the sharp-eyed aide noticed something peculiar. I understand now. Frank glanced over and inquired, "What have you figured out?" "Buck cannot be exposed to light," the aide deduced, observing that Buck ceased smoking in darkness, only to emit smoke under illumination. This conclusion was reached decisively. Hearing this, Frank commenced an experiment. Indeed, as the aide had stated, Buck did not emit smoke when in the shadows. Consequently, Frank ordered the lights along the route to the laboratory to be extinguished. After navigating in darkness, they finally arrived at the laboratory table. "Boss, the results are in." The aide presented the test report to Frank, who was attempting to recover from the recent life-and-death crisis. Upon hearing the aide's words, Frank squinted and sat up. "Oh, has it come so soon? Let me see." The aide handed over the report and elaborated. "During the testing, Buck regained consciousness. His assistance significantly expedited our progress." Frank nodded. "I see that if Buck awakens, the entire research timeline could accelerate dramatically." As he perused the report in hand, the long-standing puzzle that had occupied Frank's mind began to unravel. The virus transformation subject was tentatively named Corpse Eater. Physical description: the bodily constitution is fundamentally consistent with that of a typical human, though a small fraction of those with advanced bloodlines may possess slightly enhanced physical attributes, yet this is merely equivalent to the peak muscular condition achievable through training. Special notes: Corpse Eaters ignite upon exposure to ultraviolet light, with the damage being irreversible. They exhibit a fear of silver, and attacks from silver objects cause tissue necrosis and a corrosive effect. Corpse Eaters lack regenerative capabilities. Even if not struck in vital areas, they will perish, having essentially lost all the advantages of vampires while acquiring some of their disadvantages. The experimental material has not been fully screened, and it is anticipated that there are still allergens unexamined. The blood of Corpse Eaters only affects vampires and does not impact humans. Even if humans ingest blood from vampires or Corpse Eaters, they will not become infected, although the scope of this effect will gradually expand with the increasing population of Corpse Eaters. Through the analysis of Corpse Eater tissue, no segments harboring the virus were detected. Making further analysis impossible, it is tentatively conjectured that the virus merges with the vampire's body, leading to the grim conclusion that the Empire's chances of deciphering the virus stand at zero. Frank, gazing at the report, fell into deep contemplation. The complete invisibility of the virus's form raises alarming questions. Could there be an entirely novel virus lurking in this world? And why is it solely targeted at vampires? It appears the glorious Empire is indeed facing a dire calamity. These thoughts crossed his mind. The image of Duguya flashed before him. Shaking his head to dispel distractions, Frank continued to examine the report's lower section, which detailed the transmission pathways and predicted modes of spread. The initially transmitted virus exerts an extraordinarily powerful allure, causing nearby vampires to instantaneously lose their will and enter a sluggish, trance-like state. This is when the virus's attraction is at its peak. Subsequently, vampires that have consumed the first batch of blood will enter a prolonged slumber, during which their allure diminishes significantly, leading the surrounding vampires to lose interest in the diminished allure and exhibit heightened predatory instincts. Meanwhile, on the distant first administrative star, Wang Mang awoke from his stupor, panting heavily as he surveyed the scene before him, a gruesome tableau of fallen comrades. What happened? Where am I? Confused and disoriented, Wang Mang could not grasp why he had been laughing with family one moment and found himself amidst this carnage the next. The once vibrant sensation of power had evaporated. Struggling to prop himself up, he noticed a dozen or so vampires around him, all appearing equally disoriented as he gazed at the gaping wounds where flesh had been torn away. The long-forgotten pain surged back. Ugh! He gasped, lightly touching the wounds, finding no signs of healing. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that the standing vampires bore similar injuries. Realizing that something was amiss, Wang Mang hastily tapped his communicator, relieved to find it still functional. "Hello, is anyone there?" He called out, but silence met his desperate pleas. What is going on? How could this happen? As a high-ranking officer of the Empire, his communicator was supposed to connect him directly to the nearest military base. The absence of any response in such dire circumstances painted a grim picture of the situation. Determined, Wang Mang dragged his battered body to a standing position. He attempted to channel his powers. But despite his efforts, nothing responded. He gazed incredulously at his hands, unable to believe that his once prized strength had vanished. The struggles he endured to rise to the rank of captain in the Empire's 3rd Battalion were unimaginable. Now, to be told that his regenerative abilities had completely failed was a burden few could withstand. Fortunately, Wang Mang was a vampire who had ascended from humble beginnings. To ascertain his condition, he set out toward a nearby military laboratory alone. "Captain Wang." Just as he had taken a couple of steps, a voice called out, halting him in his tracks. Turning to look, he recognized the female captain from the neighboring squad. "Oh, Captain Song." Wang Mang glanced up at Song Jie, recalling his past infatuation with her. Unfortunately, as a lowly junior vampire, he had never stood a chance of catching the attention of someone as esteemed as Song Jie, who had gracefully turned him down. "Captain Wang, we cannot establish contact with a nearby military base. What are your plans?" The communication devices of the two individuals failed to reach the nearest military base. The two officers found themselves like ships stranded on a sandbank, rendered utterly powerless. Observing the disheveled and dirt-streaked Song Jie, Wang Mang remarked, "I intend to first investigate the nearby military laboratory." Song Jie nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a prudent course of action. If they could uncover the anomalies afflicting their bodies, perhaps they could unravel the confusion that had ensnared them in this predicament. Just as they prepared to leave the site, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar, audible even at a distance. "What is that commotion?" The two exchanged glances, feeling an unsettling unfamiliarity with the approaching noise. Instinctively, they retreated backwards. Ahead, a group of reckless vampires advanced towards the source of the sound. Through the murky darkness, illuminated by the meager glow of a feeble street lamp, they discerned the origin of the footsteps, an approaching throng of frenzied vampires. "Help! Help!" A few individuals who had ventured towards the sound, upon realizing that it was indeed vampires approaching, cried out in alarm. However, Song Jie and Wang Mang detected something amiss. "There's something wrong." Wang Mang voiced his apprehensions, Soldiers of the Empire would never charge recklessly, nor would they mingle with civilian crowds. The group before them was evidently suspicious. Not only were there scattered soldiers, but also a number of scantily clad nightclub women, and even some vampires clad in sleepwear. Beyond that, visibility was obscured, denying them the advantage of the vampire's extraordinary night vision. The darkness of the night was an impenetrable void for them, had it not been for the ancient architecture still standing on the first administrative star. They might have been completely oblivious to the approach of these figures. "We must go," Song Jie decisively declared, opting for flight. Yet Wang Mang was curious to see how the situation would unfold. Shouldn't Tiwi stay and observe? Just as their disagreement arose, the vampires calling for help had already caught the attention of the first wave of approaching figures. Ecstatic, the individuals gazed at the troops drawing near, feeling as though salvation had arrived and prepared to rush forward to explain their predicament. Unfortunately, the vampires, whose eyes gleamed with hunger, were indifferent to such concerns to them. The living were mere mobile meals, their bodies exuding a tantalizing scent of blood, a fatal temptation. The initial figure, seeing the soldiers and vampires barreling towards him, mistakenly believed he was about to receive a warm embrace. In a display of misguided sincerity, he opened his arms to welcome them, only to be met with a gruesome fate as a vampire sank its teeth into his neck, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. The piercing screams filled the air, leaving all present in a state of shock. It dawned on them that these figures were not there to rescue them. They were there to feast upon them. In a panic, they scattered in terror. Alas, their speed had been reduced to that of ordinary humans, making it impossible to outrun the vampires. The ghouls at the front of the crowd were already overwhelmed with vampires, and those who had partaken of their blood suddenly lost their bloodthirsty glint. Staring blankly at the mangled remains of the victims, the ghouls, transformed through repeated blood consumption, had become perfect carriers, their allure to nearby vampires significantly diminished. It was surmised that the side effects of their unconscious state would soon dissipate, greatly enhancing their transmissibility. Witnessing this scene, Wang Mang and Song Jie hastily made their way towards the military laboratory. Preserving their own lives took precedence. Their friend's death does not concern a hermit. With the preceding group shielding them, their escape was notably smoother. However, amidst the towering edifices, the multitude of people created an expanse devoid of hiding places. With vampires converging from all directions, their intended path to the military laboratory morphed into a route towards the military base. Fortunately, they encountered soldiers still following them. Although the majority had succumbed to the vampires, a small fraction had survived. After several twists and turns, they finally reached the nearest military base, with no other options. They felt compelled to venture into the now silent military base, placing their hopes on a gamble. Just as Wang Mang prepared to lead the ailing group forward, the inherently composed Song Jie halted them. "Wait, let us not rush in. I have been to this military base before. There should be defenses at the entrance." As she surveyed the unguarded military base, a sense of unease gripped her. The cleanliness surrounding the base seemed overly pristine. She pointed to a nearby vampire soldier, instructing him to scout ahead. "You go check it out, and if you notice anything amiss, retreat immediately." The only soldier in the group who appeared agile stepped forward and began to advance. However, before he could reach the entrance, a laser beam suddenly erupted from an unseen source, cleaving him in two. Help me! Help me!" The fallen soldier cried desperately, yet it was evident to all that, having lost the vampire's extraordinary healing abilities, such a grievous injury rendered him incapable of survival. Grasping Wang Mang, who was about to rush forward, Song Jie questioned, "How could this happen? He was wearing the uniform of the third squad. Why would he be attacked?" Wang Mang, having freed himself from her grasp, retorted, "Why didn't you let me save him? I'm the squad leader of the third squad. I would surely be fine. What if you two were to perish?" Song Jie interjected, interrupting the inexplicably altruistic vampire. Wang Mang fell silent, recognizing the validity of her point. Indeed, as she had stated, his going forth posed a significant risk of demise. The issue at hand was not merely one of identity, but rather the unsettling reality of why this military base was attacking indiscriminately without verifying identities. Ordinarily, even if a civilian vampire were to trespass, they would receive a warning. Yet, soldiers like themselves, donned in the uniforms of the 3rd Squad, would never be subjected to execution without cause. Help me. The wails of the vampire soldiers seemed to trigger some mechanism, and suddenly a void appeared, swallowing the still screaming soldier. The sound abruptly ceased. It appeared that a significant alteration had occurred. At this point, Song Jie seemed to have a realization and sprinted off to the side, gesturing for Wang Mang to follow. She signaled to the soldiers behind them to remain cautious, while Wang Mang trailed along the perimeter of the base to keep pace with Song Jie. As he approached her, he was taken aback by her swift movements. I used to play here often as a child. I am intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree. Yes, she spoke. Song Jie picked up several data cables. For instance, these cables connect to the main control room's computer. I'd specially pulled them out when I was young, never expecting them to serve a purpose now. Wang Mang was left bewildered by her words. You managed to tap into the data cables of the main control room's computer? His disbelief was palpable, and no wonder he had sensed that Song Jie possessed significant connections. He had never imagined her background to be this profound. Think she had played with the data lines of a military base. Could anyone believe it? As she witnessed the data cable connecting to the watch on her wrist, a screen suddenly materialized before her. With a few casual keystrokes, Song Jie accessed the main control room interface of the military base. Scrolling down, she located the alert status outside the military facility. The section detailing the alert status was glaringly selected. Any individual or object approaching within a 50-meter radius of the military base would be annihilated by laser weaponry. Below, the signature belonged to the highest authority of the base, Yin Heguang. What on earth is happening? It turns out this order came from Uncle Yin. With this thought in mind, Song Jie activated the base's life detector. The detector revealed that there were still hundreds of living vampires within the military base. Fixating on the brightest and most alarming icon on the display, she instinctively clicked on it. Beep! Connecting the call. I am Yin Heguang. Who am I speaking to? Miss Song. The voice on the other end of the communicator was perplexed as to why someone was able to reach him within the military base. Staring at the holographic projection materializing in the communicator, he was momentarily stunned. Uncle Yin, it's me. Upon realizing that Yin Heguang still recognized her, Song Jie couldn't help but smile. I used to come here to play when I was little. Remember? Wang Mang, observing the two reminiscing, couldn't help but feel agitated. Song Jie, let us get to the point. Listening to Wang Mang's quiet reminder, Song Jie felt a twinge of guilt for digressing. She quickly articulated the purpose of their visit. Uncle Yin, could you permit us to enter? Yin Heguang, gazing at Song Jie, whose neck was marred by a significant wound, sighed deeply. Miss Song, it's not that I wish to deny you entry. It is that you truly cannot come in. We have analyzed the components of this virus and have found no trace of any clues that it is as if it has always existed in tandem with us. This cannot be classified as a virus, but rather as our genes being completed. Yin Heguang conveyed the terrifying nature of this virus. Initially, we allowed in a few infected individuals. However, we soon discovered that the infection was far too potent. Once approached, even thought itself would be obliterated. We had no choice but to issue a destruction order, abandoning the communication room and the entire living area. As Yin Heguang recalled this, he shuddered involuntarily. Had he not acted decisively back then, sealing off the two areas and initiating the destruction protocol, the military base would have long since fallen. Miss Song, I truly have no alternatives. I implore you to seek assistance elsewhere. While the situation remains manageable, hearing Yin Heguang's words, Song Jie fell silent. She never expected that the man who had once treated her like a beloved granddaughter would now regard her as expendable. A profound sadness enveloped her heart. Understood, Commander Yin. I will take Miss Song away. Observing Song Jie standing still with her eyes closed, Wang Mang felt a surge of urgency. It was clear that they were not welcome. Any emotional appeal would be futile. It would be wise, as Commander Yin suggested, to find a safe place to hide before the situation escalated into despair. Perhaps if the external infection had spread sufficiently, they would find themselves unscathed. Clinging to this optimistic thought, Wang Mang urged Song Jie to leave. He waved at the soldiers waiting nearby, preparing to retreat to the human residential area for refuge. The human residential area appeared particularly tranquil under the night sky. Unlike the vampires, humans were inclined to sleep at night. Despite the chaos unfolding outside, it seemed to have little impact on them. It was truly ironic that vampires had come to rely on human aid. Wang Mang chuckled helplessly. Now armed with Yin Heguang's information, it was clear that the human settlement was the safest refuge. Yet, they had overlooked a crucial detail. The human residential areas were exceedingly sparse throughout the first administrative star, scattered like stars across various locations, had it not been for the military base. A large-scale slaughterhouse, which had preemptively eliminated many vampires, their journey would have been significantly more arduous. Fortune seemed to smile upon them as they encountered only a handful of untransformed vampires along the way. Although they lacked the physical enhancements of the vampires as officers and soldiers, the Empire had equipped them with stake guns as their weaponry. Driven by an insatiable thirst for blood, the vampires behaved like living targets. While their physical resilience enabled them to withstand the stake gun-s assaults, such endurance could not last long without special abilities. Soon, they were reduced to mere pulp by the onslaught, given the configuration of their unit. They faced no issues unless confronted with 10 or more vampires. After overcoming this minor obstacle, the group finally arrived at the human residential area, ready to greet the local inhabitants. Knock, knock, open the door. The sound of the soldiers knocking echoed throughout the building. Inside, a gathering of rebels was startled. What is happening? Is anyone missing today? The rebels had not anticipated that vampires would come knocking. They had just received internal news that at sunrise tomorrow, it would be the end for the vampires. They were also aware of the turmoil occurring that night. Zhang Shuai stood up, preparing to investigate the commotion, and just as he leaned towards the peephole, the door was forcefully breached by a stake gun. Wang Mang led the charge, marching into the room. Thus, both parties found themselves in a tense standoff, each staring incredulously at the other. Wang Mang was taken aback upon entering, his initial reaction being, "What is going on? Why are these civilians armed?" Then he reconsidered. These are not civilians at all. They were rebels. The rebels, too, were equally astonished, observing the uniforms worn by Wang Mang and his companions. It was clear they belonged to the 3rd Division. But how could they possibly be vampires? Shouldn't they be in disarray? Both sides tightened their grips on their weapons, fear palpable in the air. Neither the rebels nor Wang Mang's group possessed the formidable regenerative abilities or physical prowess of vampires, and if a fight ensued, the outcome was uncertain. However, as time passed, the rebels began to comprehend the situation. Oh, so they aren't vampires after all, just a group of gun-toting ghouls. Noticing the wounds on Wang Mang and his comrades, and glancing at their soldiers who bore severed limbs, they relaxed their initial tension. If they were not vampires, then negotiations could proceed. Well, if it isn't the defeated hounds, what brings you to the human residential area? Zhang Shuai remarked sarcastically from behind the door, while the stake guns wielded by Wang Mang's group posed a significant threat to the rebels. It did not deter their mockery. The gathering of humans surely harbors filth. Allowing you to reside above ground was indeed a grave error. Wang Mang, unable to tolerate their taunts, retorted angrily. Yet, they seemed to have forgotten one critical point. In a certain sense, they were no longer vampires of the glorious Empire Dado. Are you suggesting we dismantle the human settlement? Then what brings you here? Before Zhang Shuai could respond, Brank interjected. But as soon as those words were spoken, the expressions on Wang Mang and Song Jia's faces darkened. What? Do you still wish to fight us? The moment Blank uttered those words, it immediately provoked the nerves of the two individuals. It is imperative to understand that for humanity to engage in combat with vampires, an overwhelming numerical advantage is absolutely essential, and victory can only be achieved through stealthy ambushes. How could an ordinary human casually extend a challenge to a vampire? Clearly, there is something amiss. The rebels must already be aware of the situation outside, that it is entirely possible that this virus was unleashed by them. Damn, it truly is you. You are indeed the ones who released the virus. Wang Mang exclaimed with fervor, his gaze fixed on the inadvertently revealing Blank. Beside him, Jiang Yu shot a disapproving glance at Blank. What virus are you talking about? We are completely in the dark regarding your allegations. Even if the accusation holds some truth, Jiang Yu firmly declared that he would not take the blame, as long as he did not admit to it. It could be treated as if it never happened. You still claim innocence. Then how do you explain? Captain Wang. Enough. Let's remain calm. Song Jia interjected, attempting to mediate once her composure returned. At this juncture, they had already been infected, and further inquiries would yield no meaningful results. The numbers were nearly equal, with the rebel faction even boasting a slight advantage. Should fighting erupt in this small human gathering, it was quite possible that one of their own would fall among the casualties. Their ranks were already exceedingly thin. Even with advanced weaponry, they dared not engage recklessly. Given these circumstances, further incitement of both parties' nerves would serve no purpose. What do you wish to do? Song Jia inquired first. What do we wish to do? Well, we shall lay down our arms, came the response. Sensing a potential willingness to cease hostilities, Jiang Yu sought to probe their true intentions. Lay down our arms? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. Before Song Jia could respond, Wang Mang interjected decisively that in this situation, laying down our arms will be tantamount to signing our own death warrants. Calm down. Even if you refuse to disarm, we can negotiate. Jiang Yu began, but Wang Mang cut him off. Negotiate what? You must leave a few individuals with an officer as collateral, and in turn, we shall send our people over. Jiang Yu gestured towards the adjacent lodge, asserting, moreover, you are required to go to the room across. We have secured this place. Upon hearing this demand, Song Jin nodded in agreement. Very well. Captain Wang, I apologize for the inconvenience. Wang Mang nodded, reasoning that it would be unwise to send Song Jia, a once ordinary woman now stripped of her vampire powers, into potential danger. To be frank, upon realizing Song Jia's status, Wang Mang felt a surge of satisfaction. The higher her standing, the greater her chances of rescue. If the Empire possessed a means to counter the threat, they would undoubtedly extend their efforts to include her. Wang Mang mused that he could hardly be overlooked by his companions when the time came. While the likelihood of this was slim, any possibility, however slight, warranted exploration. In such circumstances, he was eager to engage in any exchange that could yield benefits, as long as it did not compromise his own interests. A minor inconvenience was hardly a concern. He pointed to 2 trusted subordinates among the ranks, deeming 3 individuals sufficient as hostages. Jiang Yu nodded toward a few members of his own team. Dispatching the astute Zhang Shuai, Zhang Chong, and Charles as they departed, he whispered a few words to them. Once you arrive, exercise utmost caution. By dawn, their fate will be sealed. Remember to conceal yourselves to avoid any potential crossfire during their final moments. We shall send assistance once we have dealt with the 3 here. The trio nodded, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. Given their understanding of the ghouls' weaknesses, devising a strategy against them was remarkably straightforward. After a brief exchange of instructions, the 2 sides proceeded with the hostage exchange. As Song Jia assessed the situation, she gradually retreated to the door of the designated room, pushing it open to enter. While this room may not have been as spacious as the one across, it was adequate for their rest. The taut nerves began to ease somewhat. Throughout their journey, they had to remain vigilant against vampire assaults while simultaneously engaging in a battle of wits with the rebels. The mental strain was undeniably daunting. One could not help but acknowledge Jiang Yu's cunning. By separating the 2 leaders, he effectively hindered their ability to communicate and analyze intelligence. Consequently, even if one of them uncovered something significant, they could not share it with their companion for brainstorming. Even discussions with team members might be limited, as certain matters were best left unsaid. In stark contrast, the rebels faced no such constraints. Their intentions were crystal clear. They merely awaited the break of dawn, the opportune moment for action. They were already well aware of the general circumstances. The purpose of their meeting was to finalize the specifics of their plan to inflict maximum damage on the Empire. However, having encountered this unexpected complication, they could only delegate the mission to another squad. Nevertheless, the prospect of eliminating 2 officers of the glorious Empire was undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. Surrounded, Song Jia and her companions found themselves in a state of confusion. Yen Heguang's words had illuminated the grave threat posed by the virus to the Empire. Turning to gaze out the window, even from a distance, the piercing screams and explosions were audible. The steadfast heart that had remained unshaken began to tremble with trepidation. Beep, beep, beep. This is the Imperial Aviation Squadron. All infected and uninfected individuals, please remain calm. Make your way to the outskirts, to areas with sparse populations that do not hide in places you believe to be undetectable. And do not attempt to mask your scent. Upon hearing the urgent call for assistance from the Air Force, Song Jie and her companions felt a surge of exhilaration as they gazed outwards. Unfortunately, their moment of excitement was short-lived. An aircraft suddenly crashed into the Sky Fortress with a piercing speed. Instantly, the entire Sky Fortress fell into a profound silence, soon shattered by the sounds of howls and screams. The cries echoed loudly through the loudspeakers, amplifying the horror. Within mere minutes, the Sky Fortress seemed to adopt a new strategy, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon the ground, venting their inner turmoil. Shell after shell fell indiscriminately, wreaking havoc upon both the transformed and the untransformed alike, leaving them in disarray. The last vestige of a smile faded from Song Jie's face. Indeed, they had been too late as the aircraft approached. It was evident that it harbored transformed beings. Once in close proximity, they became akin to mindless flies, reduced to mere living corpses. Within the sealed confines of the Sky Fortress, the contagion spread, 1 to 10. 10 to 100, what should have been an event to uplift their spirits, circled ominously above them, repeating itself time and again, each instance bearing the same grim outcome. Only a few astute individuals utilized their flying ships as bait, attempting to lure their vampire kin away from the crowd, by flying low and sacrificing themselves. They aimed to ensure the survival of more ghouls. The night, which they had hoped would afford them a chance to rest, unexpectedly brought encounters with solitary vampires or clusters of 10 or so at once. The solitary cases were manageable, yet the latter incident, involving a swarm of vampires, resulted in the loss of 3 comrades, further depleting their already strained ranks. Nearby, Jiangyu, upon witnessing the approach of vampires, could not resist the urge to intervene. However, upon comparing weaponry, he realized that engaging now could invite a retaliatory strike. There was a genuine risk that they might abandon their assault on the vampires and turn against the rebels instead. Any resultant casualties would be a heavy price to pay. It was wiser to bide their time. This state of affairs endured until the dawn approached, oblivious to the fact that this was merely the initial wave. The tension among them mounted. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, an unsettling feeling rose within Song Jie and Wang Mang. The once bright sun loomed like a harbinger of death, instilling a profound fear within them. As she gazed at the glowing orb, Song Jie collapsed in terror. Damn it! What is happening? She was unaware of the instinctive dread coursing through her, only knowing that she longed to retreat to a shadowy corner. Wang Mang, too, harbored similar thoughts, but just as he prepared to rise and seek refuge, Jiangyu obstructed him. Hey, where do you think you're going? Jiangyu, fully aware of his intentions, sought to deny Wang Mang the opportunity to slip away into the shadows, intent on exploiting the information disparity to lead them to their doom. Facing Jiangyu's blockade, Wang Mang suppressed his anger and replied in a measured tone, "I'm just going to the restroom. It's been ages since I last went." Fabricating an excuse, he attempted to push past Jiangyu, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Looking up at Jiangyu, he grasped the situation. There was indeed something amiss. "What do you mean, something amiss? I simply don't want you out of my sight. Who knows what you might be up to?" Jiangyu staunchly denied any implications of wrongdoing. "Just let the sun rise, and all our problems will be resolved. Step aside." Wang Mang, increasingly agitated, gazed at the sky growing ever brighter, his anxiety intensifying. Yet Jiangyu and his companions formed an impenetrable wall, blocking his escape. Wang Mang had always trusted his instincts. The intensity of this ominous feeling suggested that a grave calamity was imminent at that moment. He could afford little concern for anything else. Frustrated by their refusal to yield, Wang Mang struck out, slapping blank across the face, followed by a knee thrust into Jiangyu's abdomen, forcing them apart. "Let us go," he shouted, leading the charge towards Song Jie. Alas, they were merely 3, while the rebels numbered over 20. The notion of breaking through their ranks was naively optimistic. Just as Wang Mang approached the exit, several burly men blocked his path. Aside from Wang Mang, the other ghouls possessed only minimal enhancements from their former vampire states. Faced with these towering figures, each over 2 meters tall and robustly built, combat was out of the question. In an instant, they were dispatched like small chickens, sent flying back as they were struck. Wang Mang, who had been kicked back into a shrimp-like position, found himself before Jiang Yu, attempting to muster a smile to mask his embarrassment, only to be met with a furious onslaught from Jiang Yu. Resulting in multiple fractures, they were unceremoniously discarded at the first spot the sun would illuminate. Captain Jiang, the higher-ups say the sun will reduce them to ashes. I wonder if that's true, Blank murmured softly. He had little understanding of the intelligence regarding this matter, and truth be told, Jiang Yu was equally curious about what such a spectacle would entail. Let us wait and see. If the leader says so, there must be some wisdom in it. Prepare for battle, gather the garlic and crucifixes, and let us put an end to this, Jiang Yu proclaimed as he rose. With the dawn approaching, the time for their planned actions was drawing near. Meanwhile, Song Jie, paralyzed by fear, had hidden herself within the room's solitary large box that a nearby guard, unaware of the situation, called out to her, Captain Song, what's wrong? The guard's inquiry jolted Song Jie back to reality. Quick, find a spot where the sunlight can't reach and hide. I sense something is amiss. Song Jie, cognizant of their insufficient enhancement levels, realized that unless they were naturally perceptive or seasoned veterans, they might not grasp the gravity of the danger. Thus, she issued her command. However, she had forgotten that the room also housed Zhang Shuai and his 2 companions, who had remained silent throughout. The trio, who had not spoken a word until now, exchanged knowing smiles. The moment they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Watching the ghouls follow orders without noticing their presence, Zhang Shuai cracked his neck with a series of pops and surveyed the surroundings. In truth, they needn't have caused any further destruction. The vampire's brute force had already shattered multiple walls overnight. The room was a dilapidated mess, with gaps everywhere, not to mention the absence of light filtering through. In the past, even a beggar would have shunned such a place. Spitting out the garlic he had held in his mouth for quite some time, he pondered, is this stuff even effective? Yet, at this juncture, they had no choice but to adhere to their superior's instructions, hoping they weren't being misled regarding the garlic. Observing where the ghouls had sought refuge, the trio noted the impending sunrise. As the sunlight began to stream in, they tossed the crushed garlic into the dark corners where the ghouls had concealed themselves. The soldiers, catching the scent of garlic, reacted as if they had encountered a particularly foul odor. In a frenzy, they clamped their noses shut, but found it utterly ineffective. The stench clung to their nasal membranes. Driven by instinct, they sought to flee the area. Yet where could they possibly go? The entire room was a chaotic mess. Riddled with holes, some punctured by a nail gun, others smashed in by the fists of vampires at a moment's carelessness, and one could be exposed to the glaring sunlight. Those parts of the body shielded by clothing fared better. But any unprotected skin was scorched by the relentless rays. The scattered garlic, which could not be found in the dim corners, played a crucial role. The room itself was not spacious, with the dilapidated areas occupying half of its expanse. In the remaining space, the overwhelming majority was covered in garlic. Only a few soldiers, relying on their wits and positioning near the edges, managed to resist the pungent aroma, before they could even raise their weapons to retaliate. They were swiftly overrun by the rebel forces led by Jiang Yu, turning to charred remains. The only one left in the room was Song Jie, hiding in a box, hearing the anguished cries from outside. She realized something dreadful had transpired. Yet, what could a fragile woman, concealed within a box, possibly do? She could only endure as Jiang Yu and his comrades surrounded her hiding place. Was she truly the sole survivor? Yes, it seemed so, and thus her fate was sealed. Before Song Jie could utter a plea for mercy, several cloves of garlic were tossed through the crevices of the box. And no matter how strong her willpower, coming into contact with garlic, which inherently countered her existence, rendered her utterly defenseless. She burst forth from the box, only to face the rising sun. Bathed in its radiant light, flames engulfed her entire being. The intense heat prompted those nearby to retreat hastily. By the time they regained their senses, Song Jie had been reduced to a pile of ashes. Goodness, that was more brutal than being struck by lightning. Blank remarked, gazing at the remnants on the floor. Let us proceed to give those little mice lurking in the shadows a surprise. Let us blow up their nest. Oh, Blow up the nest. Blow up the nest. This was not merely a localized issue within the Empire. It was but a small reflection of the pervasive chaos engulfing the entire glorious Empire from the moment the plan was initiated. The Empire had been rendered incapacitated. The concept of memes was territory the Vampire Empire had never ventured into. Initially, the Empire regarded it as a mere trivial virus, only to suffer significant losses as a result. Memes did not concern themselves with whether one was hidden or whether there were means to mask one's scent or obstruct one's sight. Such factors were utterly inconsequential to memes. As long as vampires existed within several hundred meters of a ghoul, it mattered not if one had sealed their senses or frozen themselves in place. They would be irresistibly drawn to the blood. Driven by an extreme thirst, this range continued to expand with the increasing number of ghouls. Yen Hugwang, hiding deep within the military base, merely postponed his demise by a few steps. Ultimately, he could not escape the impending influence. In contrast, the vampires at the airport fared somewhat better. However, with the actions of Dugia and Ma Su, rescue ships emblazoned with the Empire's insignia were dispatched to various airports. The airport in space was not far from falling into ruin. Fortunately, the three administrative stars did not rise simultaneously, with only a minor time difference of an hour or so. Yet, within that hour, effective communication and experimentation proved exceedingly challenging for the glorious Empire. Meanwhile, the third administrative star, maintaining its initial response, faced disturbances from the lizard folk, who opportunistically capitalized on the Empire's turmoil. Witnessing such upheaval within the glorious Empire, they would undoubtedly intervene AS for the transforming ghouls. By the time the sun rose, the ghouls on each administrative star had already suffered significant casualties, many turning to ash alongside the emerging sunlight. Only a few ghouls managed to evade this initial culling, either through keen instincts and noble lineage within the Empire, or sheer luck, finding refuge in shadowed corners while witnessing their comrades perish in the light. Facing them were the human rebels, vampire hunters, and enraged human militias, uniting to shatter the Empire's final bastion. Humanity had, after years of exploitation and suffering, launched its ultimate offensive against the vampires that, in truth, Ma Su faced little resistance while reaching out to human settlements to discuss rebellion. The prospect of mercilessly striking down a drowning foe was all too exhilarating for humanity. They seized whatever weapons lay at hand, be they firearms or electromagnetic devices, advanced or not. Anything capable of inflicting harm. Even a shovel was wielded with fervor. 10 hours after the sun had risen, Dugia, accompanied by Ma Su and others, arrived at the blood factory. This site was the linchpin of their plan, and if one were to ask where the deepest-seated hatred towards vampires resided, the answer would undoubtedly be among those imprisoned beneath the blood factory. With Dugia present, Ma Su and the others harbored no fear of the lurking ghouls, especially with several hundred comrades backing them. The group hastened downward, eager to rescue their fellow humans. However, 10 hours had already elapsed and on the surface, ghouls and vampires had been nearly eradicated, with only a fraction of the vampire threat remaining in the depths below. Guy and his companions prepared to make their final decision. Alas, if only I had listened to you and convened an emergency meeting. The speaker's aged face bore an expression of profound gravity. He shared in the responsibility of this debacle from start to finish. Now, there was no choice but to activate the final contingency plan, to awaken the progenitor, and if one were to inquire where the deepest abyss lay in this world, the answer would undoubtedly be beneath the blood factory. During the previous attack, the core of the blood supply had been exposed. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the blood pool's core, long left in plain sight, harbored the true progenitor of vampires. From the very first moment of catastrophe, Guy sensed that something was amiss. Although he had been demoted upon arriving at the first administrative star, his rank ensured his self-preservation. As soon as the speaker detected the anomaly, he contacted Guy immediately. "Guy, do you know something we don't?" Guy's anger flared. "At this point, you dare to question whether I've concealed anything from you?" Upon witnessing Guy's expression, the speaker could not help but attribute it to his keen intuition. Thus, they convened and decided to initiate an emergency meeting of the highest order within the Empire. The venue was chosen to be the subterranean core of the blood factory. The singular theme of this gathering was the release of the vampire progenitor, Cain, The highest commanders and actual overseers of the 5 principal administrative stars took their places around the edges of the blood pool. Unfortunately, the remaining commanders from the other administrative stars could not be notified in time. Those capable of witnessing the proceedings through projections did so. Those who could not attend were irrelevant of the 5 fleets from the first administrative star. Only 2 managed to arrive on site. Including the totalitarian figure, there were merely 3 present. Fortunately, the bloodlines of both Guy and the speaker were sufficient to barely fill the gaps, thus satisfying the requirements of the awakening ritual. As the participants took their positions, the long-prepared ceremony commenced officially. Each one grasped a dagger from the protruding stone pillar beside them and carved an inverted pentagram into their palms. Strangely, the wounds inflicted by these daggers, due to their vampiric nature, did not heal. The 5 held their palms aloft, awaiting the speaker's command. I, in the name of Satan, ruler of the earth and king of the world, I command the powers of darkness to lend me the strength of hell. With the blood of 1 billion souls and our very lives, I summon forth the slumbering progenitor of the bloodline. I shall offer all that I possess in pursuit of Cain's arrival. Upon the speaker's declaration, the individuals pressed their hands against the stone pillar. Aligning their wounds with the pentagram etched upon it, blood surged forth like galloping steeds, ceaselessly drawn into the stone below. The blood pool mirrored this rush, its contents seemingly consumed, cascading downward in segments. This represented the lifeblood of 1 billion individuals, a quantity never before depleted from the reservoir. The horrifying rate of reduction left onlookers aghast. As each fleeting second passed, Guy and the others felt themselves nearing their limits. Yet, even the slightest attempt to withdraw their hands proved futile, as an overwhelming pull bound them firmly to the stone table. In such a precarious situation, they could only pray for the ritual's swift conclusion. Otherwise, even their vampiric resilience would falter. Fortunately, the blood pool had nearly run dry, ultimately determining that the total volume of blood would deplete first. One by one, Guy and his companions collapsed, left with an overwhelming sensation of emptiness. Suddenly, the stone pillar, which had been siphoning their blood, shattered violently. The blood coursing beneath began to converge at the center of the pool. What was once descending under gravity now floated in mid-air. The dark red liquid, previously mundane, now emanated an ethereal glow. This sanguine light cast an eerie illumination upon the surroundings, creating an otherworldly ambience. The gathered globules of blood pulsed rhythmically, akin to a heartbeat, producing a series of resonant thuds. Just as Guy and the others regained their senses, the sound abruptly ceased. They watched in astonishment as the ominous crimson radiance coalesced inward, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man, his forehead marked with an inverted V. Hairless and entirely bald. He exuded an enigmatic allure that felt deeply unsettling. Upon materializing, Cain immediately inhaled deeply. What an intoxicating aroma! The perennial scent of blood in the center of the pool seemed to provide him with an unparalleled sensation. Clenching his fists, he reveled in a power he had never before experienced. Excellent, truly magnificent. The blood of 1 billion souls. This strength. As his excitement mounted, Cain could not contain a roar, the sheer magnitude of his power exhilarating him. The very space around him began to ripple with his burgeoning aura, overwhelming Guy and the others, rendering them powerless to even glance upward. Gradually calming himself, Cain floated toward the speaker, inquiring, "Speak, what compels you to awaken me?" The speaker trembled with excitement, his entire being vibrating at the prospect of addressing the progenitor of the bloodline, an encounter last experienced millennia ago. With hope that the progenitor might remember him, the speaker articulated the purpose of the awakening. Why, Lord Progenitor, the Empire stands at the precipice of life and death. Our kin have been all but annihilated. The speaker passionately recounted the tribulations faced during this time, relaying the developments to Cain. Upon hearing this, Cain erupted in fury. "What? You mean to tell me that the population has swelled to several hundred billion, yet you squander resources on the ordinary bloodline?" Astonished, Cain realized that in just a few millennia, the world had undergone a profound transformation. To him, the blood supply of several billion was insufficient. He demanded hundreds of billions. With such a reserve, he could traverse the very depths of hell, compelling even Satan to kneel before him. Now he was informed that their kin had perished and the Empire's dominion had crumbled. How could he not be enraged? Who? Who has shattered the realm of the divine? Having absorbed the blood of a billion souls, Cain's heart swelled with ambition. He envisioned reclaiming the vampire-dominated world, wherein everything would belong to him. Trembling, Guy interjected, "My lord progenitor, there's a potential suspect." With that, he projected the image of Duguya from his wristwatch. Cain scrutinized the figure of Duguya, unable to place him within his memory. "Who is he?" Guy, eager to explain, replied, "He appears to be an extraterrestrial, currently disguised as a human that I once attempted to eliminate him by detonating an entire planet. Yet he survived and even thrived, arriving here at the first administrative star. This is my failure." Bowing his head, Guy resembled a child caught in wrongdoing. The destruction of an entire planet had yielded no resolution. "Even now, I may not survive such an explosion," Cain murmured. "Death is certain. But who can ascertain the limits of the enemy? Is there any blood left? I must reclaim my dominion." After a moment of contemplation, Cain resolved to proceed with caution. Better safe than sorry. Yes, indeed, there is still blood. The actual overseer of the first administrative star finally spoke up. He, too, was merely a figurehead at this point, devoid of any real power. However, should Cain reclaim the planet, all issues would be rendered moot. There are 50 billion humans in reserve, ready to be offered up at any moment. At this juncture, the speaker realized the implications of the overseer's claim. He intended to contribute the entirety of their resources. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that with so few vampires remaining, what good would it do to have an abundance of humans? Perhaps they were unaware of the dire straits they faced. Subconsciously, they had relegated the ghouls from the ranks of vampires. Nevertheless, such details mattered little. Excellent. With 50 billion, slaying him will be as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. Upon hearing that there were as many as 5 billion lives at stake, Cain's eyes sparkled with newfound intensity. If the mere existence of 1 billion lives had bestowed upon him a sense of power surpassing that which Jehovah had granted him at birth, then the prospect of 5 billion instilled in him an unwavering confidence that he could indeed eclipse Jehovah himself. Even if he fell short, he believed he could at least achieve a stature comparable to the divine. Encouraged by Cain's resolute tone, the speaker activated all the fragmented switches that in the past. It had sufficed to proceed batch by batch. However, never before had they activated everything at once. With the rumble of machinery echoing through the cavernous underground space, it seemed as if the vast subterranean realm had come to life. All the high-powered crushing machines began operating in unison. Above this subterranean domain, the human undercity commenced its operations, starting from the lowest level and gradually spreading upward. Once the individuals on the bottom tier had been drained, they would automatically rise to the top of the queue, while the next layer would take the place of those just depleted. This cycle continued, relentlessly extracting life from all. Meanwhile, above in the factory, Masu and Dugaya were puzzled by the sounds emanating from the facility. Could there still be vampires surviving in this place? The factory's operations intensified their sense of unease. Consequently, Masu instructed his team of hundreds to proceed cautiously. He and Dugaya decided to investigate the situation ahead. Upon reaching the passage leading underground, Dugaya grasped Masu's shoulder, only to realize that the noise was growing increasingly louder. What was happening? Why was the Undercity beginning to operate? After Dugaya shattered the connection to the upper passage, they discovered that the cages where their human brethren had been imprisoned were now descending in stages. That a glance upward revealed a multitude of vacant cages, many splattered with blood. The more he observed, the more Masu felt that something was amiss. Why were all the cages sinking downward? "Mr. Dugu," he exclaimed, "we must descend and uncover the truth. Perhaps the secrets of the core lie below." This unusual sensation led him to believe that the vampires harbored a significant secret yet unknown to him. Could this secret be monumental enough to alter the entire course of the conflict? When they finally reached the bottom, it became evident that the batches of individuals were being drained and sent into the core. This is bad, Masu thought, though he was uncertain of their intentions. He realized that at the very least, they were headed for a mutual destruction. Upon hearing Masu's alarm, Dugaya immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Something sinister was afoot. He quickly seized Masu and propelled him deep into the core. The resounding crash startled Guy and the others. "What is going on?" The speaker fumed at such a critical juncture. What new calamity had arisen? As the dust settled, Dugaya emerged with Masu in tow. Guy's pupils constricted in shock. This is not possible. They've been deliberating on how to deal with the very individuals now standing before them, making them feel as though they had been caught red-handed. "What are you doing? Those humans are meant to be nurtured as seeds." Masu exclaimed passionately. He could hardly believe that the vampires, driven to desperation, would resort to such madness. Clearly, this upheaval had pushed them to their limits. "Have you not considered the future?" Masu's words seemed to convey a deeper understanding of human nurturing than the vampires themselves. "Humph, truly, it is your kind that has orchestrated this chaos," the speaker replied, his expression darkening. "Since when does a mere human presume to instruct us vampires?" It was indeed laughable, yet he could not voice this thought aloud, with the progenitor Cain still siphoning blood to augment his strength. They could not afford to reveal their hand just yet. For now, the strategy was clear. Delay. Does the future even matter? "You have forced us into a corner," Guy declared, cutting off the speaker before he could respond. However, Dugaya had no intention of engaging in pointless banter. He swiftly advanced toward Guyas. He stood before the towering figure of Dugaya. Guy swallowed hard, acutely aware of how absurdly he had targeted this formidable opponent multiple times. "Stop the machine," he urged, yet Dugaya refrained from acting recklessly. The immediate priority was to halt the machinery. Otherwise, the humans in the Undercity would perish. "The machines will not cease. Abandon all hope," Guy interjected before Dugaya could speak. Suddenly, Rog, who had remained silent for a prolonged period, appeared without uttering a word. He floated in mid-air, arms crossed, nonchalantly munching on seeds. Observing Rog's relaxed demeanor, Dugaya felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. Each of Rog's appearances heralded misfortune. Suppressing his unease, Dugaya began scanning his surroundings, convinced that he had overlooked something crucial. Otherwise, Rog would not have emerged in such a manner. As Dugaya's gaze flitted around, he finally identified the source of the problem. The blood pool at the center had diminished significantly. The blood being generated from all directions was failing to keep pace with the descent of the pool, leaving it conspicuously empty. In its place, a large vortex had formed in the center of the bloodstone. Captivated by the vortex, Dugaya felt compelled to investigate it alone, but he had overlooked a critical detail. He was not alone. Masu was with him. This oversight put Masu in grave danger. Realizing the precarious situation, Guy and the others immediately recognized the urgency. The progenitor had not yet finished absorbing the blood. They needed to stall Dugaya. Isolating Masu presented an excellent opportunity. "Stop! You must stop!" Guy exclaimed, swiftly moving to seize Masu's throat, attempting to use his life as leverage against Dugaya. The others used their abilities to ensnare Masu, creating a web of defenses around him, hoping to buy just a moment of time. This predicament left Dugaya in a difficult position. What should he do? He had brought Masu along. Could he really abandon him? Meanwhile, their reactions indicated they had pinpointed the correct target. To withdraw now would be to fall right into their trap. A furtive glance at Rog revealed that he appeared entirely unfazed, casually perched on a magically conjured stool, cracking seeds. The standoff persisted. Masu, too, since the unfolding crisis. Positioning his gaze to the rear of Dugaya, he spotted the blood pool, surely the key to their dilemma. Without uttering a word, he gazed steadily into Dugaya's eyes, biting down on the poison hidden within his teeth. Yes, the toxin coursed through his veins. It triggered the biological bomb within him. With a resounding explosion, a force akin to compressed fury erupted, obliterating those nearby. Dugaya shielded his eyes from the blinding light, utterly baffled by Masu's nonchalant acceptance of his fate. Surely, if he waited a moment longer, a solution would present itself. The means to break the deadlock should lie ahead, not in such a reckless act. However, now that the obstacles and troublemakers have perished, what lies before him is merely the task of investigating the mysterious vortex at the center of the blood pool. He casually tore down a massive steel block from the ceiling and hurled it towards the vortex. The vortex, seemingly animated, absorbed the impact of the steel block effortlessly. Initially believing his attack to be ineffective, Dagyaya was astonished to find the vortex had come to a complete standstill. The entire blood pool returned to a state of eerie calm. Yet, how could matters be resolved so easily? Concealed within the blood pool, Kane sensed a shift in the environment. The life signatures of Guy and his companions had vanished completely. The recent disturbance in his ability to siphon blood indicated that something significant had transpired outside. He ascended directly from the center of the pool, only to lock eyes with Dagyaya. A sense of familiarity washed over Kane. He felt he had seen this individual before. Upon reflection, he recalled the image shown to him by Guy. Realization dawned upon him. His adversary had come to confront him. Thus, he decided to strike first. From the depths of the blood pool, he conjured countless shards of blood, launching them violently towards Dagyaya. Dagyaya, initially dismissive of the incoming spikes, believed them to be mere tricks of a vampire's abilities. Having encountered such powers numerous times before, he regarded this as a trifling maneuver, unworthy of concern. Yet, this very assumption led to his downfall. Kane's blood shards were no ordinary manifestation of supernatural power. They represented the pinnacle of blood manipulation, evolved from the very essence of the vampire lineage. Indeed, Kane himself was the progenitor of this formidable ability. The speed of the blood spikes was astonishing, generating no sonic boom as they approached. By the time Dagyaya recognized the peril, it was too late. The sharp spikes pierced his chest, and to his horror, they also siphoned his blood. In a frantic reaction, Dagyaya yanked the spikes from his body, while Kane savored the exquisite taste of his blood. "Oh, think, you are but a mere human," Kane remarked, relishing the sanguine essence that coursed through him. Based on our prior assumptions and Kane's understanding, humanity should not have produced an individual of this caliber. How could such an anomaly exist? Initially, he had suspected Dagyaya to be a disguised deity. Could it be the consciousness of Gaia? A flicker of understanding crossed Kane's mind. Perhaps the truth was not as he had presumed. Nevertheless, the most plausible explanation he could muster for Dagyaya's existence was this. Naturally, Dagyaya would not succumb so easily to the assault. Instead, he charged forward, acutely aware of his limitations. Relying solely on his physical prowess and basic flight capabilities, he knew he could not compete with Kane. An all-encompassing entity, his only path to victory lay in a brutal confrontation, up close and personal. Only one of them could emerge alive. However, as the progenitor of vampires, Kane would not grant Dagyaya such an opportunity. To engage him in close quarters, one would first have to catch up, and thus the two were soon embroiled in a chase around the factory's perimeter. What is happening? Kane felt a peculiar dissonance in his mind, an inexplicable craving for blood beginning to consume him. Meanwhile, Dagyaya wore a cunning smile, confident in his strategy. From the outset, he had never doubted his approach. Once he closed the distance, whether Kane chose to engage or not, the outcome would remain unchanged. If Kane fought back, Dagyaya was confident in his ability to hold his ground, though whether he could prevail was another matter. However, it would surely be preferable to being toyed with by Kane's magic. Should Kane choose not to engage, the multitude of ghouls on the ground would become his death knell. How could this be? Kane exclaimed, feigning agony as he attempted to suppress his primal instincts. Yet, in truth, he was impervious to the influence of the ghouls. Have you lost your mind? I was cursed to become a vampire. The progeny are merely side effects of my blood-siphoning abilities as the one true deity of vampires. How could I succumb to such base instincts? Kane spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the sun, utterly incredulous at the notion of being compared to ordinary vampires. Now, we are destined to engage in a proper battle. How is this possible? Dagyaya pondered with incredulity. How could Kane, the progenitor of vampires, remain unaffected by the influence of the ghouls? Surely, he should be more susceptible to their effects. Have you ever considered that, Kane? The progenitor of vampires may not be a vampire in the truest sense. Without hesitation, he soared into the air, determined to launch an attack. The sheer volume of blood on the ground could not afford him the opportunity to wield his blood manipulation. Rog appeared to unveil the truth of the situation. You are not a vampire, Kane, hearing Dagyaya's incredulous question, chuckled softly. Of course, I am a vampire, but not of the same ilk as them. With that, the atmosphere shifted as Kane's expression hardened, prompting him to launch the first strike. Since the two had matters to discuss, It seemed more prudent to subdue the opponent before engaging in conversation. SW observed Cain's intent to attack. He quickly heeded Rog's advice and ascended towards the heavens. Watching W soar into the sky, Cain hesitated momentarily, clearly aware of W's ulterior motives. However, he was determined not to allow W to ascend unchallenged. With a mere wave of his hand, the air around them appeared to solidify, creating rippling waves of energy that pierced towards W. Fortunately, W managed to evade during his flight. Otherwise, the attack's potency would have surely been formidable. Cain possessed the uncanny abilities inherent to all vampires, with telekinesis being a mere fundamental skill. Such intangible and colorless assaults proved remarkably effective against W. While he could instinctively dodge, it inevitably left him in a disheveled state. Occasionally being grazed by the incoming attacks, since entering this realm, W had never truly faced an evenly matched opponent. Either he had decimated his enemies, or they had been left in disarray. Regular vampires, regardless of their lineage, were no match for him. At most, the enhancement of technological creations rendered him slightly more beleaguered, but it posed no real threat. Yet Cain was different. He represented W's true first adversary in this world. He could no longer rely on brute force against technological creations, but instead had to resort to the unfamiliar tactic of evasion. Cain's diverse abilities extended beyond mere telekinesis, unleashing a barrage of fire and ice attacks upon him, which W found increasingly difficult to evade. This was due to W's physical prowess being artificially elevated to the Association S standards, which did not allow for any specific developmental direction. The Association merely aimed for an average enhancement of physical attributes, a trait that carried over into this diminished world. Faced with the swiftness and magical prowess that far surpassed his own, W seemed to be at a loss. Fortunately, Cain's exotic energy was not as potent as his own blood manipulation abilities. In this high-altitude setting, Cain was deprived of the opportunity to manipulate blood, despite the barrage of ice and fire attacks causing W to appear disheveled. He managed to endure, observing the failure of multiple attacks to incapacitate W. Cain's frustration began to mount. He had initially believed W to be immensely powerful, capable of withstanding the force of a planetary explosion, even having absorbed the blood of over 4 billion seeds. Yet, the outcome was far from what he expected. Noticing W's wounds healing gradually in the absence of his attacks, Cain resolved not to prolong the confrontation any further. Allowing W to ascend had been a tactical blunder on his part, as he had not anticipated that W would discern the nature of his blood manipulation abilities, which were contingent upon the surrounding environment. Channeling a maximum output of telekinetic force, he forcefully struck W. Having begun to grasp how to counter Cain's extraordinary abilities, W instinctively raised a hand to deflect the telekinetic force, attempting to push it away. Yet, telekinesis was not Cain's primary offensive strategy. It served merely as a ruse. While W focused on countering the telekinetic attack, Cain, utilizing his incredible speed, teleported directly above W, delivering a powerful downward strike. W, struck as if by a colossal hammer, plummeted towards the ground. Caught entirely off guard, it was unexpected for someone who had relied solely on magic to engage in close-quarters combat. This left W somewhat unprepared. The impact on W's head was far from gentle. The tremendous force propelling him rapidly downward. Disoriented, W struggled to regain his bearings amidst the chaotic tumble, the ground and sky merging into one blurred entity. His velocity created a stunning meteor-like trail through the sky, igniting into a fiery ball as he descended, crashing into the earth and forming a massive crater. The shockwave resonated for miles, toppling buildings and leaving the vicinity devoid of life. Emerging from the pit, W charged at the floating Cain before him. "What is this? A rocket-headed hammer?" Rog remarked from the sidelines, commenting on the seemingly foolish yet effective maneuver. Cain was taken aback, with the advantage of the ground beneath him. W's speed had escalated further. In the face of W's oncoming assault, Cain could only manage to erect a thin energy shield in a desperate defense. However, under the violent impact of W, this shield proved alarmingly fragile. Caught off guard, Cain found himself struck in the abdomen by W for the first time, experiencing a sensation of injury he had long been devoid of. The relentless collisions felt as if they were attempting to expel his very innards. With W propelling him through several mountain ranges, covering a quarter of a planetary distance. Gathering his resolve, Cain stifled his discomfort and sought to retaliate, but W anticipated his intent, swiftly seizing his hands to prevent any incantation. Ultimately, a mage was still just a mage, lacking the raw physical strength to match W. Unable to maintain his spell, Cain struggled but resorted to loudly reciting the incantation. Yet W would not allow him to succeed so easily. With a powerful strike aimed at the focused Cain, he sought to disrupt the incantation. To Cain's astonishment, a blood-red blade materialized, forcefully swinging towards W. Faced with the imminent threat of severed limbs, W chose to momentarily retreat. Yet this withdrawal cost him the opportunity for continued close combat. Rog shook his head disapprovingly, munching on a chip as he remarked, "How could you abandon such a golden opportunity? Ultimately, it's a lack of practical experience." In that moment, W2 would have to face the consequences of his reckless actions. As Cain broke free from W's grasp, he swiftly distanced himself, realizing with surprise that this young man possessed formidable close-quarters combat skills. Cain's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Had he not deliberately distracted W moments ago with a gesture that mimicked incantation, followed by the invocation of his spell through ventriloquism, the outcome might well have been his own demise. However, having extricated himself from the perilous situation, he found himself back in familiar territory. The conditions were now favorable. Both the timing and positioning appeared to be in his favor. Were it not for the constraints of the battlefield, he might have erupted into triumphant laughter. Commanding a blood-red sword forged from the coagulated essence of an unknown victim, he swung it with a dull thud towards the oncoming W. Fortunately, W evaded in the nick of time, and the blood-red blade missed its mark. Yet, Cain had underestimated one critical aspect. Unlike mere spikes, the blood-red sword was under his control. One failed strike was inconsequential. With persistence, he would surely land a blow. Thus, Cain maintained a manageable distance from W, using the sword's maneuverability to engage him from afar. Initially, W managed to evade the first few strikes, but as seconds turned into minutes, he began to reveal vulnerabilities. His wounds multiplied, and Cain was resolute in seizing the opportunity. Channeling his blood manipulation abilities, he directed his power into W's injuries, unnoticed by the latter, who was entirely preoccupied by the blood-red sword. Without hesitation, Cain resolved to use his blood control to rupture W's heart. However, while the intention was noble, he had not considered that not everyone housed their heart in the same location. Perhaps someone was occupying that space. Although Rog disparaged W as a foolish child, deeming him incapable, he could not help but feel a surge of disgust as Cain's attack struck him that it was akin to someone letting out a foul odor right outside his door. And he had to witness it. Observing the encroaching energy toward the heart, Rog crossed his arms and snorted. Humph. The energy Cain directed towards W's heart recoiled as if jolted by an electric current, causing Cain to momentarily lose his focus. This unforeseen event also affected Cain, who was battling W outside. His head felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him dazed. Even maintaining control over the blood-red sword became a challenge. Seizing the opportunity, W swiftly shattered the erratic sword, charging towards the disoriented Cain. Though Cain's mind was still clouded, he was not one to make the same elementary mistake twice. Despite his mental haze, he managed to sustain his high-speed flight. Thus, the two of them spiraled around the planet, one fleeing and the other pursuing to end this dance of chase and escape. Cain regained his senses first, calling out to W, "What on earth is wrong with your heart?" However, having already surpassed the speed of sound, W could not discern Cain's words that "you're full of it. You're the one who's all talk." W retorted, though he could not hear clearly. It did not deter him from hurling insults back at Cain. Frustrated by W's lack of a direct response, Cain felt a surge of irritation. He had thought he could take W down in one go, only to find himself in a precarious position. Now, although he was alert, his headache was excruciating, and his wariness of W had only intensified. Yet now that he had regained his composure, he was not inclined to grant W any further chances. With his eyes half closed, he began to search for areas nearby with a significant congregation of life. Once he pinpointed a target, he guided W to follow him. Truth be told, W was already feeling a tinge of battle fatigue. Thus, he addressed his personal terminal, Black Sphere. Check the task completion status. Esteemed Apprentice Destroyer, your current task completion rate stands at 49.9%, with 50.1% remaining to complete your mission. Please keep up the effort. W had previously checked the task completion, and it had shown 99%. How had it plummeted to 49% simply due to Kane's presence? W lamented inwardly. Curse it! Yet he had no choice but to follow along. Observing W's compliance, Kane halted his movement. You dare to follow? I thought you'd fled. In truth, upon glancing back and seeing W lagging behind, Kane had contemplated returning to the blood factory to absorb the blood he had yet to consume. Why wouldn't I follow? How ridiculous! Although W had experienced a moment of hesitation, he knew he could not afford to show weakness in their standoff. Kane chuckled softly. Since you've chosen to come, I shall not hold back. With a flourish of his hands, crimson blood spheres began to emerge from all directions, centering around the two of them, densely populating the area within dozens of kilometers. Accompanying the appearance of these spheres were the harrowing cries of agony. These sounds were not solely from humans. The agonized screams of animals and other creatures mingled, creating an atmosphere of dread. The sky seemed to tremble at the cacophony. These blood spheres were not mere decorative orbs. They were meticulously arranged throughout the sky, extending even underground where they remained unseen that if one were to gaze down from above, they would perceive the space occupied by the two as an enormous spherical dome, resembling an inverted bowl resting upon the earth. However, in reality, these blood spheres were not interconnected. They floated independently, creating an illusion of a sieve that allowed no sunlight to penetrate. Then, with a decisive grip, Kane silenced the anguished cries. The eerie blood spheres in the sky glimmered with a crystalline sheen, emanating a metallic luster. To the naked eye, they appeared indestructible. W stared in disbelief at his surroundings. Despite Rog's extensive teachings, he could not identify the nature of this phenomenon from his memories. Oh, foolish one, act swiftly. What are you waiting for? Rog immediately recognized that this was a formation crafted from individual blood droplets. Although the energy system and structural patterns differed, there was no way he would allow Kane to complete the formation unopposed. Had it been him, he would have struck Kane the moment he raised his hand. Hearing Rog's admonition, W finally realized the grave error he had made. Captivated by the bizarre crimson sights and sounds, he had completely lost his will to fight. Such complacency was a grave tactical blunder. Fortunately, he was not too late. With Rog's guidance, W hastily propelled himself forward. However, the formation was nearly complete. Within the arrangement, Kane appeared somewhat ethereal. W lunged forward, only to find himself grasping at empty as he glanced around. Kane's voice echoed, "You, a lowly human who knows nothing of magic, dare to challenge a deity? Such delusions." Hearing the reverberating taunts, W seethed. If you have the gall, step out. Yet even the dimmest of minds would recognize that Kane would not simply reveal himself to engage in a direct confrontation. The very purpose of setting the formation was to avoid such recklessness. How could he possibly expose himself so easily? Unable to see Kane, W had no choice but to devise a plan on his own. He swiftly flew towards the edge of the grand formation. However, no matter how he gazed at the boundary of the formation, he was unable to reach its perimeter. Give up on that thought. You're within the formation, and yet you aspire to escape? Ha ha ha. Kane laughed boisterously at Dugia, who resembled a headless fly. Without granting Dugia any opportunity to continue his attempts, Kane began to activate the primary function of the grand formation. Within this vast space, blood-red arrows coalesced one after another. Seizing the moment when Dugia was caught off guard, they swiftly shot forth. Although his formidable physique endowed him with exceptional eyesight, the dim environment inevitably dulled his vision. The silent blood-red arrows effortlessly approached Duguay. By the time he reacted and attempted to evade, it was already too late. The arrows silently pierced into his body, and the searing pain compelled him to cry out. Fortunately, having learned from previous lessons, Duguya quickly extracted the arrows, denying them the chance to siphon his blood. Yet, how could Cain let Duguya off so easily? He had chosen this location precisely because of the vast number of life forms present. Once he triumphed over Duguya, he intended to drain the blood from both this place and the blood factory. At that point, he believed even God and Satan would be compelled to kneel before him. In an instant, the innermost batch of blood cells within the formation surged downward, transformed by Cain into a multitude of arrows. Compared to the previous 2 or 3, this was a display of overwhelming power. Unfortunately, the mental trauma inflicted upon him by Roger still weighed heavily on Cain. Even now, he had not fully recovered. The blood-red arrows formed from this innermost batch of blood cells, given his current mental capacity. He could only control half. Nevertheless, witnessing Duguya's disarray, even half was more than sufficient. Even without a stealthy ambush, in such numbers, it would be no issue for Duguya to perish countless times over. A dense array of arrows hovered around Duguya from all directions that if someone with a fear of clusters were to witness this scene, they would surely be struck dead on the spot. However, this spectacle tightened Duguya's throat. The earlier scenario was already perilous enough. Now, it seemed as if the danger was magnified 1,000-fold. This compelled Duguya to urgently seek assistance from Roger. "Captain Roger, I'm going to die. Help me, Captain Roger." Roger, growing increasingly annoyed at the incessant pleas, retorted, "This is your own trial task. If you keep asking for my help, you might as well just log off entirely." Duguya recognized the validity of Roger's words, yet life was at stake. Clinging to his savior was not beneath him. After all, who hadn't he done so before? "You wouldn't want me to die. Would you, Captain? My father is—" All right, enough of this." With a sigh, Roger dove into Duguya's heart. Watching Roger vanish, Duguya's eyes glazed over, lost in a daze as he stared ahead, seeing Duguya frozen in place. Cain thought to himself, what a splendid opportunity. He hurriedly directed the arrows toward Duguya. Unlike the previous silent arrows, under such overwhelming numbers, Cain struggled to maintain control. The arrows surged forth like a tidal wave, as if the very sky were collapsing upon Duguya, who stood dazed and unresponsive. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Duguya remained in a trance, yet his hands began to trace circles in the surrounding air. Any arrow that entered those circles bizarrely transformed back into blood. Cain's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't he incapable of magic? What was he doing now? Yet it mattered not what Duguya was engaged in. As long as it was a spell or some other form of magic, there would undoubtedly be a limit to what could be sustained. Thus, Cain unleashed the remaining unshot arrows and continued to condense new ones in preparation for the next volley. Regardless of Cain's relentless assault, Duguya's circles remained unwavering. As time passed, Cain's face gradually paled. Clearly, even with his capabilities, maintaining such a large-scale magical onslaught for so long was no small burden. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Cain peered intently ahead. The area bombarded by his blood-red arrows had transformed into a sea of blood. Through the circles in Duguya's hands, the blood remained tranquil, contained within his immediate vicinity, as if he wielded the power to control blood itself. Once Cain's attack subsided, Duguya regained consciousness. What happened? What is going on? Duguya was utterly unaware of the events that had just transpired. Finding himself inexplicably ensconced in the blood pool he had created. Although you possess no celestial essence, there is little you can utilize in terms of transformation. However, borrowing the molecular recombination technique through the rules of time is still feasible. Roger stated with a hint of pride, "And no one else could accomplish this quite like I can. The ability to manipulate energy at will is truly my forte." Then, the sea of blood surrounding Duguya gradually converged towards the center, morphing into a blood-colored long dagger before him. With a gentle call from Roger, the dagger soared into the air and landed in Duguya's grasp. "What is this?" Duguya exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the dagger before him. "Consider it a gift from me, a borrowed flower to offer the Buddha," Roger replied nonchalantly. For him, condensing such a dagger using the power of the rules was exceedingly simple. Duguya lightly swung the dagger in his hand. It measured 1 meter in length, the hilt 30 centimeters, weighing an astonishing 100 million tons, its entire body a deep crimson, save for the hilt, which glimmered with silver light. Initially, Doogie found it somewhat cumbersome, yet after a few swings, the dagger adapted to a weight that felt natural in his grasp. This dagger possessed the ability to self-adjust. Should one day he find its weight insufficient, it could absorb fresh blood to augment its heft. Absorb blood? Does that mean this dagger is inherently a tool of slaughter? Doogie gazed at Roger, as if his unspoken thoughts were understood without words. It's not limited to human blood, and besides, you will undoubtedly engage in slaughters in the future. Using it could be seen as a form of growth. Roger articulated his thoughts. Many sought his assistance in crafting a weapon, yet found no way to do so. Yet this young man had the audacity to express dissatisfaction. Hearing Roger's words, Doogie felt reassured. Then let us give it a name. How about Tian Shu? Doogie inquired of Roger. It's up to you. In the distance, Kane, having completed his brief respite, felt a wave of relief. The opportunity he had just squandered by not attacking Doogie had granted him a moment to recuperate, his complexion no longer as pale as before. To this day, he had yet to decipher what that circle truly was, capable of reverting all his attacks to their original blood form and transforming all that blood into a long dagger. It was worth noting that the blood expended likely approached the lives of 7 to 8 billion beings. Such a formidable dagger, synthesized from such a massive amount, was certainly not to be underestimated. As Doogie cast his gaze upon him, Kane inexplicably felt a surge of anger. Oh, you think you've won. I am a god. How dare you look at me with such disdain? Kane spat venomously. Yet how could Doogie be so easily intimidated? Just as the new weapon was grasped, there were yet no subjects for experimentation. There could be no better candidate than Kane. After all, to be candid, his raw strength had not reached the standards required to contend with Kane. However, with the newfound weaponry at his disposal, the circumstances had changed dramatically. As he firmly gripped the celestial pivot with both hands, a surge of energy seemed to emanate, empowering Doogie. Even the sensation of holding the weapon transformed. With a powerful push against the ground, the earth cracked and splintered beneath him. Harnessing this tremendous recoil, Doogie swiftly closed the distance to Kane. Danger! A sense of impending threat washed over Kane as he beheld Doogie hurtling towards him with reckless abandon. Utilizing the agility of a vampire, he swiftly evaded the impending assault, narrowly escaping the devastating blow that reverberated with a thunderous roar. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kane glanced back at the ground where he had stood moments before. Doogie's strike had not found its mark. Nevertheless, the sheer pressure generated by the blade had carved a 3-meter-wide, seemingly endless chasm into the ground behind him, the earth parting like a curtain. Had he been struck by Doogie's full force, it would surely have cost him dearly. Witnessing the failure of his initial strike, Doogie adjusted his stance and charged towards Kane once more. This time, he executed a simple horizontal slash. Yet, for one of his caliber, what might appear as simplicity was anything but in a critical moment. The fractured earth beneath Kane provided him sanctuary as he burrowed into the depths, evading the strike that threatened to cleave the heavens. This could not continue. Doogie resolutely abandoned his overwhelming assault and pursued the resurfacing Kane. Attempting to flee, Kane hastily retreated without a backward glance. Yet, empowered by the celestial pivot, Doogie was not so easily cast aside. As the distance between them diminished, he pressed on with relentless attacks, abandoning the brute force of earlier strikes. But Kane, seasoned by countless experiences, was not so easily ensnared by Doogie as clumsy blade work. Thankfully, Kane had wielded weapons throughout his lengthy existence. Had he been merely a sorcerer, he would have perished long before. In terms of pure technique, Doogie was far from Kane's equal. Emboldened by this thought, Kane began to toy with Doogie, but soon found his amusement waning. Doogie was evolving at an astonishing pace. Initially relying on brute strength, he now wielded his weapon with purpose, demonstrating a mastery of form and technique. Each maneuver flowed seamlessly into the next, a testament to his rapid growth. Kane, dodging the increasingly refined strikes, felt a sense of unease. How could such a prodigy exist? His capacity to learn mid-battle was alarmingly swift. Given more time, Doogie might soon rival Kane's years of experience and training. This could not continue. Kane mused, if this persisted, he would become nothing more than a sparring partner. Ultimately, when Doogie honed his skills, he might be struck down by his own apprentice. Cain steeled himself, contemplating strategies, yet his mind raced to keep pace with Doogie's ferocity. A careless misstep led to the severing of a hand. Another error cost him a leg. Seeing Cain now maimed, Doogie resolved to grant him a swift end. However, there was no trace of fear upon Cain's face. Though perplexed, Doogie proceeded with his task, delivering a decisive blow that cleaved Cain from head to tail. Expecting death, Doogie was astounded to witness Cain reappear unscathed, even the severed limbs restored. "I am immortal. Did you think you could kill me so easily? I am a god." As the progenitor of vampires, Cain could indeed be regarded as a divine being. Yet he had not anticipated such a dire predicament, nor that his hidden trump card would be laid bare. Doogie was taken aback by this revelation of immortality. He too possessed a similar ability. Could immortality truly manifest in such a manner? It contradicted what Libo had conveyed. Confused, Doogie turned to Rog for clarification. Rog casually explained that his version of immortality differed significantly from the literal interpretation. It still lacked a vital component. Unlike Doogie, Rog remained skeptical of Cain's claims. With his extensive knowledge, he discerned the true nature of Cain's immortality. Yet the understanding of it was left to Doogie. What did it mean to be simultaneously immortal and not immortal? Doogie felt disoriented by Rog's words. Frustrated by their ambiguity, he detested half-hearted explanations. Unbeknownst to him, Rog, having overheard his thoughts, playfully tapped him on the head. "You little rascal, how dare you twist my words?" After delivering a light reprimand, Rog reclined comfortably, awaiting the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Cain pondered his strategy, but before he could implement his thoughts, Doogie lunged at him once more. Uncertain of Rog's meaning, Doogie remained resolute in his intent. "I refuse to believe you. I shall slice you into pieces, and you will not reassemble." With the celestial pivot, Doogie reduced Cain to countless 1-centimeter fragments, scattering them in all directions. Yet, as he regained his composure, those fragments seemed to be drawn back together, coalescing into a new form of Cain. This astonished Doogie. Could it truly be so? Ha! I shall not hesitate to reveal this. Within the blood river behind me lie the souls of billions. Each time I perish, those souls perish in my stead. Oh, you truly think you can kill me? You must be dreaming. Cain laughed maniacally, reveling in his arrogance. The notion of billions of lives, even if they were mere swine, was daunting. He had already devised his strategy, setting the stage for Doogie to stumble into his trap. Upon hearing this, Doogie was struck with disbelief. How long would it take to eliminate billions of lives? However, in order to complete the task, it is imperative to eliminate Cain. The best approach he currently contemplates is to become a butcher, gradually whittling away at Cain's life as Cain continues to meet his demise. In the unnoticed corners of Dugwia, the scattered blood begins to coalesce into miniature formations. These may appear disjointed and chaotic, yet within this chaos lies an underlying order, meticulously structured. With each death, Cain's smile widens further. It is only when Dugwia senses something amiss that he realizes the gravity of the situation. Any rational being, devoid of madness, would never passively await their execution, unless, of course, they were suffering from depression and contemplating suicide. Yet, Cain hardly strikes one as someone yearning for death. It is evident that a sinister plot lurks in the shadows, waiting for him. Why not strike? Go on. Cain mocks W while laughing. What malevolent scheme are you concealing? Do you truly believe you are invulnerable? W straightens his posture and retorts. Only now do you realize something is wrong. It may be too late, although W's discovery comes a tad too late. It is regrettable that under Cain's deliberate control, the souls he has released are nearing their limit. In the brief span of time, he has squandered billions of souls accumulated over the ages, which translates to a staggering quantity on the scale of human souls. That a rough estimate suggests that these lives, combined with the unused blood from his recent slaughter, should suffice. Originally, Cain had no intention of employing this tactic. However, with the enhancement of the celestial pivot, W has become overwhelmingly formidable against him. Should he choose not to utilize this method today, he might very well face immediate execution at W's hands. Kill me, go on, continue. After several attempts to entice W, Cain ultimately relinquishes the notion of being killed. With a hearty laugh, he begins to channel the blood coursing through his veins to establish a connection to another realm. Within the multiverse, sizable clusters of small worlds are tethered to the central world, while the central worlds themselves are reliant upon the grand world. For worlds of similar scale to communicate, a degree of mutual influence is necessary. There must be significant cultural or political impact in the other world to facilitate effective communication. At this juncture, Kane seeks to employ this method to reach out to another central world. As vampires form the predominant theme of this world, their mutual influence is substantial that he needs to sacrifice the billions of lives he previously extinguished alongside the unused souls as the cost of bridging the two realms. An eerie greenish-purple flame erupts from Kane's form, spreading downwards and outward. The surrounding world transitions from a blood-red, gloomy canopy to a vibrant, green hellscape. The shift in scenery causes W to grow increasingly anxious. This is hardly surprising, for Kane's machinations have been rather excessive. The vibrant green flames do not inflict any tangible harm upon W, even lacking the slightest sensation of burning. Yet, W can clearly perceive that this space bears a subtle dissimilarity to the previous one. Rogue, what is happening here? Why do I feel as though I've entered another world? W, adhering to his instinct to inquire when faced with uncertainty, voices his concern. Your feeling is not erroneous. Indeed, it can be said that you have arrived in another world. Rogue gestures dismissively, but strictly speaking, you are in the interstice between two worlds. Interstice? W murmurs to himself at this moment. He finds himself at a loss regarding the appropriate course of action. Continue slaying Kane seems futile, perhaps even inviting a trap. Conversely, refraining from killing him while observing his ritualistic formations leaves him feeling discontent. Suddenly, an idea strikes W. If direct confrontation proves ineffective, then dismantling the formation itself may suffice. Just as he prepares to disrupt this small space spanning several kilometers, Rogue intervenes. Stop right there, little ghost. This area is currently linked to another world, not yet fully overlapped with it. Should you attempt to shatter this unstable space now, you can expect to accompany this world to its grave, Rogue states calmly, delivering a harsh warning. W halts, realizing he must await the conclusion of Kane's ritual. He casts a glance in Kane's direction, who remains in a kneeling posture. However, as the green flames delve deeper underground, Kane's complexion begins to pale. When his pallor resembles that of gilded parchment, Kane decisively conjures a blood-red dagger and plunges it into his own heart. Utilizing the nature of his own death substitution, his body and spirit are rejuvenated. Although the weariness of his soul cannot be so easily alleviated, it is sufficient for him to proceed with the sacrifice. As time elapses, the ominous green flames around him grow fainter. When the flames finally extinguish, the entire small space, spanning dozens of kilometers, trembles unexpectedly. Whether it is an illusion or not, this tremor seems to establish a connection between the two worlds. I never anticipated you could contain yourself and refrain from disrupting the entire sacrificial process. It appears you are not a native of this world. Are you? Kane observes W, finally realizing that his opponent is not as devoid of understanding as he initially appeared. Considering W's formidable physical prowess and his inexplicable techniques, the likelihood of him being an extraterrestrial is exceedingly slim, and oh wonder. Typically, a world possesses only one predominant theme. With vampires dominating this realm, how could a more powerful civilization emerge to challenge them? I have underestimated you. Kane acknowledges, setting aside his divine pride. In the face of an enigmatic visitor from another world, the title of God indeed loses its luster, evoking a sense akin to that of a local native. In response to Kane's musings, W opts not to reveal too much. Whatever techniques you possess, unleash them swiftly, lest you regret not performing to your fullest potential. Kane chuckles in reply. Indeed, I never imagined that after all these years, someone would utter such words to me. Throughout history, I've always been the one to slay others, yet here I stand, on the verge of being vanquished myself. Amidst their exchange, a voice emanates from behind Kane. Over the years, you have grown increasingly stagnant, that if you seek our assistance, 10 billion souls will not suffice. Kane, as W turns to locate the source of the voice, he sees a man adorned with 3 pairs of skeletal wings. Half of his body exposed to the air. With horns atop his head and sharp fangs that exude an eerie beauty, he stands there with an unsettling presence. Dugwia, on high alert, raises his blade defensively. 10 billion souls are insufficient. Are you attempting to take advantage of the situation? Do not presume that inheriting Satan's position grants you the right to act so brazenly. Cain roars in fury upon hearing Satan's audacious demand. After all, he is the progenitor of evil, and such blatant exploitation is an affront to his dignity. You are on the brink of death. This is the price we demand for saving your life. Satan, with an air of indifference, remarked that Cain was merely Cain. Should he refuse to acquiesce to the terms put forth, he could easily stand aside and observe. The very concern that Cain dreaded had now materialized. In the past, they had scattered many seeds, yet only he alone had managed to reach the realm of the middle world. Their intent was not merely to acquire more souls. Rather, they sought to utilize the sacrificed souls to fortify the connection between the 2 worlds, thereby encroaching upon this realm. The carefully laid plans he had devised were now shattered. Indeed, as Satan had stated, Cain found himself in a state of utter desperation. Should he fail to comply, death would be his fate. And what good are riches to a corpse? Eliminate him, and then we shall deliberate on the distribution. Upon hearing these words, Satan finally erupted in a laughter, albeit a laughter that sent chills down the spine. Observing the still vigilant Dugwia, Satan maintained his mirthful demeanor, suddenly materializing from behind him. In this bewildering moment, 2 Satans appeared in the present world. The latter, without hesitation, lunged towards Dugwia's heart from behind. Throughout the entire ordeal, Dugwia remained utterly motionless, unaware of the presence behind him. A searing pain pierced through Dugwia's nerves as Satan's claws effortlessly breached his defenses. The heart, pulsating in anticipation, awaited its extraction. Fortunately, Satan had initially aimed for Dugwia's heart. Had it been his brain instead, the outcome might have been dire. Rogue, veins bulging on his forehead, pondered why these individuals seemed so inclined to target the chest. Where could such a vile habit have originated? In a fit of rage, he released a fraction of his stored power, just enough to breach the world's upper limits without succumbing to suppression. This minuscule surge of power obliterated Satan's doppelganger. Satan, still caught in a fit of laughter, stood frozen, witnessing his illusion being inexplicably shattered. They had presumed a mystical connection existed between them. The power he had just sensed through the guise even sent a tremor through his true form. It seemed that the 2 of them alone might not suffice, Satan remarked to Cain. The fact that Satan would utter such words made Cain realize that the situation had become precarious. Initially, he had merely speculated that the old man might come. Knowing he was under attack, Dugwia felt flames of fury ignite within him. Grasping the celestial pivot in his hand, he charged towards the 2. A gentleman does not act without reciprocation. He believed in immediate retribution. He swung down heavily upon the seemingly unyielding Satan. Yet, to his astonishment, Satan did not evade or dodge, but rather absorbed the blow. The blade's energy rent the heavens, a terrifying force that left all present momentarily blinded by dust and smoke. Could it truly end this way? Dugwia found it hard to believe, especially since even Cain, who appeared to be a higher rank than him, had proven so difficult to eliminate. How could Satan fall so easily? Yet, within the confines of his vision, there was indeed no sign of Satan. This realization heightened Dugwia's vigilance. Given the earlier concealment of the doppelganger, should another wave suddenly emerge, he might not detect it in time. Rogue, what should we do? Satan's ability to conceal himself is far too formidable. We cannot ascertain his whereabouts. Dugwia felt a headache coming on. To vanquish the enemy, he needed to first identify their position. Previously, Rogue had deflected all attacks aimed at him, leaving Dugwia with no useful information. Calm yourself. Do not forget that the baptism granted to each individual by the association also included a passive ability. Passive? Could it be? As he focused, he began to merge with his surroundings that Rogue's words seemed imbued with guiding power, gradually leading Dugwia's senses to extend into the surrounding space. In that moment, Dugwia appeared to awaken to another facet of the world. Though he was merely beginning to grasp this mode, he could already sense clusters of shadows. Among them, one shadow surged towards him with alarming speed. Maintaining this vague awareness, as the shadow approached, W suddenly seized the celestial pivot and swung it towards the incoming figure. The shadow was cleaved in two by this unexpected assault, materializing in the air as it fell apart. How is this possible? The wounded Satan wore a face of disbelief. This technique had never before been interrupted so directly. Even the Almighty had never truly unraveled it. He could only use divine power to ascertain its location. Unlike W, who seemed to have directly sensed his position, Satan was certain this was not mere luck, that W's strike was swift and precise, cleaving him from top to bottom that he had attempted to evade, yet the blade seemed to possess a will of its own, following his movements. Fortunately, this injury would not prove debilitating. Regaining himself, he signaled to Cain, preparing to encircle W from both sides at that moment. W still appeared aloof, his eyes squinting as he floated in the air, seemingly indifferent to their encroachment. Observing W's utter disregard, Cain resolved to unleash his ultimate attack. He conjured countless streams of blood from within himself, surging towards W like a relentless tide. The fluid, sinuous, and agile remained connected to Cain's form, and as it reached the point of connection, it began to solidify, extending towards the forefront of the blood. Along the way, fine, sharp spines began to sprout, their cold gleam saturating the entire sky. Meanwhile, Satan, witnessing Cain's rapid ascent in power, felt an even greater longing for the middle world. It promised boundless resources and innumerable souls. Such a bounty could elevate Cain to unprecedented heights. Upon returning to the realm of divine power, he might even dominate all. Yet, now was not the time to reveal such ambitions. Instead, he joined forces with Cain's assault, summoning forth countless vengeful souls and malevolent spirits from the depths of hell. The vengeful spirits fused astonishingly with Cain's chilling blood, amplifying their might. Originally intended to pierce the flesh, the blood-seized spines now possessed the ability to assault the very soul. From afar, one could tell this entity was formidable, as both individuals poured their strength into this onslaught. The spines pierced through W's form as though his existence belonged to an entirely different realm from that of Cain's attack. How could this be? Cain struggled to comprehend why. Despite expending such immense effort and cost, he had not managed to harm even a single hair on W's head. Satan was equally baffled, yet he could ascertain that this force was akin to that which had previously seen through his guise. It seemed W had integrated into another world, as if the current realm served merely as a backdrop while he existed beyond it. We can see him, yet cannot engage in any substantial interaction. Satan furrowed his brow. Despite his vast experience and understanding, he found himself at a loss for how to resolve this predicament. It appeared that the situation had grown increasingly complex. This moment, Satan began to waver in his resolve. After all, he had merely come to assist. There was no need to stake his life. Although it seemed he was not yet fully threatened, the future remained uncertain. Many aspired to occupy Satan's position. Should he return gravely injured, he might be preyed upon by those lurking in the shadows. As the two engaged in conversation, the inconspicuous W suddenly vanished from their sight. Strangely, neither of them seemed to perceive his absence, as if they were completely unaware of W's prior presence. Cain, your idea is somewhat troublesome, I interjected before Satan could finish his sentence, seizing the opportunity while the two were still conversing. In an instant, W tore through the fabric of space. Appearing behind Satan, he unleashed the power of temporal rules, freezing the entire expanse of time for a fleeting second. In that brief moment, his hand, wielding the celestial pivot, descended with tremendous force, as if intending to shatter the very world itself, obliterating Satan and Cain. Caught off guard, Cain inexplicably lost a substantial number of lives in an instant. When he regained consciousness, he found W standing before him. That single strike had cost him thousands of lives, and he was utterly bewildered by the events of that second. The sky darkened inexplicably, and the horizon glowed ominously red as a chilling wind swept through. Staring at this scene, Cain was dumbfounded. It was impossible, absolutely inconceivable. How could Satan be dead? This scenario could only be the aftermath of a divine fall. And in this world, Only he and Satan wielded divine authority. If he was still alive, then Satan must have perished. But how could that be? Satan was the embodiment of infernal power, and his countless years of experience had honed his survival skills to an extraordinarily terrifying degree. Even Cain would hesitate to claim that his own means of self-preservation surpassed those of Satan. His blood-sea incarnation was indeed formidable, yet bore the possibility of death and was, strictly speaking, not an immortal being. You actually killed Satan. Only now did true panic grip Cain. He had dismissed the lies he had lost earlier, but the death of Satan struck him with unprecedented force. If Dugwia could slay Satan, he could just as easily end Cain's life. Seizing the brief respite of Satan's demise, Cain resolved to flee. He rapidly constructed a miniature teleportation array from the blood splattered by the blood river, vanishing from Dugwia's sight. However, Dugwia, now cloaked in divine shadows, effortlessly detected the flow of energy. He pursued the trajectory of the teleportation. Due to the hastily assembled nature of the miniature array, the destination was not far. Before Cain could complete the communication with the Divine Realm's teleportation array, Dugwia was upon him. With the enhancement of divine shadows, Cain remained oblivious to the unfolding events, still engaged in his connection with the Divine Realm. As Dugwia drew near, Cain inexplicably sensed something amiss and whirled around, his gaze locking onto Dugwia's imposing visage. Damn! Without granting Cain a moment to respond, Dugwia struck down with a blade. Each blow was aimed to reduce Cain to mere fragments, ensuring he lost as many lives as possible in this repeated demise, while the celestial pivot siphoned his blood, growing stronger and simultaneously depleting his life force. You take me for mere blood bag? How vile! Cain felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly at the mercy of Dugwia. You are forcing my hand. It is you who leaves me no choice, as he sensed his life slipping away. The sight of Dugwia, akin to a butcher harvesting his blood, compelled him to temporarily set aside his divine dignity. Old man, I know you're here. Save me. If I die, this world will gain nothing from you. Realizing that relying solely on himself offered little hope of survival, he clung to the hope ignited by Satan's earlier words that the old man had indeed arrived. That it was a desperate gamble. Dugwia, indifferent to the veracity of Cain's claims, found them inconsequential. He had grown weary of this world's filth and bloodshed. All Dugwia desired was to complete this task swiftly and return to rest, contemplating whether the role of the destroyer truly suited him. Indeed, regardless of who one was, enduring continuous slaughter in such a brief span was exhausting. Day after day, witnessing bloodshed, mangled limbs, and familiar faces meeting tragic ends had cultivated a sense of revulsion within him. Just as Dugwia prepared to deliver the final 2 blows to extinguish the flickering flame of Cain's life, he found that he could not bring himself to strike. Young man, may I pose a question to you? A kind voice resonated beside Dugwia. An elderly figure stood there, his presence starkly contrasting with Satan's grand entrance, which had felt as though he emerged from the very fabric of the world. This old man, however, seemed as if he had always belonged in that space. Yet his tone offered no room for Dugwia to refuse, as he continued unperturbed. Can you tell me how you managed to kill Satan? This knowledge would greatly assist me in managing hell more effectively. Upon seeing the old man, Cain sighed in relief. If you had arrived even a moment later, I would have truly perished, feeling the meager remnants of life within his blood river. He estimated that just 2 more strikes would seal his fate. Fortunately, the old man had arrived at a critical juncture, or perhaps it was deliberate. It seemed he would have to endure further bloodshed. With a sigh, Cain reflected on how this world had been born from seeds he had cultivated. Yet now, as the harvest approached, those who had contributed little sought to claim their share. This juncture. He could only rely on the old man's intervention. The choice between life and wealth was not one to be taken lightly. Are you God? Dugwia inquired, astonished by the elderly figure's white beard. He is Cain, and you dare to save him. Young man, you still have not answered my question. How did you kill Satan? God Yahweh did not respond to Dugwia's query, but reiterated his own. This commanding demeanor starkly contrasted with Dugwia's perception of divinity. How did I kill Satan? Of course, it was done like this. Facing the piercing gaze of God, Dugwia's anger flared. If Cain viewed Dugwia as a lesser being. Then God regarded him with utter disdain, embodying the very essence of a deity. He looked down upon W from his lofty position, igniting a fire within him that could not be extinguished. In an instant of resolute decision, since you wish to know how I vanquished Satan, allow me to recount the details of his demise, with a firm grip on the knife in my hand. I launched myself towards Jehovah. My motion was deliberate and slow, as if I were gathering strength in the air. Yet the countenance of the Almighty remained utterly unperturbed, as though even an assault intended to slay Satan could not stir him in the slightest. Beside me, Cain gaped with wide eyes, equally eager to uncover the events that had transpired. Satan, the sovereign of hell, the mightiest being contended for by all the demons of the abyss. How could he have been inexplicably slain? As the two of us remained transfixed on the gradual movements of W, he suddenly closed his eyes. The entire world seemed to transform into a grayish, monochrome photograph, abruptly frozen in place. In that moment, W's assault accelerated with alarming swiftness. However, the target of his fury was not God. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Cain. In mere seconds, hundreds of strikes rained down upon Cain's form, targeting various locations, as though intent on reducing him to atoms. Once the assault reached its climax, he immediately relinquished his control over time, reverting to his previous sluggish state. It must be said, the sensitivity of the Almighty's senses was remarkable. The instant W relinquished his grasp on time, God became aware of the imminent attack, that he attempted to teleport to Cain's side, but it was too late. Cain's blood spilled forth like water poured from a vessel, his body reduced to a mere pulp by W's overwhelming force. His end mirrored that of Satan, perhaps even more gruesome. He was on the verge of being rendered to liquid, with not even remnants of bone or brain remaining. The heavens began to wail in sorrow. Upon Cain's arrival in the realm of vampires, the current world had already acknowledged his divine status as the vampire god. Only the profound enlightenment to attain divinity remained. Alas, before Cain could officially ascend to godhood, he had been shattered into fragments by Dugia. Express morning. Torrential rain began to pour from sky, each droplet of vivid crimson, in contrast to the chilling winds following Satan's demise. The magnitude of this blood rain was conspicuously greater. Such power, unbelievable, utterly unfathomable. The Almighty's squinted eyes finally regained clarity. The once imposing demeanor had transformed. Now he appeared as if encountering a great treasure. The contrast was stark, as if two different beings inhabited the same form. Alas, Rog, does this old man suffer from some grave malady? W whispered, nudging Rog with his elbow. It was difficult to ascertain just how many ages he had lived. Surely his mind had become unhinged. Rog waved his hand dismissively in response. In truth, he understood what the Almighty was contemplating. Throughout his endless and protracted existence, he had remained ensnared at the level of the shadow of the middle world. Lacking any higher-level assistance, he had clawed his way from the depths to his current stature all on his own. One must not assume that the techniques or powers of the upper echelons are easily attainable. They require immense dedication and calculation, possibly spanning an entire universe, to achieve even the slightest results. In such light, the deaths of Cain and Satan seemed less significant. Even if Cain's demise severed the connection between two worlds, the attainment of power surpassing the shadow of the middle world would elevate his original universe to new heights. By comparison, the other middle world appeared less consequential. Hyo, open the mission report and analyze my level of contamination, he commanded. Acknowledged. Hyo is currently conducting the analysis. Beep, scanning complete. Body report as follows. Name, W, physical condition. Good, mental state. Poor contamination level. Due to the influence of world rules, overall contamination stands at 6%. Mental contamination at 10%. Urgent separation required. Mission report. World line alteration at 43%. Main mission completed. Completion rate at 99.7%. Warning. Current world line deviation is substantial. Level of world destruction is high. The Annihilator must evacuate immediately. Should it exceed 50%, the world will undergo a reset. Hyo, prepare to initiate the return passage. Understood. The return passage is expected to open in 1 hour. Please ensure that no one is present when it activates to prevent unforeseen circumstances. As W perused his mission report and review, the Almighty had already regained his composure from shock. It was no wonder Satan had perished. It was the power of time at play. Within mere minutes, he had deduced the source of the problem. The ruler of hell. Satan was inherently immortal. His very essence dictated that as long as he retained even a flicker of life, he would instantly revert to his original state upon death unless obliterated at the first moment. W had effectively bound him within a temporal framework, erasing him from existence. Under the grand rules of time, Satan should have resurrected. However, due to the absence of any life signal in the immediate aftermath, he had been stripped of his dominion over hell. Why the time W's manipulation of the microcosm of time commenced. Satan was irrevocably dead, devoid of any chance of revival. In simpler terms, time is a conceptual entity. The realm of time that W controlled did not halt the operations of the divine world on the other side, leading to a catastrophic conflict in hell's procedures, manifesting as a bug. Gazing upon the power that governed the universe's time, the Almighty lamented, "It appears you hail from a higher realm. Who would have thought? A mere middle world could bring you to personally traverse its plane. Come, attack me. Allow me to experience the crushing force of superior power." Upon witnessing the Almighty's sickly visage, W instinctively recoiled. Truth be told, every time he wielded the power of time manipulation, a sharp pain would seize his mind. Fortunately, unlike the prolonged agony of his initial foray, he had gained valuable experience by employing brief bursts of control for significant actions. His efficiency had improved markedly. Yet, no matter how much he enhanced his efficiency or minimized repercussions, some effects were inevitable. For instance, the Almighty's insufferable expression made W yearn to activate time control to deliver a well-deserved thrashing. However, his abilities were still on cooldown, and a crushing headache rendered him unable to act. Thus, he sought to buy time with words. Satan, Cain, both have perished at my hands. Do you wish to learn how to spell death? Seeing that W had not initiated the use of temporal rules to attack, the Almighty urged, "Come, strike me down."